World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 348 to Chapter 380. Fong Ping had defeated Sino-Nation Martial Arts University effortlessly. The powerhouses could understand it, but normal people did not. All they knew was that MCMAU's Fong Ping was really too strong. Sino-Nation Martial Arts University's Liu Shiji ranked higher than 9 states' military schools' Xiaoyeming. Even so, such a powerhouse did not last more than 30 seconds in Fong Ping's hands. In no time at all, the title of the strongest rank 4 was quickly taken over by Fong Ping. Sun City. Fong Yuan was overjoyed. Her brother was too amazing. Before this, he had been worried that Fong Ping would not be a match for the others. Who knew that a powerhouse in the top 100 ranking would be so weak, beaten down by his own brother in just a few moves, 699 talent points, close to full talent points. Amazing. Fong Yuan was a little envious. Fong Ping was so strong because of his talent. He had only been in a martial arts university for less than 2 years, and now these juniors and seniors could not even compare to him. He heard that even Auspicious Sun's commander could not compare to his older brother. This speed of cultivation was all because of his high talent. Fong Yuan was a little disappointed when she thought of that. Her talent was only 160, much lower than Fong Ping's. Over the past few days, she had also looked it up on the internet. No one talked about the level of talent on the internet. Martial arts talent naturally existed, but there was no specific quantified numerical unit. Fong Yuan did not mind. What did the others know? Those who were not in the field of martial arts would not understand such things. Sigh, whatever. I'll try to improve my talent a little. Even if I can't compare to Fong Ping, I can't be too far behind others. Fong Yuan sighed. She had not dared to tell anyone about this for the past few days, for fear that the members of Yuan Ping Club would find out that their president's martial arts talent was very poor. Fong Yuan stopped thinking about it and continued to send messages in the group. Since her big brother had won, it was time for her to continue hyping things up. It was time for Yuan Ping Club to become Yuan Ping Corporation. December 16th. On this day, SNMAU was up against First Military School, and CCMAU was up against 9 States Military School. MCMAU had a rest day. NMAU was up against ESNNU. Fong Ping did not even bother to look. Liu Shiji had been seriously injured by him yesterday. Although his internal organs were not injured, his chest had been blasted open. He was not a golden body expert, so how could he recover so quickly? If Yao Qingjun could not even take care of Sino-Nation Martial Arts University, then he would be too useless. There was no need to even mention CCMAU's battle against Jiuzhou. NMAU versus ESNNU. Fong Ping thought that whoever saw it would be an idiot. The big news on the 16th was not that the 3 schools that were sure to win had won. It wasn't that Wang Jinyang had defeated ESNNU in 5 moves. The big news that day was that after ESNNU had finished their last match and lost to NMAU, Hu Yong was ambushed on his way back to the hotel, in broad daylight. Not long after the teachers of ESNNU left, Hu Yong was ambushed. A mysterious man wearing a mask had torn Hu Yong's clothes in the hotel. According to what Hu Yong had said in grief and indignation, the person who had come was very strong and very wretched. He had specifically targeted his clothes and might have had ulterior motives. The other party tore apart his clothes and was even ready to take pictures. Fortunately, ESNNU's instructors rushed over. The mysterious person fled in a hurry, extremely fast. For the time being, it was impossible to tell if he was a rank 4 or rank 5 martial artist because the person's speed was really fast. As for who it was, that day, there was a grandmaster in the hotel, but the other party did not stop it. When the principal of ESNNU went to ask about it, the other party did not say who it was. In short, it was very meaningful. This time, ESNNU did not know who did this. Logically speaking, it was only MCWU who could do this. After all, the 2 schools had been on bad terms before. However, MCWU was full of female martial artists. Moreover, to be honest, if they wanted to take revenge, tearing apart Hu Yong's clothes was too wretched. The grandmaster in the hotel did not say who it was, and Hu Yong was not seriously injured. ESNNU knew that the person who had come was not too malicious. In the end, they could not find the person, so they could only swallow their anger. the matter was in an uproar. Fortunately, ESNNU's group competition had come to an end. There was no competition for the time being, so Hu Yong did not have to go out anymore. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing. In the hotel where MCWU was staying. In the restaurant. Fang Ping stared at Qin Fengqing for a long time. Not bad. This guy actually held it in until now. I thought he really did not take it seriously. Extremely fast. Tearing apart Hu Yong's clothes, wearing a mask. Such a shameful thing, other than Qin Fengqing, who else could it be? Qin Fengqing did not seem to know anything. When he saw Fang Ping looking at him, he frowned and said, "What are you looking at me for? Are you confident in fighting FMS tomorrow?" Old Qin. Fang Ping grinned and said, "About this matter, do you want me to beat around the bush and give you credit?" What? Hey, who are we? Why are you still pretending? Qin Fengqing scoffed, "Don't malign me, I didn't do it." Do you think I believe you? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Then I'll tell the principal of ESNNU, you can go. If you go, I'll tell him that you were the one who asked me to go. You're the president. If I don't go, you'll make me quit school. Fang Ping immediately thought highly of him, not bad, you actually know how to drag people down with you. If Qin Fengqing told others about this, ESNNU's vice-chancellor would definitely believe that it was Fang Ping who asked him to do it. There was no other reason than his reputation. Fang Ping was speechless. He pursed his lips and said, "What about Zhou Qiyue? Don't be a busybody." Qin Fengqing humphed. "I sent her a message. It's better to forget each other than to help each other in difficult times. For martial artists of our generation, before the catacombs are pacified, how can we call ourselves home? I believe she can understand. This way, she won't be hurt, and I can save a lot of trouble." Fang Ping gulped. And then? What then? And then Zhou Qiyue didn't reply to your message? Qin Fengqing thought for a moment and said, "She did." I didn't really understand. What did she reply to? She said she won't forget it for the rest of her life. Do you think she's going to pester me? Qin Fengqing seemed to have a headache. Female martial artists were very troublesome. Fang Ping was also stunned for a while. He only came to his senses after a while. Did Zhou Qiyue misunderstand something, or did she think that Qin Fengqing was talking about the catacombs to make her forget her hatred? Fang Ping laughed dryly and did not ask any more. If this matter was exposed one day, he would be beaten to death by these two people. No, he had to add Hu Yong too. Maybe. There was also ESNNU's Grandmaster. Fang Ping did not talk about this. When Chen Wenlong and the others arrived, he returned to the main topic. Tomorrow we'll fight FMS. I'll be the starter, Chen Wenlong second, Zhang Yu third. As for FMS, Yao Qingjun won't be sending me food. He'll definitely be first, and Bai Su will be second. If I fight Yao Qingjun, honestly, I'll definitely win, but it depends on my condition. If I'm injured, I might not continue in the second battle because I'll either be fighting Wang Jinyang or Li Hansong the day after tomorrow. If I'm seriously injured, it'll delay things. Chen Wenlong said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Bai Su is not my opponent. As long as you defeat Yao Qingjun, then we'll win for sure. Even if I don't win, if Yao Qingjun fights you, I'm confident that I can beat him." That's good. Fang Ping nodded. Chen Wenlong pondered for a moment and said, "If you defeat Yao Qingjun, they might choose to break through. How about? I break through too? You?" Fang Ping shook his head. You entered peak earlier than them. Your honing speed isn't as fast as theirs. Your vital organs haven't been honed to the limit. After entering rank 5, the honing of your vital organs might be rejected. Wait a little longer. It doesn't matter even if you break through to rank 5. Why would I be afraid of them? Chen Wenlong heard that and did not say anything else. He had broken through now and reached rank 5. Honing his vital organs might be a little troublesome. December 17th, the last day of the group stage. There were 2 matches in the morning. 9 states against Southeast and South Capital against SNMAU. These 2 matches were not worth watching. They were both teams that could not advance. The 2 matches in the afternoon were the real highlights. MCMAU against First Military School. NMAU against CCMAU. There were not many people in the morning matches. Unsurprisingly, 9 states defeated SNMAU. SCMAU and SNMAU, on the other hand, fought well. Liu Shiji was not a golden body powerhouse. He had not recovered from Fang Ping's serious injuries. Now that there was no hope of advancing, SNMAU did not let Liu Shiji fight with his injuries. Under such circumstances, SCMAU fought well with the other party. Both sides fought until the last person was exhausted. It was the first tie since the start of the competition. This made SCMAU very happy. They did not expect to get a bargain at this time. In the afternoon, when Fang Ping led the team into the arena, he met Xianxia. He kept moving toward him, looking like he had done something. He could not wait for Xianxia to say that he did not want the heart essence. Fang Ping was not someone who did not return money. Xianxia owed him half a heart essence, and he had been thinking about it for a long time. Xianxia ignored him, treating him as if he did not exist. Fang Ping did not have any results. On Qin Fengqing's side, Hu Yong came to watch the competition with his head and face covered. He saw Qin Fengqing and felt that he looked familiar. Of course, Qin Fengqing was familiar. However, this familiarity was not that kind of familiarity. After hesitating for a while, Hu Yong moved closer and said in a low voice, "Qin Fengqing, I heard that your stepping technique is very fast. This time, what position did Fang Ping put you in against FMAU?" Qin Fengqing glanced at him, shook his head and said, "My speed is average. Fang Ping's is fast. Also, don't ask about us. Fang Ping has been unhappy with you for a long time. If he hears it, he'll take the opportunity to make trouble for you." "Fang Ping doesn't like me?" Hu Yong looked surprised. "I did not provoke him. Didn't you guys fight against MCWU last time?" After that, they said it was Fang Ping who said it. "Fang Ping was so angry that he's been trying to make trouble for you." Hu Yong's expression changed. He laughed dryly. "Really? Really?" Qin Fengqing sneered. "You don't know him well enough. He's a vengeful person." Cough, cough. "Right, didn't Fang Ping come to watch the competition yesterday?" "Yes. He said he wanted to prepare for the battle against FMAU. He didn't leave the hotel." "Oh, Fang Ping is quite serious." Hu Yong nodded and said casually, "Fang Ping's speed is very fast. I've heard about it too. I heard that he escaped from a rank 6 a long time ago. Not only that, he even escaped from a rank 8 Jiao." Having said that, Qin Fengqing asked cautiously, "What? Are you a spy from FMAU?" Hu Yong smiled bitterly. "What are you talking about? ESNNU and FMAU have nothing to do with each other. Forget it, I won't ask any more, okay?" Hu Yong did not stay any longer. Before he left, he glanced at Fang Ping on the rostrum. Not bad, Fang Ping did not come to watch the competition yesterday. I didn't see him for the whole day, extremely fast, vengeful, he wasn't very broad-minded. Time and motive. He had it all. However, the Grandmaster in the hotel did not say who hit him. It was normal that he knew it was Fang Ping. Fang Ping was MCMAU's prodigy, or rather, Sino Nation's top prodigy. Such a small matter had been exposed. If Fang Ping really wanted to hold a grudge, the Grandmaster would have a headache too. It was understandable that he did not say it out loud. "Fang Ping." Hu Yong gritted his teeth. "Just you wait. It doesn't matter if I'm your opponent. I still have my instructor. I'll ask my instructor to find a chance to beat you up and let you run around naked." Achoo. Fang Ping sneezed and rubbed his nose. He looked at Yao Qingjun not far away and sneered. "Cursing me in your heart? Do you really think I don't know?" Yao Qingjun's expression darkened. "Yes, I'm cursing you. Your dog nose is really sharp." At this moment, Qin Fengqing walked over leisurely. He yawned and glanced at Fang Ping. Perfect shift of responsibility. It did not matter if Fang Ping wanted to use this to threaten him in the future. It was obvious who Hu Yong believed. "Fang Ping, your reputation is no better than mine. If Fang Ping really wanted to shift the responsibility to me, I'll admit it. I'll pretend to be wronged. For the sake of ESNNU and MCMAU, I'll take the blame for MCMAU's Fang Ping. After all, Fang Ping is the president. How could he do something like that? I, Qin Feng Qing, have to take the blame. TSK. Righteous and considerate. Even if I'm beaten up by the people from ESNNU, the school might have to compensate me with a lot of benefits. Qin Feng Qing was delighted. The only thing that gave him a headache was that the tigress seemed to be really pestering him. It was a little troublesome. At this moment, the two of them naturally did not realize that they had each made the other a scapegoat. Fang Ping did not care about Qin Fengqing's arrival. He glanced at a place not far away. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were there too. I really want to say, all three of you, come at me together. Fang Ping said faintly. Right now, he was slightly lacking. This was because he was catching up on his cultivation progress. However, after rank 5, everyone's ranks would be the same. Everyone's time to enter rank 5 would not be too different. Could they be faster than him in cultivating combat techniques? When that time came, Fang Ping would not hesitate to say, all three of you, come at me together. What a pity. It was a pity that MCMAU had to win first place. There was a gap of at least 5 billion. It was not just a year, but every year. This kind of big event should not be taken as a joke. Yao Qingjun pretended not to hear it. Everyone had the thought of dominating the current generation. Fang Ping was not the only one. He took another look at Fang Ping's saber. From the start of the competition until now, Fang Ping had not used his saber. Was he pretending, or was he really that strong? At the same time, a few Grandmaster powerhouses were also discussing this. Is Fang Ping learning from Li Chongqing? A CCMAU Grandmaster asked. Huang Jing chuckled and said, it's just a form. Not everyone can learn Li Chongqing swordsmanship. That's true. The CCMAU Grandmaster then said in a low voice, the Nanjiang catacombs are about to open. Recently, the energy fluctuations have been getting stronger and stronger. Is Li Chongqing going? Yes. Huang Jing's smile faded. He responded and did not speak again. In the field, a few Grandmasters fell silent. After a while, the CCMAU Grandmaster said, back then, the few of us were bullied by him. He would come looking for trouble when he had nothing better to do. He was a rank 5 fighting a rank 6. Once the longevity sword was out, he was insufferably arrogant. Now, he has become a piece of trash. Last time, I suppressed him a few times, and he secretly scolded me a lot. But it's fine. He can scold me all he wants. I'm still waiting for him to seek revenge on me. Now that the Nanjiang catacombs are open, if he goes, will he still be able to seek revenge on me in this life? Huang Jing continued to be silent. The CCMAU Grandmaster chuckled and said, it's good that he's dead. At least he's lived past 60 years. It's just that he's not satisfied. He said that he can beat me like he's beating his grandson. This old piece of trash has never been able to enter rank 7 in his life. I want to see if he can beat me like he's beating his grandson once he enters rank 7. Huang Jing said softly, he won't have the chance. When Fang Ping reaches rank 7, I'm afraid he'll come after you. Isn't Fang Ping Lu Fengger's student? He's considered half a student. The CCMAU Grandmaster nodded slightly. No wonder. The longevity sword nurturing method was not passed down to just anyone. Then I'm looking forward to it. The CCMAU Grandmaster smiled. Suddenly, he said with some sadness, in this life, I've never won against an old piece of trash at the same rank. Li Hansong is considered half a student of mine. Tell me, if Li Hansong wins, does that mean that I'm stronger than the old piece of trash? Everyone was silent. Huang Jing murmured, you can't do it. Your student can't do it either. Longevity swordsman. One sword to cut off longevity. It's a pity for this junior of mine. The atmosphere was gloomy. Today, their generation was high and mighty. They were known as Grandmasters, and their names were known throughout the world. How many people could still remember the carefree and unrestrained longevity sword that swept away his peers in the past? Carefree and unrestrained, old man Li rubbed his messy hair, yawning as he walked out of the courtyard. The one with the broken arm, where are the people in the school? Why are there so few? In the garden, the one-armed old man laughed and said, the championship is almost at the finals. They've all gone to watch the competition. How are we doing? Not bad. The day before yesterday, Fang Ping defeated SNMAU's Lu Shiji. It was an easy fight. Old Manly grinned and said, this kid is good. Having said that, Old Manly looked back and smiled. When he comes back later, ask him to help me tidy up the house. The one-armed old man looked at him for a while. After a while, he said in a low voice, must you go? It's none of your business. Old Manly was not polite at all. Then, he said happily, I'm going to be famous this time. The one with the broken arm, wait for my good news. Longevity swordsman cuts off longevity. If you're not rank 8, what kind of longevity is that? After saying that, Old Manly laughed heartily and took off using flight step. Kmo. The competition was about to begin. Fang Ping touched the saber at his waist, tilting his head and looking south. After a while, Fang Ping's smile returned. He turned to look at Qin Fengqing and said, this time, you really have to lend me your saber. Otherwise, I can't fight anymore. Qin Fengqing thought for a while. Suddenly, he shouted, 10 million. As soon as he said that, everyone around looked at him. Fang Ping did not mind. He smiled and said, sure. Qin Fengqing glanced at Zhang Yu and the others. He said, you all heard it. 10 million each time. He agreed to it himself. Fang Ping smiled. Everyone can be my witness. I'm a person who values his reputation the most. I won't go back on my word. Only then did Qin Fengqing pass the saber to Fang Ping. Fang Ping took the Chengdao, weighed it in his hand, and said with satisfaction, not bad. You owe me 40 million. I'll deduct 10 million this time. What? What? Playing dumb? That day in the catacombs, many people heard about it. Ask Instructor Bai and the others. Who doesn't know? You want to go back on your word? I saw that you were poor, so I gave you a chance to deduct 10 million. Don't be ungrateful. Return this 40 million soon, or else I'll really collect interest. Fang Ping's face was full of dissatisfaction. He ignored him and strode into the arena. Below the stage, Qin Fengqing's expression was dark. You're good. Don't think that I really don't remember. I owe you a few million at most. Where did you get 40 million? Do you think I lost my memory from practicing martial arts? You're blackmailing me like this? In the arena. Fang Ping leaped up, but Yao Qingjun walked up the stairs one step at a time. As he walked, the entire arena seemed to shake. Mentality filled the void, stirring the air and making it restless. The howling wind blew across the arena. Below the arena, the rank 6 commentator did not seem to know how to explain. At this moment, peak rank 6 old Fu walked over, gave the commentator a look, sat down, and said loudly, before the competition, Yao Qingjun challenged all kinds of powerhouses. Although he is only ranked 3rd in the rank 4 ranking, he has already accumulated his strength to the peak. Instructor Zhou Tan, who is ranked 2nd in rank 4, said that he might not be Yao Qingjuan's match. Yao Qingjuan's mentality is equivalent to a peak rank 6 martial artist. He has accumulated enough at peak rank 4 and could have broken through to rank 5 long ago. However, there are still a few geniuses in this generation who are also peak rank 4. There is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. Yao Qingjun did not choose to break through but chose to stay at peak rank 4. I'm afraid MCMAU Fang Ping is one of the key people. MCMAU Fang Ping is the last person to enter peak rank 4 among the geniuses in this generation. However, being late doesn't mean that he is weak. Fang Ping's mentality has also reached the stage of external release. When he was in rank 3, he defeated his peers and entered rank 4 as an invincible rank 3. However, Fang Ping and the others have never fought before. This championship is also the first time the 4 geniuses of this generation will fight in martial arts. Both of them have reached the stage of external release. This is something that not even some peak rank 6 powerhouses can do. When Yao Qingjun was an aspiring martial artist, he was thrice honed. Now, his vitality and physique are also very strong. His vitality force is not lower than 2,500 calories, although Yao Qingjun is young, he has been through hundreds of battles. After entering rank 4, he has killed many rank 5, including middle stage rank 5 powerhouses. Fang Ping has only entered rank 4 recently. His combat experience is not as good as Yao Qingjuan's, but he has also killed rank 5 martial artists when he was rank 4. Old Master Fu kept introducing them to each other. Until now, many people had a better understanding of both of them. Both of them had reached the stage of external release of mentality. Both of them were thrice honed and killed rank 5 powerhouses. Although both of them were young, even some rank 5 and 6 older martial artists present dared not underestimate them. On the stage, Yao Qingjuan's pace was slow, and he finally stepped onto the stage. Yao Qingjuan's aura and mentality combined to unleash a powerful force, pressuring some of the rank 3 and 4 martial artists around the arena to the point of suffocation. However, it did not affect Yao Qingjun at all. Before Fang Ping could speak, Yao Qingjun took the initiative to say, "Fang Ping, actually, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Back when I heard that your psychic power was so strong that it could be unleashed, I had already thought of fighting you. Among rank 4 martial artists, only you and I can externalize mentality. Unfortunately, my realm was higher than yours before. Although I wanted to, I didn't want to fight against someone lower than me. It would be an unfair victory. Now that you've entered peak rank 4 and are at the same rank as me, I don't have to worry about these things anymore. Today, let's fight." Fang Ping chuckled. "Same here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've said it before, no matter how strong your accumulated aura is, it's all for me. It's an advantage for me, and I don't have to go around challenging others." Yao Qingjun stopped talking. The 6th-pin referee waited until the two of them finished talking before he shouted in a heavy tone. "Begin." Boom, as soon as the referee's voice fell, both of them were 7 to 8 meters away from each other, but they had already started fighting. Fang Ping and Yao Qingjun used mentality attacks at the same time. Invisible waves collided with each other halfway. The airflow exploded instantly, and strong winds blew across the arena. The alloy arena was fine, but the ground outside the arena was lifted up by a cloud of mud and rocks. Some of the spectating martial artists around them retreated one after another. Even some rank 5 martial artists did not linger at this moment. The sound of the air exploding rang out one after another. Yao Qingjun paled, retreating continuously. Fang Ping also staggered slightly, involuntarily taking a few steps back. Both of them stomped heavily on the ground. The A-grade alloy floor creaked under their stomps, their combat boots dragging sparks on the ground. In the blink of an eye, just after the mentality confrontation, both of their figures were like lightning, charging toward each other at the same time. Bang! A loud noise rang out suddenly. The surrounding airflow turned fiery red. A spear and a saber collided in an instant. There were no sparks, but waves of vitality force exploded, splattering everywhere. "Retreat!" A powerhouse bellowed, forcefully pulling the spectating members who had already retreated a distance further away. Boom! The splattering vitality force caused the ground outside the arena to explode again, blasting holes one after another. Many people who were watching felt their hearts palpitate. These two people were really strong. The audience below the arena was still in shock from the impact caused by the aftermath. Fang Ping and Yao Qingjun had already exchanged blows for more than 10 times. From the ground to midair, from midair, they fought back to the arena again. A loud roar resounded throughout the stadium. After exchanging more than 10 blows, the afterimages in everyone's eyes gradually became clear. Fang Ping stepped on the arena, his body forced to retreat more than 10 meters. His combat boots and Chengdao dragged ear-piercing sounds of friction and countless sparks on the arena. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression was solemn. He was not dejected because he was temporarily at a disadvantage. Opposite him, Yao Qingjuan's face was slightly pale. He took a few steps back, but he was not dragged back by the force like Fang Ping. "I underestimated you." Fang Ping spat out a mouthful of blood. He had indeed underestimated Yao Qingjun. He had always thought that his strength was the strongest among the rank 4 martial artists because of his strong vitality. He did not expect that although Yao Qingjuan's strength was not as strong as his combat technique's cultivation was profound, his penetrative power was stronger, and his explosive force was stronger, forcing him to retreat. Same. Yao Qingjun had not finished his words when he stretched his waist and back, wielding his spear and attacking again. The spear tip pierced through the void, piercing Fang Ping's throat in an instant. The audience around them gasped in surprise. The powerhouses were unmoved. As expected, Yao Qingjuan's spear seemed to have pierced a bubble. The afterimages shattered. In the next moment, Fang Ping's figure appeared in midair, raising his saber and slashing. The moment the saber fell, Yao Qingjun had already reacted. The Chengdao shook, the spear tip colliding with the Chengdao dozens of times. Ding ding dang dang, sounds were incessant, piercing everyone's eardrums as if they were about to burst. Hum. A loud explosion was heard. Fang Ping did not attack again. Instead, he performed the flight step and went straight into the sky. The sound was the explosion of the airflow. Yao Qingjun did not chase after him. Instead, he stood on the arena with his spear in hand, his gaze solemn. In midair, a gust of airflow stirred around Fang Ping. A few blood-red vortexes appeared around his body. In the blink of an eye, the little red dots turned into 7 or 8 fist-sized blood-red jade-like objects. Fall. Fang Ping growled. The vitality ball condensed from vitality force broke through the void, crashing down rapidly. In the arena, Yao Qingjuan's expression was solemn. With a step, he left his original spot. Fang Ping, who was in midair, descended rapidly, using his mentality to control the vitality ball to chase after him. Making the vitality ball explode was not out of his control. His mentality could control it. Yao Qingjuan's expression did not change. He did not retreat either. The spear tip glowed with a dazzling light. With a thrust of the spear, he hit a few vitality balls consecutively. Bang! 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 Explosions were heard one after another. The airflow tumbled. At this moment, even the audience area could feel the suffocating pressure. The vitality ball exploded, the airflow swept across the surroundings. Dust flew everywhere. The ground within a radius of tens of meters seemed to have caved in out of thin air. Amidst the smoke and dust, Yao Qingjun was not injured. His face was slightly pale, but he charged toward Fang Ping with his spear in hand, not giving Fang Ping any more chances to perform. Fang Ping's gaze was solemn. He let out an angry roar. Accompanying the roar, his mentality erupted completely, condensing into an invisible needle, piercing toward Yao Qingjuan's skull instantly. Yao Qingjuan's expression did not change. A crimson airflow appeared above his head, mixed with his own mentality, enveloping Fang Ping's invisible needle in an instant. At the same time, Yao Qingjuan's long spear was more than 10 meters away. He released his force, unleashing a spear glow, charging toward Fang Ping in an instant. Explode! Fang Ping growled again. The crimson airflow exploded instantly. Yao Qingjuan's face turned pale instantly. The spear glow that was shot out was shaky. Then, it was shattered by Fang Ping's saber. Nonsense. At this moment, on the grandstand, a middle-aged man in military uniform let out a low roar. A look of worry flashed across his eyes. Huang Jing and the rest looked extremely solemn. Both of them, especially Fang Ping, seemed to be fighting in a simple manner, but it was extremely dangerous. Just now, Fang Ping directly let his mentality explode, almost tearing Yao Qingjuan's mentality apart. The confrontation of mentality was the most dangerous. Fang Ping exploded his mentality. If he was slightly careless, he could cause his brain to die. This kind of combat technique was usually used by grandmasters or peak rank 6 powerhouses when they were fighting for their lives. Back in the catacombs, when MCMAU's old vice-chancellor and the others were fighting for their lives, they used this kind of method. They gathered their strength as one, combining their mentality and vitality force into one, then exploding it directly, blasting the enemy's mentality into pieces. This was a fighting method of mutual destruction. After watching for a while, Huang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. It's not completely exploding. That's good. Fang Ping did not completely explode his mentality. Only a part of it. A part of the explosion could still be recovered. Moreover, it was not all of it. Although it did cause damage to Yao Qingjun, it was not fatal. Even so, the Grandmaster powerhouses of FMS were still somewhat worried. An injury to one's mental power was an extremely serious injury, in the arena. At this moment, Fang Ping stopped attacking. He panted slightly. I have to say, you're very strong. However, you should not have confronted my mentality. I did not want to seriously injure you. Yao Qingjun, admit defeat. Yao Qingjuan's face was pale, but he did not say a word. He withdrew the slightly injured mentality into his body, then continued to attack Fang Ping with his spear. Seeing this, Fang Ping did not say anything else. A strong vitality glow erupted from the saber. In the next moment, the saber and spear collided. Yao Qingjun took a few steps back, but Fang Ping flew backward, blood spurting from his mouth. Yao Qingjuan's Soaring Dragon 9 strikes has been cultivated to the extreme. In terms of combat techniques, Fang Ping is slightly weaker. Old Fu explained. The rank 6 commentator beside him asked, in Old Fu's opinion, who is the winner between the two? I'm afraid Yao Qingjun is going to lose. Old Fu shook his head slightly, saying regretfully, Fang Ping. Other than being slightly lacking in combat techniques, he is almost better than him in all aspects. Yao Qingjuan's combat experience may be better than Fang Ping's, but right now, his execution is somewhat limited. Fang Ping's fighting style is to crush all the way. Experience is not very useful here. Yao Qingjun was extremely strong, but Fang Ping's mentality was stronger than his. His physique was strong, his vitality was strong, and most importantly, he could recover quickly. When faced with an opponent like this, Fang Ping could recover very quickly if he could not injure him with one shot. If there was an adjective to describe Fang Ping, it would be sticky candy. He was too difficult to fight. Moreover, this was not a real fight to the death. In a real fight to the death, judging from the situation just now, Fang Ping might be able to kill Yao Qingjun quickly. The premise was that Fang Ping's mentality could really recover continuously. Of course, if Yao Qingjun did not use his mentality to fight Fang Ping might not be able to find an opportunity so easily. In midair, Yao Qingjun was not someone who gave up easily. After giving up on the fight to the death with mentality, Yao Qingjuan's spear technique was at the point of perfection, almost suppressing Fang Ping. From the looks of the situation, Fang Ping was at a disadvantage. However, anyone with a discerning eye knew that Yao Qingjun was now an arrow at the end of its flight. Although his combat techniques were strong, they were not strong enough to kill Fang Ping in a second. Fang Ping kept vomiting blood, but he was very tenacious. He was also constantly finding time to counterattack. Fang Ping's every slash was an outburst of his full strength. Unlike Yao Qingjun, who failed several strong attacks, his attacks gradually weakened. In the beginning, Yao Qingjun was suppressing Fang Ping. In the end, it was the other way around. Fang Ping began to suppress Yao Qingjun. Both of them were covered in wounds, bathed in blood. Fang Ping, on the other hand, became braver the more he fought. Yao Qingjun was already showing signs of weakness. A deafening roar fell from midair to the ground, and then from the ground to midair. Although most people could not see the silhouettes of both of them clearly, it did not hinder the audience's excitement. Whether they were strong or not, they did not look at anything else. They only looked at the aftermath of the battle. At this moment, the ground around the arena had already caved in from the aftermath of the battle between both of them. Intense sparks shot out from the arena from time to time. The entire arena was shaking. More than 10 minutes later, a silhouette fell from midair outside the arena. Yao Qingjun stabbed his spear into the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Barely stabilizing his body, Yao Qingjun panted violently. His face was deathly pale. The military uniform on his body was also tattered. Sticky blood dripped continuously, smashing onto the ground. After a while, Fang Ping also landed from midair. Although his body was covered in wounds, his eyes were bright. He smiled. Do you want to continue? Yao Qingjun did not utter a word. After a while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Take my last spear." "All right." Before his voice died away, the long spear that was stabbed into the ground suddenly tore the surrounding ground apart, instantly turning into a dazzling beam that charged toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping growled. His Chongdao slashed down like thunder, bang, bang, slash after slash. Outsiders could not see how many slashes Fang Ping had slashed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping withdrew his saber, standing proudly. Yao Qingjun shook his head slightly, saying nothing. Until now, Fang Ping could still unleash his full strength. Although his last spear was extremely lethal, against Fang Ping still managed to shatter the spear glow after more than 10 slashes. At this moment, Yao Qingjun still maintained a certain level of combat strength. Even if his vitality was greatly depleted, just the physical strength of the bodybuilding technique that had been cultivated to the peak was enough to easily tear apart the average rank 4 martial artist. However, against Fang Ping, if he continued to fight, he would only be humiliating himself. I've lost. Yao Qingjun exhaled softly, turned around, and walked toward the team. He had lost. The moment he turned around, Fang Ping forcefully swallowed the blood in his mouth. To win, one must look cool. Yao Qingjuan's multiple outbursts had also caused his internal organs to suffer significant injuries. Although Fang Ping could still fight now, the internal injuries were too severe. Even if he took pills, it would not be easy to recover. He coughed softly. While others were not paying attention, Fang Ping covered his mouth with his hand and swallowed a resurrection pill. After a while, he felt that his internal organs were no longer burning. Fang Ping wins. The referee announced the result. He landed on the ground and looked at Fang Ping. Do you want to continue? Of course. Fang Ping smiled easily, as if he was unharmed. Some of the wounds on his body did not seem to belong to him. The referee gave him a deep look. You've just swallowed a resurrection pill, kid, and you're still pretending. However, Fang Ping wanted to continue, so he did not say anything. Soon, he announced the start of the second round. In the second round, FMS's opponent was Bai Su. Against Bai Su, Fang Ping seemed to fight even more fiercely than before. Every slash of his saber unleashed a strong saber glow. This made everyone from FMS look helpless. It was as if Yao Qingjun did not hurt Fang Ping at all. No matter how bad Fang Ping's royal decapitation cultivation was, it would not be worse than Bai Su's. Coupled with his powerful vitality force, he was suppressing his opponent from start to finish. After slashing dozens of times, Bai Su had nowhere to run. He was sent flying by Fang Ping's saber, bleeding profusely. Continue. The third and fourth person met Fang Ping, and they were almost finished within 3 slashes. After the fifth person went on stage, Fang Ping's mentality, which he had not used before, suddenly exploded again, shocking his opponent so much that his mind went blank. He was sent flying by Fang Ping with 1 slash, falling to the ground and unable to stand up. Magic City Martial Arts University wins. The referee announced loudly. Other than Fang Ping and Yao Qingjun fighting for a long time, the rest of the battle ended extremely quickly. Fang Ping smiled and nodded at his surroundings, walking down the stage with ease. He defeated FMS alone and defeated the 3rd place in the rank 4 ranking list. At this moment, would there still be people who doubted that Fang Ping's strength was not worthy of being the first in rank 4, on the grandstand? Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong, and the rest looked slightly solemn. If they met Fang Ping, it would probably be a tough fight. When he returned to the team, Tang Feng walked over, glanced at him, and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" Fang Ping shook his head slightly. The injury was not too serious. However, this did not mean that Yao Qingjun was weak. If Fang Ping did not injure his mentality, the battle would not have ended so quickly. Even so, Yao Qingjuan's spear technique was sharp, and the internal explosion of qi still injured Fang Ping's internal organs. If FMS had another powerhouse like Yao Qingjun, Fang Ping might be in trouble. There was a limit to how thick his skin was. It was not like he could not be beaten to death. Fang Ping shook his head. Qin Fengqing, who was beside him, curled his lips and said, "Just show off. You're bleeding so much that you can take a bath." As he said that, he did not give Fang Ping a chance to refute and said immediately, "Give me back my saber." Fang Ping did not waste any time and threw the saber over. As for bleeding so much that he could take a bath, he would get used to it. It was not the first time anyway. Qin Fengqing caught it and examined it carefully. Then, he said with a pained expression, "Look, there are so many scratches. It's not that your saber doesn't hurt, but you had to pretend. If you didn't take the last shot, he would have lost." B-class alloy sabers were not so easily broken. Nicks did not appear easily. But scratches, they were unavoidable. In the intense confrontation, Yao Qingjuan's spear was not bad either. There were many visible scratches on the saber. Fang Ping said impatiently, "What's wrong with a few scratches over 10 million? 1 million is enough for one scratch. Stop talking nonsense." Qin Fengqing wanted to curse. He did not see any money. If he saw 10 million, he would stop talking nonsense. Fang Ping ignored him because the battle between CCMAU and NMAU was about to begin. Now, both sides were preparing. In CCMAU's team. At this moment, the Grandmaster personally came down and said softly, "Don't be distracted by Fang Ping and the others. Just do your best." Li Hansong nodded and exhaled. "Dean, don't worry. Although Fang Ping is strong, he's not so strong that I can't defeat him. We'll only know who wins and who loses after the battle." "That's good. But be careful against Wang Jinyang." "I know." Li Hansong glanced at Wang Jinyang from afar. At this moment, Wang Jinyang was stroking his saber alone, while the other NMAU members wore expressions of unwillingness and helplessness. NMAU could only rely on Wang Jinyang. Even if Lan Wufeng went on stage, it would only take one punch. The second battle soon began. This time, Old Master Fu was no longer the commentator. The commentator was MCMAU's Luo Yichuan. Luo Yichuan gave high praise to both of them, but in the end, he said, "Wang Jinyang is from NMAU. It's not easy for him to grow to this point in a university like Nanjiang Martial Arts University. This has nothing to do with talent. No matter how talented he is, if he doesn't work hard, it'll be hard for Wang Jinyang to get to this point." Wang Jinyang was very talented and had a bone marrow mutation. However, a bone marrow mutation did not mean that one would definitely become an expert. If one did not work hard, even if one was given a golden body, one would still be trash. NMAU's conditions could not compare to these elite schools. Wang Jinyang had not been left behind by the others, not because NMAU had specially taken care of him, but because he had gone deep into the catacombs many times to fight and kill, seizing opportunities on his own. In the arena. As soon as the two of them got on the stage, their auras reached an extreme. Li Hansong's aura was extremely strong, and Wang Jinyang wasn't any weaker than him. This surprised many experts. Li Hansong had also achieved this through fighting. Previously, he had reached the 7th rank in rank 4. Wang Jinyang did not attack much. It was rare for him to be able to accumulate strength to this extent. Seeing that the two of them had no intention of speaking, the referee did not delay and shouted, "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, a saber light pierced through the void, as if it was going to split the sky, and descended in the blink of an eye. It was Wang Jinyang's saber. However, what was even more shocking was Li Hansong. At this moment, Li Hansong's head suddenly glowed with a golden light. The golden light instantly covered his entire body and then gathered on his fist. Li Hansong leaped into the air, causing the stage to sink into the ground. In the next moment, Li Hansong raised his fist towards the sky. The intense golden light caused countless people to close their eyes. Rumble, the sound of an explosion instantly rang out. Some of the spectators in the distance only felt nauseous and uncomfortable. As soon as the two of them went up the stage, they used their ultimate moves. At this moment, Lu Dali moved in front of Fang Ping and opened his mouth to ask. Fang Ping shouted, "Shut up." Who would have the time to deal with him? Both of them were likely to be his next opponents. Against such opponents, it was better to see their strength first. Lu Dali was speechless and could only raise his head to look at the sky. He could not see anything, the fight was so boring. In midair, all he could see was a blood-red glow and a golden glow colliding non-stop. Deafening booms could be heard continuously, shaking the bodies of those who were closer. Lu Dali also felt a little pressured. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was fine. He also raised his head to watch. Both of them had unleashed their full strength once they got on the stage. Wang Jinyang's saber was extremely fast and strong, but Li Hansong's skull was naturally formed. It was almost the rhythm of a half-golden body. When he unleashed his power, the power of his iron fists was also shocking. The 40-meter-long saber is coming. Just as Lu Dali was watching in boredom, Fang Ping murmured. Then, a thick blood-red saber light appeared in midair again. Ha! Li Hansong's roar resounded through the sky and earth. Above his head, the golden light was like the sun, causing many low-ranked martial artists to cry. He's also something that can take a beating. Fang Ping murmured again. Li Hansong's skull was naturally formed. His flesh even had some indestructible characteristics. At this moment, when he unleashed his full strength, when the blood-red saber light fell, Li Hansong neither dodged nor retreated. His golden fist punched the saber light fiercely. There was more than one saber light. When Li Hansong shattered the first one, very quickly, the second saber light fell. The second one, the third one, after 7 or 8 consecutive slashes, both of them gradually landed on the stage. At this moment, the silent Wang Jinyang suddenly let out a low roar. His entire body shone with a blood-red glow. The sound of the great river's waves came from his body. That was the sound of blood flowing. Walala, it was hard to imagine that a person's blood flow could produce such a turbulent sound. Luo Yichuan said quickly, bone marrow like mercury. It's true to its name. The reason why he said this was because although Fang Ping was also known as having bone marrow like mercury, he did not seem to have any special effects. At least, it was not as flashy as Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping saw that Wang Jinyang's entire body seemed to be covered in vitality. He was stunned for a moment, then he cursed silently. What was he showing off for? Speaking of which, he did not seem to know this move. Didn't bone marrow like mercury only speed up the recovery of vitality? It could also stimulate vitality and make vitality more vigorous. At this moment, both of them were exhibiting strange phenomena. One was like a golden god of war, the other was like a blood-red devil. From the looks of it, Fang Ping and Yao Qingjuan's mentality confrontation was much better. The confrontation of mentality was formless and intangible. Unless one had reached the Grandmaster level, one would not be able to materialize it. Ordinary people would not understand it. The blood-red silhouette and the golden silhouette intertwined constantly. Li Hansong's iron fist and Wang Jinyang's glaive slashed the stage from time to time. Even though the stage was covered in A-grade alloy, faint cracks appeared on it. After all, it was not the alloy used to forge weapons. When both of them unleashed their full power, they had nothing to worry about. Their strength was no weaker than a middle stage and upper stage rank 5 powerhouse. Slash. Just as everyone was dazzled by the scene, Wang Jinyang's cold roar was heard. When martial artists fought, they would often roar in order to release the pressure they were under. After a cold roar, everyone could only see the blood-red saber light rapidly obliterating the golden fist light. The winner is about to be decided, Tang Feng said in a low voice. Before he finished speaking, Li Hansong also roared. An even more intense light appeared on his fist. Boom, both of them attacked with all their might. The blood-red and golden silhouettes shot out at the same time. At this moment, some grandmasters attacked directly, covering the spectator area with a layer of mentality barrier. Both figures collided with the mentality barrier, and another loud sound was heard. The next moment, a blood-red light shot up into the sky from afar. Wang Jinyang stopped retreating. The vitality force on the surface of his body became denser, and the sound of blood flowing became clearer. His saber slashed down. Before the saber light arrived, a huge crack appeared on the ground. Li Hansong also shot up into the sky. Both his fists bombarded rapidly, but they were continuously pressed down. Wang Jinyang's saber exploded again and again. After a few times, Li Hansong was pressed down into the ground, creating a deep pit. Exploded mud and rocks flew everywhere. At this moment, Wang Jinyang had already rushed over. The glaive in his hand no longer emitted a vitality glow. He raised his saber and slashed at Li Hansong's fists. Sparks flew again. Some of the obstacles in the surroundings were quickly ignited, but they were quickly destroyed by the Grandmaster Powerhouse's mentality. Following the slashes, Li Hansong sank deep into the ground. As both of them fought, they sank directly into the ground. The spectators craned their necks to look. Fang Ping's mentality transformed into a gossamer and drifted around the surroundings, continuing to watch the battle. Bursts of explosions came from the ground. A few seconds later, a figure dashed out. Wang Jinyang staggered slightly. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and the color on his body dissipated. At this moment, the spectators could clearly see that there was a clear fist mark on his chest. His sternum was slightly caved in, and the clothes in the middle of his chest had long been torn apart. The spectators were a little confused. Did he win or lose? Soon, they had an answer. In the deep pit, after a while, Li Hansong leaped out of the ground with great effort. Compared to Wang Jinyang, Li Hansong did not seem to have any external injuries. However, the spectators who saw him directly could not help but exclaim. At this moment, Li Hansong's face looked like it had been sliced open by a saber. Golden light surged, healing the wound continuously. However, he did not have the recovery ability of a golden body powerhouse. At this moment, the wound had not been healed completely. The clear-cut saber mark was still frightening. Wang Jinyang had slashed his head. This bastard is cheating. Fang Ping could not help but mutter. This Li Hansong fellow's iron head technique was really awesome. After being slashed by Wang Jinyang's saber, he was not cut in half. The injury was not too serious either. It looked horrifying, but in reality, it was not too serious. This iron head technique was really enviable. As Fang Ping said this, a few people around him rolled their eyes and looked at him. Others could say that, but Fang Ping did not. In the arena, Wang Jinyang looked at Li Hansong. Li Hansong did not say much. He turned and walked out of the arena. He had lost. Although the injury was not serious enough to kill him, his skull was slightly cracked. If he continued to fight now, it would be a matter of life and death. As soon as Li Hansong entered the arena, the referee descended from the sky and announced loudly, Wang Jinyang wins. Continue? Wang Jinyang's expression did not change. He nodded and said, continue. CCMAU's number 2, a powerhouse in the top 100, Xianxia, did not delay. He passed by Li Hansong, nodded slightly, and stepped into the midair step. As soon as he entered the arena, Xianxia unleashed his full strength. Vitality force surged out, and his saber struck. Boom! Wang Jinyang raised his saber to counterattack, but he took a few steps back. He frowned slightly, blood spurting from his chest. Opposite him, Xianxia's expression was slightly solemn. Without delay, he continued to attack wildly. Wang Jinyang dodged a few times, but the Chongdao in his hand did not attack again. After a few minutes of entanglement, Wang Jinyang suddenly pulled out his saber. A huge saber glow appeared again, and the saber struck. Pfft! Fresh blood gushed out of Xianxia's mouth. He flew backward for a distance, but he attacked again. Wang Jinyang coughed, waved his saber again, and did the same thing again and again. Xianxia's body was covered with many saber marks that were so deep that bones could be seen. Finally, he could not fight anymore and had to leave the arena. After defeating 2 people consecutively, Wang Jinyang was actually an arrow at the end of its flight. On the grandstand, Fang Ping frowned slightly and said, if this goes on, his foundation will be damaged. Wang Jinyang was very strong, Fang Ping had to admit that. Li Hansong's ability was not weaker than Yao Qingjuan's, maybe even stronger. Of course, both of them had not fought, so it was hard to say. Yao Qingjun was at a disadvantage on Fang Ping's side because his strong point, mentality, was restrained. If he encountered Li Hansong, however, that was a huge advantage. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. Wang Jinyang was slightly stronger than Li Hansong, but after defeating Li Hansong, he was also heavily injured. Then, he encountered Xianxia's desperate fighting style. If this went on, his internal injuries would be extremely serious. CCMAU still had a peak rank 4, even if he was not as good as Xianxia and the others. A peak rank 4 martial artist was not someone the heavily injured Wang Jinyang could easily defeat. Tang Feng shook his head slightly and said, maybe he doesn't want to encounter you. Yao Qingjun is injured, but you look fine. He still has a chance against Yao Qingjun. FMS's overall ability is not as good as ours, but against us, it will be difficult. If NMAU lost this time, they would encounter MCMAU. MCMAU's Chen Wenlong and the others were all unharmed. Fang Ping had also defeated Yao Qingjun, so Wang Jinyang would be very difficult to fight. On the other hand, if they defeated CCMAU and fought FMS next, they might have a chance to enter the finals. While Fang Ping and Tang Feng were talking, Wang Jinyang chose to continue. This battle was even more difficult. Wang Jinyang dodged his opponent's attacks a few times, starting to focus on evasion. However, he was still hit a few times by his opponent, and the injury on his chest became more serious. Finally, Wang Jinyang exploded again, defeating his opponent with one slash and severely injuring the third person from CCMAU. Next, before Wang Jinyang could finish his sentence, NMAU's old vice-chancellor suddenly said, "Give up." Wang Jinyang turned his head to look. NMAU's vice-chancellor shook his head lightly. If this continued, Wang Jinyang would miss the golden period of cultivation. Serious injuries could not be easily healed by pills. Take Bai Ruashi for example. Previously, her internal injuries were too serious and she had to recuperate for more than half a year. A hint of struggle flashed in Wang Jinyang's eyes. He did not persist and stepped down from the arena, sighing in his heart. After Wang Jinyang retreated, CCMAU's side also breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone could almost predict the outcome of the next match. The reality was as expected. 2 upper stage rank 4 martial artists against 1 early stage rank 4 and 3 rank 3 martial artists, and not peak rank 3. Such a battle would almost certainly not go wrong. Although Lan Wufeng fought with all his might, he was still no match for an upper stage rank 4 powerhouse. In the end, a sword pierced through his right arm and he fell to the ground. Even if the remaining 3 fought with all their might, it would only take a few moves from each of them. Group B's last battle made people sigh. Wang Jinyang defeated 3 peak rank 4 powerhouses, but NMAU still lost. The disparity between the schools as a whole was vividly reflected. If only one person could help, they would not have lost. A few minutes later, the referee announced loudly, "Capital City Martial Arts University wins." The CCMAU students outside the stadium did not cheer. This battle was a little embarrassing for them. MCMAU's Fang Ping had defeated FMS by himself. FMS was much more famous than NMAU. On the other hand, when CCMAU fought NMAU, all 3 peak rank 4 were defeated by one person. In the end, CCMAU only won when it reached the 4th person. It was a difficult victory, and there was even a moment of danger of defeat. At this moment, no matter how you looked at it, CCMAU seemed to be inferior to MCMAU. "Brother Wang, this means that either tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, the 2 of us are going to fight." At this point in the competition, MCMAU would fight NMAU, and CCMAU would fight FMS. It was just a matter of drawing lots to see who would go first. Tomorrow and the day after, there would be a match each day. After saying that, Fang Ping frowned slightly. "Can your injuries heal so quickly?" Wang Jinyang's face was pale. He smiled and said, "We'll just have to wait and see." Fang Ping smiled and caressed the saber at his waist. He shook his head slightly. "I might not be able to use this saber." Wang Jinyang's injuries were not light, and so was Li Hansong. If Li Hansong fought Yao Qingjun again, even if he won, he might not have much energy left. On the other hand, he had not suffered any serious injuries until now. With such a tight competition schedule, it was not just about strength but also about endurance. The others' recovery abilities were not as good as his. When it came to the finals, they might not be able to go all out. The group competition was over. The opponents did not need to be drawn. The draw was for the competition time. An extra day to recover was the biggest advantage at this time. This time, no one cheated. A few grandmasters went up together, supervising each other. For martial artists, 1 day's time might help martial artists recover a lot from injuries. Fang Ping and Li Hansong went up on stage to draw lots. Both teams were first in the group. Fang Ping looked at Li Hansong, who was almost disfigured, and could not help but say, "Can't you wear a mask? It's scary." As soon as he said that, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Hu Yong, who was joining in the fun, was gritting his teeth. It was you, ESNNU's vice-chancellor had not left yet. The losers group did not need to compete now, but the rankings had not been decided. He was waiting. At this moment, ESNNU's vice-chancellor was also staring at Fang Ping deeply. Sometimes, a sentence could cause a big reaction. It was rare for a martial artist to wear a hood. But some people might be used to doing this kind of thing. Fang Ping blurted it out, which meant that he did not care about it at all. He was used to it. Fang Ping was a little surprised. He looked around and saw everyone looking at him strangely. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something, and his face darkened. What are you looking at? What are you thinking? Li Hansong's face was almost split in half. What's wrong with me asking him to wear a mask? He turned his head and glanced at Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing looked straight ahead, as if he knew nothing. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. The innocent are innocent. What's the use of looking? I didn't do it anyway. Draw lots. The powerhouse from the Department of Education interrupted everyone's stare. This small matter could be discussed later. Fang Ping did not waste any more words. He quickly drew lots, opened the number plate, and shrugged. The day after tomorrow. Old Wang's luck was good. If they fought tomorrow, his injuries might not recover. If it was the day after tomorrow, even if he did not fully recover, he would recover well. They were the day after tomorrow. Naturally, Li Hansong and Yao Qingjun would fight tomorrow. Li Hansong looked at Fang Ping, then at Yao Qingjun, and suddenly said, "What do you mean?" Yao Qingjun said in a low voice, "For the school, not me." "You've fought him before." "I haven't." "You've already lost." "Is there a difference?" Li Hansong laughed self-deprecatingly. Well, after losing to Wang Jinyang, the so-called invincible rank 4 had become empty talk. Li Hansong glanced at Fang Ping again and sighed softly. Fine, now that things have come to this, the school is more important. The next moment, Yao Qingjun and Li Hansong swallowed multiple pills, and their auras suddenly changed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, 3 faintly discernible portals appeared above the two of them. The 3 portals flashed, and then 5 transparent heavenly bridges suddenly appeared above the two of them. The bridges of heaven and earth, which were originally arranged separately, suddenly began to merge. The few evolved Jing masters at the side also quickly made their moves, and the surrounding energy particles quickly gathered together. Countless vitality pills and energy stones suddenly appeared in front of the grandmasters of CCMAU and the first military school. Then, they shattered under the vibration of mentality, and countless vitality forces and energy emerged. Fang Ping's expression was so dark that it was unbearable. What does that mean? What did he mean? I won't stop you from breaking through to rank 5. What are the two of you trying to prove by breaking through in front of everyone? What did that mean? It means that the two of you losers, it's not that you can't beat us, it's just that you don't want to break through? Moreover, the grandmasters were already prepared, and everything was in place. Did they discuss this beforehand? Then why are you still talking nonsense, acting like you're unwilling and only doing this for the school? F***ck. Fang Ping cursed in his heart, but he was not careless. His mentality moved, and he hurriedly extracted vitality forces and energy particles to replenish his consumption. The grandmasters of CCMAU and the first military school all looked at him, but Fang Ping acted as if he did not see them. He had used up a lot in the battle just now. Now that he had free energy stones and vitality pills to replenish himself, why would he waste his wealth points? He insisted on absorbing shamelessly, and the others could not do anything about it. This was the outside world, not their own energy room and vitality pool. Fang Ping was absorbing energy to replenish himself, so how could they beat him to death? Choosing to break through outdoors was also a demonstration, a show of strength. Fang Ping was unhappy, but he insisted on absorbing some, so it was really hard to say anything. The grandmasters did not know whether to laugh or cry. They could only take out some vitality pills and energy stones again, shattering them to replenish vitality and energy. In the end, these grandmasters soon realized that they had underestimated the bastards from MCMAU. Qin Fengqing did not appear at all, but this little bastard was also inhaling and exhaling vitality, beginning to hone his internal organs. Wang Jinyang seemed to be hesitating, but seeing that both of them had done it, he hesitated for a moment, flashed an apologetic smile at the grandmasters, and joined in the absorption. NMAU was too poor. Saving a little was better than nothing. The grandmasters' expressions did not change, but their gazes lingered on the few of them. Very good, they were thick-skinned enough, martial artists had to fight. The word fight was used incisively and vividly by them, however, the two schools were rich and overbearing, so they did not say anything at this moment. Go ahead and absorb, see how much you can absorb. While Fang Ping absorbed the energy and vitality quickly, he said in a low voice, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and cultivate. This is equivalent to a free vitality pool and energy room, and there are grandmasters helping to remove impurities. The effect is even better. Aren't you an idiot?" Chen Wenlong and the others looked at each other, a little embarrassed. But, it was indeed quite attractive. Going to the vitality pool or the energy room. This kind of pure vitality and energy was much more expensive than usual cultivation. Now, cultivating here for a few minutes might cost tens of millions. Considering this, Chen Wenlong and the others hesitated for a moment before joining in the absorption. CCMAU's Grandmaster's expression was a little dark. He glared at Fang Ping. "You're good, kid. You can't eat it and you still want to take the consequences." "Sure." Fang Ping pretended he did not see it. "You're the one who insisted on doing this. Breaking through rank 5 in front of everyone, deliberately provoking us? Since you're breaking through here, then I'll recover here." "I didn't say that I couldn't." At the side, both Li Hansong and Yao Qingjun could not care less about this now. The 5 celestial bridges were merging continuously, forming a closed ring. This required time. It was not something that could be done in one go. Outside the arena, the audience had not left yet. A group of people on the stage were drawing lots, but suddenly there was no sound. Everyone was a little surprised. At this time, the commentator who did not appear much today exclaimed, "The prodigies are indeed prodigies. One failure cannot defeat them at all." Both Li Hansong and Yao Qingjun have deep vitality accumulation and their 5 viscera have been honed to the extreme. Perhaps they were provoked by the failure. Right now, both of them are advancing toward rank 5. From today onwards, there will be 2 more rank 5 prodigies among the martial arts universities and military school students. There was some noise below the stage. Rank 5? They've reached rank 5 just like that? They're geniuses indeed. Why does it feel like breaking through is easier than eating and drinking? Both of them have broken through. Why didn't Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang break through? I'm not sure. Is it because both of them won, so they weren't provoked? The laymen were watching the show, but the insiders were green with envy. Rank 5, they broke through just like that. These prodigies were really 2F** king enviable. Many people had wasted decades in the lower ranks, but now, right in front of them, the other person had easily broken through. What was the concept of rank 5, especially when these genius martial artists broke through rank 5? After breaking through rank 5, their combat strength might not be weaker than the average peak rank 5 martial artist. Such a powerhouse, based on their strength alone, would have no problem serving as a provincial deputy governor. Or entering the military department, they might even get the title of general. The audience did not leave. They were all paying attention. At this moment, Fang Ping had also absorbed a large amount of vitality force, recovering his consumption. He did not continue. Although Fang Ping could take the opportunity to continue cultivating, once he had recovered, Fang Ping voluntarily gave up. He chuckled. "I'm not cultivating anymore. I'll save some for CCMAU and FMS. I can't let the Grandmasters spend too much." The Grandmasters pretended not to hear him. "Why didn't you say this before?" Fang Ping did not stop. He walked down from the grandstand, walked to the side, and gave Lu Dali a look. Lu Dali hurried over and said hurriedly, "President Fang, have they really broken through to rank 5? Not yet. They'll be almost there in a while." Fang Ping said with a smile, "Actually, they could have broken through before, but they wanted to create an invincible rank 4 aura. It's a pity." Sigh, everyone saw it. Their dream of being invincible rank 4 was shattered. They had no choice but to break through. It's a pity. Listening to Fang Ping, it was obvious that it was not a good thing for these two to break through to rank 5. It was a pity. Lu Dali understood what he meant. He quickly said, "Then when will President Fang choose to break through to rank 5? After defeating Wang Jinyang. After defeating him, I'll actually be an invincible rank 4 martial artist. If I'm invincible in rank 3, I'll be invincible in rank 4 too. There's no hurry to break through to rank 5. It's not a good thing if it's too early. Moreover, both of them are already in their senior year. I'm only in my sophomore year. There's no hurry. I can accumulate more. Lu Dali was exceptionally clear-headed at this moment. He repeated with emphasis, that's true. They're all in their senior year and are about to graduate. President Fong, it's still early. In this case, when President Fong graduates, you might be a rank 6 martial artist. That's hard to say. It depends on luck. If luck is good, Grandmaster. If luck is bad, peak rank 6 won't be difficult. Fong Ping said with a smile, of course, it's also worth congratulating the two seniors for breaking through to rank 5. Everyone will be able to see the rank 5 battle tomorrow. However, they've just entered rank 5, so the difference from before might not be that big. If President Fong enters the finals, you'll be fighting against a rank 5 powerhouse. Are you confident? Fong Ping smiled. Of course I'm confident. Actually, I haven't given my all in the previous competitions mainly because I wanted to wait for the seniors to enter rank 5. Now that the seniors have given me this opportunity, MCMAU will not disappoint and continue our legend. President Fong is indeed an invincible rank 4 powerhouse. Then we'll look forward to President Fong bringing us a bigger surprise. I will. Fong Ping smiled calmly. Lu Dali flattered him again. As for Fong Ping and Wang Jinyang, they had not fought yet. It was obvious whether Fong Ping was an invincible rank 4. Look, Fong Ping defeated FMS. Did Wang Jinyang defeat CCMAU? The rank 5 breakthrough lasted for more than an hour. Until more than an hour later, Li Hansong and Yao Qingjuan's celestial bridges officially merged, forming a circular sealed passageway. Next, when they cultivated absorbed energy and vitality, the leakage would be much smaller, which was more beneficial to the honing of the internal organs. When they reached rank 6 and sealed the Sanjiao Gate, there would no longer be leakage of vitality and energy. At that time, even if they were old and frail, it would be difficult for their condition to decline, unless they were injured. Both of them had completed their breakthrough. The Grandmasters no longer consumed vitality pills and energy stones. At this moment, Qin Fengqing opened his eyes and mumbled, "What's up?" I've just reached an important juncture in my cultivation. Having said that, he sensed that the atmosphere was not very good. Qin Fengqing looked around for a moment and chuckled. Fong Ping, next time don't let us cultivate outside. It's easy to go wrong. Fong Ping glared at him. When I say cultivate, you're already doing it. Qin Fengqing did not care about this. He laughed and stood up. Then, he said respectfully, "Thank you, Grandmasters." Qin Fengqing will never forget this. Today, my cultivation is not deep enough and I lack cultivation resources. When I succeed in martial arts tomorrow, I will definitely repay you with a gushing spring. When he said that, everyone was a little surprised. Qin Fengqing could actually say such words. This was much better than that bastard Fong Ping. This kid was still making sarcastic remarks after he finished cultivating. Qin Fengqing saw the Grandmaster's gratified expressions and laughed proudly. If I succeed in martial arts, then I'll at least be rank 9. When I reach rank 9. Rank 9, who knows when that will happen? Qin Fengqing set an example. When the others finished cultivating, they also expressed their gratitude. Fong Ping saw that and rolled his eyes. He smiled and said, "You don't have to be too polite. The world's martial arts universities are one family. The Grandmasters are Grandmasters because they treat their juniors generously and have no sectarian bias. Although we are students from other schools, we are also the students of all the Grandmasters. The few instructors treat us well. We just need to remember it in our hearts. There's no need to say it out loud. When we succeed in martial arts in the future, the instructors will feel extremely relieved when we kill one more enemy. This is better than us repaying them. Instructors, don't worry. When I succeed in my cultivation, I will definitely kill some powerhouses to congratulate the Grandmasters." Everyone looked at him. The Grandmasters did not say anything. What could they say? Fang Ping saw that and smiled again. Instructors, I won't be so courteous with you in the future. Next time, if there's anything I don't understand in martial arts, can you instructors give me some pointers? This was not easy to answer. The grandmasters were a little tired, so they did not say anything. In the blink of an eye, whoosh whoosh whoosh, they soared into the sky one after another. Fang Ping curled his lips. How petty, Huang Jing glanced at him and said exasperatedly, go back. Fang Ping was the first person who could make so many grandmasters run away. There were many highlights in this day's competition. Fang Ping defeated Yao Qingjun and Wang Jinyang defeated Li Hansong. The two previously famous prodigies had experienced their first failure in their lives. However, both of them broke through rank 5 one after another. The more they suffered, the braver they became. This was also amazing. The impact of their failure was also much smaller. This was probably the reason why both of them chose to break through. It was to divert everyone's attention. Otherwise, CCMAU and FMS would probably be the talk of the town after their failure this time. Regarding this, Fang Ping was well aware of it. December 18, CCMAU vs FMS. This was also the semi-finals. Whoever won would advance to the finals. As for the other 6 martial arts universities, the rankings had already been decided. There was no need to continue the competition. 9 States Military School, ranked 5th. SNMAU tied with SCMAU, ranked 6th. In reality, SCMAU and SNMAU had the same number of points, but SNMAU was stronger than SCMAU. After the rankings were decided, SCMAU could choose to fight with SNMAU again to determine who was 6th or 7th. However, Liu Shiji had recovered a lot from his injuries, so SCMAU chose to give up in the end. SCMAU, ranked 7th. DNMAU, ranked 8th. TMAU, ranked 9th. ESNNU, ranked 10th. This kind of ranking was a little different from what the outside world had predicted. The biggest dark horse was NMAU, which had made it to the semi-finals and was at least ranked 4th. The second surprising was Yunming Military School, which did not make it to the top 10. In the 8-school alliance, SUST, which was not weak, was also eliminated. It was also a pity. On the other hand, ESNNU, which was average in the 8-school alliance, had made it to the top 10, even though it was last. The rankings of the last 6 were announced. The championship was coming to an end. December 18, Chen Yunqi arrived at CCMAU again. In the stadium, Chen Yunqi said excitedly, Fang Ping, I broke through. Fang Ping leaned back in his chair and said lazily, not bad. Upper stage rank 3. Faster than Zhao Lei. The second sophomore to enter upper stage rank 3. Not bad, not bad. Third, right? Chen Yunqi could not help but say that Han Su was faster than her. I don't count. Fang Ping said lazily, ever since I became the president, I don't think I'm a student anymore. Yes, you're a Skinner. Of course, these words were not said by Chen Yunqi. Qin Fengqing snorted disdainfully and looked at Chen Yunqi, saying, Yunqi, Fang Ping is so evil that his feet are oozing pus. Don't waste your breath on him. Come, sit with Senior Fengqing. Senior brother will give you some pointers on your martial arts cultivation. Chen Yunqi glanced at him. She did not reject him, but she subconsciously shifted her position further away from him. Qin Fengqing was speechless. He seemed to have thought of something and smiled pleasantly. Yunqi, I heard that you lack weapons? I don't have anything good here, but I happen to have a sword that suits you. I won't take advantage of you and will sell it to you for 80 million. Someone offered me 100 million, but I didn't sell it. Senior Qin, I don't lack weapons. Chen Yunqi shook her head and refused. Qin Fengqing said rather anxiously, how can it not be lacking? You're still using C-grade alloy now. You'll be rank 4 soon. At the very least, you should buy a B-grade alloy sword as a backup, my grandfather prepared it for me. Qin Fengqing choked and said, I'm always short on pills. I happen to have a few more rank 3 vitality pills. I'll sell them to you for 2 million each. Chen Yunqi's face was gloomy. Do I really look like an idiot? The school charged 40 credits apiece. Now that credits were easy to earn, it was said to be worth 2 million. If he really wanted to trade with someone in private, he might even be able to buy it for 1 million. Qin Fengqing asked for 2 million the moment he opened his mouth. Am I that stupid? Senior brother Qin, I don't need it. How can you not need it? Oh right, junior sister Yunqi, do you still remember that you owe me 5 million? Although I don't lack money now, we should settle accounts clearly, senior brother Qin. Qin Yunqi was a little unhappy. She said with slight annoyance, I don't owe you money. What are you saying? Fang Ping yawned from the side. Was Qin Fengqing crazy? Why did he want to extort Qin Yunqi out of nowhere? Of course, Qin Fengqing wanted to extort a sum of money. She was a rich man. He had just heard from someone last night that Qin Yunqi had brought an energy stone the size of an egg to school to cultivate. Now that her cultivation was over and she had broken through to upper stage rank 3, it was possible that she had not used up the energy stone and still had half of it left. This was what a tycoon was like. What was the use of Fang Ping extorting a poor man like him? If he wanted someone, he should look for a tycoon like Qin Yunqi. Moreover, he had also heard that Fang Ping had sold pills to Qin Yunqi before. If Fang Ping could sell them, naturally, he could sell them too. If worst came to worst, he could get a loan to buy a batch. Credits were not hard to earn anyway. Qin Fengqing was tireless. Fang Ping saw that both CCMAU and CCMAU had gone up on stage and was getting impatient. Do you think we're as gullible as you? Seeing that he was still talking nonsense, Fang Ping's mentality was as thin as a gossamer, teasing Chen Yaoting who was a distance away. Chen Yaoting tilted his head, his expression dark. Fang Ping hurriedly smiled and pointed at Qin Fengqing. Chen Yaoting saw and listened for a while. His expression gradually darkened. Qin Fengqing was still peddling his pills when everything went black. The next moment, Qin Fengqing realized that he was no longer in the same place. As for where he was, he could not sense it for now. It was pitch black all around. Fang Ping glanced at Qin Fengqing who had been pinned to the ground. He gloated and laughed. It's finally quiet. This guy talked a lot. How could he bluff people like that? He really took people for fools. Bluffing people was a skill. It was not that simple. Qin Fengqing was too rough. Chen Yunqi also let out a sigh of relief. Then, she asked embarrassedly, is Senior Qin okay? He's fine. Let him rest for a while. Fang Ping did not care too much. He casually knocked on Qin Fengqing's head, who was still outside. He smiled and said, the mentality shield is not thick. He'll be out in half an hour. Seeing him knock on Qin Fengqing's head like a watermelon, the people around him held back their laughter. When Qin Fengqing came out later, he would fight him to the death. Fang Ping did not care at all. This group of people knew nothing. Once the mentality shield was out, Qin Fengqing was dizzy. How could he still feel what was happening in the outside world? Now that someone had peed on his head, he would not even know who did it. Ignoring Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping looked at Yao Qingjun and Li Hansong on the stage. He muttered, both of them have only broken through for one night. Their auras have become much stronger. When it comes to the finals, it seems like they will be even stronger. Breaking through to rank 5 has indeed increased their strength. Zhang Yu and the rest were a little envious. They wanted to achieve rank 5 too. Unfortunately, it was still too early. Chen Wenlong thought for a while and asked, who do you think will win? Yao Qingjun. Yao Qingjun? Everyone was a little surprised. Yao Qingjun was defeated by Fang Ping yesterday. His performance was not too outstanding. On the other hand, although Li Hansong was defeated by Wang Jinyang, he had severely injured Wang Jinyang. If they were to compare injuries, Li Hansong might not be as heavily injured as Wang Jinyang. It was only because his skull was injured and his strongest point was broken that he admitted defeat. He was not really weaker than Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping nodded. Although Li Hansong's skull is naturally formed, his vitality and physique are extremely strong, he has broken through to rank 5. The increase in strength is not too obvious. On the other hand, Yao Qingjun. After breaking through, his mentality has skyrocketed. Right now, he might not be weaker than me, maybe even slightly stronger. The increase in strength is more obvious for him. If both of them were evenly matched in the beginning, then Yao Qingjun has the upper hand now. That's why I think Yao Qingjun has a higher chance of winning. Even so, if he defeats Li Hansong, FMS's chances of winning are not high. CCMAU's overall strength is stronger. If Yao Qingjun defeats him, his mentality will be depleted at least. He might even be seriously injured and not be able to defeat Qin Zhe. Fang Ping's judgment was not without basis. If Li Hansong's mentality was slightly stronger, even if he could only release it, he felt that Li Hansong's chances of winning would be higher. However, Li Hansong did not reach the standard. This became a shortcoming. Under the situation where both of their strengths were similar, the probability of losing was very high. While Fang Ping was talking, both of them had already started fighting on the stage. Needless to say, after breaking through to rank 5, the momentum of both of them fighting was even greater than yesterday. Li Hansong's golden body was even more dazzling. Fang Ping even suspected that when this guy reached rank 6, he might be able to condense a half-golden body like old man Li. No, maybe even further, his skull was stronger. Yao Qingjun's mentality had also become stronger. Fang Ping could clearly feel that his mentality was fluctuating. Some of the minor injuries from yesterday had also recovered now. It seemed like breaking through to the next realm was also extremely effective in the recovery of mentality. Yao Qingjun's breakthrough yesterday might also have included some intention of healing. Moreover, as rank 5 powerhouses, both of them recovered faster. 5 celestial bridges were connected. The surrounding energy particles constantly surged toward the center of the battlefield, absorbed by both of them. Fang Ping frowned slightly. Both of them recovered quickly. One relied on his mentality to speed up his recovery, while the other honed his skull. His recovery speed was also very fast. If he encountered them in the future, it would be very difficult to rely on a battle of attrition. Both of them were fighting. The momentum was extremely vast, and strange phenomena were everywhere. The sky was reflected in half gold, and the other half was transparent. In the stadium, other than where the battle stage was, everywhere the two of them passed, the ground collapsed. Seeing that both of them were fighting toward his side, Fang Ping looked at Qin Fengqing, who was above his head. If they were to fight here, would Qin Fengqing be the first contestant to die in the championship? Fortunately, this was the spectator area. There were grandmasters who took action and set up a mentality barrier. Both of them did not continue to move toward this side. Inside the stadium, energy crisscrossed and vitality force densely covered the place. Li Hansong, who had transformed into a golden god of war, fought with great momentum and looked extremely ferocious. Yao Qingjun, on the other hand, was not as dazzling. However, compared to yesterday, he was much calmer. His mentality moved according to his heart. Ordinary people could not see it, but Fang Ping could feel it. Yao Qingjun's mentality turned into a long spear, constantly attacking Li Hansong's head. He has indeed surpassed me. He might have reached 700 Hz and above. This guy might have an easier time breaking through to Grandmaster than Li Hansong. However, after becoming a Grandmaster, his speed will be slower than Li Hansong. Li Hansong will step into the golden body state faster. Wang Jinyang is about the same. He might not be able to become a Grandmaster as fast as Yao Qingjun. However, from rank 7 to rank 8, he will be faster. Or maybe it's not the case. Maybe it's easier for rank 8 to reach peak. Fang Ping guessed in his heart for a while. For now, he could not make a judgment. While watching the competition, Chen Haoren suddenly walked over. This guy saw that his sister was here, so he came over to take a look. Seeing that there was no one beside Fang Ping, Chen Haoren sat down directly and smiled. Fang Ping, these two are getting stronger and stronger. Are you confident? Fang Ping looked at him strangely. Chen Haoren felt uncomfortable. Why are you looking at me like that? Previously, Fang Ping had crippled Lu Shiji and he had tied SNMAU. He had a good impression of Fang Ping, which was why he came over. Now that he was looking at him like that, Chen Haoren felt uncomfortable. Fang Ping said softly, "Don't you feel that your feet are a little uncomfortable?" Beside him, Chen Yunqi was shocked. At this moment, she said with a sad face, "Brother, you stepped on Senior Qin. He will definitely take revenge on you." Chen Haoren was stunned. He could not help but look down. When he saw a few strands of hair under his feet, he murmured, this is Qin Fengqing? Fang Ping and the others nodded, looking at him sympathetically. You're dead meat. Qin Fengqing was originally nailed in by your grandfather. He did not dare to seek revenge on grandmasters, and he was also too embarrassed to seek revenge on Xianxia. But you, this guy, just wait for your death. Of course, both of them were upper stage rank 4. Chen Haoren might not be weaker than Qin Fengqing. However, Fang Ping still favored Qin Fengqing. Chen Haoren would be in big trouble sooner or later. As for hiding it, Fang Ping would not help him hide it. It just so happened that Qin Fengqing had something to do, lest he thought of causing trouble when he had nothing to do. Chen Haoren felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He stood up quickly, then hesitated to speak. In the end, he did not say anything and walked away. His grandfather told him not to hook up with the people from MCMAU, saying that he was no match for them. He thought that his sister was here, so he did not think too much about it. Now, it seemed that he could not come. The people from MCMAU were so wretched. Qin Fengqing actually buried himself in the ground to trick people. Fang Ping did not have the time to care about Qin Fengqing being stepped on. In the stadium, it was already the deciding stage. Yao Qingjun looked extremely miserable. His physique was not as strong as Li Hansong's. After exchanging a few moves with Li Hansong, the flesh on both his arms had exploded. Blood like blood jade kept rolling on the ground. From the outside, Yao Qingjun looked much more miserable. Opposite him, Li Hansong was much better. However, the golden glow on Li Hansong's head had dimmed a lot, not as bright as it was at the beginning. Both of them were panting heavily. In the next moment, both of them moved at the same time. Yao Qingjuan's mentality erupted to the maximum in an instant, holding the spear and charging toward Li Hansong. Li Hansong had been attacked many times. He could not hold on much longer. His body trembled slightly, and there was a momentary lag. In the blink of an eye, Yao Qingjun let out a roar and pierced his abdomen with a spear. After being attacked, Li Hansong sobered up in an instant. With a roar, his golden fist punched Yao Qingjun and sent him flying. Yao Qingjun fell to the ground, struggling to stand up. Li Hansong, on the other hand, was extremely uncomfortable. Yao Qingjuan's spear pierced through his abdomen. A large amount of vitality force exploded in his body. This caused the ring-shaped celestial bridge that was formed yesterday to show signs of dispersing. Once it was dispersed, he might drop his rank. Achieving rank 5 for the second time was not that easy. Feeling helpless, Li Hansong humphed and said in a muffled voice, I admit defeat. As soon as he admitted defeat, Yao Qingjun let out a sigh of relief. Even his legs felt weak. When Qin Zhe strode over, Yao Qingjun swallowed a few medicinal pills and barely managed to fight with Qin Zhe. However, at this moment, his psychic power was depleted, and he had lost his greatest advantage. Adding on the fact that his injuries weren't light, in the end, he just barely managed to fight to a draw with Qin Zhe. This was already beyond the top military academy's expectations. The people from CCMAU were completely silent. Were they going to lose to FMS and then fight NMAU for third and fourth place? NMAU losing to MCMAU was almost certain, even if Wang Jinyang defeated Fang Ping. However, CCMAU fighting for third and fourth place would be an utter disgrace. Fortunately, the third person from CCMAU did not continue to embarrass CCMAU. After defeating Bai Su, he defeated the only upper stage rank 4 martial artist on the other side before leaving the stage with injuries. 2 against 2. CCMAU had 2 upper stage rank 4 martial artists, while the other side had 2 middle stage rank 4 martial artists. At this point, everyone knew what the outcome would be. They were all geniuses. The 2 from FMS might be able to defeat upper stage rank 4 martial artists in the outside world, but the geniuses from CCMAU would not be so easily defeated. The outcome was as expected. With the 2's outburst, they took away the 4th person from CCMAU. When the 5th person went on stage, the person from FMS did not even have the strength to fight. CCMAU wins. When the referee's voice rang out, Fang Ping heard many relieved breaths. The students from CCMAU finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just a little bit more and he would have been defeated. Yesterday too, today too, Li Hansong, who was regarded as the god of war in the school, lost in consecutive battles. He lost to Wang Jinyang, lost to Yao Qingjun. If he met Fang Ping in the finals and lost to him, no, Fang Ping defeated Yao Qingjun. Perhaps in the eyes of many, Li Hansong was not as good as Fang Ping. Among the four prodigies, it seemed that Li Hansong was the weakest. Before this, the people from CCMAU thought that Li Hansong was definitely the strongest. In terms of battle results, Li Hansong was currently at the bottom. Yao Qingjun was slightly stronger. Wang Jinyang was slightly stronger than Yao Qingjun because Wang Jinyang had defeated 3 peak rank 4 martial artists yesterday. As for the comparison between Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang, it was hard to judge at the moment. However, Wang Jinyang was heavily injured when he defeated Li Hansong. Fang Ping did not suffer any serious injuries when he defeated Yao Qingjun. On the grandstand, Fang Ping smiled. Previously, I said that Li Hansong was the weakest. He did not believe me and even argued with me. Do you believe me now? However, when he reaches peak rank 6, his mentality will reach the stage where he can expel it. The others may not be as good as him. Fang Ping could see this. The powerhouses also knew this. However, the future was the future. At the current stage, it was an indisputable fact that Li Hansong was being suppressed. The few grandmasters from CCMAU looked helpless. This time, even if CCMAU won in the end and took first place, it would still seem a little unconvincing. The rank 5 Li Hansong defeating the rank 4 Fang Ping was not something to be proud of. Of course, it was a fact that CCMAU was strong. However, the outside world might not see it that way. At least, in many people's eyes, CCMAU fought extremely hard in the championship. On the other hand, MCMAU easily defeated FMS. If the rank 5 Li Hansong lost to Fang Ping, forget it. The grandmasters of CCMAU did not dare to think about it. At that time, even if CCMAU claimed to be first, who would believe it? If they met MCMAU, from rank 1 to rank 5, they would all lose. So what if they had more grandmasters than MCMAU? CCMAU was having a headache. Huang Jing was in a good mood. However, when he saw the saber on Fang Ping's waist and remembered the news from the university yesterday, Huang Jing's smile gradually faded. Li Chongqing had gone to Nanjiang. Let's go. We'll fight NMAU tomorrow and CCMAU the day after. When we get first place, we'll go back to the university to celebrate. Then, we'll wait for the new year, Fang Ping said cheerfully, looking extremely confident. Everyone was also very optimistic. They stood up and left one after another. After walking for a while, Chen Yunqi seemed to remember something and said awkwardly, Senior Qin is still there. Fang Ping's footsteps stopped. At this time everyone heard an angry roar coming from behind. Which bastard ambushed me? I'll crush you to death. Qin Fengqin was about to go crazy. The half-hour dark space was too scary. He almost suffocated to death. Of course, it was not like he did not know that it was the Grandmaster's doing. However, this anger was really too hard to swallow. When had he, Qin Fengqin, ever been so miserable? Thinking back to the time when he was in the catacombs, he robbed rank 7s and ran from rank 8s, Qin Fengqin was not stupid. After cursing, he rushed toward Huang Jing, looking for a backer first. The next time he saw Qin Fengqin was when everyone was having dinner at the hotel. His head was full of bumps. Fang Ping found it hard to imagine what kind of torture Qin Fengqin had gone through to almost turn himself into a Buddha. Qin Fengqin was silent for a long time. He did not say a word and started eating crazily at the table. He would not tell Fang Ping that he was beaten up by a grandmaster because he scolded him. Yes, Chen Yaoting did not give him trouble in person, but the old man beat him up halfway. Qin Fengqin still could not believe that it was true. He thought that after scolding him in the stadium and finding a backer, the matter would be over. Who knew, he would be knocked out the moment he stepped out of the stadium. If it wasn't a grandmaster, who else could knock him, a level 4 expert, unconscious without making a sound, but a grandmaster actually beat him up. Qin Fengqin knew that even if he told others, no one would believe it. In everyone's eyes, grandmasters were noble, invincible, glorious, and dignified. If he said that a grandmaster beat him up, a rank 4, no one would believe him. He had to take the loss even if he did not want to. Qin Fengqin ate quietly. Fang Ping felt a little itchy and touched his head, then said with a click of his tongue, "This control is amazing. Swollen but not broken, evenly distributed, moderate in size, and most importantly, you can't get rid of it yourself. I'm impressed. This control was hard to achieve unless one was a grandmaster. A few bumps on a rank 4 martial artist's head were easy to get rid of. Qin Fengqing did not get rid of them, not because he did not want to, but because he could not do it." Qin Fengqing's face darkened. He glared at him and gritted his teeth. "Don't think I don't know. You probably framed me." Although he did not feel Fang Ping provoking Chen Yaoting to tell on him, his instincts told him that it was Fang Ping's doing. Fang Ping chuckled. "Don't give me that. I'm not that kind of person." Seeing that he still wanted to talk nonsense, Fang Ping quickly changed the topic. "Stop talking nonsense. You were buried in the ground and Chen Haoren stepped on your head. Find a chance to blackmail him. Don't be unreasonable in school all day. We're all upper stage rank 4, and no one is bullying anyone. Vice-Chancellor Chen won't interfere this time." Qin Fengqing's eyes brightened instantly. He said quickly, "Really? It's true. Very good." Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth and said, "Stepping on my head," and it was, most importantly, he was the grandson of a grandmaster, and the grandson of a grandmaster who had bullied him. He was rich, that bastard Chen Haoren. I won't let him off without 50 million, Qin Fengqing rubbed his palms together. He had already forgotten about Chen Yaoting. He could not afford to offend a grandmaster. He would change to someone he could afford to offend first. Fang Ping ignored him. As he ate, he said, "The policies are almost out. The top elite school will receive 35 billion from the finance department next year. The second place will receive 30 billion. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Fang Ping continued, "All of you understand what I mean. Last year, MCMAU's finance allocated 26 billion, a huge difference of 9 billion. What did 9 billion mean? It was enough to support all the teachers in the school. With an additional 9 billion, we can increase our investment in students and raise the salaries of the teachers. Many of MCMAU's instructors actually received very little money every year. Many of the instructors only stayed in MCMAU because of their friendship with the old vice-chancellor. But we're not the old principal, and we can't squander our relationship. Increasing the benefits of the instructors appropriately is beneficial to the unity of the people in MCMAU. Ever since the old vice-chancellor left, Vice-Chancellor Wu has tried his best to make MCMAU rise again, but Vice-Chancellor Wu does not have the prestige of the old vice-chancellor. The people in the school are actually a little scattered. This time, we won first place and received an additional 10 billion. If we focus on subsidizing some of the instructors, it might not be impossible for a few grandmasters to appear. Grandmasters naturally could not be achieved by throwing money at them. However, the more rank 6 powerhouses there were, the higher the probability of becoming a grandmaster. Currently, MCMAU only had 3 grandmaster powerhouses. CCMAU had 5, moreover, after the old vice-chancellor died in battle, MCMAU only had 1 rank 8 golden body powerhouse. CCMAU only had 1 before. Not long ago, a peak rank 7 powerhouse had achieved rank 8. Now, CCMAU had 2 golden body powerhouses and 3 rank 7 powerhouses. In comparison, MCMAU's high-end strength was far from CCMAU's. Of course, this was only relative to CCMAU. FMS only had 2 grandmaster powerhouses, and they were not full-time. One of them was stationed in the military department. As for other martial arts universities or military schools, some had grandmasters, some did not. For example, among the 3 martial arts universities in Nanjiang, only NMAU had a grandmaster powerhouse. The other 2 only accepted martial science students and did not have a grandmaster powerhouse in charge. Fang Ping had not calculated how many grandmasters there were in 99 martial arts universities and 3 military schools. However, based on a rough estimate, it was probably between 60 to 70. Sino Nation's grandmasters were mostly from the Ministry of Education. Adding in some powerful regions' provincial education directors, ministers and deputy ministers of the Ministry of Education, and martial arts grandmasters, there were probably close to 100 of them. In terms of high-end combat strength, the Ministry of Education was probably the strongest. However, martial arts universities and the Ministry of Education were subordinate to each other. In reality, powerful martial arts universities like MCMAU usually only listen to the central government's orders. This included the appointment of the vice-chancellor and school leaders. Most of the time, the school also made the decisions on its own. If MCMAU wanted to truly become the top martial arts university, there could not be less than 5 grandmasters in the school. This was to ensure that they would always be a deterrent. Xianxia nodded. That's true. Nearly 10 billion in financial allocation is not a small matter. CCMAU's annual financial allocation used to be about 35 billion. If they get second place this time, they'll lose 5 billion. That's why CCMAU won't admit defeat easily. Unlike MCMAU, even if they got second place, they would still have an extra few billion in financial allocation. If MCMAU got second place, the school would still be able to accept it, and they would probably be in a good mood. However, if CCMAU got second place, they would probably be in trouble. They would lose a few billion in financial allocation. This was only for 1 year. If they could not reclaim first place in the next year, they would continue to lose. After a few years, they would be overtaken by MCMAU. As for MCMAU's Fang Ping, he was only a sophomore. If they could not get first place this year, they might not have much hope in the next 2 years. They had to secure first place this year no matter what, and then focus on investing in cultivating some genius students. Fang Ping and the others understood this. Naturally, the people from CCMAU understood this as well. The battle between first and second place would probably be especially intense. As for NMAU, Wang Jinyang alone did not have much hope. Even if he had hope of getting first place, he might not be able to sit still next year, unless Wang Jinyang could continue to dominate the current generation next year. Fang Ping smiled. I think everyone understands why I'm saying all this. I don't really care about NMAU. I just want to fight Wang Jinyang. The one I really see as my opponent is CCMAU. Then what you mean is, if I really can't beat Wang Jinyang tomorrow, I'll drag him to a point where he'll admit defeat and save my energy to fight CCMAU. Senior Chen, you must defeat Wang Jinyang, even if you get hurt. After saying that, Fang Ping added, I have to save it for the big recruitment to defeat Li Hansong. Fang Ping loved fame, but he only loved it for the sake of profit. He did not really care about the size of his fame. He wanted to defeat Wang Jinyang. Fang Ping was sure that after he drew his saber, Wang Jinyang would definitely not be his opponent. However, he wanted to save this saber for Li Hansong. One saber was a difference of 5 billion. This saber could not be given to Wang Jinyang, as it would strengthen his personal reputation as an invincible rank 4. The reputation of an invincible rank 4 martial artist was not worth this price. As soon as he said that, everyone wanted to say something but hesitated. After a while, Xianxia sighed softly. We understand. Don't worry, even if you admit defeat, we won't lose to NMAU. That's good. Of course, I'm just saying that it's an exception. If Wang Jinyang only has his previous standards, he won't be my opponent. I'm just letting everyone be mentally prepared. Fang Ping laughed. It was not that he thought he was no match for the other party, but he had been arrogant all the way until now. If he suddenly lost, he was afraid that everyone would not be able to accept this reality tomorrow. Their emotions would be affected, and there would be accidents. He told everyone in advance so that they would know that even if he lost, it was because of his own calculations. This way, NMAU could forget about defeating MCMAU. At this time, Qin Fengqing had also recovered from his thoughts of blackmailing Chen Haoren. He glanced at Fang Ping's saber and asked curiously, Your big move is the saber? What? You want to steal it? Get lost. Am I that kind of person? Qin Fengqing's face was full of disdain. If I want to steal your saber, I'll have to wait until I'm stronger than you. At the same time, NMAU's hotel. NMAU's vice-chancellor glanced at Wang Jinyang and said in a low voice, Aren't you going to choose to break through? Wang Jinyang chuckled. Vice-chancellor, let me be stubborn for once and fight him at the same rank. He's been waiting for this day for almost 2 years. I've been waiting for a long time too. Even if I break through, I might not be able to defeat MCMAU. This time, NMAU's goal is to get third place. NMAU's vice-chancellor nodded slightly. Third or even fourth place had already exceeded his expectations. The financial allocation would be as high as 20 billion at the very least, compared to previous years, where they only received billions of annual allocations. No matter what, NMAU had made a huge profit this time. Since Wang Jinyang did not choose to break through, he did not say anything else. Greed was insatiable. If NMAU wanted to get first place, it had to be stable. It was short-lived. If NMAU's best seedling damaged his foundation, it would not be worth it. After talking about the championship for a while, NMAU's vice-chancellor said softly, "I'm afraid the catacombs are about to open." Wang Jinyang's expression changed slightly. He asked in a low voice, "How much longer?" "Any time." NMAU's vice-chancellor said in a low voice, "At auspicious peace, the energy particles have already begun to disperse greatly. This is a sign of the passageway stabilizing, the final explosion. Right now, Zhang Dingnan has already rushed to auspicious peace with the military department and is stationed day and night. As for my side, I'll see if I can wait until the championship is over. If not, I'll rush back earlier." "You don't have to rush. You don't have to enter first. Wait until we've cleared the enemies on the other side of the passageway, then you can enter later." Wang Jinyang frowned. After a while, he said, "This time, you and Governor-General Zhang will be the first to enter. Vice-Chancellor, be more careful. If these two people died in the catacombs, Nanjiang might also be in trouble." However, when Nanjiang's catacombs opened, if Nanjiang's grandmasters did not take the lead, were they supposed to count on the grandmasters from outside? Every time the catacombs opened, the local grandmasters would take the lead and be the first to enter. And every time, there was a possibility that a grandmaster would die. Wang Jinyang sighed in his heart and said nothing more. NMAU's vice-chancellor did not say much either. He looked at him for a while and said after a while, "After graduation, you don't have to stay in NMAU. Being the governor-general is more useful than being NMAU's vice-chancellor." Wang Jinyang chuckled and said, "Vice-chancellor, you think too highly of me. I can manage myself, but managing the whole of Nanjiang, I'm not cut out for that. Compared to Governor-General Zhang, I'm still a long way off, in every aspect. Everyone grows." NMAU's vice-chancellor laughed and stood up. "At this point in the championship, there's no need to be too stubborn. It's okay even if we lose to FMS. If we can't do it this year, we can come again next year. If we can't do it next year, we can come again in the future, I understand." December 19th, Saturday. As time passed, capital city's weather became colder and colder. At the beginning of the championship, everyone was still wearing unlined clothes. Now, less than 20 days had passed, and some of the spectators were already wearing padded jackets. The martial artists were the same as always, as if there was no difference between the seasons. Their thin martial arts uniforms served as a foil to the martial artists' outstanding charm. In the stadium, when MCMAU and NMAU entered the stadium, there was a burst of cheers. At this point in the championship, every team had their own fans. Beside the rostrum, the commentator said loudly, "I'm especially looking forward to this battle between MCMAU and NMAU, even more than the finals." As everyone knows, MCMAU Fang Ping and NMAU Wang Jinyang are both from Nanjiang, from Sun City, and even graduated from the same high school. From what I know, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang have a deeper relationship. Fang Ping officially started practicing martial arts on the eve of Gaokao in 2008. Fang Ping came from an ordinary family, so he did not apply for martial arts tutorial classes. His martial arts foundation, pole standing, honing methods, and even basic combat techniques all came from Wang Jinyang. Of course, there seems to be a story behind this. Between the two of them, one was an aspiring martial artist, and the other was a rank 2 martial artist. According to my sources, the two of them did not become acquainted entirely because they were from the same hometown. Fang Ping, who was an aspiring martial artist, had already made a name for himself. He once assisted Wang Jinyang in apprehending a peak rank 2 martial artist. I think this was the foundation for their friendship in the future. I have to say, the young Fang Ping is very charismatic and courageous. This is probably the main reason why Wang Jinyang, who was already famous in NMAU, saw him in a different light. After the male commentator finished speaking, the female commentator said with a smile, "Prodigies are prodigies because they are different from others. You don't have to learn from Fang Ping. It's extremely dangerous for a normal person to go against a martial artist." At that time, our first consideration was to avoid a confrontation between martial artists. As various competitions unfolded, I think everyone has seen the huge gap between martial artists and normal people. Of course, this also shows how outstanding Fang Ping is to be able to go against a peak rank 2 martial artist as an aspiring martial artist. Now, these two people are at the same level. Fang Ping defeated Yao Qingjun, and Wang Jinyang defeated Li Hansong. They are both the top prodigies of this generation. Moreover, they both come from ordinary families, which makes them look up to others. Now, we are all looking forward to the outcome of this battle. Will Fang Ping surpass his master, or will Wang Jinyang continue to be the dark horse and continue to take the lead? As the two commentators spoke, the order of battle was announced on the big screen. As expected, Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang were up first. Both of them used sabers, and their styles were similar. Fang Ping once again borrowed Qin Fengqing's Chongdao. This time, however, Wang Jinyang brought an extra weapon, a longbow and quiver on his back. This was the first time a long-range weapon had appeared in the championship. Everyone was surprised. The commentator was surprised too. He said hurriedly, "Wang Jinyang seems a little different from before. This time, he's equipped with a longbow. This is the first time I've heard that Wang Jinyang is good at archery." At this stage, martial artists won't carry useless weapons unless it's necessary. Is this Wang Jinyang's trump card? He didn't carry a bow in his previous battles. Maybe it's to counter Fang Ping's strengths. Fang Ping is good at using mentality, and his physique and vitality are extremely strong. In close combat, Wang Jinyang might not be his match. But, for Fang Ping, normal attacks might not be very effective. The two commentators quickly deduced Wang Jinyang's intention. Below the stage, Fang Ping walked up the stage and said with a smile, "Brother Wang, remember to use A-grade alloy for the arrowheads. Otherwise, they might not be able to penetrate my defense." Wang Jinyang nodded lightly and smiled. "As you wish. Although NMAU is poor, we can still afford some A-grade alloy." Fang Ping's expression stiffened slightly. "Not bad. You really value me enough to use A-grade alloy arrowheads." Exhaling softly, Fang Ping did not waste any more words. He leaped up and stepped onto the stage. In the arena, Fang Ping put away his usual cheeky smile and looked at Wang Jinyang, saying, "I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time." "Same. Don't hold back." "I won't." Both of them exchanged a few words. The peak rank 6 referee stepped on the air and shouted, "Begin." Boom, the void exploded. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Wang Jinyang's saber gleamed. He slashed at the void in front of him, his vitality exploding. Fang Ping's face paled slightly. He recovered quickly and laughed. "Not enough." Having said that, countless invisible sabers pierced through the void and appeared in front of Wang Jinyang in the blink of an eye. Fang Ping used his mentality killer move the moment the match began. Wang Jinyang's expression did not change. He wielded his saber with both hands and brandished it quickly. Although his mentality had not reached the stage where he could expel it, his mentality was not weak. He could feel the psychic energy attack. The formless mentality did not mean that it could not be blocked. Fang Ping had not reached that stage yet. His Chongdao was imbued with vitality. The saber gleamed and shattered the invisible sabers one by one. Child's play. Wang Jinyang did not want to waste his vitality on him. He stepped on the arena and leaped up. His vitality exploded midway. His vitality surged and the sound of flowing vitality echoed throughout the stadium. Slash. Wang Jinyang's speed was extremely fast. He closed the distance between him and Fang Ping in an instant. His saber was like thunder. With a roar, he slashed down quickly. "Do you think I'm Xiaoyaming?" Fang Ping roared. He held his saber with both hands, neither dodging nor retreating. He raised his saber and slashed horizontally, clang clang clang. The continuous sounds of the two sabers colliding filled the air. Powerful vitality exploded, painting the entire stadium a fiery red. Both of them were extremely fast. When the two sabers collided, they were evenly matched at first. Then, Wang Jinyang roared. His Chongdao glowed blood red and he slashed Fang Ping apart. Not enough. Fang Ping roared. He stepped on the air and returned. His mentality exploded again. At the same time, the Chongdao in his hand emitted a sharp explosion. It slashed through the air and appeared above Wang Jinyang's head in an instant. Bang, a loud bang was heard. Wang Jinyang's silhouette had already appeared above Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping's saber gleamed and slashed into the arena. The huge arena trembled unceasingly, and the bottom of it sank into the ground. Wang Jinyang dodged the attack. Fang Ping did not panic. Above his head, several gigantic vitality blades appeared out of thin air. The blood chi blade slashed at Wang Jinyang, who was in the sky. At the same time, Fang Ping's mentality turned into a thin barrier, sealing off Wang Jinyang's surroundings. You can't lock me down. Wang Jinyang's expression was cold as he let out a low growl. Once again, a dazzling saber radiance burst forth from his saber, shattering a few blood chi blades with a single slash. The blood chi power instantly exploded, but the saber momentum did not stop there. Wang Jinyang slashed again, "Kacha," a barely audible shattering sound rang out, and the weak mental barrier was instantly shattered. I'm not counting on that. Fang Ping laughed out loud. He had already closed in on Wang Jinyang, the Chongdao in his hand sweeping out. 7 slashes as one. At this moment, Fang Ping did not use royal decapitation. Although Manic Explosion did not have strong penetrative power, the combination of 7 sabers into one was the strongest combat skill that Fang Ping had mastered. If he could shatter his opponent's physical defense, he would still lose. As the saber slashed out, the sound of the void exploding was endless. The sound of the air exploding reverberated between heaven and earth. There were even streaks of fiery light that appeared out of nowhere. Under the high speed and high temperature, the air was ignited. At this moment, Wang Jinyang let out a roar and swung his saber quickly. Similarly, it was also 7 slashes as one. Fang Ping knew Zhang Dingnan's saber technique, and so did he. Boom, after a loud bang, both of them flew backward. The moment Wang Jinyang flew backward, he sheathed his saber, picked up the longbow on his back, pulled out a long arrow, and shot. Boom. The long arrow flew past, faster than the speed of sound. The arrow was already close to Fang Ping when the sonic boom rang out from behind. Fast. The commentator exclaimed, "What a fast arrow! Fang Ping is even faster." Before the female commentator's voice died away, Fang Ping had already used flight step. The long arrow chased after him, but it could not catch up to Fang Ping. Countless afterimages were left in the sky above the stadium. Fang Ping had always been proud of not how strong his offensive techniques were. Ever since he achieved rank 4, he had been diligently cultivating flight step. He had not been able to demonstrate it previously because there was no need to. Fang Ping did not want to take the long arrow head-on, and Wang Jinyang, who was far away, did not care either. He continued to pull out his arrow and shoot 3 arrows in a row. The 3 long arrows created bursts of sparks, blocking Fang Ping's escape route. From afar, Fang Ping let out a roar, turned around in the air, and kicked out, deflecting the long arrow behind him. The long arrow whistled through the air, shooting straight out of the stadium. Boom, a loud bang rang out. The long arrow hit the mentality barrier set up by the Grandmaster powerhouses, exploding with a strong vitality force. The void rippled slightly, and the track below was instantly blasted apart, forming a deep pit. On the grandstand, the Grandmasters nodded incessantly. Both of them had reached the limit of rank 4. Fang Ping's explosive power might not be too strong, but it was built on the fact that his vitality was extremely strong. With more than 3,000 calories vitality, Fang Ping's vitality force was comparable to a rank 5 martial artist. Compared to a rank 5 martial artist, Fang Ping's control over his own strength was naturally weaker. However, even if he could explode a small portion of his current strength, it was still incomparable to a peak rank 4 powerhouse. Wang Jinyang's explosive power, on the other hand, had reached an extreme. Who will win? One of the grandmasters in the stadium asked. Grandmasters had sharp eyes, but at this moment, it was not easy to judge between these two. Huang Jing muttered, if Wang Jinyang stops here, he will lose for sure. It was not because Fang Ping was from MCMAU that he said this. Although Wang Jinyang was strong, he could not kill Fang Ping in one move. If he could not injure Fang Ping severely in one move, he would lose for sure. Fang Ping's speed was extremely fast, and his defense and recovery abilities were extremely strong. While everyone was talking, Fang Ping had set up a layer of mentality barrier and a thick layer of vitality force barrier in front of him. This guy was extremely provocative, so he stopped running and took Wang Jinyang's 3 arrows head-on. The roar resounded through the sky and earth. However, after the vitality force exploded, although it broke through a few of Fang Ping's barriers, Fang Ping grabbed the long arrows with one hand and shot them straight out. 3 long arrows shot directly in front of Xianxia, trembling non-stop. Fang Ping's meaning was clear. He would take these arrows. The expressions of the grandmasters in the stands changed slightly. It was not that Fang Ping was too strong, but too shameless. At this time, he still had the mood to take it by force. NMAU's vice-chancellor looked helpless. NMAU was poor. These few arrows were expensive. Fang Ping would not be greedy, would he? Huang Jing did not say anything. The chances of NMAU taking them back were not high. Xianxia, who was on the spectator stand, hesitated for a moment. She pulled out a few long arrows and looked left and right. With a blushing face, she wrapped the long arrows in a scarf and exhaled lightly. Her meaning was clear. These arrows already had an owner. Chen Yaoting's expression darkened. He gave Huang Jing an unfriendly look. My granddaughter has really been led astray. Huang Jing acted as if he did not see it. With a serious expression, he said, watch the competition. They're starting to get serious. As soon as he said that, everyone gave him a sidelong glance. The grand battle between the two seemed to be just an appetizer. After Fang Ping seized the 3 long arrows, Wang Jinyang's aura changed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jinyang was covered in blood. The sound of surging blood seemed to make everyone feel as if they were on the shore. Fang Ping did not foolishly wait for his opponent to attack. Just as Wang Jinyang's aura changed, Fang Ping's figure seemed to have pierced through the void. Before the afterimage had shattered, he had already landed on top of Wang Jinyang's head. At this moment, Wang Jinyang did not even pull out the arrows. The alloy bow and arrow instantly turned blood-red. A thick blood-red vitality arrow accompanied Wang Jinyang's pulling of the bow, shaking the void. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red long arrow shot toward Fang Ping. Soundlessly, this was not the end. Wang Jinyang roared again and again. The blood-red color on his body thickened to the extreme. He drew his bow and shot continuously. Blood-red long arrows appeared out of thin air. One after another, they pierced through the void and shot toward Fang Ping. Wang Jinyang's bone marrow was like mercury. His vitality was extremely strong, and his recovery speed was also extremely fast. At this moment, he had unleashed his full strength. Every blood arrow contained a strong vitality force. In midair, Fang Ping continued to set up a mentality barrier. However, just as he set it up, it was instantly shattered by a blood arrow. The arrow did not slow down and continued shooting toward him. A thick vitality barrier appeared outside Fang Ping's body as well. He said angrily, "You're bullying me, aren't you? Why didn't you do this when you fought Iron Headley?" Fang Ping was flustered and exasperated. When you fought Li Hansong, I did not see you unleashing such a strong vitality force. My vitality has broken through a little. Wang Jinyang replied while continuing to shoot arrows. Sorry, you're unlucky. I really did break through a little, and it has something to do with Li Hansong. Ironhead Li's skull was mutated, and his control over his skull was not weak. Wang Jinyang did not consider this before. When he went back and tried it, he realized that his skull's bone marrow seemed to be able to be mobilized too. Then, he communicated with Li Hansong for a while. Then, he realized that his skull's bone marrow was really too strong. Fang Ping snorted coldly. I'll be damned if I believe you, but no matter how strong your vitality is, can it be stronger than mine? You forced my hand. Fang Ping roared. Suddenly, 5 illusory celestial bridges appeared outside his body. In the next moment, countless vitality forces mixed with mentality surged into the celestial bridges. The 5 bridges that were initially invisible to others suddenly showed a crystal-clear blood-red color. Just as mentality and vitality forces surged, Fang Ping raised his Changdao. The vitality forces mixed with mentality on the bridges surged into the Changdao abruptly. The Changdao trembled violently, even letting out a faint shattering sound, "My saber." Qin Fengqing's eyes were red. He heard the shattering sound. He did not know what Fang Ping was doing. The surge of energy seemed to have shattered the Changdao. "My saber, Fang Ping, you bastard." That was the B-class Changdao that he had exchanged for with great difficulty. Would this bastard Fang Ping compensate him? Even if he did, would this bastard use the 40 million he owed him as an excuse? Qin Fengqing was anxious and angry. Who knew that this kid could destroy a B-class alloy saber, at the same time? On the grandstand, a few grandmasters stood up instantly. An unconventional sword move. Mentality-vitality fusion. Through the celestial bridges, you're forcefully fusing the 2 forces. Do you have a death wish? A grandmaster shouted angrily. Mentality-vitality fusion was something that only peak rank 6 powerhouses would attempt, and not just any peak. People like Tang Feng could do it, not even Lu Fengru. The power of mentality-vitality fusion was a new power formed after mentality and vitality forces merged. Grandmasters called it celestiality, a new power that could change the world. The fusion of the 2 was much stronger than vitality and mentality alone. This was also the capital that grandmasters could use to crush martial artists below grandmaster. The celestial bridges will collapse. Everyone looked at Huang Jing. Was he not going to stop it? Huang Jing's head was spinning. Where did he learn this? Who taught him? Fang Ping's mentality could be released externally, so he could actually try mentality-vitality fusion. However, Huang Jing and the others did not tell him about it because it was too dangerous. Before peak rank 6, the Sanjiao gate was not closed, and the organs had not been completely honed. Once the fusion formed celestiality, Fang Ping would not be able to withstand it. Moreover, it was very difficult to fuse. He did not expect Fang Ping to take a different approach, daring to use his celestial bridges as a medium. This was Fang Ping's own idea. No one else knew about it. It was not that they did not know. In fact, there were people who had tried it. Peak rank 6 martial artists had tried it, and many of them had collapsed their celestial bridges. Huang Jing did not know where Fang Ping learned it. Fang Ping did not say either. Actually, he thought of it when he integrated mentality for Old Manly last time. Moreover, he had nurtured the saber for many days. He had also tried a few times and found it difficult to achieve fusion. Inadvertently, Fang Ping checked the stability of the celestial bridges. His mentality and vitality forces actually produced a weak trend of fusion. This made Fang Ping suddenly think of using the celestial bridges as a medium. As for Old Manly, he could use the longevity sword as a medium. That was because he had reached that stage. The longevity sword was almost a part of him. In the stadium, Wang Jinyang's expression changed too. The power of mentality-vitality fusion was released. It was as if he felt the arrival of a grandmaster. Fang Ping was indeed a genius. You think you've won? Wang Jinyang's gaze was sharp. He could accept losing to others, losing to Fang Ping was unacceptable. Just as Fang Ping integrated mentality and vitality forces, Wang Jinyang's entire body exuded a rich vitality force. Real blood also seeped out of the pores on the surface of his body. On the grandstand, NMAU's vice-chancellor wanted to say something but stopped himself. His gaze was complicated. This was bone marrow penetration. Wang Jinyang's actions would definitely hurt his vitality. He did not know how long it would take for him to recover. However, the battle with FMS could be ended early. After this battle, Wang Jinyang could not fight anymore. NMAU's vice-chancellor sighed softly. He did not say anything. From the school's perspective, Wang Jinyang was impulsive and did not consider the big picture. Wang Jinyang's strength had a breakthrough. It was not impossible for him to defeat the rank 5 Yao Qingjun. He could still fight for 3rd place. However, in order to compete with Fang Ping, he unleashed his power without caring about the consequences. 3rd place was impossible. However, NMAU's vice-chancellor could not say anything. Both of them had fought until now. Strictly speaking, Fang Ping was half a student of Wang Jinyang. That was how important a martial arts mentor was. Wang Jinyang could be calm if he lost to others. He could not accept losing to Fang Ping. As both of them unleashed their power, the entire stadium seemed to have changed. The peak rank 6 referee in the stadium looked extremely solemn. The two commentators did not say anything else. Fang Ping's saber shadow had reached its limit. It covered the sky and covered the earth, shaking the surrounding mentality barriers. The curved bow in Wang Jinyang's hand was also showing signs of cracking. This time, it did not condense an arrow. Instead, it condensed a blood-colored Chongdao. The clash of auras made the powerhouses in the stadium feel oppressed. Both of them had unleashed their full power. It was no weaker than an upper stage rank 5 powerhouses outburst. If they collided, it might even touch rank 6 strength. Slash. Slash. The next moment, both of them roared at the same time. Fang Ping looked down from above and slashed with his saber. Before the saber landed, the B-class alloy Chongdao had already begun to crack. The alloy longbow in Wang Jinyang's hand was directly split into two, breaking into pieces. Before the two sabers collided, the sound of explosions was already heard continuously. The airflow was turbulent, and the surrounding ground collapsed instantly. Wang Jinyang was like a crimson devil king, soaring into the sky. A large amount of blood dripped onto the ground. He still did not care and charged toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping's skin burst in midair. Celestiality was not something he could control at this moment. His hands that were holding the saber were already a bloody mess. It was still spreading, continuing to burst his flesh. Boom! The deafening sound made everyone's ears ring and their vision blur. The entire stadium seemed to have been hit by countless bombs. A large amount of soil was lifted up and shot out, crashing into the surrounding mentality barriers. Inside the stadium, there was a cloud of smoke and dust. It was impossible to see the specific situation clearly. Outside the stadium, Yao Qingjun and Li Hansong's expressions were extremely grim. Yes, it was a friendly match. Everyone did not unleash their full strength and fight to the death. It did not mean that they had really held back. However, right now, when Fang Ping and Wang Jinyang unleashed their full strength, their combat strength was more than one level higher than before. If before, the two of them could kill an early stage rank 5 martial artist alone, or even a middle stage one, then now, with the two of them working together, they might be able to kill a peak rank 5 powerhouse. Even a rank 6 martial artist who was in a sealed Sanjiao Gate state might be killed by the two of them if they underestimated them and did not go all out. At this moment, the two prodigies were a little bitter at first, but they quickly recovered. The two of them had fought to this point, almost to the extent of fighting with their lives. If they really wanted to fight with their lives, it might not be impossible. The deafening sound of explosions lasted for a long time. When the smoke and dust settled, everyone finally saw the situation in the stadium clearly. When they saw it clearly, the audience could not help but exclaim in surprise. At this moment, the stadium had changed. Other than the arena that was still standing, the entire stadium could not be seen its original appearance at all. All that was left was a stretch of black soil mixed with countless potholes. The arena also seemed to be much bigger than before. At this moment, Fang Ping stood proudly on the arena, the Chongdao in his hand showing a sawtooth shape. Fang Ping stood with his saber, his body covered in blood. Opposite him, Wang Jinyang's shirt was long gone. His body was covered in wounds like broken porcelain. "I've won." As soon as Fang Ping said that, blood gushed out of his mouth in big mouthfuls. He could not even swallow it. Old Wang, this bastard. How dare he fight with his life on the line? If I had known this would happen, I would have slashed him again and killed him. Wang Jinyang's eyes showed a hint of confusion. Then, he wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and chuckled. "This doesn't count as your win, does it?" Fang Ping let out a soft humph. Then, his vitality surged. "I'll be fine even if I fight you again." Wang Jinyang's expression changed instantly. He felt a little helpless and a little disappointed. He wanted to curse, but there was nothing he could do. A soft sigh was heard. "Don't try to show off. Your internal injuries are not light. I'll count it as your win." Wang Jinyang shook his head slightly. coughing blood as he walked down the arena. If he lost, then so be it. This was also his motivation. Fang Ping smiled and walked down the arena, his posture ramrod straight. Compared to Wang Jinyang's miserable state, Fang Ping still had time to fix his hair. On the grandstand. Below the stage. My saber. Qin Fengqing sounded like he was about to cry. The moment Fang Ping stepped off the stage, Qin Fengqing leaped and dashed over, grabbing Fang Ping to blame him. Pfft. Blood spurted from Fang Ping's mouth. He clutched his chest, pointed at Qin Fengqing, and fell on Tang Feng who had just arrived. Qin Fengqing's expression changed. He said dryly, "Don't be like this. We know each other, you're obviously trying to frame me." Tang Feng was helpless. He said with a headache, "My internal organs are badly injured. I didn't do it." Qin Fengqing's voice was much sharper. "This can't be blamed on me. I just want my saber back." Tang Feng was speechless. He said impatiently, "You don't have that ability." Qin Fengqing could not seriously injure Fang Ping. Qin Fengqing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded hurriedly. "Yes, I can't beat him. Everyone saw it. It was that bastard Wang Jinyang who did it. It has nothing to do with me." Fang Ping had not fainted yet. He said weakly, "You gave me the last blow, get lost. It has nothing to do with me." Even if Qin Fengqing was beaten to death, he wouldn't want to continue this conversation. If he did, he might lose his saber. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Old Qin was not easy to trick now. He sighed and ignored him. He took out a bottle of pills from the bag beside him and swallowed 3 resurrection pills in a row, as if he was eating jelly beans. Everyone's expression changed. Fang Ping, this stingy guy, swallowed 3 resurrection pills at once. It was obvious how badly his internal organs were injured. On the other side, NMAU's vice-chancellor took out a few resurrection pills and let Wang Jinyang swallow them. He sighed softly. Fang Ping happened to see this. He looked at Tang Feng and said helplessly, "Teacher, look at NMAU. Such a poor school, the vice-chancellor gave me pills. I'm so pitiful. I have to take my own pills." Tang Feng seemed a little embarrassed, but he said, "NMAU doesn't give out credits." This was the truth. NMAU did not give out credits. Wang Jinyang did not want them. The others were too embarrassed to ask for them, especially when they did not fight. MCMAU gave every member of the main team 2,000 credits, which was equivalent to 10 resurrection pills. Fang Ping was slightly helpless. He glanced at Qin Fengqing and said, "You didn't even make a move." 2,000 credits is too much. Qin Fengqing's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "You don't want me to make a move, but it's not like I don't want to. What's going on? You want to deduct my credits? If you dare to deduct, I will fight it out with you." Fang Ping saw that the troublemaker was not someone to be trifled with. He looked at Xiaolei and the others and sighed softly. The school is having a hard time now. How about this? Everyone can get 1,000 credits and save some for the school. At this moment, Chen Wenlong was already on stage. Zhang Yu heard him and said, "I have no objections. It's fine even if you don't give me credits." Fang Ping gave him a thumbs up in his heart. "Good job. Look, this is how a refined gentleman should be." Unlike Qin Fengqing, who was selfish, just as Zhang Yu finished speaking, Tang Feng said, "All right, everyone, take what you deserve. The school hasn't reached this point yet." Qin Fengqing nodded hurriedly, then snatched his Changdao from Fang Ping's hands. Looking at the serrated Changdao, Qin Fengqing's heart almost bled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Pay me at least 80 million. Fang Ping rolled his eyes, too lazy to care. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing said again, 60 million. Don't talk about that 40 million of yours, or else I won't live anymore. I'll run naked in the stadium right now and say that you forced me to do it." Everyone was astonished. Qin Fengqing's words were too awesome. Qin Fengqing humphed. "Why are you looking at me? I'm an embarrassment. MCMAU is an embarrassment too, a complete embarrassment. If Fang Ping doesn't pay me, I'll die with him." Fang Ping was speechless. After a while, he said tiredly, "Yunqi, give me the 3 arrows." Chen Yunqi quickly passed the 3 arrows to Fang Ping. Fang Ping waited for a while, but his wealth did not increase no matter what. Fang Ping was slightly helpless. Did this mean that NMAU still wanted to take it? How could that be possible? This time, fighting old Wang had depleted a lot of his vitality. He had used up more than 5 million wealth and 3 resurrection pills. He had lost a lot of blood. He couldn't afford to make such a huge loss. He had to keep these 3 long arrows. Anyway, NMAU had entered the top 4 this time, and the allocation had increased by more than 10 billion. He did not care about this bit of loss. In addition, old Wang owed him 50 to 60 million last time. The 3 arrows did not have much A-grade alloy. A few million at most. When he thought of this, Fang Ping did not care anymore. He tossed the arrows to Qin Fengqing and said exasperatedly, "It's enough. Don't give me that. It's just a few holes. It's not like it's been beaten into powder." Qin Fengqing seemed slightly dissatisfied. He mumbled, "Don't you have a B-grade Yanhua Dao? I've compensated Brother Liang. His is only a C-grade saber. Mine is a B-grade. Why don't you compensate me with the saber, and I'll give the arrows to him?" "Haha. Fang Ping, you're too much. You've beaten my saber into this state." Fang Ping had a headache. He waved his hand and said, "You owe me 30 million. I'll deduct 10 million. Is that okay?" Qin Fengqing looked indignant. Still, the 3 arrows were made of A-grade alloy. It could make up for his loss, albeit barely. Now, Fang Ping deducted another 10 million. Although he did not plan to return the money, 10 million deducted seemed to be a bargain. When he thought of this, although he was still slightly dissatisfied, Qin Fengqing did not pester him anymore. He nodded and said, "I'll let you have it, then. Remember to pay me back 30 million as soon as possible." Qin Fengqing cursed under his breath. "Pay your ass." While they were talking, Chen Wenlong defeated Lan Wufeng effortlessly on the stage. At this point, Fang Ping could not be bothered to watch anymore. There were still 3 rank 3s left. What was the point of fighting? Looking into the distance, Wang Jinyang was still healing his wounds. Fang Ping exhaled and said, "He probably won't fight in the upcoming 3rd-place fight. Too bad Wang Jinyang's ability is only slightly weaker than mine. There's still hope if he fights Yao Qingjun." Tang Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Are you really better than him?" However, it could be said that Fang Ping's ability to take a beating was really stronger than Wang Jinyang's. If both of them were to fight to the death, Wang Jinyang would probably die in the end, but Fang Ping might not. After checking the condition of Fang Ping's internal organs and seeing that they were recovering, Tang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's alright, but you're too reckless. Your celestial bridge almost collapsed." If it collapsed, Fang Ping's rank would drop directly and he would enter rank 3. Of course, his honed body and bones would still be there, but if the celestial bridge collapsed, his internal organs would be severely damaged. It would be difficult for him to enter rank 4 again. "I didn't plan to use this move." Fang Ping shook his head and said helplessly, "He just had to bully me. When he was fighting Li Hansong, he wasn't this strong. If that was the case, then I would have dragged it out with him. In the end, when he was fighting me, it was as if he was on aphrodisiac. Who else should I fight if not him?" Old Wang was too much of a bully. When he was fighting him, the intensity of his vitality outburst was boundless, and he even used long-range attacks. In the end, he even penetrated his bone marrow and attacked him at the cost of serious injuries. Fang Ping had no choice but to fight back. As for who made the first move, Fang Ping automatically forgot. On the other side, the wounds on Wang Jinyang's body began to heal slowly. After a while, Wang Jinyang opened his eyes. The NMAU Vice-Chancellor let out a sigh of relief. An instructor beside him wanted to say something but hesitated. After a while, he said, he was a little impulsive. Wang Jinyang did not deny it. He nodded slightly and chuckled. His competitive spirit was aroused. He couldn't suppress it. Usually, he was very calm. This time, however, he really could not suppress it. The instructor who spoke did not continue. He only sighed and said, "We can't fight FMS anymore." Wang Jinyang's bone marrow penetrated his body, and his internal organs were also severely damaged. Even if he took a lot of pills, he would not be able to recover without a few days' rest. This was also based on the foundation of his extremely strong recovery ability. Mutated martial artists like them had recovery abilities that far surpassed normal martial artists. If not for that, they would have been unable to fight anymore after fighting one after another. After the instructor finished speaking, the NMAU Vice-Chancellor said, "I've already spoken to the Education Department. NMAU has admitted defeat and will no longer fight for third place. If they fought again, Wang Jinyang would have to fight with injuries. If Yao Qingjun attacked ruthlessly, it was possible that Wang Jinyang would be completely crippled." After saying that, the NMAU Vice-Chancellor said again, "I'm going back to Nanjiang. I'll go back in the afternoon." The catacombs entrance has appeared. Everyone's expression changed instantly. Wang Jinyang frowned. "The entrance has appeared?" "Yes, it opened in the morning. Now the first batch of people preparing to enter have arrived one after another. When the passageway is a little more stable, we'll enter. Jinyang, recuperate here first. Before your injuries are healed, don't enter the catacombs. Also, after you go back, break through to rank 5. If you break through to rank 5, you won't be weaker than normal upper stage rank 5 or even peak rank 5 martial artists. Settle down for 1 or 2 years. After graduation. Forget it. We'll talk about it when the time comes." The NMAU Vice-Chancellor said a few words and did not continue. It was a pity. If Wang Jinyang was Grandmaster level or even rank 6, he could hand NMAU over to Wang Jinyang with peace of mind after entering the catacombs. However, Wang Jinyang was still rank 4. Even if he entered rank 5, he was still a distance away. Although NMAU was not as good as MCMAU, the position of Vice-Chancellor could not be secured without reaching rank 6 no matter how much of a genius one was. Vice-Chancellor, Wang Jinyang's expression changed slightly. After some thought, he stood up and said, "I'll go back with you. Please wait for a moment. I'll be right back." Having said that, Wang Jinyang strode toward MCMAU. He had to inform Fang Ping about the opening of the catacombs. He wondered if Fang Ping could bring some people from MCMAU to support him. MCMAU wins. The referee announced loudly. Chen Wenlong easily completed 4 victories. In reality, not many people were paying attention to them at the moment. Everyone was still discussing the results of the battle between Wang Jinyang and Fang Ping. Although Fang Ping claimed that he had won, he did not continue fighting in the end. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. However, it was also true that Fang Ping looked more at ease than Wang Jinyang. At this moment, everyone was discussing whether these people were stronger or weaker than the number 1 powerhouse on the rank 4 ranking list. After all, they had never seen the number 1 rank 4 powerhouse fight. Fang Ping did not care about the audience's discussion. Fang Ping did not think that the number 1 rank 4 was stronger than him and the others. Even if his combat techniques had been cultivated to perfection, Fang Ping did not care. He believed that he was invincible among rank 4. Naturally, he was invincible. After defeating Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun, he did not care too much about Li Hansong. If he was not invincible among rank 4, who was? The sound of MCMAU's victory came. Fang Ping glanced at Li Hansong. "I'll fight you tomorrow, you iron-headed monster. Don't think that you can't fight anymore just because you're injured." Just as he was threatening Li Hansong with his eyes, Fang Ping heard footsteps. He turned his head to look at Wang Jinyang who was walking toward him. Everyone in MCMAU looked at Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang did not care. He walked toward Fang Ping and said, "The catacombs are open." "Open?" "It opened this morning. I'll be returning to Nanjiang later. In 3 to 5 days at most, the passageway will be stable. Then, we can enter. If you're interested, you can come to Nanjiang." Fang Ping muttered, "All right then. Nanjiang's catacombs are open. I've been wanting to go take a look for a long time. After the competition is over, I'll return to MCMAU immediately and make arrangements." "All right, I'll wait for you." Having said that, Wang Jinyang turned and left. Not long after, the people from NMAU packed their things and left one after another. After they left, Fang Ping could not help but look at Huang Jing, who had just arrived. He exhaled and said, "Dean, I want to organize a group of people to go to Nanjiang." Huang Jing frowned. After a while, he said, "Old Lu is already in Nanjiang. The vice-chancellor and I won't go to Nanjiang anymore." One of the three high grandmasters had already gone. If he went, MCMAU would be in trouble. Wu Quishan still had to oversee MCMAU and take care of the Magic City catacombs. He, Huang Jing, could not always be free and unfettered outside. After the competition was over, he had to return to school and oversee MCMAU so that Wu Quishan could free up his hands. If he and Lu Polu were trapped in Nanjiang's catacombs, even if they won first place this time, Wu Quishan would not be able to support MCMAU alone. "Yes, I'm not asking the two of you to go. I want to organize a group of instructors to go with the main team. What do you think?" Huang Jing pondered for a moment and said, "At most, no more than 30 people. Otherwise, MCMAU will not be able to maintain its current teaching." "I understand. Don't worry." Fang Ping nodded. Beside him, Tang Feng was about to say something when Huang Jing said, "You can't go. You should wait for your breakthrough in peace." Tang Feng was not far from achieving mentality-vitality fusion. If he went to Nanjiang now, what would happen if he died? Li Chongqing had already gone. MCMAU did not have many peak rank 6 powerhouses. Lu Fengru was still in the Magic City catacombs. MCMAU could not afford to send so many powerhouses to Nanjiang's catacombs. Luo Yichuan said, "I'll lead the instructors." He was also a peak rank 6 powerhouse, but he had not achieved mentality-vitality fusion. In terms of importance, he was not as important as Tang Feng. Huang Jing wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, he nodded and said, "Okay, you lead the team." As he said that, he looked at Fang Ping and said, "Don't organize too many people for the students. The catacombs have just opened, so the risk is great. Wait for a while. At least wait until Nanjiang has established a stronghold there. Only then can the students go." Fang Ping nodded. "I know. I won't send everyone to their deaths. However, I want to go in and take a look first. I want to seize the initiative. I'll go too." Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up. The catacombs had just opened, there were treasures everywhere. He heard that when the catacombs had just opened, energy stones were like rocks, everywhere. 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs were like weeds, everywhere. Just a few steps and there were mineral resources in the catacombs. There were countless rare mineral resources. Thinking about it, Qin Fengqing's eyes turned red. They were picking up money. "I'll go too." After Qin Fengqing said that, a few rank 4 martial artists spoke up one after another. Fang Ping glanced at them, thought for a while, and said, "We'll talk about it later. Going in is not now. Let's finish the competition first." They could enter the catacombs anyway. There were still a few days left. Moreover, the first batch was too dangerous. Fang Ping thought that it would not be too late to go after the grandmasters had cleared the enemies there. As for the end of the competition, it had not reached that stage yet. The finals were at hand. Unless the catacombs were breached, it would not end. On this day, there were fewer grandmasters in Capital City. Initially, many grandmasters had planned to stay here and wait for the finals to end. However, Nanjiang's catacombs had suddenly opened. Some of the grandmasters who were closer to Nanjiang had led their teams and left. Even those who were further away were not in the mood to watch the battle. Regardless of whether they supported or not, once the situation in Nanjiang worsened, the higher-ups would also call for grandmasters to support. All of this could not be felt by ordinary people. They were still looking forward to the start of the finals, looking forward to the battle between Fang Ping and Li Hansong. Seeing the audience's enthusiasm, Fang Ping sighed softly. This time, who knew how many martial artists had died in battle in foreign lands? Now, these people were looking forward to their children becoming martial artists and entering martial arts universities. Little did they know that this path was not so easy. Nanjiang. The outskirts of auspicious Peace City, a branch of Tsang Mountain. At this moment, the surrounding area was already under military control. A large number of soldiers were busy on this desolate land. This place would be an important military location in the future. At this moment, Nanjiang had already begun its official construction. In the center of the ground, there was a hole that was dozens of meters deep. At the bottom of the crater, a vortex the size of a human head was constantly stirring up the surrounding space, causing soil to splatter everywhere. Dense energy particles constantly surged out from the vortex. Above the pit, Zhang Dingnan, Lu Polu, and the other 5 to 6 grandmasters had all arrived. Each of them frowned, but no one made a sound. The Guardian of the South, Wu Chuan, was among them. Over at Magic City, the rank 9 who was originally in charge had returned. As the Guardian of the South, under the situation where there was no rank 9 in Nanjiang, he had to come and hold the fort. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhang Dingnan said, Vice-Chancellor who will be back in the afternoon. Military Department Deputy Commander Zhou will also arrive in the afternoon. 1 rank 9, 1 rank 8, 5 rank 7s, and 10 to 20 rank SIXS are the limit. Any more and the passageway will collapse. Beside him, Wu Chuan pondered for a moment and said, Why don't you stay on the ground and command the overall situation, Guardian Wu, you must be joking. Zhang Dingnan chuckled. The big picture lies in the catacombs. Wu Chuan did not say anything else. The overall situation was indeed decided by the catacombs. After saying that, Zhang Dingnan looked at the group of people in the distance and sighed softly. No matter how dangerous it is for us, we're still stronger than them. Rank 6. I'm afraid it'll be dangerous if we go in. Wu Chuan frowned slightly. 7 grandmasters had entered this time. All 7 of them had to fight as soon as possible. There could not be more grandmasters, so they could only choose rank 6 powerhouses to enter. On one hand, they could guard the passageway and prevent it from being destroyed. On the other hand, they could also clean up the small fries. When grandmasters fought, they could not care about the small fries. It would affect their combat strength too much. Even if they were killed instantly, it would still delay them. However, they could not just ignore it. Once the catacombs people destroyed the passageway, they would be trapped in the catacombs. Wu Chuan did not reply. Lu Polu also looked into the distance and sighed. We've already reached the end of the martial path. Life and death are up to fate. Every time the catacombs opened, rank 6 powerhouses would be the first to enter. These people had reached the end of their martial arts path. Going to the catacombs was dangerous, but also an opportunity. As long as he was alive, he might be able to break through. Where's Li Chongqing? Zhang Dingnan suddenly asked. Among the group of people, Li Chongqing was not there. Lu Polu chuckled, You'll know soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, an old man with fluttering white hair flew over from the distance on a sword. Old fellas, I'm coming. Li Chongqing rode on his sword, looking as carefree as an immortal. He laughed and said, How is it? Zhang Dingnan and the others were stunned. This hair, what do you think? I spent 3,000 yuan on a head of white hair. I didn't get cheated, did I? Zhang Dingnan's head was as big as a cow. Wu Chuan also smiled bitterly and said, Chongqing, aren't you? I really want to scold you for being so free. However, after thinking about it, Wu Chuan did not continue. He and Li Chongqing were both the old vice-chancellor's students. Although Wu Chuan looked young, he was actually slightly older than Old Man Li. It was only after he graduated from MCMAU that Li Chongqing entered the school. 10 years ago, Li Chongqing shocked his generation. Although he was only a peak rank 5 powerhouse, his combat strength was extremely strong. He stopped at peak rank 5 to hone a golden body. Who knew that before he could complete it, he would encounter the Skygate City Lord? Since then, he was unable to recover. Although he had broken through to peak rank 6, his mentality was severely damaged. Forget about grandmasters, even peak rank 6 martial artists could not expel their mentality in the second stage. If not for that, he might have achieved Golden Body a long time ago. If Li Chongqing had achieved Golden Body, the current MCMAU Vice-Chancellor Wu Kushan might not be his match. Old Man Li did not care about them. He stroked his long white hair, chuckling and saying, That kid was right. Powerhouses should be like this. At least they look good. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhang Dingnan face-bombed and said, Take it easy. Don't get chopped up by our local catacomb martial artists. I won't. Besides, it's hard to say who will be chopped up. Old Manly chuckled and asked, when can I enter? Within 3 days, when the passageway is slightly more stable. Got it. I'll leave first. After saying that, Old Manly rode on his sword and left. His sword was not unsheathed. Watching him leave, everyone shook their heads slightly. They continued to stare at the vortex below, not making a sound. Capital City. Fang Ping received a call from his sister. Fang Ping, I think my talent has improved recently. Fang Yuan was beaming with joy. She seemed especially excited. Fang Ping was amused. How did you know? My cultivation speed has increased. Fang Yuan said matter-of-factly, Fang Ping, having higher talent is indeed useful. My talent has become stronger now. I realized that when I cultivate, my vitality recovers faster. Auspicious Piece's energy particles exploded. Sun City was close, so Fang Yuan could feel it clearly. Her cultivation speed was faster than before. Is that so? Then you might have really improved. But you can't be arrogant. Your talent was 160 before. Now it's 170 at most. You'll have a long way to go if you want to reach my level. But there's hope if you work hard. Fang Ping encouraged her. Fang Yuan said excitedly, then I'll continue to work hard. Fang Ping, your talent is strong. No wonder your cultivation speed is so fast. I feel that my cultivation speed is very fast when I'm only 170. You're almost 700. If you cultivate for an hour, it'll take us a few days. More or less. That's why your brother is the most talented martial artist in the world. Did you watch the competition? Yes, I did. It's amazing. Then we'll continue watching tomorrow. Your brother hasn't shown his true strength yet. I'm purposely playing with them. Wait until tomorrow, and you'll know how strong your brother is. Really? Fang Yuan said doubtfully, but you didn't fight against 5 alone today, are you stupid? Don't you know Wang Jinyang? He was the one who taught me the basics of martial arts. I have to save him some face. If I beat them all by myself, wouldn't he be so upset that he wanted to cry? Besides, I live in Nanjiang. I can beat 5 people by myself, but I can't do that in Nanjiang. The governor of Nanjiang even invited me to be the deputy governor. I have to be polite no matter what. Oh, I understand. I'm doing them a favor. Fang Yuan quickly understood her brother's painstaking efforts. No wonder Fang Ping could not beat Nanjiang. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan began to type in the group while chatting on the phone. Tell the Yuan Ping Club people that he did not beat Nanjiang Martial Arts University this time to save some face for Nanjiang. It's not that my brother can't do it. They were from the same hometown, so there was no need to spread the news. It was good enough to know. After sending the message, Fang Yuan said, Fang Ping, the competition is over. Are you going home? I'll see. The brother and sister chatted for a while before Fang Ping hung up. Nanjiang's catacombs had opened, and the enthusiasm for the competition had lessened. Old Manly had come out of closed-door cultivation, Lu Fengru had not returned from the catacombs yet. These old men and old women were so troublesome, MCMAU's instructors were old, and some did not care about things. There were also many stupid and uncouth people like Tang Feng. It was a real headache. Fang Ping rubbed his forehead lightly. He had been out for a long time. It was time to go back, December 19th. There should have been a fight for 3rd or 4th place, but NMAU withdrew. The rankings were set. NMAU was 4th, and FMS was 3rd. Now, there was only the fight for 1st and 2nd place. When Fang Ping walked into the stadium, he saw CCMAU's people rubbing their palms and fists. The atmosphere was heated. He shook his head slightly and said, make it quick. Once we get 1st place, we'll go back to MCMAU immediately. Chen Wenlong and the others wanted to talk to him about tactics, but after Fang Ping said that, they did not say anything else. Huang Jing was there too. Seeing the situation, he said, this saber of yours, is it effective? He was not sure. Even if he was a grandmaster, Fang Ping's own mentality was always covering the saber at his waist. Unless he forcefully broke through, he would not feel anything. If Iron Headley doesn't want to die, then admit defeat. I'm not planning to draw my saber and kill him, but if he doesn't, I'll cut off his iron head. If the Grandmasters stop me, remember to help me ask for benefits, Dean. Fang Ping had already made up his mind. This time, he would kill the other party with one slash. If Iron Headley could not stop him, the Grandmasters would definitely step in. If they did, it would be a violation of the rules. They had to pay for it. Huang Jing could not help but laugh. He chuckled and said, if you can really kill him with one slash, and the people from CCMAU step in, I'll step in. Rules still needed to be followed. Last time, Xishan Martial Arts University's vice-chancellor did not even mess up the competition, and he had already paid Fang Ping 5 resurrection pills. CCMAU was much richer than Xishan. Then you'll see. After saying that, Fang Ping's face was full of confidence. He took a step into the air and leaped onto the arena, shouting, Li Hansong, get on stage. Tang Feng saw that and looked at Huang Jing, asking, can he do it? After all, Li Hansong had broken through to rank 5. Fang Ping's injuries had not healed yet. The move he used on Wang Jinyang yesterday might not be able to be used today. Even if he used it, it would only aggravate his injuries, and it would not be worth it. Huang Jing thought for a while and said, I'm not sure, but since he's so confident, there should be some results. However, Huang Jing thought about it. Fang Ping had not nurtured his saber for long. It had only been a little more than 2 months. He might not be able to nurture a strong effect. Moreover, Fang Ping was only rank 4, and he had been cultivating to increase his rank. When Li Hansong saw Fang Ping, he did not wait any longer. He leaped and landed on the arena. Looking at Fang Ping, Li Hansong said in a low voice, your injuries haven't healed yet. I didn't want to bully you, cut the crap. Fang Ping interrupted him directly. I have to rush back to MCMAU now. I don't have time to talk so much with you. Li Hansong, surrender. You and I won't have to fight and waste time. You. Li Hansong was furious. Although he had lost to Wang Jinyang and Yao Qingjun consecutively, it did not mean that he was weak. After a few rounds, he was the one with the least injuries among them. Especially now that he had broken through to rank 5. After a few days, his rank had become more stable. At this moment, even if he were to fight the rank 5 Yao Qingjun again, Li Hansong did not think that he would lose. Last time, it was because his rank was not stable. He was worried that his rank would drop. In addition, there were other people in CCMAU, so he chose to surrender. Fang Ping was severely injured yesterday. CCMAU's Grandmaster had also determined that he could not use the move he did yesterday. Under such circumstances, where did Fang Ping's confidence come from? Not surrendering, huh? Fang Ping was just saying it. It was normal for the other party not to surrender. If he did, he would be an idiot. As soon as he said that, before the referee announced the start, Fang Ping held the scabbard with his left hand and pressed his right hand on the hilt. He shouted, then don't blame me for cutting you down. As soon as he said that, a streak of vitality soared into the sky. At this moment, the chaos-vanquishing saber was not out of its scabbard. However, Fang Ping released his mentality shield and pulled it out slightly. Vitality soared into the sky, shaking the void. Opposite him, Li Hansong's expression changed instantly. It was not just him. At this moment, some of the powerhouses watching the battle also changed their expressions. On the rostrum, CCMAU's Grandmaster's expression changed again and again. After a while, he frowned and said, he only nurtured the saber for 2 months. This saber could not be nurtured by a rank 4 martial artist for 2 months. 2 months. Huang Jing was also a little surprised. He nodded and said, it's comparable to a rank 6 martial artist nurturing a saber for 2 months. The saber nurturing technique could not be used by everyone. There were many restrictions. First of all, not everyone could have a good weapon. Whether it was the longevity sword or the chaos vanquishing saber, they were the best of the best. Second, not everyone had the time and energy to nurture it. It consumed a lot of vitality force. Unless it was a powerhouse like Old Man Li who had no hope of improving, everyone would first consider increasing their rank. Third, not everyone knew the method. This thing was usually passed down in secret. Fourth, even if someone was willing to nurture a saber or a sword, without absolute faith and momentum, the saber or sword nurtured might not achieve the desired effect. Admit defeat. Fang Ping growled again. The sharp glare of the saber, separated by the scabbard, densely covered the arena. Even some of the spectators outside the arena, who had a mentality shield, could feel the cold sharpness of the glare. A golden glow had already appeared above Li Hansong's head to block the sharp glare of the saber. Hearing Fang Ping's words, Li Hansong's eyes turned cold. He snorted coldly and said, "In your dreams." How could it be that easy to make him admit defeat before the saber was drawn? I wanted to kill the external enemy, but since you're not willing to admit defeat, don't blame me for being rude. If worst comes to worst, I'll nurture it again. I'm stronger now. Having said that, Fang Ping raised his head and looked at the referee. In midair, the referee's expression kept changing. After a while, he shouted, "The match begins." Slash. Hum. Following Fang Ping's roar, the sound of the air exploding reverberated in the arena. The surrounding mentality shield set off obvious ripples, a towering vitality slashed through the sky. As Fang Ping drew his saber and slashed down, it landed on the ground instantly. Li Hansong's body had already turned golden. He had the intention to dodge, but now he was firmly locked on by the glare of the saber, the technique of nurturing a saber, nurturing this saber. If it could not hit the enemy, no matter how strong it would be useless. How could Fang Ping not be prepared at all? Although the layers of mentality shield were weak, they were densely surrounding Li Hansong. There was no way he could escape. I don't believe it. Li Hansong's angry roar resounded through the sky. He did not believe, nor was he willing to believe, that as a rank 5, he could not even take one slash from Fang Ping. At this moment, the golden glow shone brightly. Li Hansong did not want to defend himself. His iron fist exploded with a dazzling blood red and gold color. He soared into the sky and attacked the saber. At this moment, there was already a grandmaster powerhouse in the sky. The sharp sound of something breaking through the air made some of the spectators' eardrums hurt. Although grandmasters had set up mentality shields, they were not everywhere. At this moment, the sound came from high up in the sky. If it was not a sealed mentality shield, it could not be completely covered. Break! Li Hansong roared, punching out. Rumble, Kacha, a crisp sound was heard. The B-class alloy gloves shattered in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the saber was still descending. The flesh on Li Hansong's fists exploded instantly. His pale golden bones also made a cracking sound. Li Hansong's desperate roar was heard again. The golden glow shone brightly again. For the first time, he raised his head and attacked. Enough! A cold roar was heard. The Grandmaster powerhouse in midair waved his palm and slapped Li Hansong out of the arena. Bang! A loud explosion was heard. The saber landed on the ground, sending up a large number of alloy fragments. These fragments seemed to be guided by someone, shooting in one direction. When they reached the mentality shield, they lost their power and slowly fell to the ground. In the next moment, two silhouettes shot out. Xianxia had just picked up a fragment when she saw Qin Fengqing snatching it too. Her face was blank. Fang Ping asked her to pick up the fragments. Did he let Qin Fengqing pick them up too? Seeing Qin Fengqing snatching without a care for his image, Xianxia thought for a while and did not continue. Forget it. Let Senior Qin hold them first. Qin Fengqing did not care so much. In a few seconds, he had collected all the fragments into his pocket. Without another word, he broke into a run. He wanted to return to MCMAU first, at least 200 caddies. What kind of concept was this? 20,000 credits. Of course, this A-class alloy was not forged, so it was slightly worse. However, no matter how cheap it was, with a 50% discount, it was still worth 10,000 credits. He was rich. Even if Fang Ping really deducted 2,000 credits from his reward, he did not care. Qin Fengqing's movements were smooth. Fang Ping had just finished fighting when Qin Fengqing had already leaped over the iron net and used flight step. His speed was shocking. Not many people paid attention to him. At this moment, the entire audience was looking at Fang Ping. No one would have thought that the rank 4 Fang Ping would be able to crush the rank 5 Li Hansong so easily. It was only one slash shattered Li Hansong's iron fist. He even made a headbutting gesture. If it were not for the CCMAU grandmasters, he might have been killed. So strong. At this moment, not just ordinary people, even some rank 5 and 6 martial artists could not help but exclaim in shock. Was this Fang Ping's true strength? Killing a prodigy with one slash. Among the 4 prodigies, should Fang Ping be singled out? Previously, when Fang Ping said that he was the first among the rank 4, no one took it seriously. But now, everyone believed it. Fang Ping wins. The referee's shout brought everyone back to their senses. On the grandstand, the CCMAU grandmasters had already returned. Both sides did not speak. Huang Jing did not ask for compensation because Qin Fengqing had already gotten it and ran away. CCMAU did not ask for Qin Fengqing to stay either. Because this was compensation. Otherwise, Qin Fengqing could take some C-class alloy. There were so many A-class alloys. If he took it, he could forget about leaving CCMAU. As for whether Qin Fengqing would give it to Fang Ping or to MCMAU, it was not CCMAU's business. On the stage, Fang Ping's expression was dark. Qin Fengqing was too bold. At this moment, he could not care about Qin Fengqing. Li Hansong stood dejectedly at the side. He did not get off the stage. Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Brotherly, it's time to get off the stage." Li Hansong lifted his head to look at him. His hands were a bloody mess, almost unrecognizable. Fang Ping. Am I really that weak? Consecutive defeats, rank 4 defeated, rank 5 defeated, and to a rank 4 too. Li Hansong was really devastated. No, you're strong, very, very strong. But I'm stronger. Fang Ping stood proudly and said in a clear voice, "Just now, I could kill a rank 6 with my saber." It did not matter if others believed it or not. Li Hansong believed it. His mood improved slightly. Li Hansong sighed softly and turned to get off the stage. There was always someone better. This championship would affect his life. So, I'm not the strongest. In the distance, a few CCMAU grandmasters looked solemn. They hoped that Li Hansong could walk out of this. Only when he did, would he be stronger. 3 minutes later, the referee announced loudly, "MCMAU wins." The second championship had officially ended. Fang Ping stood proudly, leaving behind an undefeated legend, Prodigy Sword in the Sky. Fang Ping was undefeated. He swept through the current generation and made his name known everywhere. Mekmo. MCMAU is invincible. President is invincible. When the participating team members returned to MCMAU, the entire campus was in an uproar. Killing a heavenly prodigy, Fang Ping single-handedly swept in all directions, defeating First Military School and CCMAU in succession. MCMAU's current atmosphere was at its peak. What was overbearing? This was it. What was invincibility? This was it. From start to finish, he had not suffered a single defeat. At this moment, MCMAU's Fang Ping was already hailed as the #1 prodigy in the outside world. Not only the current students, but also the graduates and casual martial artists, included. Fang Ping's realm might not be the highest among the generation under 30 years old, but his combat strength and cultivation progress were almost at the limit. Fang Ping was not only domineering on campus, but he was also domineering in the outside world. He won the championship easily, leading MCMAU to take the top spot among the elite schools. This time, it was the official government ranking. In the past, when CCMAU said that it was #1 and was publicly acknowledged as #1, it was not a ranking given by the government. This was the first time the government had ranked martial arts universities, and MCMAU had taken first place. This kind of honor excited MCMAU's instructors and students. Some of the older martial artists even had tears in their eyes. The old vice-chancellor's greatest wish in his life was to conquer the catacombs. Other than that, MCMAU had surpassed CCMAU, one school suppressing one catacomb. However, until the moment he died in a foreign land, the old principal did not get to see it. Although it was only a championship and a ranking given by the government, it did not mean that MCMAU was truly stronger than CCMAU. Even so, it still stirred the emotions of countless instructors and students. This was a milestone turning point. From the day MCMAU won, MCMAU stood in first place, regardless of whether it was due to other reasons, outside the school archives. Wu Quishan personally led some people to welcome Fang Ping and the others. Fang Ping got out of the car, holding a golden nameplate in his hand. On it were the words, "Best Elite School." This was the harvest this time. This signboard the size of a book had an extraordinary significance. It meant that there would be an additional 9 billion in financial allocation compared to last year. It meant that MCMAU would be able to recruit more outstanding students next year. It meant that they would have more resources to recruit middle-ranked instructors from the outside. This also meant that within this year, MCMAU would be riding on CCMAU's head, in reality. Good, very good. Thank you, everyone, for bringing glory to MCMAU. Thank you, everyone, for winning first place for MCMAU. Glory belongs to MCMAU, and it belongs to all of you. Today, we will bear witness. Fang Ping and the others will have their names engraved in MCMAU school archives. Wu Quishan announced MCMAU's decision loudly. Fang Ping and the others' names were recorded in the school's archives. Not just anyone could leave their name in MCMAU school archives. Grandmasters could enter, those who had died in the catacombs could enter, and those who had made significant contributions to MCMAU could enter. Over the years, there were only a few students whose names were recorded in the school's archives. Without exception, they were all martial artists who had made great contributions in the catacombs. On the other hand, Fang Ping and the others did not enter the catacombs based on their merits. However, Fang Ping led MCMAU to become the top elite university. His contributions and achievements were no less than those of his predecessors. We are witnesses. A group of older martial artists behind Wu Quishan cheered loudly. MCMAU had won the honor of being the #1 martial arts university. The first step of the dream of surpassing CCMAU had been completed. This was the glory of everyone in MCMAU. Seeing that these old men and women were so excited, Fang Ping coughed softly. He was just about to say a few words when Wu Quishan took the plaque and shouted, "Sign up." Fang Ping's hands were still holding the plaque, but the people behind him had already passed him and followed the vice-chancellor into the school's archives to sign up. F***CK. Fang Ping cursed. Wu Quishan was too narrow-minded. Let me say a few words. This was a good time to buy people's hearts. At this time, he could say a few things like, CCMAU is nothing, it will surpass us in all aspects sooner or later, I will strive to break through the double digits of grandmasters while I'm in school, increase instructor benefits, cultivate more middle-ranked students. Even if there were elements of bragging, these people were so excited at this time that they would not doubt it. In the end, Wu Quishan was afraid that Fang Ping's name would overshadow his, so he did not give Fang Ping a chance. Fang Ping complained to himself for a while. He could only follow the crowd into the school's archives. After bustling around in the school's archives for a while, the welcoming ceremony finally came to an end. Wu Quishan and Huang Jing did not stay for long. They went to the southern area, perhaps to pay their respects to the old vice-chancellor. MCMAU had finally won the title of the top elite university. After finishing all this, Fang Ping was also a little tired. These days, he had fought with powerhouses continuously. He was actually tired, and his injuries were not light. Even if his vitality was abundant, he was still a little tired. But no matter how tired he was, things were not finished yet. At this time, Fang Ping could not help but sigh. Once a person was in power, things would be endless. If he were an ordinary student, he would go back to school now and have a good sleep. He did not care if the world was turned upside down. But he was not. As the president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society, Nanjiang's catacombs had already been opened. At this moment, he still had to continue to be busy. Martial Arts Society. Fang Ping strode in. Along the way, greetings such as "Good day, President" and "You've worked hard, President" came one after another. He had led MCMAU to win the championship of 2 consecutive championships and defeated all the other prodigy martial artists. At this moment, Fang Ping's reputation in the school had reached a peak. Next year, when the financial allocation increased, everyone knew that their lives might be better than they were now. Fang Ping had brought them honor and practical benefits. At this moment, even if Fang Ping was a little stronger in the school, no one cared. Instead, they felt that it was natural. Fang Ping nodded slightly in response. On the way, Chen Yunqi jogged over. Fang Ping did not beat around the bush. He said directly, gather all students above upper stage rank 3 for a meeting. Also, inform Qin Fengqing to hand over the things obediently. If he dares not to come back, I'll put him on the wanted list. Xianxia was speechless. Senior Qin had better turn on his phone. If he really did not come back, then he could only wait for death. Fang Ping saying that he was wanted might not be a joke. Martial arts universities also had this power. Martial arts universities could issue missions to the public. They could even connect to the Department of Investigation Services and the military department's mission system. If Qin Fengqing was wanted, Xianxia dared not imagine how miserable Qin Fengqing would be. Without delay, after Fang Ping entered the office, Xianxia hurried to the Martial Arts Society office to start working. Martial artists' efficiency had never been slow. 15 minutes later. All the students above upper stage rank 3 in the school were all present. Qin Fengqing was there too. At this moment, Qin Fengqing's face was dark. He looked unhappy. Put me on the wanted list. Fang Ping was too ruthless. Initially, he wanted to hide and was preparing to go to Nanjiang. In the end, before he could leave, the MCMAU campus broadcast sounded. Qin Fengqing came to the Martial Arts Society for a meeting immediately. Otherwise, MCMAU would issue a wanted list to the public and punish him as a heretic. This time, Qin Fengqing could not hide anymore. At the vitality pool, the rank 6 instructor guarding was glaring at him as if he wanted to suppress him. Qin Fengqing was so scared that he hurriedly explained that it was a misunderstanding. Under the instructor's gaze, he had no choice but to return to the Martial Arts Society. As soon as everyone arrived, Fang Ping, who was already waiting, said, Qin Fengqing left the team before the championship ended. He lacked the big picture, the dedication to MCMAU, and the collective sense of honor. However, since he recognized his mistake in time, this is a small punishment as a warning. The championship's reward will be the same as the reserve teams. In other words, 1,000 credits were deducted. Qin Fengqing's expression changed instantly. He said bitterly, I've returned the alloy fragments to you, okay? When I left, you defeated Li Hansong with 1 slash. You'll definitely win. Does this count as leaving early? Nonsense. Fang Ping scolded. If anything happens and MCMAU loses, who's going to bear the responsibility? If I don't have the strength to spare, and Senior Chen can't take down Qinze, will you bear the responsibility? This concerns the battle for the top elite university, tens of billions of financial allocation, and the expectations of countless MCMAU instructors and students. Qin Fengqing, do you think this is child's play? How can you face the old vice-chancellor? The old vice-chancellor has been looking forward to surpassing CCMAU his whole life. If you lose at this juncture, how can you, Qin Fengqing, feel at ease? You forget the big picture at the sight of small profits. If you didn't win in the end, and you returned to MCMAU and returned the alloy fragments, believe it or not, the high grandmasters of MCMAU would arrest you and bring you back to school. Qin Fengqing, do you realize your mistake? Everyone glared at Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing said sorrowfully, I do. My mistake was. I shouldn't have snatched your things. I'm so stupid. I've said it before. Even if Fang Ping dropped cash at my feet, I would not pick it up. How could I forget? It's fine if I took other people's things, but if I took Fang Ping's, I'll die. Fang Ping retorted righteously, nonsense. I think you still haven't woken up. I don't plan to keep the alloy fragments for myself. I'll hand them over to the Martial Arts Society. Moreover, this isn't about the alloy fragments. Money is a worldly possession. As martial artists, we fight when we should. I'm not talking about the alloy fragments, but your lack of belonging to MCMAU. If you leave the team without permission, you'll be a deserter in the military department. They'll execute you. Qin Fengqing drooped his head. If you say so, then so be it. It'll be more troublesome if I argue now. Fortunately, Zhang Yu advised at this moment, President Fang, Qin Fengqing is just confused for a moment. He's not afraid to fight. Fang Ping raised his hand slightly and said, I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, you'll be punished severely. After saying that, Fang Ping ignored him. He looked around and looked at the crowd. When he saw Yi Qing, he nodded slightly and said, Senior Yi has broken through. Congratulations. Yi Qing nodded lightly. This time, he did not go to watch the championship. Last time, he lost to Monk Jessa, and his journey of invincibility among rank 3 was not smooth. However, these days, he had recovered. During Fang Ping's competition, Yi Qing had broken through to rank 4. Now, there are 12 rank 4 martial artists here, and 32 upper stage rank 3 and above. That's 44 people in total. MCMAU's vitality has finally recovered a lot. Fang Ping was in a good mood. When school started, there were only 9 rank 4 martial artists, and the strongest was upper stage rank 4. Now, there were 12 rank 4 martial artists. However, 2 of them had gone out and had not returned. In other words, in the past 3 months, 5 people had broken through to rank 4. As for him and Chen Wenlong, they were both peak rank 4. There were also Qin Fengqing and Zhang Yu in upper stage rank 4, and a few middle stage rank 4 martial artists. This strength was twice as strong as when school started. Previously, there were only 51 rank 3 martial artists. Now, there were more than 30 people who were upper stage and above. The total number of rank 3s had exceeded the 150 mark. This made Fang Ping feel even better. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Zhao Lei, who was sitting in the corner, and smiled. Zhao Lei, you've made good progress. You've finally entered upper stage rank 3. How's Fu Chongding's progress? Just a little bit more, but there's hope of achieving upper stage rank 3 before the end of the month. Zhao Lei answered honestly. Now that even the troublemaker Qin Fengqing had been taught a lesson, he better not talk nonsense. Otherwise, if Fang Ping got the chance, he would have to teach him a lesson. That's not bad. I heard that the new students are doing well too. Tang Wen and the others have already entered rank 2. They're even faster than us back then. Fang Ping laughed. MCMAU will only get better and stronger. Everyone should work hard to make MCMAU better. Of course, this gathering wasn't to show off their achievements. Back to the main topic, the entrance to Nanjiang's catacombs opened yesterday morning. 2 days after tomorrow, when the passageway to the catacombs is stable, we can enter. The opening of the catacombs was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. Everyone knew this. As someone from Nanjiang, whether it's to kill enemies or to fight for opportunities, I'll go back. This time, I've gathered everyone here to ask for everyone's opinion. Is there anyone who wants to go together? Of course, I won't force you this time. The catacombs has just opened, and there are many dangers. Even if everyone is upper stage rank 3 and above, it's still extremely dangerous. I'll go. Qin Fengqing was the first to respond. Fang Ping ignored him. Qin Fengqing would definitely go. He did not have to ask to know this. Chen Wenlong thought for a moment and said, I want to return to the military department. There are still some missions in Magic City's catacombs, and I'm also preparing to break through to rank 5. Don't worry, Senior Chen. I've already said that this isn't a compulsory mission. Senior Chen's breakthrough is more important. Now that CCMAU and FMS both have rank 5 martial artists, MCMAU also needs a rank 5 to appear. I won't choose to break through for now. His internal organs were still slightly lacking in honing. Previously, he had made the celestial bridge unstable, so he had to wait a little longer. Chen Wenlong breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said nothing. Zhang Yu, Xiaolei, and the others also spoke up and chose to go. This was a rare opportunity. Martial artists were not afraid of danger. If they were really afraid, they might as well not enter the catacombs at all. In the end, including Fang Ping, 9 rank 4 martial artists and 24 upper stage rank 3 and above martial artists chose to go. The others were either on the verge of breaking through or had other matters to attend to, so they could not go. 33 of them were all upper stage rank 3 and above. This strength was already extremely strong. Fang Ping was a little hesitant now. These people were the most elite batch of students in MCMAU. If they were buried in the catacombs, then MCMAU would really decline in the next few years. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping looked at Liang Fenghua and said, Senior Liang, stay in school and wait for your breakthrough to upper stage rank 4. Liang Fenghua frowned slightly. After a while, he nodded and said nothing. Senior Zhang, you too. Zhang Yu wanted to say something but hesitated. Fang Ping said, after I lead the team and leave, you and Senior Liang will be in charge of the Martial Arts Society temporarily. The Martial Arts Society can't be paralyzed. Since Senior Chen is not on campus, once Qin Fengqing and I leave, we need you, an upper stage rank 4 martial artist, to oversee the Martial Arts Society. Hearing that, Zhang Yu did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Chen Yunqi, you don't have to go either. You've just broken through to upper stage rank 3, Chen Yunqi said softly. Zhao Lei is the same. I won't be a burden to everyone, Fang Ping frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, up to you. When the time comes, you guys will follow the main team and are not allowed to leave without permission. We'll depart tomorrow. Everyone go back and prepare. I'll go to the instructors and have a look. We'll move together. After saying that, Fang Ping saw Qin Fengqing looking at him pitifully. He said impatiently, what are you looking at? You've deducted it just like that. Go and collect your reward yourself. 1,000 credits. I'll see who dares to give you one more point. Qin Fengqing's face was full of grief. 1,000 credits. The duck that was in his grasp had flown away, 30 million, it was enough for Fang Ping. However, at this time, Qin Fengqing knew that it was useless for him to say anything. Fang Ping was now in control of the Martial Arts Society and had led the team to take down the title of the top elite school. The instructors all gave him face. He could not find anyone to help him now. Still, holding on to his last hope, Qin Fengqing said softly, 2-1 to 5. If you give it to me, I'll give you half. What kind of person do you think I, Fang Ping, am? Fang Ping scolded. Don't think about all this nonsense. If you want credits, go to the catacombs and earn them yourself. Alright, I still have things to do. Stop pestering me. After saying that, Fang Ping strode away. Who's going to split it 50-50 with you? The school allocated the credits and the Martial Arts Society collected them. What belongs to the Martial Arts Society belongs to him. Even if it was not for corruption, it was good to use it to buy people's hearts. Qin Fengqing, you've wasted too many credits. I might as well not give it to you. This guy, with some credits, was so arrogant that he did not know his place. He even dared to use the vitality pool as a hotel. Moreover, Qin Fengqing had just broken through to upper stage rank 4. He was not too short of cultivation resources now. If he gave it to him, he would definitely waste it. He might even exchange a B-class Chengdao for an A-class one. The teacher's building's conference room. When Fang Ping arrived, Luo Yichuan, Tang Feng, and the others were all there. Seeing that Fang Ping had arrived, Luo Yichuan opened his mouth and said, we've already announced the news earlier. There are many instructors who have signed up to go. We've filtered them and limited the number of people to 30. Now, including me, there are 4 rank 6 martial artists, 12 rank 5 martial artists, and 12 rank 4 martial artists, making a total of 28 people. Fang Ping replied immediately, the Martial Arts Society has 7 rank 4 martial artists and 24 upper stage rank 3 and above martial artists. Luo Yichuan frowned slightly. Tang Feng also pondered for a moment and said, isn't it too risky? More than half of the student martial artists who were upper stage rank 3 and above had gone. What I'm thinking is that rank 3 and 4 martial artists should follow the main group and enter later. There's still some degree of safety. Some of the rank 4 and rank 5 and 6 martial artists can move alone or in teams. We'll discuss the specifics when we get there. This time, with the addition of Old Liu, MCMAU had dispatched 1 high-ranked, 35 middle-ranked, and 24 upper stage rank 3 and above. This could be considered as MCMAU's rightful name. Of course, I have my own selfish motives. This can be considered half official and half private. Before I came back, I communicated with Nanjiang. Nanjiang's finances are tight now, but they're willing to subsidize MCMAU 300 million in cash to purchase pills and weapons. Personally, I will also invest 300 million to raise 600 million to purchase some necessary equipment for the teachers and students. Tang Feng could not help but glance at Fang Ping. After a while, he said, it's fine if it's just you, but everyone is going to Nanjiang, not. Fang Ping smiled and shook his head. Don't say that, Instructor Tang. There are opportunities to go to Nanjiang, but the risks are greater. Initially, everyone could have chosen not to go. It was also because of my strong advocacy that MCMAU mobilized so many people to go to Nanjiang. 300 million isn't much. It's fine as long as it's enough. As soon as he said that, Luo Yichuan and Tang Feng could not help but look at Fang Ping in a different light. It was really different. In the past, Fang Ping was not like this. He only knew how to take. This made Tang Feng show his dissatisfaction with him a few times. However, ever since Fang Ping became the president of the Martial Arts Society, things had changed. All the alloys he had obtained during the championship had been handed over to the Martial Arts Society. All the profits from the martial arts competition he hosted went to the school. Now, he had even personally taken out a huge sum of money to subsidize MCMAU, sacrificing himself for the sake of the public. This made Tang Feng a little dazed. A person could actually change to this extent. At this moment, Luo Yichuan's mood was also extremely complicated. Even if it was him, if he were asked to subsidize 300 million to the school, it might not be impossible for him to do so, but it would really be very difficult for him to do so. Fang Ping was still just a student, and he had earned this money himself, bit by bit. Fang Ping. He had not only had Ping, but Fang had also had. He had, and he had. Were. But now, not only did he pay, he also paid a huge sum of money. Luo Yichuan patted Fang Ping's shoulder and chuckled. Each generation brings forth new talents. You remind me of the old vice-chancellor. Long, and Feng, and S, Fang, Ping. Fang, and Feng Ping. However, the current Fang Ping seemed to be following the old vice-chancellor's path. He was selfless and devoted to MCMAU. It was MCMAU's fortune that such a prodigy had appeared in MCMAU. Don't make fun of me, Dean Luo. I can't compare to the old vice-chancellor. I'm just doing what I can. Money is a mere possession. Fang Ping had a lot of money left. He had 600 million after coming out of the catacombs. He had invested more in the company. Distance was expanding all over the country. But even so, the investment was less than 200 million yuan, leaving him with nearly 400 million yuan of funds. Actually, Fang Ping did not need these. His wealth was more important. If he spent 300 million, the MCMAU instructors and students would look at him differently. Tang Feng and Luo Yichuan, the two peak rank 6 martial artists, were very friendly to him. There were 7 peak rank 6 powerhouses in MCMAU. Including Lu Fengru and Old Manly, Fang Ping thought he could bribe at least 4 of them. The other 3 were 1 from the catacombs and 2 deans. Fang Ping thought it would not be difficult to win them over. He had helped the School of Social Sciences and the School of Production after he became the president. Other than the 3 grandmasters, the peak rank 6 martial artists were the school's backbone. Fang Ping thought he had bribed almost all of them. If he wanted to usurp power, forget it. He was afraid of being beaten to death. However, he had built the foundation. When he became a grandmaster, he would have the final say in MCMAU. A few 100 million to buy the hearts of MCMAU. It was a good deal. Good job. Luo Yichuan sighed again and said, I made the right decision to let Luo Xing enter MCMAU. He came at a good time. Taking first place in the elite university, the financial allocation increased, credits were easier to obtain. Compared to the past, MCMAU is more prosperous now. Tang Feng nodded slightly, looking very satisfied. The current MCMAU was progressing very quickly. This made Tang Feng happy and self-reproach. This generation of MCMAU people did not seem to bring much change to MCMAU. Fang Ping smiled. I'm still waiting for the 2 instructors to break through to Grandmaster. Everything is going well in MCMAU except for 2 things. First, we don't have enough Grandmasters. Second, we don't have a rank 9 holding the fort. I'm putting in more effort now because I hope Vice-Chancellor Wu can spend more time on cultivation. This way, once Vice-Chancellor Wu enters rank 9, MCMAU will be number 1 in reality. After a few more years, MCMAU can suppress the catacombs. It might not be wishful thinking. Grandmaster. Luo Yichuan chuckled. I'm a little lacking, but old Tang will be soon. I think your instructor will be soon too. Thinking about it, it's quite exciting. If we really have 5 grandmasters, MCMAU, Fang Ping interrupted him with a smile, it's not just 5. If we can find my instructor's father, and I break through, you and Instructor Li will also break through, then MCMAU will be strong enough to suppress all the martial arts universities. Dean Li, Luo Yichuan wanted to say something but stopped. Fang Ping frowned slightly and asked immediately, is Instructor Li's injury very serious? Huang Jing had mentioned before that old man Li was injured and had not recovered for many years. Luo Yichuan sighed softly. It doesn't affect his daily cultivation. The main thing is that his mentality is damaged. It hurt his foundation and hasn't healed. He can't expel his mentality. There's no hope for him to become a grandmaster. Sigh, what a pity. His mentality is damaged? Tang Feng nodded. Yes. Actually, you should know about this. Vice-Chancellor Wu led the team, the time my instructor's daughter died in battle? Yes. It was that time. Skygate City Lord ambushed them. Many people died in battle that day. Those who didn't die were also affected by the other party's mentality. Some people didn't die in the catacombs. After they came back, because they couldn't suppress their injuries, they passed away one after another. Now, only Vice-Chancellor Wu and Dean Li are still alive. Because Vice-Chancellor is a Grandmaster powerhouse, he can heal injuries and has recovered long ago. Dean Li's injury has been delayed until now. Fang Ping frowned. Can't he be healed? Tang Feng sighed. There's no way. Rank 9 powerhouses have tried to heal him, but his mentality is scattered and can't be condensed at all. His mentality is scattered and he can't even expel it. If he can expel it, then it'll be better. Maybe he can try to break through the realm and recover himself. Unfortunately, he can't. After all these years, Dean Li has also given up. As he said that, Tang Feng continued, Dean Li is also betting everything on this trip to Nanjiang. Sigh, he went to Nanjiang? Fang Ping cut him off immediately. Yes. He went there a few days ago. Fang Ping frowned. After a while, he said he has a sword that can kill a rank 8. Is that true? Luo Yichuan and Tang Feng looked at each other. Tang Feng said in a low voice, you learned your saber nurturing technique from Dean Li, right? Yes. He nurtured his sword too. He nurtured it for 10 years. Tang Feng sighed. Ever since he came out of the catacombs 10 years ago, he hasn't used his sword again. In these 10 years, he went down to the catacombs, but that longevity sword has never been unsheathed. As for whether he can kill a rank 8, I don't know. But, Luo Yichuan continued in a low voice, but even if he can, once he uses his sword, it won't be a good thing. Rank 6 and rank 8 are worlds apart. You should understand. You're a rank 4. Can you kill a peak rank 6 martial artist with one sword? Moreover, the difference between rank 6 and rank 8 is far greater than the difference between rank 4 and rank 6. These are two completely different concepts. Will I die? Definitely. Fang Ping took a deep breath and did not ask further. He nodded and said, I understand. The catacombs passageway is not stable yet. He probably hasn't entered yet. Instructor Luo will depart tomorrow morning. Luo Yichuan did not say much. He nodded and said, I'll inform everyone. Okay. I'll transfer the funds over later. I'll ask them to transfer the money from Nanjiang immediately. Instructors, please help distribute it. At the very least, make sure everyone has a resurrection pill. Change the weapons that need to be changed. Prepare enough vitality pills too, Fang Ping said for a while. He did not stay any longer and left. As soon as he left, Luo Yichuan sighed softly. We were wrong about him that day. Fang Ping was in the 3 lower ranks. He was calculative. He would snatch things that were beneficial to him faster than anyone else. If it was not beneficial to him, he might not react even if the school collapsed. This kind of person might become a powerhouse, but it was impossible for him to become a leader. Unexpectedly, after taking over as the Martial Arts Society president, Fang Ping had undergone earth-shattering changes. Tang Feng nodded slightly. We were wrong. Maybe it's just as he said. Everyone's path is different. His path isn't now. Luo Yichuan smiled. He asked suddenly, say, what rank 6 do you think he can achieve in the school? There's hope for peak rank 6. What about rank 7? It's hard to say. Tang Feng shook his head slightly. Only at this stage did he know how difficult it was to achieve rank 7. Fang Ping was talented. His mentality had reached the stage where he could expel it. However, it did not mean that he could achieve rank 7 successfully. It depended on his luck. Old Manly was not in school. Fang Ping did not go to the courtyard. He went to the Martial Arts Society and collected 2,000 credits. Fang Ping would still take what he deserved. Wang Jinyang did not take it because Nanjiang was poor. MCMAU was not. 2,000 credits. Fang Ping did not ask for them. Now that he was the president of the Martial Arts Society, the biggest advantage was that he could convert his credits into cash. Other students did not care too much about the difference between credits and money. He got 60 million in cash. After deducting the 300 million he transferred to the school, Fang Ping's account balance reached 150 million again. Sometimes, Fang Ping felt that earning money was really easy. After collecting the benefits, Fang Ping checked his stats again: wealth, 950 million, vitality, 3,200 calories, 3,259 calories, mentality, 672 Hz, 699 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 6 bones, 90%, 23 bones, 30% plus, storage space, 1 cubic meter energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. Fang Ping spent a lot of wealth in the championship. However, it was not a lot. Including cultivation, it was only a few tens of millions. This time, he obtained 60 million wealth, which was slightly more than before he left. Vitality had also increased a little, but not by much. The change was not too obvious. His mentality had been stuck here. Fang Ping guessed that he would probably have to wait until he reached rank 5 before it could continue to increase. When his mentality broke through to 700 Hz and above, its power would increase a lot. Fang Ping felt this from Yao Qingjun. Before Yao Qingjun reached rank 5, his mentality was not as good as Fang Ping's. When he reached rank 5, he should have reached 700 Hz and above. Even Iron Headley was no match for him. He was intimidated by him. This was not an easy feat. If Fang Ping really fought with Li Hansong, he might not be his match. With that iron head of his, if Fang Ping did not draw his saber, he might not be able to break through, including his mentality. I'll stay for a while longer. When my 5 viscera have been honed to the limit and the celestial bridge is stable, I can choose to break through. If it was fast, it would take 10 days to half a month. If it was slow, it would take 1 or 2 months. Fang Ping might break through before the new year. Although he entered rank 5 slightly later than Li Hansong and the others, when they reached rank 5, the time difference of 1 or 2 months was nothing. At that time, they would definitely not reach middle stage rank 5. Fang Ping was sure of this. At the same rank, those fellows were not as fast as he was. I don't know how many people Li Hansong can bring from CCMAU. I'll meet them in Nanjiang tomorrow. CCMAU can also be counted as the people I brought. If CCMAU brings more people, more than 100 people, the weakest of them would be upper stage rank 3. This kind of lineup is worthy of Nanjiang. In a team of more than 100 people, more than half of them were middle ranked. This kind of strength was not comparable to the strength of a province in Nanjiang, but 3 to 5 prefecture-level cities in Nanjiang would not be able to put together such a lineup. If Grandmaster Lu Polu was included, it would be even stronger. And Old Man Li. Is this old man going to fight with the determination to die? Fang Ping had a slight headache. He thought of Lu Fengru, who had not come out from Magic City's catacombs. She really made him worry. We'll talk about it when we reach Nanjiang. Fang Ping shook his head. There was no use in being anxious now. He would think of a way when he arrived. Just as Fang Ping collected his benefits and began to pack his things to go to Nanjiang, the news about Fang Ping's personal subsidy of 300 million and the 300 million subsidies from Nanjiang spread in MCMAU. Luo Yichuan and Tang Feng were not greedy people. Whoever fought for everyone's benefits, that was who. There was no need to hide it. When the news came out, everyone who knew about it was shocked. Fang Ping. Personal subsidy for everyone? The most confused person was Qin Fengqing. Was this still Fang Ping? Was this really Fang Ping? When did Fang Ping become so generous? Why did he not feel it before? Not only that, Fang Ping's generosity, and dedication to the public. Compared to Qin Fengqing instantly felt endless malice. The people in the martial arts society looked at him strangely. Look, the president was the president. No wonder you, Qin Fengqing, were still the vice president for a few years. Just looking at the big picture, you were much worse than Fang Ping. This doesn't make sense. Qin Fengqing's face was full of distress. How did Fang Ping become like this? In the past, when he got into trouble, Fang Ping could be used as a negative example to make everyone ignore Qin Fengqing. Now, Fang Ping had become MCMAU's savior. He, Qin Fengqing, had really become a bastard who did all kinds of evil. Comparing the two, Qin Fengqing seemed even more like a bastard. Fang Ping has been taken over by someone? Qin Fengqing thought of a plot in a novel and mumbled, it must be so. I must be hallucinating. Otherwise, I've been taken over by someone. Fang Ping is not this kind of person. Chen Yunqi, who was passing by, wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she sighed and said nothing. 20th of December. Downstairs of the MCMAU Martial Arts Society. The students who were ready to depart arrived one after another. Qin Fengqing carried his newly changed Changdao, looking a little listless. Recently, he had been especially miserable. This made Qin Fengqing feel like he had suffered the biggest blow in his life. When he saw Fang Ping, Qin Fengqing also looked a little listless. This was not Fang Ping. He ignored Fang Ping, but Fang Ping walked toward him, patted his shoulder and smiled. Senior Qin, are you okay? Still holding a grudge from yesterday? Qin Fengqing felt a strong sense of malice. No, how could I? It's only 1,000 credits, it's nothing. Qin Fengqing replied quickly. I don't hold a grudge. Now that you're a saint, if I hold a grudge, then wouldn't I be a villain? Fang Ping laughed and nodded slightly. Then, he lowered his voice and said, remember to cooperate with me along the way. Otherwise, I'll continue to suppress you for the rest of the year. What? Qin Fengqing did not understand. Cooperate with you for what? Don't play dumb. Others are not suitable, but you are. When you reach Nanjiang, remember to tell Nanjiang's governor and Nanjiang's martial artists that I personally subsidized hundreds of millions for Nanjiang this time. Don't be too special. Make it seem natural. Also, when you meet people from CCMAU, publicize it for me. Qin Fengqing was stunned. You're waiting here. Is it not enough to bribe MCMAU? You also want to bribe Nanjiang's martial artists? You're even thinking of CCMAU? Fang Ping, this bastard, what does he want? Unify the martial arts world? The most important thing is, you want me to cooperate with you, and you even have an attitude that others are not suitable. What do you mean? How am I, Qin Fengqing, suitable? I won't do it. Qin Fengqing refused immediately. I'm graduating soon. After I graduate, I'm not afraid of you. You won't do it? If not, then return me the resurrection pills and vitality pills that you received yesterday. Qin Fengqing said angrily, you gave them to yourself. What does it have to do with me? Others have received them, why shouldn't I? Lower your voice. Fang Ping noticed that the people around him were looking at him. He growled in a low voice. Then, he lowered his voice and said, Senior Qin, there's no need to do this. Everyone has accepted it. This isn't something that belongs to me alone. Nanjiang also subsidizes it. If you insist on returning it to me, aren't you just embarrassing me? Qin Fengqing was shocked. Was it really suitable for you to act alone? Zhang Yu, who was sending them out, was slightly surprised. He said immediately, Fengqing, take it. This is Fang Ping's good intentions. He deducted 1,000 credits from you yesterday because the Martial Arts Society wanted to maintain fairness. Don't hold a grudge against Fang Ping. Qin Fengqing was not the kind of person who did not want the benefits that were in his hands. However, he did not even want the benefits now. It was obvious that he really hated Fang Ping. At this moment, many people came forward to persuade him. Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping's innocent expression. After a while, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. This yes was not what everyone understood it to be. It was a way of telling Fang Ping that he was good enough to agree. Fang Ping smiled. We're all MCMAU students. We're all doing this for MCMAU. It's good that Senior Qin understands. As he spoke, Xianxia rushed in from outside and shouted, President, the things are here. Fang Ping walked over immediately and took a standard Chongdao. He handed it to Liang Fenghua and said, Senior Liang's saber was broken by me. The one I had before was a Yanuideo. It's not suitable for Senior Liang. I asked Yunqi to go to the logistics department and exchange it for a new one. Senior brother, you're in charge of MCMAU this time. Although the school has the vice-chancellor and teachers, the Martial Arts Society has to play its role. Senior brother, take this saber. I hope that when we return in triumph, MCMAU will be better. Fang Ping, Liang Fenghua was a little embarrassed. Beside him, Qin Fengqing pursed his lips. Suddenly, he felt a headache. This feeling was too familiar. Mentality. Qin Fengqing was so angry that his face turned green. After a while, he muttered, take it. A C-class saber has become a B-class saber. I don't even have it if I wanted it. It's a waste not to take it. Fang Ping uses A-class anyway. Fang Ping turned his head and glared at him. He did not say anything else. He shoved the saber to Liang Fenghua and shouted, get in the car. Let's go. Fang Ping, Liang Fenghua wanted to say more, but Fang Ping had already stepped into the car. The others looked at Liang Fenghua with some envy. Then, they could not help but look at Fang Ping. How generous. Among the crowd, only Qin Fengqing sighed in his heart. It was over, MCMAU was finished. Today's MCMAU was really about to fall into the hands of this despicable person, Fang Ping. A rank 4 martial artist, King wanted to control MCMAU. Now, he was about to complete it. Fang Ping was such a bastard. If he really became a grandmaster, MCMAU would really belong to the Fang family. Not only that, he also wanted to buy the hearts of Nanjiang's people. Did he want the governor and the vice-chancellor to capture him? Fang Ping brought dozens of martial artists who were upper stage rank 3 and above to support Nanjiang. He personally subsidized hundreds of millions of funds. This was King living saint. Other things aside, just this alone would make Nanjiang's higher-ups grateful to Fang Ping. Sigh. A sigh sounded faintly. The world is drunk, I'm the only sober one. A smart person mingling with a group of fools makes me, Qin Fengqing, seem out of place. MCMAU can't stay. He murmured in his heart again. MCMAU was about to become Fang Ping's private territory. What was there to stay? I'll get lost after I graduate and find my own way out, Nanjiang. Auspicious peace. The other Grandmaster powerhouses were currently recuperating, waiting to enter the catacombs at any time. Nanjiang's governor, on the other hand, could not idle. At this moment, at the border of auspicious peace, Zhang Dingnan personally brought people to pick up the car. The importance he attached was clear in his words. The prodigy from Nanjiang, Fang Ping, had really brought people to help. He and Lu Polu had discussed it many times. Lu Polu had always said that he did not care about these things and could not participate in MCMAU's decision-making. Zhang Dingnan had originally given up hope. The result surprised and delighted him. MCMAU had come to help, not only MCMAU, but Fang Ping had also convinced CCMAU. This time, both sides had sent out a total of 7 rank SIXS, 20 rank 5s, 35 rank 4s, and 40 upper stage and peak rank 3 martial artists. There were more than 100 people in total. More than half of them were martial artists in the 3 middle ranks. It did not seem like a lot of people, but a force like this was, in fact, extremely powerful. This time, Nanjiang had gathered less than 300 middle-ranked martial artists. After all, not everyone could get away. Nanjiang still had to maintain normal order. 300 middle-ranked people had already reached a limit. On the side of the military department, 300 to 400 middle-ranked people had also come. More than 100 people had come from the House of Guardians. Including some reinforcements from other places, there were close to 1,000 middle-ranked powerhouses in Nanjiang now. Including the reinforcements from MCMAU and CCMAU, there were officially more than 1,000 people. More than 60 people in the three middle ranks were not considered weak. After all, it was only 2 martial arts universities. It was comparable to the reinforcements from the surrounding provinces. While waiting for the arrival of the people from MCMAU and CCMAU, Zhang Dingnan sighed softly. I didn't expect him to really bring people here. Wang Jinyang, who was also waiting, nodded slightly. It's also beyond my expectations. Moreover, the 2 elite schools were indeed a little ridiculously strong. In NMAU, a rank 3 could be an instructor. In the entire NMAU, there were about 400 instructors. In the 3 middle ranks, about 100. It was impossible for NMAU to turn out in full force. This time, there were only about 50 instructors in NMAU's 3 middle ranks. After all, the school was still in session. In the end, as the largest, most populous, and strongest martial arts university in Nanjiang, NMAU was not as strong as the martial arts universities that had foreign aid. It had to be said that it was a little sad. Among the 7 rank 6 powerhouses alone, 2 of them were peak rank 6. If Li Chongqing was included, that would be 8 people, and 3 of them were peak rank 6. NMAU could not produce this kind of strength. In the huge Nanjiang Martial Arts University, there were less than 8 rank 6 instructors. In reality, there were only 5 of them. One vice-chancellor had just achieved peak rank 6, and the other 4 were the deans of each school. Elite school, Wang Jinyang murmured. NMAU had a long way to go. If they wanted to be truly worthy of the name of an elite school, the current NMAU was too far away. However, although the opening of the Nanjiang catacombs was a crisis, it was also a good thing for Nanjiang. As long as they had a firm foothold in the catacombs, Nanjiang would have its own catacombs entrance in the future. With a catacombs entrance, they could only cultivate more powerhouses. This was also an undeniable fact. More than 10 minutes later, MCMAU's vehicles arrived. There were 2 buses. As soon as the buses stopped, Fang Ping and his people alighted. On the other side, Luo Yichuan also alighted with his people. Fang Ping did not go forward to greet them. Instead, he looked at Luo Yichuan. The dean was here. He had to let the dean come. Luo Yichuan, however, was not very interested. He shook his head slightly. This time, Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony. He strode forward quickly and shouted from afar, "Governor, you're too kind. I'm overwhelmed by your favor. When the catacombs open, everyone has the obligation to fight the enemy at the front line." Fang Ping quickly exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Dingnan. Beside him, Wang Jinyang did not say a word. Compared to these things, he was indeed not as patient as Fang Ping. Zhang Dingnan did not think that Fang Ping was hypocritical. He only thought that this kid had some skills. In MCMAU, Fang Ping was only a student after all. He did not expect Fang Ping to have the right to speak. As the 2 of them exchanged pleasantries, Qin Fengqing seemed to be impatient. He muttered, "It's not troublesome. If it wasn't for Fang Ping's 600 million, I wouldn't even want to come here." Zhang Dingnan had sharp ears and eyes. When he heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Fang Ping acted as if he did not hear it. He went straight to the point. "Governor, is the catacombs passageway stable?" "It's almost there. Now we can barely get people in. However, we still need to wait and stabilize it a little more." The 2 of them communicated for a while. Not long after, CCMAU's car arrived. CCMAU had fewer people than MCMAU, but their abilities were not weak either. Fang Ping saw many familiar faces. Li Hansong, Han Su, Ling Yi, and a few other main team members who participated in the competition. However, Qin Zhe was not there. Very soon, Fang Ping received news that Xianxia was preparing for a breakthrough, just like Chen Wenlong. On CCMAU's side, the peak rank 6 powerhouse who led the team was none other than Fu Chongding's grandfather, Fu Guoxing. Everyone exchanged pleasantries before walking toward the catacombs entrance together. Along the way, Qin Fengqing bragged to the people of CCMAU about how many pills he had brought with him, that he did not need to spend any money and got them for free. Everyone heard this, but no one knew what they thought about it. MCMAU's Fang Ping was really generous. He took out hundreds of millions to subsidize MCMAU. From the beginning to the end, Fang Ping did not mention this matter. Halfway through, he glared at Qin Fengqing and let the matter pass. The 300 million was well spent. Going too far was as bad as falling short. At this point, it was more than enough. Zhang Dingnan had to remember his favor. As for CCMAU, there was no favor, but there were many benefits. At least everyone knew that they would not be at a disadvantage if they followed Fang Ping. Setting up an e-commerce platform in CCMAU was a small matter. Perhaps, if everyone was tempted, their children, relatives, friends, brothers and sisters might come to MCMAU to study. Those who came here were at least upper stage rank 3 martial artists. This kind of family had young people who were not too weak in martial arts. Poaching did not need to be so obvious. Next year, the people from CCMAU might find that their instructors and family members had all gone to MCMAU. When they arrived near the catacombs entrance, the instructors went to check on the situation there. Fang Ping handed the Martial Arts Society over to Zhang Yuqiang and wandered alone. Looking around the entrance, he saw Lu Po Lu and a few grandmasters discussing something in low voices. Fang Ping did not disturb them. After looking around, he did not find Old Manly. Just as he was about to ask someone, Fang Ping saw a stream of light flashing across the sky. Old Manly! Fang Ping roared, and the stream of light stopped. After a while, Li Chongqing landed on the ground with his long hair fluttering in the wind. He said with slight surprise, "Why are you here, kid? Nanjiang's catacombs is open. How can I not come?" Fang Ping looked him up and down, speechless. "Your style is really non-mainstream." What kind of style was that? A head full of white hair, long hair draped over his shoulders, paired with a loose Taoist robe. Yes, a Taoist robe. Had Old Manly gone crazy from wanting to be an immortal? No matter how you looked at it, he looked silly. Old Manly chuckled. "I look a little immortal, don't I? These 2 days, many people have been worshipping me like I'm a god." "What were you doing just now?" "Wandering all over the world? Deterring the cults." Old Manly laughed. "The grandmasters don't have time to show up, and they're afraid that these people won't dare to show up. I'm a rank 6, so I'm trying to see if I can lure a few out." Fang Ping asked hurriedly, "How did it go?" Old Manly shook his head. "I didn't find anything. I'm worried that these fellows will wait for us to enter the catacombs before showing up. That's why I need to leave a few more people here to keep watch. But it's okay. They're just clowns. If they dare to play tricks, a large group of grandmasters will come for them immediately." Fang Ping pondered for a moment. He did not continue talking about this. He asked, "You want to be the first to go in?" Old Manly was all smiles. He stretched out his hand and waved, sucking the suspended longsword into his hand. As he walked, he said, "What's so strange about martial artists entering the catacombs? I thought that you'd only come after I went in. Since we've met, I'll say a few more words. I don't want to hear it." Fang Ping's face was full of impatience. He frowned. "What are you doing? The first to go in are either grandmasters or old men in their 70s or 80s. You're only 60. I'm already 60, Old Manly chuckled. I'm not young anymore. My vigor is almost gone. Kid, do you know? In these 10 years, do you know what I regret the most? You don't have a wife?" Fang Ping grinned. "Do you want me to find one for you? Get lost." Old Manly scolded with a smile. Then, he sighed. "All these years, my biggest regret is that I can't draw my sword and slash it. Really, back then, Li Chongqing, was the biggest thorn in MCMAU. I could slash whoever I wanted. I thought that one day, I could slash a rank 7, rank 8, even a rank 9. But back then, I couldn't slash it. I can't even draw my sword. What a joke. If I can't slash it, I'm afraid I won't be able to draw my sword anymore. Do you have to do this? Don't you still have a sword? I'll find you a few old ladies. You can slash them. Bang. Old Manly sent Fang Ping flying with a kick. Very soon, Fang Ping ran back. He stared at him and said, would slashing a rank 7, or even a rank 8, be useful? What do you know? Old Manly humphed. If everyone thinks the same as you, the catacombs would have conquered Earth a long time ago. That's other people's business, this is a human's business. Old Manly scolded. He frowned and said, get lost. Don't show yourself in front of me. You don't have the right to lecture me. After throwing these words, Old Manly performed the flight step and disappeared from the spot quickly. Idiot! Fang Ping scolded loudly. He roared, if you die, I won't allow you to enter the southern area. If anyone dares to bury you, I'll dig their grave. Dig it. Who cares about this? In midair, the voice came out. It echoed for a moment and disappeared without a trace. Fang Ping lifted his head and looked for a moment. Then, he walked forward with his head down. Back at the campsite, Xianxia was about to look for Fang Ping. Seeing that Fang Ping had returned, he said immediately, Brother Fang, if it's convenient, let's discuss how to arrange it. Fang Ping collected his emotions, exhaled, and said, all right, how about this? Let's have a meeting with the presidents of the martial arts societies of the schools who came to help this time. Everyone can discuss it together. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Fang. Xianxia was extremely polite. He might be a rank 5 martial artist, but he really did not have this kind of charisma. The martial arts universities who came to help this time were not CCMAU or MCMAU, but people from many other schools. Of course, the other martial arts universities did not send many people. There were many things to do in Nanjiang now. Some of these martial arts university students were also quite troublesome. It would not do without someone to hold the line. Wang Jinyang could do it, but he was a NMAU student. NMAU's strength was not that great. The others might not be convinced by him. A few minutes later, in a temporary conference room that had just been set up, Fang Ping looked around and asked, Yao Qingjun didn't come? A few rank 4 martial artists from FMS came. Everyone was familiar with each other from the championship. Right now, FMS was represented by Bai Su. Upon hearing the question, he replied, the president has a mission. He'll come when it's over. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He looked at Wang Jinyang and said, we're not too familiar with Nanjiang's deployment here. Brother Wang, why don't you tell us how to arrange it? Wang Jinyang did not stand on ceremony. He said immediately, after the catacombs passageway stabilizes, Governor General Zhang and the rest will enter immediately. According to past experience with the opening of the catacombs, the entrances to the catacombs appear randomly. This should be uncontrollable. However, if we can find the entrance here, they will too. Once the passageway stabilizes, they will come out if we don't enter. The battlefield, unless it's absolutely necessary, must not be chosen on the ground. It's temporarily impossible to estimate how many opponents Governor General Zhang and the rest will encounter when they enter the passageway and enter the catacombs. However, under normal circumstances, we will only be facing the nearest city. Under normal circumstances, a city will have 1 rank 9 city lord, a few rank 8 powerhouses, and 2 digits of rank 7s. Fang Ping raised his hand and gestured before saying, I don't know much about this. Every time the catacombs opens, is the situation on the other side more or less the same? Wang Jinyang nodded. More or less. The catacombs have a city system, and it's rare for 2 rank 9s to appear. This is because rank 9 powerhouses should have the opportunity to build a city independently. So far, other than the capital city catacombs, where 2 rank 9s have appeared in a city, I haven't seen it anywhere else. After saying that, Wang Jinyang continued, no matter how many high ranks there are, this isn't our mission. Guardian Wu and Governor General Zhang will handle it. We'll mainly enter later. Of course, my idea is to organize a batch of middle-ranked martial artists to enter the catacombs as the second batch. As the passageway stabilizes, grandmasters won't be able to enter in large numbers, but we still have no restrictions. When the catacombs opened, there would definitely be a large number of catacombs soldiers and civilians guarding the catacombs exit. What we need to do is to repel these people and build a stronghold. For martial artists of the 3 lower ranks, Nanjiang's idea is to wait until the stronghold has been established before letting these people in. So, I suggest that martial artists of the 3 lower ranks from each school listen to the military department's arrangements and wait for the assignment of missions. At this moment, Li Hansong interrupted, "That's not a problem. Then, after the stronghold has been established, can we move around freely?" "That depends on the situation. If it's too dangerous, I suggest that you don't move alone. It's impossible for the catacombs exit to appear in the catacomb cities, right?" The person who asked this was the president of Nanhu Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society. After hearing that, Wang Jinyang thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "We can't rule out this possibility. It didn't happen in the past, but sometimes it's very close to the cities. No one knows if a new catacombs opening will appear in the cities." Everyone's hearts were heavy. This was the worst possible outcome. If that was the case, the best solution was to give up on the idea of setting the battlefield in the catacombs, retreat from the catacombs, and choose the human world as the battlefield. If the exit was opened in the cities, then there was no way to fight. Endless reinforcements and the enemy's lair. Unless they were truly afraid of the enemy, no one would give up their own lair. Everyone asked a series of questions one after another, and Wang Jinyang answered them all. In the end, Fang Ping asked, "If our people can't repel the enemy and can't establish a stronghold, what should we do?" "There are contingency plans for all these." Wang Jinyang explained, "Actually, there are 2 possibilities. First, if it appears in the cities, there's a high probability that we'll choose to give up, evacuate the auspicious peace citizens, and turn auspicious peace into a war zone. Second, if it's not in the cities, more than 30 li away from the cities, then we won't give up. No matter what, we must establish a stronghold. The first batch of grandmasters will go in first to scout. There will be more reinforcements later, not just them. The main thing is that the passageway is not strong enough. That's why only a portion of the first batch can go in to test the other party's strength and investigate the other party's intelligence. In short, we must take it down and set the battlefield in the catacombs world. In other words, in order to establish a stronghold, we will not hesitate, no matter how many people die." Wang Jinyang said solemnly, "There's no other way. We can't set the battlefield in the human world. If we do that, the catacombs powerhouses won't die completely. They will keep attacking the passageway and enter the human world. If we're not careful, it'll be a disaster. If a rank 9 rushes out of the passageway, even if our rank 9 powerhouses attack, it'll be difficult to kill the other party in a short period of time. Even 2 or 3 of us might not be able to kill the other party quickly. If the other party is focused on escaping, they'll be extremely fast. The aftermath of the battle is also extremely strong. The losses caused by that time may be the destruction of the city. All these years, we'd rather have more people die in the catacombs than to shift the battlefield. This is all because of this. If a rank 9 powerhouse really wants to massacre wantonly, their mentality will be released, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Martial artists may still survive, but ordinary people will die in an instant. If they run all the way while suppressing all the way, the casualties will be too heavy. Sino Nation was densely populated, but it was different from the catacombs. In the catacombs, even if rank 9s fought, the surroundings would be desolate and uninhabited, so there might not be much impact. Their people were mainly concentrated in the cities. Human powerhouses would not recklessly attack the cities either. That would be extremely dangerous. However, the catacombs powerhouses did not have so many concerns. If they died, as long as the powerhouse's vitality or mentality did not erase their imprint, they could be resurrected in the catacombs. Most of the time, when the catacombs powerhouses were faced with death, they would even choose to commit suicide. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, they would not do so. Resurrecting from the dead came with a huge price. As for what kind of price they had to pay, it was currently unknown. however, no matter what the price was, it would not be worse than death. The catacombs powerhouses had a lot less to worry about, but humans could not. He gritted his teeth and said, I understand now. As long as they're not in the cities, then fight to the death without retreating. We must resist and wait for reinforcements. Is this the logic? Yes. Then how long will it take for the catacombs to completely stabilize? At least a month. What this meant was that only after a month could they enter unscrupulously, no matter how many grandmasters there were. And before that, they could only enter in batches. Then why don't we wait for the catacombs people to come out first? After a month, we'll enter en masse and build a stronghold in one go. Wang Jinyang frowned and looked at him. After a while, he said, we can't wait passively. Otherwise, if the other party rushes out a few rank 9s, like I said, the destructive power is extremely strong, but if we go in, we might also encounter a few rank 9s. Then we'll delay the time, not giving them a chance to enter the passageway, and wait for the passageway to stabilize. In any case, they won't give others a chance to come out. They must go in and fight, right? Wang Jinyang was silent. That was exactly what he meant. What if we can't delay it? Then we'll disperse. Wang Jinyang said in a low voice, the first batch of grandmasters will disperse and escape. They'll enter the catacombs to wreak havoc and fight guerrilla warfare. This way, they won't give up their lair and rush to the surface. As he said that, Wang Jinyang continued, the first batch will have rank 9s enter. Rank 9 powerhouses won't die so easily. The catacombs won't let rank 9 powerhouses wreak havoc inside. So, as long as we hold on for a day or two and wait for the passageway to stabilize, the second batch of grandmasters can enter. Fang Ping said no more. Actually, it was pointless to say anything. Since the Central had decided to wage war in the catacombs, it was not something that Fang Ping could shake alone. As for Fang Ping, it was impossible for him to take the risk. Once someone rushed out, the few provinces around Nanjiang would be faced with a huge disaster. If the human rank 9s could not stop the other party and pin the other party on the spot, then countless deaths and injuries would await. At the stage of rank 9, the so-called modern weapons, you had to hit the other party first. Exhaling, Fang Ping said at last, will there be a situation where we will seal off the catacombs on our own? I don't rule it out. Wang Jinyang said, of course, it won't happen until the last minute. Because this time, if the catacombs in Tiannan are opened, new catacombs might appear too. If 3 catacombs appear at the same time, then we'll be in big trouble. It's better to deal with them one by one than to erupt all at once. I'm fine with it. As he said that, Fang Ping stood up and said, our instructors will enter in the second batch. The students will enter after the stronghold is built. As for us, Fang Ping looked around and said, the rest of you will follow the students. Upper stage rank 4 and above can follow the instructors. Wang Jinyang nodded and said, I have no objections as long as it doesn't interfere with the military department's arrangements. I have no objections either. Everyone nodded one after another. The arrangement was confirmed. After discussing the results, everyone informed Nanjiang. Nanjiang gave a reply very quickly. When the first batch of powerhouses entered, the second batch would be on standby. If there was a chance, the first batch of powerhouses would investigate clearly and send someone back to report. The second batch would enter. If there was no news within 2 days, the second batch would be replaced by individual powerhouses, mainly to scout for information. If there was no news within 3 days, humans would not enter to prevent the other side from being too strong and being wiped out in one fell swoop. A month later, the passageway was stabilized and the powerhouses entered together. If there were catacombs powerhouses rushing out along the way, the passageway would be sealed at the critical moment. No one had any objections to this arrangement. This was also the usual practice over the years. Back at MCMAU's campsite, Qin Fengqing asked hurriedly, how are the arrangements? When can we enter? Wait. Wait for the first batch of powerhouses to enter. Only when there is news can we enter again. If there is no news, then we'll send a kamikaze to scout for information. We'll decide based on the situation. If it doesn't go well, we'll wait for the passageway to be completely stabilized a month later before we enter collectively. Qin Fengqing said urgently, what if the first batch of powerhouses enter and find energy stones everywhere? What if they're so engrossed in it that they don't come back to report and mine first instead? Fang Ping had a splitting headache. He said impatiently, you're the one who opened the catacombs. Do you think these powerhouses are as greedy as you? Qin Fengqing said impatiently, say it yourself. If you found an energy mine in the catacombs and could dig it yourself, would you come back to inform others to dig it together? What he said made sense, but in reality, it was bullsh*t, it was still possible for individual people to enter. This time, the first batch to enter included high-ranking officials like Zhang Dingnan. They had to look at the big picture. If they really did not return to report for the sake of mining and monopolizing the benefits, it could only mean that these people were blinded by greed and had betrayed humanity. Moreover, did he think the catacombs martial artists were idiots? If there really was an energy mine, would it even be his turn, unless there was a high-ranked monster holding the fort? What was Qin Fengqing thinking? Did he really think that the catacombs were filled with treasures? Of course, there were fewer people in the catacombs. The probability of finding good stuff in the newly opened catacombs was higher. That was inevitable. Fang Ping was a little tired. He could not be bothered with him and did not want to talk nonsense with him. Think what you want. Qin Fengqing pursed his lips. After a moment of consideration, he said softly, why don't we sneak in and be the first batch to enter? Fang Ping looked at him in surprise. Qin Fengqing lowered his voice again and said softly, the bold will die from starvation. When the situation has stabilized, we'll enter. At that time, the catacombs will be watching the stronghold. It's not easy for us to move. Instead, in the beginning, when the grandmasters are fighting the other party and the situation is chaotic, we'll sneak in. I guarantee that we'll definitely make a killing. Of course, we're not blinded by greed. We're messing up the rear. If the rear is unstable, the catacombs powerhouses at the front won't have the mood to fight. They might even retreat. Don't you think so? Fang Ping could not help but laugh. I'm really impressed by your ability to court death. Do you know how many people there are on the other side? Once there's one more high rank, people like us will die if we encounter them. You have to look on the bright side. What if our people are stronger? Besides, we're so weak. The attention of the high ranks won't be on us. We'll definitely make a fortune if we open up a wasteland. Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up. He said in high spirits, you don't know the benefits of opening up a wasteland. Let me tell you. Back then, when a senior was opening up a wasteland, he casually swallowed a fruit. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were honed in one day. He went from rank 4 to rank 6 in one day. Another senior. When he was opening up a wasteland, he casually drank a mouthful of water and achieved mentality-vitality fusion. He entered Grandmaster level in less than a year. Another senior. He kicked a rock. Guess what it was? A cultivation-aiding energy stone the size of a washbasin. And another senior, enough. Where did you hear this from? From the books. Qin Fengqing said seriously, it's true. You probably haven't been to the 3rd floor of the Martial Arts University's combat technique room. There are these miscellaneous records. Also, there are records in the sect world. Opening up a wasteland is to make a fortune. That's to become a grandmaster for a day. That's the shortcut to becoming a powerhouse. We've waited so long for the Nanjiang catacombs to open. According to the time, only one opens every 4 years. Do we have to wait for another 4 years? With the current situation, can we wait for 4 years? Fang Ping, let's do it. What do you think? Fang Ping stared at him. After a while, he said, people will die. Pfft. People die every day. If you die, it's your bad luck. After saying that, Qin Fengqing hesitated for a moment. If we join forces, can we kill a rank 6? In your dreams. This is a little troublesome. Qin Fengqing paced back and forth, looking a little anxious. High-ranked powerhouses might not chase after them. However, the probability of a rank 6 hunting them down was still very high. After all, they were also middle-ranked martial artists. Both of them could not kill a rank 6. This meant that it was not enough insurance. Why don't we call Iron Headley along? The three of us will do it together? Fang Ping was a little surprised. Aren't you familiar with Wang Jinyang? Qin Fengqing was exasperated. He scolded in a low voice, "Are you stupid? That bastard Wang Jinyang is hard to fool. Iron Headley is like an idiot. He's also very resistant to beatings. If we call Iron Headley along, we can maximize our benefits. A rank 5 Iron Head technique can withstand a few rank 6 attacks. He might not die. Then we still can't kill a rank 6, are you doing it or not?" "I'm not doing it. Coward." Qin Fengqing scolded loudly. He always felt that if he waited for the arrangements before entering, all the benefits would be snatched away. However, he was alone. A rank 4 martial artist was really dangerous. Fang Ping, this fellow had coarse skin and thick flesh. He was resistant to beatings. If he called Li Hansong along, another coarse skin and thick flesh guy, only with 2 shields in front of him, a brittle skin like him would have some confidence. However, Fang Ping actually refused. Qin Fengqing let out a humph. "If you don't want to, then forget it. Do you really think that I, Qin Fengqing, am that weak? Wait and see. When I become a grandmaster before you, Fang Ping, let's see who bullies who." Auspicious peace. Accompanied by the surging of the energy tide, auspicious peace was stirred up, and thunder rumbled. In the temporary campsite, Fang Ping held the phone and chuckled. "I'm going out to do a small mission and earn big money. If you don't find me these few days, don't cry." "Who's crying?" Fang Yuan would never admit it. "You're the one who's crying." "Then last time, I remember someone was crying? You even came to Magic City to find me. If I didn't call you, I would have gotten in the car." "No." Fang Yuan's angry voice came through. After a while, she asked, "How long will you be gone this time?" "I don't know. It's quite far. I'll call you when I'm back." Fang Ping added, "All right, cultivate well these few days and try to twice hone as soon as possible." "Got it. Stop nagging." Fang Yuan added, "Then be careful and pay attention to your safety. If you meet someone stronger than you, remember to run. Do I need you to teach me that?" Fang Ping laughed. "You too. Practice your stepping techniques well." The siblings chatted for a while before Fang Ping hung up. "You're all going in first?" Fang Ping hung up and turned his head to ask. There were a few people beside him now. Qin Fengqing looked at him strangely. The Feng siblings were trying to steal his business. Seeing that Fang Ping was looking at him with a half-smile, Qin Fengqing coughed softly. He glanced at Wang Jinyang unhappily and said gloomily, "I didn't invite this guy. I don't know how he got here." Wang Jinyang ignored him and smiled. "It's the same whether we go in early or late. I was thinking of going in second. I heard that you guys are going in first, so let's go together." Li Hansong also smiled and said, "I'm fine with it. What Qin Fengqing said makes sense. The second batch will have to focus on defending the stronghold. I've thought about it. There's not much use for us to defend the stronghold." Qin Fengqing said hurriedly, "Yes, that's the logic. Defending the stronghold doesn't matter if we have more or less. But if we mess up the catacombs back end, it'll be different. Even if we lure a high rank away, it'll be better than staying here. This time, we'll do something big. We'll destroy their lair and lure away dozens of high ranks. TSK, then we'll be the heroes of mankind." As he spoke, Qin Fengqing said excitedly, "If the few of us work together, our abilities won't be too bad, and others won't pay too much attention to us. Mixed in with a group of grandmasters, we'll be safer. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up first." Fang Ping glanced at Qin Fengqing. His ability to bluff people was not bad. After pondering for a moment, Fang Ping nodded and said, "That's true. The first batch to enter will give us more freedom. The experts on the other side are staring at our experts. Small fries like us might not be noticed. Shall we be the first to enter?" Wang Jinyang asked. "All right, I don't mind." Fang Ping was exceptionally easy to talk to. After saying that, he smiled and said, "Let's go with the three of us. Forget about Qin Fengqing. He's too weak and only knows how to run. Bringing him along will only be a burden. Sure. Sure. Qin Fengqing was dumbfounded. What's going on? They're going to shake me off just like that? I don't agree. Qin Fengqing's face was filled with grief and indignation. Was it easy for me to find a meat shield for myself? Now the meat shield actually wanted to fly alone, Fang Ping said with a faint smile. Then tell me, what's in it for us to bring you along? The three of us can still fight if we encounter a rank 5 or even a rank 6. What about you? I can do it too. Qin Fengqing said immediately. My Fengqing saber has already been trained to the point where one slash can kill a rank 6. Everyone looked at him with contempt. Bluffing to hell. After making a few jokes, Fang Ping continued, the passageway will be stabilized soon. I think everyone has prepared everything that needs to be prepared. If there's nothing else, let's go to the passageway. Everyone was straightforward and efficient. Very soon, they walked toward the passageway. You guys want to go in too? Wu Chuan frowned. What were these kids doing? Fang Ping smiled and said, Guardian Wu, we're martial artists. Rank 4 and 5 martial artists. We're not kids. If we join forces, we won't be weaker than the average rank 6. We have our will and martial arts aspirations too. Entering the catacombs will be the same sooner or later. This is not child's play. Wu Chuan frowned and said, we have no idea how strong the enemy opposite us is. If the enemy's strength is too strong, we won't be able to protect you. Don't. Fang Ping smiled and said, please don't protect us. Martial artists' life and death are fated. We won't drag you down. Don't think that we should be protected just because we're prodigy martial artists. There's no such thing. Dead martial artists are worthless. There are countless geniuses. If they die, it means that we're not lucky enough. We can't ask grandmasters to protect us every time we go into the catacombs, can we? If we don't go into the catacombs, what's the use of martial artists like us? Of course, our strength is limited. After entering the catacombs, we might leave the battlefield immediately. I hope Senior Wu won't blame us for being deserters. Wu Chuan was hesitant. At this time, NMAU's vice-chancellor and a few others came together. Glancing at Wang Jinyang, NMAU's vice-chancellor sighed softly and said, fine. Let's go together then. Lu Polu nodded slightly, allowing the two from MCMAU to follow. On CCMAU's side, Fu Guoxing pondered for a moment and nodded too. These prodigy martial artists were determined to enter. Unless they were tied up, there was no way to stop them. If that was the case, what Fang Ping said was not without reason. While they were holding the powerhouses back, these people might leave the battlefield. Perhaps there would be greater rewards and opportunities. Since they had agreed, Wu Chuan could not say anything else. He sighed softly and said, be careful then. Don't worry. Fang Ping chuckled. He did not leave after that. Together with Wang Jinyang and the others, they gathered at the side and began to wait. Rumble, deafening thunder roared in waves. Inside the vortex, another energy tide erupted. It's the last wave. Someone murmured softly. It was about to stabilize. When it was stable, it meant that people could enter. At this moment, many powerhouses had gathered near the passageway. Among them, a few young people stood out. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The energy particles erupted beside them. And these people were playing cards. Explode. Fang Ping exploded. Then, he tossed the cards in his hand and laughed. Sorry. I won again. Qin Fengqing owes me 80 million. Li Hansong, you have 20 million. Brother Wang, you have 10 million. Wang Jinyang said without batting an eyelid, Qin Fengqing owes me 10 million. I'll pay you back. Li Hansong said hurriedly, Qin Fengqing owes me 20 million. I'll pay you back too. Fang Ping's expression changed again. What a joke, how could a poor bastard like Qin Fengqing get it back from him? Just as he was about to reject, Wang Jinyang laughed. You paid me back once before. Fang Ping shut his mouth immediately. He glanced at Qin Fengqing, who was still in a daze. He gritted his teeth and said, it's 110 million now. Qin Fengqing's face was full of grief and indignation. He had lost so much that he could barely afford to wear his pants. You cheated. Qin Fengqing looked indignant. He pointed at Fang Ping and said angrily, you must have used your mentality to peek at my cards. Get lost. Do I need it? Then why do I keep losing? How would I know? Are you blaming me for your bad luck? The few of them made a ruckus, attracting the attention of many people. The few elders beside them could not help but laugh. The younger generation today was much stronger than their generation. Just this courage and calmness were better than countless martial artists. Old Manly glanced at Fang Ping, a little helpless. This kid insisted on going in. It was not easy to be the first batch. Unfortunately, Fang Ping and the others had already made their decision. Wu Chuan had also agreed. Whatever he said would be useless. Fang Ping. Fang Ping was still bickering with Qin Fengqing about whether he cheated or not when a shout came from the side. Fang Ping turned his head to look. He frowned slightly, got up and walked over. Fang Ping, are you really going down? Xianxia looked uneasy. She had just found out that Fang Ping was going to be the first batch to enter the catacombs. They were supposed to be the second batch to enter, but now they had suddenly become the first batch. The first batch to enter was also the batch with the highest mortality rate every time the catacombs opened. Fang Ping nodded. Going in early or late is the same. Is there a difference? Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go back first. Fang Ping, Xianxia stopped him. She took out a bottle of pills from her pocket and stuffed it into Fang Ping's hand. She said softly, take this. Xianxia did not try to persuade him. Martial artists, especially at Fang Ping's level, had already weighed the pros and cons clearly. Since he had decided to go, there was no point in persuading him otherwise. The only thing she could do now was to prepare more life-saving pills for Fang Ping. No need. Fang Ping handed the pills back and frowned. I have my own. Alright, you don't have to worry about me. Just take care of yourself. But, no buts, I'll get back to work. Fang Ping returned to his original spot and continued playing cards with the others. Xianxia wanted to say something but hesitated. She paced back and forth, not wanting to disturb him. The others also turned a deaf ear, as if they didn't see her. Even Qin Fengqing, who was so talkative, didn't say anything. If Fang Ping really died in the catacombs, it would be a mistake for both himself and the others to take it seriously. Seeing this, Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then retreated and left. As soon as she left, Qin Fengqing teased, TSK, Fang Ping, since when do you not want the benefits that are delivered to your doorstep? Don't give it to me, I lack medicinal pills. Pay me back my 110 million first. Fang Ping humphed. I'm warning you, if you don't return the money this time and come out of the catacombs, I'll hack you to pieces. Yes, I'll definitely return it. Qin Fengqing agreed without hesitation. There was no set date anyway, the day he returned the money depended on his mood. Once the gambling debt left the table, who would remember it? Seeing his insincere attitude, Fang Ping gritted his teeth. This time, it was real money. If Qin Fengqing didn't return it, he was dead meat. Gambling debt was also money. In just a short while, he had won 80 million, but it was all lost by that bastard Qin Fengqing alone. As they were chatting and laughing, someone suddenly said in a low voice, "It stabilized." In the next moment, Fang Ping and the others could clearly feel that the vortex was no longer ejecting energy, gradually becoming silent. First batch of people, gather. At the same time, Wu Chuan shouted, and the first batch of people gathered together. Fang Ping and the others threw down their cards and walked over quickly. The first batch of powerhouses that entered consisted of 7 grandmasters, 18 rank SIXS, and Fang Ping and the others. There were a total of 5 grandmasters in Nanjiang. This time, 3 of them came, Governor Zhang Dingnan, NMAU Vice-Chancellor Chen Jinzhong, and Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo's Chief Curator Zhou Xingyang. As for the others, Wu Chuan was rank 9, the military department's Zhou Dinghua was rank 8, MCMAU's Lu Polu was rank 7, and there was also a rank 7 deputy director of the detective department. Fang Ping glanced at them and did not look further. He was not surprised that Lu Polu appeared in the first batch of candidates. Lu Polu and Zhang Dingnan had a good personal relationship. Long before MCMAU expressed its stance, Lu Polu had represented himself to support Nanjiang, saying that it had nothing to do with MCMAU's stance. Wu Chuan looked at them one by one, and said in a low voice, "Everyone, is there anything else you want to say?" Zhang Dingnan chuckled. "I've said everything that needs to be said." "Cut the crap. Isn't it just entering the catacombs? As if no one has ever entered before. Let's go. There's no time to lose. The passageway is stabilized, time to depart." The old men were calm and collected, speaking one after another, laughing and scolding as if they were just going for a field trip. Fang Ping even saw an old man next to Old Manly tugging at the long hair that Old Manly had just reattached, as if trying to pull a few strands out, making Old Manly look displeased. There was not too much solemnity. Laughing and scolding were all from the bottom of their hearts. Wu Chuan chuckled. His gaze turned toward Fang Ping and the rest, saying again, "The few of you. You can still leave now. Once you've entered the passageway, you're not allowed to retreat anymore." Fang Ping laughed. "Guardian Wu, martial artists shouldn't be so wishy-washy. Let's go." Seeing that, Wu Chuan did not say anything else. He said in a low voice, "Depart." The next moment, all 25 of them rose into the air one after another, descending toward the passageway below. When they reached the side of the vortex, Zhang Dingnan suddenly bent down, grabbed a handful of soil, and stuffed it into his arms. Beside him, Old Manly cursed under his breath, "What bad luck. Idiot. Grabbing soil." If he grabbed it, the possibility of dying was extremely high. Zhang Dingnan was not angry. He chuckled. "I'm so scared. I can't even smell a familiar scent." Everyone laughed out loud. Fang Ping and the rest looked at each other. Qin Fengqing muttered, "The atmosphere isn't good. Aren't we supposed to be valiant and high-spirited, snatching territories? Why are you so sad?" As soon as he said that, Wu Chuan suddenly laughed. "Well said. We're going to snatch territories. The younger generation must have this understanding. We're going to snatch things, not to be attacked. Yes, to snatch territories, to snatch resources, to snatch women. Forget about the women. The women in the catacombs are too savage. That makes sense. We'll just kill that woman." Ha ha ha, a group of old men and old women spoke as if they were joking. The hint of sadness from Zhang Dingnan grabbing soil earlier also faded away in an instant. After experiencing life and death, there was nothing that he could not see through. "Depart then." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Chuan stepped into the vortex, disappearing instantly. The others followed one after another. Above the vortex, there were still many people at this moment, but they were silent, silently sending everyone off. Chen Yunqi, who had left earlier, had returned at some point. Seeing that Fang Ping was about to leave, she suddenly shouted, "Fang Ping, come back alive." Fang Ping did not even turn his head. He waved and stepped into the vortex, disappearing on the spot quickly. Everyone had disappeared on the spot. The crowd near the deep pit was still as silent as a statue. This time, how many people could return? In the energy channel. As soon as Fang Ping entered, he could feel the difference from Magic City. In Demonic City's energy passageway, one's mental strength could not reach the level of being able to be released, so it was very difficult to detect that it was formed by solidified energy particles. As for Nanjiang's side, the moment they entered, they could feel that the passageway was filled with incomparably huge energy. At this moment, Wu Chuan and the others were releasing their psychic powers, not to seal the passageway, but to stabilize the passageway. No one knew when Old Manly had walked to Fang Ping's side. He said cautiously, "Be careful, everyone. Someone might enter from the other side. The passageway has just stabilized, so it's the most dangerous time." As he spoke, the passageway suddenly trembled, a large number of energy particles began to erupt. Fang Ping's mentality and celestial bridge began to tremble, absorbing them madly. However, the energy particles that were absorbed were just a drop in the ocean. The energy channel that connected the two worlds was simply too great. Fang Ping's internal organs were shaking from the impact of the tremendous energy. Beside him, Qing Fengqing was the weakest. He spat out blood from his mouth. Fortunately, at this moment, several grandmasters made their moves. They released their mental power and began to suppress the particles. Someone has entered from the other side. After a moment, Wu Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. He added, he should be a rank 9, but he has retreated. Fang Ping and the others did not quite understand. Old Manly said in a low voice, there's a limit to the number of people who can enter. It's the same for them. Now that we've entered, if they enter as well, the passageway will become unstable. Once the passageway is destroyed, the people on both sides will be finished. The other party clearly doesn't dare to take the risk. Fang Ping's pupils contracted. He asked immediately, doesn't that mean that as long as the other party is determined, they can destroy us directly? Then it has to be at least at the 9th rank. Old Manly smiled as he walked, saying, rank 7 and 8. Even if it causes temporary instability, the distance between the two sides is not far. Guardian Wu and the rest can still hold on for a while. When they reach the end, that's the time to kill the other party. If they really wanted to drag us to our deaths, then a rank 9 would have to enter and perish together with us. But usually, this kind of thing would not happen. Even in the catacombs, a level 9 powerhouse is also a city lord. Do you think they will exchange their lives for ours just to prevent us from entering? I always feel that it's too risky. Fang Ping mumbled. Old Manly said nonchalantly, entering the catacombs has always been an adventure. What's this little bit of danger in the passageway? As they spoke, they were almost at the end of the passage. This passageway was only about 1,000 meters long, and a large amount of energy particles had yet to solidify. Fang Ping did not say anything, but Qing Fengqing said enviously, other things aside, if I cultivate in this passageway for a few days, it'll be better than a few months outside. Too dangerous. Wu Chuan shook his head slightly and said, moreover, it's impossible to enter in the early stages. Once it stabilizes, the energy particles will be quickly absorbed by the passageway. It will return to normal tomorrow or the day after. Therefore, it's not reliable to cultivate in the passageway. Fang Ping continued, mentality can strip the particles from the passageway, right? Isn't this a huge energy mine? The difficulty is very high. After solidification, the energy will no longer be active, and even I will find it difficult to separate it. The loss outweighs the gain. It's not worth it. It was not that he could not, but that he did not want to. A rank 9 powerhouse's absorption of free energy particles was extremely fast, but the absorption in the passageway was extremely slow. Although the energy in the passageway was almost limitless, the absorption was slow, and it was better not to absorb it at all. At the end of the passageway, Wu Chuan took a deep breath and said, someone just entered from the other side. Clearly, the best thing that we expected didn't happen. The so-called best thing was naturally no one on the other side, and no one discovered the entrance. This was not unheard of. At least, according to the records, when the passageway on Xishan was discovered, there was no one on the other side. In the early stages, some passageways were discovered, and there were also times when the opposite side was desolate and uninhabited. However, in recent years, this situation did not happen again. Once the passageway opened, the opposite side was heavily guarded. Wu Chuan exhaled slightly, staring at the exit for a while, saying in a low voice, when we go out later, we will be attacked immediately. Therefore, I'll go out and delay the other party first. Commander Zhou and the rest of you wait for 10 seconds before coming out. Rank 6 martial artists, wait 20 seconds after Commander Zhou and the rest go out before coming out of the passageway. As for Fang Ping and the rest of you, do as you see fit. Once you go out, run out of the battlefield. Life and death are up to fate. Also, remember. Wu Chuan's expression was much more solemn now. He warned, if the people in front don't go back to report the news, and the second batch of people who entered did not go back either, and the catacombs martial artists begin to break out again, then the military department might seal the passageway when it's necessary. Once it's sealed, if there are still people alive, then find a place to hide and don't show up again. Wait until the passageway opens for the second time. Understood? Everyone responded. As for whether they could wait until the second opening, it would depend on luck. Most probably, they would not be able to wait. In the catacombs, if they were alone and surrounded by enemies, once they were discovered, they would almost never be able to escape the catacombs' martial artists' pursuit. Then we'll act according to plan. Zhang Dingnan, after you and Lu Polu go out, you'll be mainly responsible for guarding the passageway entrance. The other rank 6 martial artists will assist both of them. Hold out for 2 days, and our reinforcements will arrive. In 2 days, the passageway would stabilize once again, and the second batch of people could enter. At this moment, as Wu Chuan and the rest walked along the way, the energy particles in the passageway began to fluctuate again. At this time, it was not suitable for powerhouses to enter again. Everyone continued to respond. As for whether they could hold out for 2 days, it was hard to say. Fights between martial artists usually ended very quickly. However, no matter whether they could or not, even if they really died in battle, they still had to weaken the catacombs' high-end power, so that the next time they entered, there would be too many powerhouses here in the catacombs, causing huge losses again. While they were talking, Fang Ping had already taken out a set of clothes from the bag he was carrying, quickly changing into it. Previously on the surface, he was too embarrassed to let others see him doing this. At this moment, Fang Ping had changed his clothes and put on the long hair balaclava. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Fang Ping said hurriedly, "When I go out later, while the situation is chaotic, I'll chase after Qin Fengqing and the rest. We'll go all the way out of the battlefield. Seniors, please don't bother about us. If you bother about us, we'll be in even more danger. Just treat us like small fries." What a joke. It would be fine if the Grandmasters did not care about them. If they did, the catacombs' powerhouses would come to kill them immediately. Wu Chuan could not help but laugh. Zhang Dingnan was also a little speechless. You can't hide it. That might not be true. Fang Ping knew what everyone meant. When they fought, vitality force would erupt. This was the biggest difference between catacombs powerhouses and human powerhouses. Martial artists were very sensitive to energy fluctuations. Vitality fluctuations and energy fluctuations were still different. As long as Fang Ping made a move, vitality force could not be concealed. However, they were them. Fang Ping was not helpless. If the situation was chaotic later, he might not be found if he blended into the crowd. Of course, if the other side was full of military martial artists. The catacomb city troops were dressed differently. Then, he would be the center of attention, and he would be discovered immediately. However, looking at past situations, when the catacombs sealed off the exits in advance, it was always the cooperation between civilian martial artists and military martial artists. Civilian martial artists wore all sorts of clothes. If the catacombs' clothes were similar, there was hope that he could bluff his way through. As for Fang Ping's thoughts, everyone did not say anything. It was all the same no matter what he wore. It would be best if he could blend in, but it was the same if he could not. He would be hunted down anyway. Wu Chuan did not bother about him anymore. He did not have the time to care about him now. Taking a deep breath, a scimitar appeared out of thin air in front of Wu Chuan. The scimitar's chi was not obvious. It looked ordinary and unremarkable. Fang Ping and the rest could not help but swallow. This was the weapon used by Grandmasters. It was between illusion and reality. Like mentality, it could be hidden in the void, and it could also be present in reality. It was not that Grandmasters did not use weapons, but that weapons were rare. Forging such a weapon could not be achieved with simple alloy materials. There were many conditions required. A typical Grandmaster powerhouse could not afford to forge it at all. Among the 7 Grandmasters present, only Wu Chuan and Nanjiang's Zhou Xingyang had one. Zhou Xingyang's Upright Sun martial arts dojo could be found all over Nanjiang, even the whole country. He was also a rich man. He had spent countless resources to forge a weapon used by Grandmasters. It could also be called a divine weapon. It could be hidden and visible, between illusion and reality. It was not inappropriate to call a weapon like this a divine weapon. I'll go out first. Wu Chuan did not delay. He took a deep breath, stepped into the vortex at the end of the passageway, and disappeared from the spot instantly. As soon as Wu Chuan left, everyone became nervous. Fang Ping and the rest included. At this moment, they were also pursing their lips, their faces solemn. They had no idea what the situation was like on the other side. Although Wu Chuan was a rank 9 powerhouse, it was better to be safe than sorry. At this moment, everyone's heartbeat could be heard clearly in the passageway. After a moment, the military department's Zhou Dinghua stepped forward and said, "I'll go first." Having said that, he leaped and disappeared from the vortex. As soon as Zhou Dinghua left, the remaining 5 grandmasters exchanged glances, leaped out one after another, and walked out of the passageway. Old Manly took a deep breath, kicked Fang Ping, and growled, "Go out later. Wait for us to lure them away first. Remember, don't stay at the entrance for too long. This is a place that must be fought for." Humans had to fight for the entrance, and so did the catacombs. Whether the catacombs defeated Wu Chuan and the rest, or Wu Chuan and the rest defeated the catacombs' powerhouses, this place would be the central point of the upcoming battle. "You be careful. Don't show off," Fang Ping said hurriedly. "Got it." Having said that, Old Manly looked at the other old men and old women and shouted, "Go." The next moment, these old men stepped out of the vortex one after another without saying a word. At this moment, only Fang Ping and the other 3 were left in the passageway. Fang Ping exhaled, suppressing the uneasiness and anxiety in his heart. He said hurriedly, "When we get out later, all of you run out. I'll look for an opportunity. If I manage to blend into the catacombs team, I'll chase after you, lure some people, and kill them instead. No matter how many powerhouses there are in the catacombs, there's a limit to the high ranks. Middle ranks are also the mainstay. The more people we kill, the fewer our people will die." Wang Jinyang said with a sullen face, "Don't do anything rash. If you barge into the catacombs team recklessly, once you're discovered, you'll be in even more danger. If we leave the catacombs, we'll definitely be their focus. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." As Fang Ping said that, he suddenly took off his jacket and put it on the other side. Putting it on the other side was actually Earth style. Fang Ping shook his head and said, "Right. I was a little confused just now. I can't attract attention at the start. They're fighting. There must be people dying near the catacombs exit. I'll look for an opportunity to blend in first." Qin Fengqing was a little tempted. Fang Ping scolded him immediately, "Don't add to the chaos." He had the energy shield, which was why he had the idea. Qin Fengqing did not. If he pretended to be a catacombs martial artist, it would make Fang Ping's plan more difficult. Everyone stopped talking and began to wait in silence. After about a minute, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Let's go." The next moment, Fang Ping stepped into the vortex. The others quickly followed. Boom! The moment Fang Ping stepped out of the passageway, a huge explosion shook his body so much that it kept shaking. The next moment, Fang Ping saw everything in front of him clearly. Near the vortex, there were corpses everywhere. Almost all of them were from the catacombs martial artist's side. However, Fang Ping's pupils shrank very quickly. There were a few corpses in familiar clothes lying on the ground. Someone had died in battle. Boom! The booming sounds continued. In the sky above the vortex, many silhouettes were flickering non-stop, fighting until the heavens and the earth cracked. Around the vortex, there were also a large number of catacombs martial artists surging in. Whoosh! Fang Ping and the others had just come out and observed the situation in the blink of an eye. In this short moment, countless arrows pierced through the air and came toward them. In front, behind, left, and right, there were troops in armor. Not only the troops, but there were also a large number of civilian powerhouses in the catacombs' ordinary clothes. At this moment, at the same time when the arrows were shot, they used flight step and attacked. Just as Fang Ping and the others were about to counterattack, a sword gleam flashed past. All the arrows broke and fell. More than 10 middle-ranked powerhouses who came with flight step were cut in half instantly. Not far away, Li Chongqing did not draw his sword. He waved the long sword in its scabbard wantonly. After killing the enemy with one slash, Li Chongqing growled, "Break through to the east." Fang Ping did not utter a word. He leaped over and punched an armored soldier on his right into pieces. He asked hurriedly, "What's the situation?" 1 rank 9, 3 rank 8s, 9 rank 7s. Old Man Li's expression was extremely ugly. he said quickly, the other party has turned out in full force. Commander Zhou can't hold on much longer. Now that we're entangled, it's hard for us to retreat even if we want to. At least, it's hard for grandmasters to retreat. You guys leave quickly. At this moment, the powerhouses were besieging a few grandmasters. The difference in strength between both sides was almost double, 5 rank 7s against 9 rank 7s, 1 rank 8 against 3. If this went on, they would be surrounded and killed sooner or later. According to the original plan, the grandmasters would have to fight and retreat at the same time. Then, they would think of a way to regroup and attack the entrance while waiting for reinforcements. Zhang Dingnan and the other man, who were supposed to guard the entrance of the cave, had no choice but to participate in the battle. Otherwise, the others would soon be surrounded and killed. The conversation between the two was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Li Chongqing had already killed many people. On the periphery, a large number of martial artists seemed to be endless, constantly surging towards the vortex. All around, all the rank 6 powerhouses were fighting bravely, bathed in blood. In the sky, the grandmasters were doing their best to hold back all the high ranks, giving Li Chongqing and the rest time. Even if they could not kill the enemy, they had to find an opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Not far away, Wang Jinyang and the other two had also charged out and were caught in the sea of people. A large number of catacombs martial artists were surging toward them. Some peak rank 6 powerhouses were looking for an opportunity, waiting for a killing blow. Fang Ping did not have much time to think. Right now, he had to fight his way out of the encirclement first. Old Li, start a chaotic battle. Disrupt them and let me sneak in. Fang Ping shouted in a low voice. Old Man Li did not say anything, but a dazzling light appeared in front of him, so bright that the surrounding catacombs martial artists had to close their eyes. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping restrained his aura, changed his clothes quickly, and lay prone on the ground. His body automatically cracked open with a large number of wounds, and his face was also a bloody mess. Old Man Li, who was killing the enemy, raised his eyebrows slightly. Fang Ping was gone. Naturally, he did not believe that Fang Ping was dead. This kid really had some skills. He did not stay where he was. As expected, Fang Ping was among the corpses nearby. Old Man Li leaped up and charged toward the side, in midair. A few powerhouses in the flight step also raised their eyebrows slightly. Another one dead, they did not pay much attention to it. The few people who came out did not have strong auras. It was not surprising that they were killed in the chaos. A few of them looked at the vortex entrance again. There should be no one else, right? Even if there was, with the strength of the passageway, it would not be able to support powerhouses above commander level to pass through. In the next moment, a few of them looked at each other. Without hesitation, they attacked one after another. Although it was insignificant to kill some middle and lower ranks, the loss was too great. They would not be able to account to the commander level. Just as Old Man Li lured the crowd away, Fang Ping, who was lying prone on the ground, also blended into the crowd without a sound. A few powerhouses in the flight step saw that he was also in the flight step. They glanced at him and did not look anymore. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. His mentality kept absorbing energy particles, but he did not absorb them into his body. Instead, he let them linger outside his body. Once his energy shield was activated, vitality and energy fluctuations would not leak anymore. Without energy fluctuations, it would be troublesome. Fang Ping was absorbing energy particles and lingering outside his body now. Although the fluctuations were not strong, they were not too obvious. The catacombs really have a communication channel. In the next moment, such a thought flashed across Fang Ping's mind. Otherwise, the Nanjiang catacombs would not be so well prepared. Kill. At this moment, the old men who were laughing and scolding earlier seemed to have transformed into different people, turning into killing gods. Near the vortex, blood flowed like a river. Wang Jinyang and the other two stood back to back, relying on each other, killing those armored soldiers continuously. There were strong and weak martial artists in the army. The 3 middle ranks were not cabbages. More than 10 rank 6 powerhouses attracted the attention of many catacombs powerhouses. Almost all the rank 6 martial artists were there. Break out! A white-haired old man roared, slashing with his saber. A path of flesh and blood appeared in front of him, however, in the next moment, several saber and sword gleams flashed behind him, cutting the old man's flesh and blood in an instant. The old man did not die, as if he did not feel anything. He waved his saber again. A huge saber gleam flashed, opening up a no man's land in front again. The direction they were breaking out from was the west. Earlier, Old Manly asked Fang Ping and the rest to break out from the east. The catacombs army began to move. Powerhouses from other directions gathered toward the west. Old Manly and the rest also began to gather there. Obviously, they wanted to gather together, open up the passage to the west, and break out. Fang Ping glanced at them, his gaze cold and sharp, but he did not look at them for long. He quickly charged toward Wang Jinyang and the rest. At this moment, the three of them were also in trouble. 2 rank 5s, 1 rank 4, their strength was not bad. Although the powerhouses were lured to Old Manly and the rest, there was already a rank 6 martial artist leading some rank 4 and 5 powerhouses to kill them. The periphery was filled with a large number of armored soldiers. There were also some middle-ranked archers who were shooting arrows to kill them. Kagu! Fang Ping roared, wielding his saber and charging down. The saber. It was not his own saber. Earlier, Fang Ping had already put the Chaos Vanquishing saber into the storage space. Although the storage space was similar to a cube with a 1-meter edge, the Chaos Vanquishing saber was not too long, about 1.2 meters. It could be placed in it diagonally. The saber now was randomly picked up by Fang Ping on the ground. At this time, hundreds of martial artists had died, and there were a lot of weapons on the ground. Fang Ping was filled with rage. With a roar, he charged down. His face was full of scars. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong did not recognize him immediately. Qin Fengqing, on the other hand, had heard Fang Ping speak the catacombs language. His expression changed, and he raised his saber to meet Fang Ping. Bang! With a loud bang, Qin Fengqing flew backward toward the east. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were stunned for a moment before they reacted and chased after Qin Fengqing. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the catacombs martial artists around him were only focused on killing the trio and did not seem to be paying much attention to him, he chased after the trio again. As for the rank 6 martial artists behind him, Fang Ping forced himself not to look at them. There were still many peak rank 6 powerhouses in the rank 6 battle. He could not participate in it. In front of them, Wang Jinyang and the other two were not weak. They had killed rank 5 powerhouses before when they were still rank 4. At this moment, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong had both broken through to rank 5. Their combat strength was much stronger, but they did not unleash their full power. With the three of them working together, they managed to kill a rank 5 martial artist with much difficulty. Then, when they exchanged blows with the rank 6 martial artist, they were sent flying again. Fang Ping chased after them all the way. As expected, there were fewer armored soldiers and powerhouses in the east. Old Manly and the rest had lured a large group of powerhouses to the west. At this moment, the energy and vitality fluctuations behind them were earth-shattering. It was even more intense than the battle in the sky. The catacombs martial artists were not stupid. They seemed to have seen through Wang Jinyang and the rest's intentions. The rank 6 martial artist in the lead yelled, "Stop them." The next moment, a large number of rank 4 and 5 powerhouses charged toward them from all directions, not giving them a chance to escape. Fang Ping more or less understood what they meant. He breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like the catacombs language was not that different. Other than the slightly different accents, it was similar to Sino Nation's Mandarin, with the difference in local accents, but this is not a good thing. Fang Ping sighed again in his heart. Unifying the language was definitely not something to be happy about. This meant that there might be a powerful force in the catacombs, a unified force. Unifying the language was not a small matter. Even Earth could not achieve it now. Perhaps it had something to do with the catacombs' central area. Without much time to think, Fang Ping followed the crowd and charged forward. Wang Jinyang and the rest did not linger. They fought and retreated at the same time. With the three of them working together, the rank 4 and 5 martial artists could not stop them at all. The only rank 6 powerhouse attacked a few times. In the end, he could only send a few people flying and make them retreat a little further. Fang Ping judged that this rank 6 Sanjiao gate should not be sealed yet. Right now, in order to not let the Sanjiao gate open, the rank 6 would hold back when he attacked. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Wang Jinyang and the rest who did not risk their lives to resist the rank 6 attack. Seeing that the few of them were running further and further away, with signs of leaving the central battle zone, the rank 6 martial artist in the lead was slightly enraged. He yelled, "Send a few more generals." As soon as he said that, 3 more rank 6 flew out from the many powerhouses who were surrounding Old Man Li in the west. Fang Ping's expression changed. The catacombs martial artists were quite pragmatic. He thought that this fellow, a rank 6, would not call for help if he could not kill a few rank 4s and 5s. Just as the 3 of them flew out of the battle zone, Old Man Li let out a roar from the west. The sword gleam soared into the sky and fell like thunder. Boom, a loud explosion was heard. The 3 rank 6 who flew out were killed in an instant. This time, the entire battlefield seemed to be silent for a second. Fang Ping turned his head to look. Old Man Li had not drawn his sword yet. Right now, his face was a little pale, fighting with 2 peak rank 6 powerhouses. Many bloody marks appeared on his body. These people did not use mentality in their fight. Among rank 6 powerhouses, although some peak powerhouses' mentality had reached the stage where they could expel it, at their level, as long as they had not achieved mentality-vitality fusion, the effect of mentality intimidation was limited. Instead, they had to be careful of their mentality collapsing and dying instantly. And this actually gave Old Man Li a chance. He was considered a top-notch powerhouse among peak rank 6. However, if he encountered a rank 6 who could expel mentality and used mentality to suppress him, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. Most of the Sino Nation martial artists knew this, but the catacombs martial artists did not. Without anyone using mentality to suppress him, Old Man Li was currently fighting 2 peak rank 6 alone. He still had enough energy to kill the 3 rank 6 who flew out. It was obvious how powerful his ability was. 3 rank 6 were killed in an instant. Now, the rank 6 who were besieging did not dare to move recklessly. Regarding the situation in the east, everyone had seen it for themselves. 3 rank 4 and 5 martial artists were not enough to cause trouble. Instead, it was these peak warlord powerhouses that needed to be taken seriously. The rank 6 martial artist in the east saw the situation and revealed a look of horror. This time, he did not call for help anymore. Instead, he charged toward Wang Jinyang and the rest in silence. Chasing after these people was much better than over there. The powerhouses in the land of rebirth were indeed powerful. At this moment, Wang Jinyang and the rest also seized the opportunity. The 3 of them fled frantically, not fighting with the catacombs martial artists at all. Li Hansong was used as a shield, blocked by the 2 of them. The attacks of the martial artists at the back were also completely resisted by Li Hansong. At this moment, Fang Ping, who was mixed in with the pursuing team, felt some sympathy for Li Hansong. The 2 of them were not good people. As he chased after them, Fang Ping glanced back at them. In the distance, Old Man Li and the rest were fighting with all their might. Yet, Old Man Li's sword had not been unsheathed. Fang Ping looked toward the horizon once more. The booming sounds were continuous. However, the most eye-catching was not the rank 9's battle, but the 4 golden rays, like 4 suns. One of the golden rays was slightly dim, surrounded by the other 3 suns. Commander Zhou, Fang Ping's eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. Zhou Dingwu was fighting 1 against 3 and was no longer a match. Old Man Li had long said that he wanted to kill a rank 8. If this went on, he might have to find an opportunity to do so. Taking a deep breath, Fang Ping roared, "Kagu!" Having said that, he dashed toward Li Hansong and the other 2 at lightning speed. Along with him, there were dozens of rank 4 and 5 powerhouses, plus the rank 6 powerhouse. On the periphery, there was also a group of armored soldiers sealing off the battle zone, but their abilities were not strong. In the blink of an eye, the Wang Jinyang trio had pierced through. However, it was not that there were no powerhouses on the periphery. In the next moment, a strong energy wave flashed. There was still a rank 6 here. In the next moment, the pursuing team consisting of 2 rank 6, more than 10 rank 5s, and more than 20 rank 4 martial artists charged toward the trio at high speed. "We're done for." Qin Fengqing cursed under his breath as he ran madly, they think too highly of us. He was only a rank 4. Right now, rank 4s were almost as common as cabbages. There were a bunch of rank 5s and 2 rank SIXs. Wang Jinyang clung to his shoulder without batting an eyelid, saying in a low voice, most of them are civilian martial artists. Their abilities are average. Only the rank 6 who just chased after us is a military martial artist. Later, when we're tens of li away from the battle zone, we'll counterattack and kill them. 2 rank SIXs, Fang Ping is still there. A strange look flashed across Wang Jinyang's eyes. This kid was really good. He actually managed to sneak in, with Fang Ping around, they might be able to trap and kill the other party. The 3 middle ranks were not really cabbages. This time, the 3 middle ranks martial artists gathered on the battlefield were about 1,000 people at most. However, those older martial artists were not afraid of death. At this moment, they had already killed more than 100 people. If they also trapped and killed these powerhouses who chased after them, the catacombs would suffer a heavy loss. These catacombs martial artists were much easier to deal with than those in Magic City. These catacombs powerhouses in Magic City had fought with humans for many years. They were ruthless and cunning enough. Nanjiang's catacombs was newly opened. The martial artists here did not have a strong killing aura. Even if they were rank 6, they did not give Wang Jinyang and the rest too much pressure. Catacombs martial artists were not like humans who went on expeditions everywhere. Fang Ping and the rest, even Fang Ping who had the least combat experience, had participated in the catacombs siege war. He had probably seen more bloodshed than most of the catacombs martial artists here. Hearing that Fang Ping was there, Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up. Yes, Fang Ping was still in the crowd. Maybe he could really trap and kill these guys later. A few minutes later, Qin Fengqing and the other 2 had already run more than 10 li away. Behind them, the martial artists who chased after them did not have the slightest intention of giving up. Compared to the Land of Rebirth martial artists who were unfamiliar with the place, they were the hosts. It was impossible to run away in their own territory. At this moment, 2 rank 6 martial artists had gathered. The rank 6 martial artist who chased them earlier did not wear armor. Clearly, he was not a military martial artist. Right now, facing the military martial artist who had just chased after them, he was also fawning over him. As he chased, he laughed and said, General Willow Tree, these people's realms are not high, and their abilities are not weak either. Should we capture them alive or kill them? It's best if we can capture them alive. If we can't, then we'll kill them. General Willow Tree said it extremely coldly. His tone was not too gentle either. The other rank 6 martial artist did not show any signs of anger. He lifted his head to look at the sky and sighed. There are indeed many powerhouses in the Land of Rebirth. Luckily, we were prepared. General Willow Tree ignored him and stared at the 3 people in front of him. At this moment, the 3 of them had gradually slowed down. Fang Ping, who was not far behind them, moved his ears. The catacombs had indeed received the news in advance. Was it news from the central region, or could it be that the opening of the passageway was indeed controlled by them? At this moment, the sounds of battle behind them had gradually weakened. Fang Ping and the rest had already left the central battle zone. In front of them, Qin Fengqing and the other 2 had also stopped in their tracks. The martial artists who were chasing after them had surrounded them. The 2 rank 6 powerhouses looked down from above. They did not talk too much nonsense. The 2 of them did not let the rank 4 and 5 martial artists fight first. They just wanted to watch the show. Almost at the moment the encirclement was formed, the 2 of them attacked Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong respectively. The remaining rank 4 Qin Fengqing was the target of the others, more than 10 rank 5s and dozens of rank 4s. Killing a rank 4 was not difficult at all. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was no longer smiling cheekily. Seeing that Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were each entangled with a rank 6 powerhouse, he had already unleashed his full strength. He gritted his teeth, raised his saber and charged into the crowd. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to help Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong. The moment Qin Fengqing charged into the crowd, Fang Ping's mentality erupted instantly, stunning the few people around Qin Fengqing. There were no peak rank 6 powerhouses here, no high-ranked powerhouses. Fang Ping's mentality erupted. Out of everyone's expectations, those few people did not even know what was happening before they were cut into half by Qin Fengqing at the waist. Qin Fengqing was also slightly stunned for a moment, but his actions were not slow at all. He immediately knew that Fang Ping was playing tricks. At this moment, Qin Fengqing was excited. With a loud roar, his great saber slashed out an intense vitality saber glow. Fang Ping mingled in the periphery, his mentality also erupted continuously. It was not even an outburst anymore. With so many rank 4 and 5 powerhouses, it was difficult for him to stun them. At this moment, what Fang Ping was doing was to detonate these mentalities. Only the mentality explosion could stun those rank 4 and 5 martial artists. Qin Fengqing unleashed his invincible might. His Chongdao slashed down like thunder, almost one slash for one person. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people were killed. Everything happened too quickly. Very soon, the Catacombs encirclement team was a little chaotic. How could a rank 4 be so strong? What's going on? Hiding his strength? Be careful, everyone. Everyone said a few words at once, looking at Qin Fengqing with some vigilance. Fang Ping's mentality explosion was only targeted at a few people. Qin Fengqing's follow-up attack was also extremely fast. These people did not notice it. Even if they noticed it, they might not believe it. If there was a powerhouse who could expel mentality, these people would not be enough for the other party to kill, because the other party was at least a peak rank 6. Hurry up. Just when everyone was on guard, Fang Ping let out a low roar. He used the catacombs language, but he was reminding Qin Fengqing not to dawdle. Not far away, Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong could not hold on any longer. It was fine if the two of them teamed up to deal with one person, but to fight a rank 6 powerhouse alone, even if he was a prodigy martial artist, after all, he had just entered rank 5. How could it be that easy? Under the circumstances of a peak rank 5, it was still possible for the two of them to kill a rank 6 alone. Right now, it was a little too early. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing gritted his teeth and roared, "I'm going to use my ultimate move. You guys can wait to die." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping knew that it was time to start working. Huge amounts of mentality surged out instantly, and then he roared, "Kagu." With a roar, the others subconsciously rushed forward. At the same time, mentality exploded again. Fang Ping's face was pale. In the middle of the crowd, Qin Fengqing let out a furious roar. His Chongdao erupted with a dazzling blood-red glow, sweeping and slashing in a circle. Puff puff puff, a series of sounds of metal entering bodies could be heard. The sound of bones and metal colliding could be heard. The group of people in the innermost layer was instantly cut in half at the waist. Retreat! A catacombs martial artist roared. Then, everyone retreated one after another. In the middle of the crowd, Qin Fengqing's face was pale. Yet, he smiled smugly and looked at everyone provocatively. Something's wrong. Someone let out a low growl. Although the person in front of them had a strong outburst, it was not to the extent where he could kill so many people with one slash. After all, there were still rank 5 powerhouses in the crowd. Many people looked around. The fluctuations from the mentality explosion earlier were not weak. Some people felt it. At this moment, they were all looking around, their eyes revealing their vigilance. Was there a peak warrior level powerhouse from the land of rebirth here? Fang Ping did not care about this. He looked around. There were still many people. This was not easy to kill. This Qin Fengqing fellow was indeed useless. If it was a rank 5 martial artist who cooperated with Fang Ping, they might all be trapped and killed in no time. At this moment, it was not the time to slowly grind. Wang Jinyang and Li Hansong were about to explode. Over at the central battle zone, the other situation could not be seen clearly. However, the golden body powerhouse Zhou Dinghua's golden glow was getting dimmer. Taking another look at Qin Fengqing, Fang Ping exhaled. Good luck to you. I have to deal with a rank 6 first. Otherwise, I won't be able to fight anymore. General Willow Tree was Fang Ping's target. At this moment, that military martial artist was pressing down on Li Hansong. Li Hansong's skull was already flashing with golden light. Such a phenomenon made General Willow Tree extremely excited. Obviously, he also realized that he had caught a big fish this time. As for Fang Ping, he leaped into the air at this moment, flying over there, shouting, "General Willow Tree, there's something wrong with the person below." General Willow Tree, who was fighting Li Hansong with all his might, was slightly stunned. It was not because of Fang Ping's report, but because of Fang Ping's way of addressing him. A rank 4 martial artist dared to call him that. The catacombs had a strict hierarchy. Even if they were to shout, they would still call him Lord General. Civilian martial artists would not be so inconsiderate. Such a thought flashed across General Willow Tree's mind. However, at this moment, there was no time to say anything more. Or perhaps, the other party did not even consider that someone would sneak in. And at this moment, Li Hansong, who was opposite, saw Fang Ping charging up. His eyes lit up instantly. Following that, he let out a roar. His skull shone brilliantly with golden light. Both his fists turned into palms, grabbing both of Willow Tree's arms. Even if the flesh and blood of his arms exploded in an instant, Li Hansong did not let go. General Willow Tree let out a cold humph. A last-ditch struggle. Such a thought had just flashed across his mind when General Willow Tree heard someone shouting from behind, "I'll help you." Willow Tree frowned. "Do I need your help?" Such a thought had just arisen when a blood-red Changdao appeared soundlessly behind him. It did not carry the slightest energy fluctuation. In the blink of an eye, it slashed down on top of his head like a thunderbolt. "No!" A mournful and unwilling scream was heard. This rank 6 powerhouse named Willow Tree obviously did not expect his own people to attack him. The skull was the weakness of everyone below rank 7. Even rank 7 powerhouses might not have honed it deeply. At this moment, Li Hansong was trying his best to imprison him. Fang Ping's saber attack was silent. When the saber landed, a cracking sound came from the skull, accompanied by an unwilling scream. It disappeared without a trace in an instant. As soon as the scream was heard, the rank 6 martial artist who was fighting Wang Jinyang on the other side could not help but turn his head to look. When he saw the situation clearly, he was stunned for a moment. General Willow Tree was killed by his own people. The people below, who were initially chasing after Qin Fengqing, were now full of confusion and fear. What was going on? They were frightened and lost, but Fang Ping and the rest were not. The moment Willow Tree was killed, Li Hansong's body erupted with a powerful golden light. He did not help Wang Jinyang, but rushed below to kill those rank 4 and 5 martial artists. If he delayed any longer, Qin Fengqing would be hacked to death. Qin Fengqing was almost moved to tears. Iron Headley was indeed reliable to Fang Ping. Fang Ping actually left him more than 10 rank 4s and 7 to 8 rank 5s. He was almost scared to death. Fang Ping shouted, "Brother Wang, hold him back. Don't let these people run back." Having said that, Fang Ping descended quickly. The chaos-vanquishing saber in his hand erupted with an intense blood-red glow, slashing down from the sky. "Ha!" Wang Jinyang did not complain. With a roar, the surface of his body was instantly wrapped in blood. This was not enough. Bone marrow force began to permeate outwards. He had to hold this rank 6 back even if he had to die. Li Hansong and Fang Ping had no problem killing those rank 4s and 5s, but they needed time. Until Fang Ping shouted, that rank 6 powerhouse's expression changed drastically. A land of rebirth martial artist had actually mixed into the team. How was it possible? As a rank 6 powerhouse, he was extremely sensitive to auras. In his eyes, Wang Jinyang and the rest were not too obvious. Their powerful vitality force could not even be concealed. But now, reality told him that someone had mixed into the team, and he did not realize it. The rank 4 and 5 martial artists on the ground were also stunned. It was at this moment that Fang Ping suddenly shouted in the catacombs language, "Quick, surround and kill them." All the catacombs martial artists understood what he meant. In the next moment, everyone on the ground looked terrified and distanced themselves from each other. Some of them soared into the sky, turned around, and ran towards the central battle zone. This place was too dangerous. There were martial artists from the land of rebirth mixed in with the team. This time, gigantic Willow City had turned out in full force. A large number of martial artists had been conscripted, and they did not know everyone. These martial artists immediately went on high alert. After all, just now, some of them had died for no reason. A portion of the people who leaped into the air were stopped by Li Hansong. As for the remaining people, Fang Ping let out a furious roar. His mentality exploded once again, temporarily stunning them. Then, the chaos-vanquishing saber unleashed a powerful saber glow, cutting them down instantly. Fang Ping's face turned pale once more. Every time his mentality exploded, he would suffer damage as well. It was fine if he did not do this a few times, but if he did it a few more times, he would be shaken into an idiot. Qin Feng Qing, explode, kill quickly. Fang Ping cut down a few people and roared. Qin Feng Qing was close to tears. I don't have so many kinds of explodes. Do you really think I'm an unkillable cockroach? However, at this moment, those catacombs martial artists had also erupted in the face of danger. Some of them charged towards him, while others ran towards the central battle zone. The others were exploding. If he did not, he would really die. Explode. Qin Feng Qing let out a furious roar. He swallowed a vitality outburst pill in one gulp. The vitality in his entire body condensed into one instantly, and he slashed with the saber glow. Boom, a deafening roar was heard. The few rank 4s who rushed up were killed instantly. 2 rank 5 powerhouses also coughed up blood and flew out. In the middle of the crowd, Qin Fengqing's face was pale. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, panting violently. Trash, what happened to killing a rank 6 with one slash? At this moment, Fang Ping still had the time to scold people. This made Qin Feng Qing, whose brain was almost on fire, almost vomit blood. You still have so much energy? Hurry up and kill people. Fang Ping was indeed killing people. It was easy for him to kill people. When encountering rank 4s, he would use his mentality to intimidate them directly. When they were intimidated, he would kill them with one slash. When encountering rank 5s, he would use his mentality to explode the other party's mentality, and then kill them with one slash. After a while, there were dozens of corpses lying on the ground. The rank 4 and 5 martial artists had been slaughtered by a few people. Fang Ping fell to the ground, panting violently. Beside him, Li Hansong was bathed in blood. He could barely lift his arms and legs. In midair, Wang Jinyang kept coughing up blood. Seeing the 3 people below him raising their heads to look at him, he felt like dying. What were they looking at? Kill. If they did not support him now, he would be beaten to death. Li Hansong and Qin Feng Qing were really powerless to support him now. They looked at Fang Ping one after another. Fang Ping's face was pale. In addition to that, in order to hide his face earlier, he had cracked many wounds on his face. At this moment, he looked especially hideous. Seeing that both of them were looking at him, Fang Ping panted. Wait for a while. I'm also F***king tired. Did he really think that killing people was not tiring? Wang Jinyang can't hold on any longer, it's okay. His bone marrow hasn't permeated his body yet. He won't die. Fang Ping said irresponsibly. After resting for a while, seeing that the rank 6 was about to run, he leaped into the air, wielding his saber and charging over. Don't waste time. Permeate your body with bone marrow. Fang Ping roared. Then, 5 celestial bridges appeared in front of him instantly. Mentality and vitality force surged rapidly. A rank 6 was not that easy to kill, the other party was also unleashing full force at this moment. He did not even care about the stability of the Sanjiao Gate. Every move was powerful, hitting Wang Jinyang until his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. If he did not use his trump card ultimate move, even if the other party could not kill them, it would not be difficult for him to escape. Wang Jinyang did not hesitate either. With a low growl, the sound of blood flowing became clear instantly. Large amounts of blood seeped out from the surface of his body. Holding his saber with both hands, he slashed down swiftly and violently. Below, Fang Ping's celestial bridges vibrated. Large amounts of celestiality surged into the chaos-vanquishing saber. This time, there was no collapse like last time. The chaos-vanquishing saber unleashed an intense bloodlust, slashing toward the rank 6 who was trying to escape. This was not enough. Below, Li Hansong also let out a furious roar. His fist exuded a strong golden glow, charging toward the sky. 3 of humanity's most elite prodigy martial artists, 2 rank 5s, 1 peak rank 4, had unleashed their most powerful killer moves. The rank 6 opposite them was only a normal rank 6 powerhouse. Now that he sensed a life and death crisis, he let out a furious roar. 3 incorporeal doors appeared above his head. One of the doors, with its opening, was about to be completely sealed. Once one of the doors was sealed, the other party would be a middle stage rank 6 powerhouse. If 2 of the doors were sealed, it would be an upper stage rank 6. If the Xianxia gate was completely sealed, it would be a peak rank 6. This person was about to step into middle stage rank 6. He had not unleashed his full force all this while, but now, he could not care less. 3 doors appeared. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of energy gushed out from the door that was about to be sealed, attacking the gap of the door that was about to be sealed even wider. Bastard! The other party cursed. He, who was about to step into middle stage rank 6, had no choice but to unleash full force at the cost of wasting all his previous efforts. These Land of Rebirth martial artists deserve to die. Still talking so much when you're dead. Fang Ping let out a low humph. The Chaos Vanquishing Saber had already unleashed a dazzling blood-red glow. The blood-red glow slashed at the door above the other party's head in an instant. Wang Jinyang was not slow at all. The saber glow slashed downward. Li Hansong also charged toward the sky, hammering a punch at the other party's head. You guys forced me to do this. Sensing a strong sense of danger, this rank 6 powerhouse had already realized that he might not make it this time. The next moment, among the 3 doors that were about to be sealed, the one that was about to be sealed exploded abruptly. Initially, it was just an incorporeal door. At this moment, when it exploded, it erupted with powerful energy waves. Fang Ping's expression changed. His feet sped up, fleeing swiftly. Wang Jinyang charged straight into the sky, not hesitating at all. Li Hansong was the closest. He let out an angry curse. As he fled, his body surged with an even thicker golden glow. Boom, a deafening roar resounded. Even the battle zone outside the passageway could hear the explosion. Just as the intense explosion erupted from Fang Ping and the other side. Central battle zone. At this moment, many of Old Man Li's people had died in battle. Out of the 18 rank 6 powerhouses, only 7 or 8 were left. Hearing the explosion coming from the east, a white-haired old man laughed immediately. Good job, killing a rank 6. That was the power of the Xianxia gate's self-destruction. As for the high ranks, they were all in the sky. The outcome of the battle had not been determined yet. Laughing aside, everyone was not at ease. Fang Ping and the rest had forced a rank 6 to self-destruct. Their ability was indeed extremely valiant. However, even a rank 6 had self-destructed. Would those few little fellows die too? Old Man Li turned his head and swept a glance. In a low voice, he said, we can't drag this out any longer. It was worth it this time. We killed several rank 16s and hundreds of middle ranks. The few of you, run if you can. If you can't, then self-destruct. Blow those curs up. What about you? An old man had just finished asking when a sword gleam flashed behind him, piercing through his heart directly. At the same time, Old Man Li wielded the sheath longevity sword and swung it forcefully. The speed was extremely fast. The sword gleam pierced through the ambusher's head in the blink of an eye. I want to kill the big one. Old Man Li said quietly. Unfortunately, the other party could no longer hear him. At this moment, Zhou Dingguo's golden light was about to be extinguished. Even further away, 2 rank 9s were fighting. Their fight was so intense that it seemed like the sky was about to split open. Although Wu Chuan was strong, he was not strong enough to crush his opponent. Right now, he was being held back by someone. In other places, a few rank 7s joined forces. Zhang Dingnan's blood-colored saber gleam streaked across the sky. Zhou Xingyang's divine weapon erupted. For the time being, they had not reached the point of no return. However, these people could not free themselves to help Zhou Dinggua. As expected, I still need to turn this situation around. At this moment, there was no way to retreat. Once Zhou Dinggua died, the 3 golden body masters would have no opponents. Soon, they would be able to destroy several level 7 supreme power masters. If these people joined forces, even if they could not kill Wu Chuan would not be able to escape. If they were entangled for too long and the reinforcements had yet to arrive, Wuchuan might be dragged to death. A rank 9 falling was a price that Sino Nation could not afford. Old Manly took a deep breath. He was not in a hurry to make his move. The timing was still lacking. The next moment, Old Manly soared into the sky again, charging into the rank 6 battle group. Now, there were more rank 6 powerhouses besieging him. More than 10 li away. Fang Ping shook his head, feeling a little dizzy. In the distance, Wang Jinyang fell to the ground rapidly. Large amounts of blood dripped onto the ground. His injuries were not light. Underground, Qin Fengqing crawled out of the pit with a dusty face, spitting out a lot of soil mixed with blood. A rank 6 powerhouse self-destructing the Xianxia gate. It had to be said that the power was terrifying. The few of them were almost blown to death. The 3 of them gathered together. Fang Ping looked around, frowning. Is Li Hansong dead? I don't know, Wang Jinyang replied weakly. He really did not know. If he was dead, then so be it. After entering the catacombs, no one expected to come back alive. If he had the time to grieve now, he might as well think about killing a few more in the future for revenge. He's not dead, is he? Qin Fengqing shook his head, panting. I can't do it anymore. Let's run quickly. If a few more rank 4 and 5 come, we'll all die. Vitality depleted, internal organs heavily injured. I can't do it anymore. As he said that, this fellow fished out a resurrection pill and swallowed it. This was not the time to be stingy. As for what he said earlier about not having any pills, that was naturally a lie. Who would not bring enough life-saving pills into the catacombs? Even if they were not afraid of death, they would not court death. Fang Ping thought that he had more than 10 resurrection pills. If everyone took them out now, he might not have as many as the other 3. Wang Jinyang was also swallowing pills. Fang Ping looked around. He did not see Li Hansong. He was silent for a moment without saying anything. Iron Headley was blown to death just like that. As he was thinking, a mass of objects suddenly fell from the sky. Bang, a loud bang. A deep pit appeared on the ground. Li Hansong was covered in blood. He crawled out of the hole slowly, saying weakly, You guys run, really fast. Among them, he was the slowest. He was almost blown to death. Seeing that he was still alive, Fang Ping did not waste any more words. He said immediately, Let's split up. I'll blend in again. The 3 of you, keep running east. If there's a chance, I'll look for you. If there's no chance, then we'll meet here in a few days. 1 month at most. After a month, we'll all go out. After a month, we'll either build a stronghold or seal off the passageway. No matter what, if we don't go out, we won't have a chance to go out anymore. Wang Jinyang panted. It's too risky for you to blend in. It's wartime now. No one will notice. Once the war ends, the catacombs will definitely know about middle-ranked martial artists. What about the lower ranks? Fang Ping laughed. There's a lot of them in the 3 lower ranks. It'll be hard to be recognized. We'll talk about it later. He could mask his aura. He could even pretend to be a normal person. However, pretending to be a normal person would be too conspicuous. There were martial artists everywhere. If a normal person appeared here, even a fool would know that something was wrong. Must you go back? I'll go take a look. Stop talking nonsense. It's a waste of time. As he said that, Fang Ping said immediately, Pack up the spoils. Take as much as you can. Having said that, Fang Ping began to get up and pack up the spoils. Qin Fengqing also struggled to find something. He had suffered a huge loss this time. He had to find something to make up for it. Fang Ping searched for a while and packed up a big bag. He did not look at it in detail. He found a rank 4 medal and replaced the one in front of him. Although the catacombs medal was the same, the one he was originally wearing was from Skygate City. The city emblem on the back was different. After he was done, Fang Ping said in a low voice, There are people coming after us again. Be careful. You guys are in much more danger than I am. The few of them nodded. Although they did not know how Fang Ping did it, this guy could hide his vitality fluctuations. This was much safer. As for the few of them, once they used vitality force, they would be discovered immediately. The few of them did not waste any more time. The three of them supported each other. They did not use vitality force. They only relied on their physical strength and ran all the way into the distance. Fang Ping exhaled. He did not go back the way he came. If he bumped into someone now, it would be hard to explain. After all, 2 rank SIXS were dead. A few minutes later, Fang Ping blended into the crowd again. At this moment, the catacombs powerhouses were besieging the rank 6 powerhouses in the center. Fang Ping sneaked in without a sound, and not many people paid attention. Only now did Fang Ping know how many people came to the catacombs this time. In all directions, there were no less than 5,000 military martial artists. Most of these people were in the 3 lower ranks. As for the 3 middle ranks martial artists, they were everywhere now, at least a few hundred people. In the center, dozens of rank 6 martial artists were besieging the human rank SIXS. This did not include those killed by Old Manly and the rest. If they were included, this kind of strength was stronger than the overall strength of Nanjiang. However, over at the Nanjiang catacombs, there was less of a murderous aura. In Magic City catacombs, Fang Ping had met the Sky Gate level army, their murderous aura soaring to the sky. Here, however, these troops seemed a little lazy. In front, powerhouses were fighting, and some military martial artists were even whispering. This was almost impossible to see in Skygate City. Skygate City's military martial artists were more like killing machines. Fang Ping walked past, but he did not walk toward the military martial artists. Instead, he walked toward the martial artists who were dressed differently. These were the catacomb civilian martial artists. When he walked to the front, some rank 4 and 5 martial artists were standing in the air, guarding all directions. In the center was the rank 6 martial artists' battlefield. These rank 4 and 5 powerhouses in the air did not participate in the battle, but many of them held longbows in their hands, shooting arrows from time to disturb the human martial artists. Fang Ping also stepped into the air. Someone beside him glanced at him, but did not say anything. At this moment, Fang Ping finally saw the situation inside clearly. The ground was covered with corpses. The ground had turned blood red. 18 rank 6 powerhouses, 6 or 7 of them were peak rank 6. This time, they also risked their lives to enter the catacombs. Among the human rank 6 powerhouses, which one was not a veteran, who did not kill countless people, compared to these Nanjiang catacombs martial artists, human martial artists knew how to kill better. Even if the Nanjiang catacombs had more than double their rank 6 powerhouses, almost 50 people in total. But now, after the continuous killing, in the middle of the crowd, there were only about 20 people left surrounding Old Manly and the rest. As for the humans, Fang Ping glanced, gritting his teeth and not moving. There were only 5 people left. Although these people had killed countless experts, they were surrounded and unable to break out. By now, more than half of them had died in battle, and the remaining few were covered in blood. Old Manly still did not draw his sword. His body was also bleeding profusely. His golden body did not seem to have any effect. The weakest of the 4 balls of golden light above his head seemed to be on the verge of extinguishing. On the other side, the battle between the 5 grandmasters and the 9 grandmasters had also reached the final juncture. Fang Ping sighed softly. Beside him, the 2 catacombs martial artists seemed to think that the outcome of the battle had been decided. They started chatting in low voices. It's almost over. However, the powerhouses of the Land of Rebirth are ruthless. Are we really going to kill our way into the Land of Rebirth? I don't know. That's what King Lu said before, but now, that was the past. Previously, he had thought that the Land of Rebirth was nothing special. Moreover, the Land of Rebirth had something that the king wanted, so it was not a big deal for him to kill his way there. However, the people from the Land of Rebirth had taken the initiative to barge in, and they had killed countless powerhouses. If it weren't for the fact that they had several times the number of people on their side, they would have been killed. Would the Willow King choose to attack the Land of Rebirth? Venerable Wood and the rest are going to kill the Land of Rebirth's Venerable. Someone whispered. Many people raised their heads to look. In the sky above, 3 balls of golden light were entangling the golden light in the middle. The golden light was growing dimmer. Fang Ping was also looking, but he was looking at Old Man Li. When he saw Old Man Li's right hand on the hilt of his sword, Fang Ping took a deep breath. Right now, he could not stop them. If he stopped Old Man Li, Zhou Dinghua would be finished. If he died, humans would collapse. The first batch of people who entered might also die. Old Man Li was not the only one who sensed the danger. The human powerhouses also felt the danger. At this moment, somewhere else, Zhang Dingnan was bathed in blood. He glanced into the distance with the corner of his eye. Suddenly, he said in a low voice, "Commander Zhou can't die. Li Chongqing is preparing, but he can't kill a rank 8. Someone must hold the other party back." Having said that, Zhang Dingnan said in a low voice, "This is Nanjiang's problem. Thank you, everyone, for dying for the people of Nanjiang today." Beside him, Upright Sun Martial Arts Dojo's curator held a dark golden staff in his hand. There was a hint of sorrow in his eyes. Very soon, Zhou Xingyang said in a low voice, "I'll self-detonate my weapon later and severely injure a few people. Governor and Vice-Chancellor, hold the 2 rank 8s back and buy time for Li Chongqing to kill one of them." The Grandmasters were not indecisive people. 5 Grandmasters, 3 of them were from Nanjiang. In this battle, even if they had to die, the Nanjiang Grandmasters had to go first. Lu Po Lu and the Grandmaster from the Department of Investigation Services nodded at the same time. The next moment, Zhou Xingyang let out a low roar. The staff pierced through the void, expanding countless times in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of everyone. The few high-ranked powerhouses on the opposite side did not panic. All kinds of animals and plants appeared in front of them out of thin air, pouncing on the staff. A few of them even had a hint of greed in their eyes. Even among the catacombs powerhouses, not everyone had a divine weapon like this. At least, none of the 9 rank 7s here had one. Explode. There was a loud roar. The next moment, the dark golden staff exploded with an intense light. Zhou Xingyang's face turned pale instantly. Mouthfuls of pale golden blood dripped down. A top-notch powerhouse who was about to enter the golden body state. Once one entered the golden body state, their blood would turn golden too. Now that Zhou Xingyang's blood was pale golden, it meant that golden body was not too far away. Boom! An explosion that was countless times stronger than the rank SIX's self-destruction rang out. Above the sky, it was as if a second energy sun had appeared. Below, Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. He could not see clearly. Did the human Grandmaster self-destruct? Without waiting for him to think too much, Fang Ping saw 2 rays of light flashing past, rushing out of the rank 7 battle zone, charging toward the 4 golden rays. Fang Ping recognized one of the balls of light. That was Zhang Dingnan's saber gleam. The blood-colored saber gleam covered the sky. The entire land seemed to have turned blood red. The saber gleam flashed past, charging toward one of the golden body powerhouses. On the other side, NMAU's Vice-Chancellor's mentality had also materialized. A blood-colored spear flew toward the second golden body. The 2 of them left. Lu Po Lu and the other 2 were up against 9 high-ranked powerhouses. Even if Zhou Xingyang self-destructed his divine weapon, he only severely injured 2 of them. The others were unharmed. The situation was worsening. Zhang Dingnan's arrival to help gave Zhou Dinghua some breathing room. However, Zhang Dingnan and the other one were no match for the rank 8 powerhouses. They were beaten until they retreated in defeat, their mentality constantly obliterated. If this went on, the 2 of them would not be able to hold on for long before they were killed. The passageway had not opened for the second time yet. It was not like the other catacombs, where human powerhouses could come to help after holding on for a while. Right now, they could only rely on themselves. The battle in the sky had reached a white-hot stage. The battle on the ground had also reached a critical moment. Out of the 5 rank 6 powerhouses, only 3 were left. And the rank SIXs who besieged them were now left with more than 10 people. A large number of rank 4 and 5 martial artists began to move toward the inner circle. Everyone's expression was solemn. Gigantic Willow City's losses in this battle were too heavy. Countless general-level powerhouses were lost. Even in gigantic Willow City, other than the high and mighty king, a few venerables, chieftains, and those chieftains, the general-level powerhouses were the highest and mightiest. For so many years, even if gigantic Willow City and Cretaceous City often fought, there might not even be one death of a general-level powerhouse in 10 years. Today, dozens of people had already died, the others moved toward the inner circle, preparing to surround the remaining few. Fang Ping's expression changed slightly, however, and he took a few steps back. Human powerhouses were never the kind of people who would die in vain. At this point, not just Old Man Li, the other two would definitely not wait for death. As expected, the other two powerhouses were ready to make a move, as if they were looking for an opportunity to self-destruct. However, very soon, these two people were pulled behind Old Man Li. Old Man Li waved the sheathed longsword in front of him without a word. At this moment, the battle in the sky changed again, a loud rumbling sound rang out. This time, someone really self-destructed. Xingyang! A mournful roar rang out. It came from Zhang Dingnan, among Nanjiang's 5 local high grandmasters. Although Zhou Xingyang did not belong to either the military or the political world, he had deep feelings for Nanjiang. In this battle, Zhou Xingyang saw that the golden body was just around the corner, but he still did not listen to advice and insisted on entering. Now, the peak rank 7 Zhou Xingyang first self-destructed his divine weapon, and now, he self-destructed himself with Mentality-Vitality Fusion. Mentality-Vitality Fusion transformed into celestiality. When a quasi-golden body powerhouse self-destructed, a powerful pressure covered heaven and earth. On the ground, a large number of armored soldiers were crushed into minced meat in an instant, even 4. Fang Ping and the others, many of them stopped in their tracks, falling from their flight step state. Fang Ping's mentality was not weak, so he was fine now. Seeing the few people beside him falling, a ruthless glint flashed across Fang Ping's eyes. His mentality erupted abruptly, and a large amount of mentality emerged, shattering these few rank 4 and 5 martial artists who were already in a daze. The others did not notice anything. At this moment, many of them were still in a daze. In the middle of the crowd, Old Man Li also swayed slightly. Without giving the others time to react, Zhou Xingyang's self-destruction was not in vain. Out of the 9 rank 7 powerhouses, only 7 were left now, and the 7 of them were not very stable. However, everyone knew that the outcome was already decided. The strongest among the rank 7s was dead, and the remaining few were not far away. When this thought had just arisen, in the rank 8 battle zone, Zhang Dingnan suddenly let out a furious roar, and a blood-colored saber gleam pierced through heaven and earth. Kill! Zhang Dingnan's face instantly turned as white as a sheet. He had broken through rank 7 not long ago, but his combat strength was not weaker than anyone else's. This battle would determine whether Nanjiang would become a war zone. If they could not establish a stronghold, Nanjiang would become a war zone. In the future, Nanjiang would no longer be inhabited, and it would no longer be as prosperous as it was today. Kill, kill, kill. The soaring murderous aura shook the void, and the sky was blood-red, the chaos-vanquishing saber in Fang Ping's hand. No, the bandit-slaying saber was vibrating slightly. At the same time, below, Li Changxing suddenly laughed maniacally. Hum. The sound of the sword reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Below Li Changxing's head, there was a dazzling golden light. In the blink of an eye, the golden light was extinguished, and a powerful force penetrated the longsword. Outside the crowd, Fang Ping's mentality was released abruptly, and countless mentality surged into the longsword. At first, Old Man Li seemed to be resisting, but when he felt the familiar force, he no longer resisted. He glanced at Fang Ping, who was mixed in the crowd from the corner of his eyes, and laughed out loud. Hum. The sound of the sword became even louder, a dazzling sword gleam soared into the sky, the aftermath scattered in all directions. The surrounding powerhouses all looked terrified, and a large number of powerhouses fled outward. However, no matter how fast they were, they could not outrun the sword gleam. Streaks of blood splattered everywhere. Li Changxing laughed and said, "It's an honor to kill trash like you." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already broken through the air, and his sword slashed toward the golden body powerhouse who was confronting Zhang Dingnan. At the same time, Zhang Dingnan and the NMAU vice-chancellor also erupted abruptly, entangling the remaining 2 golden bodies. Old Man Li's silhouette appeared in mid-air, extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the battlefield. The golden glow on his body dimmed instantly. The next moment, a sword gleam even more dazzling than before shot out. Clang! The sound of a loud bell reverberated throughout the void. Impossible. A furious roar filled with despair rang out as well. The powerhouse who was confronting Zhang Dingnan exerted all his strength to erupt. A portion of his mentality exploded, and a moment later, Zhang Dingnan's blood-colored Changdao was blasted apart. Zhang Dingnan was like a porcelain doll. His face began to crack, but he still gritted his teeth, entangling the other party with all his might. His mentality turned into a blood-colored saber, charging forward continuously. No. Boom, the dazzling golden glow dimmed instantly. Then, an even more dazzling burst of light erupted, blasting the void. My sword can kill a rank 8. Do you surrender? Ha ha ha. A maniacal laugh echoed throughout heaven and earth. Below, there was no one left in front of the remaining 2 rank 6 human martial artists. Both of them revealed a mournful look in their eyes. Without even turning their heads, they rapidly used flight step and flew away. Just as they flew away, a silhouette moved faster than them, stepping into the air and disappearing in a flash. The golden body was destroyed, the sky was filled with golden light, so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, leaped into the air, grabbed a broken silhouette in one hand, and took off in an instant. At this moment, the others were still fighting. He no longer cared about their lives. He did not even care about Old Man Li's life. The only thing he could do was to collect his corpse after the other party had pulled out his sword. No, perhaps he could still be saved. Was it not just a shattered golden body? It was a fake anyway. As Fang Ping fled frantically from this place, he took out a bottle of pills from his storage space and stuffed them into Li Changxing's mouth, which was no longer recognizable as human. He did not even know if it was a mouth, or if it was a wound on his face. What an arrogant old bastard. Serves you right if you die. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. With full outburst, he felt as if someone was chasing him from behind. He swallowed an outburst pill, increased his speed by 30%, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. This time, he suffered a huge loss. If Old Man Li died, he would definitely burn this old man's bones and scatter his ashes. If you die, I'll dig up your grave and sell your bones. Fang Ping cursed. When he felt the aura of the human figure in his hand getting weaker and weaker, his eyes could not help but reveal a hint of blood red. Mother Faster's cur, if you knew you were going to die, why were you so nice to me? Mother Faster's cur, if you knew you were going to die, why did you look for someone else? Why did you look for me? A few hundred li away from the entrance. Inside a small valley. Fang Ping killed a monster that looked like a wild wolf with one slash. He did not waste any time. He picked up the carcass and dripped blood on another corpse beside him. The corpse seemed to feel it. It trembled slightly, seemingly resisting. Fang Ping did not care about it. He humphed, I can't find where your head is. I'll just suck some blood. It's pretty good. Li Changxing now looked like a meatball. A meatball with its skin peeled off. It was disgusting to look at. Trying to show off. Pretending to be dead? Hey, Li Changxing, will kill a rank 8 today. Let's see what you can do. Mother Faster's cur. I'll bring a meatball back. Take a guess. Will others recognize you? Fang Ping cursed. Then, he said irritatedly, what do you think we should do? Your bones are all broken. Everything that should explode has exploded. There's nothing left. Why are you still alive? Tell me, how can I save you now? Say something. Can't you find your mouth? Can't say anything? Fang Ping said, feeling a little dejected. He rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, can't you have a backup plan? Almost all your bones are broken. You're just a meatball now. How can I save you? You're still breathing. Even I'm surprised. Do you have some last wish that you haven't completed? Why don't you try and write it down? I'll help you complete it. Then, you can just take your last breath. These words seemed to provoke Old Man Li. That lump of bloody flesh was moving. It was unknown if it was where the fingers were, but it was rubbing against the ground. Soon, Fang Ping lowered his head and took a look. After a while, he rubbed his chin and said, hey, you're so touched by me that you can write. It's not easy. What are you writing? Scram? You old man, it's fine that you're heartless, but you're asking me to scram? If I scram, you'll become the monsters. Poop. Are you sure you want me to scram? On the ground, the meatball continued to wriggle. The bloody word scram became clearer. Fong Ping patted the meatball and said exasperatedly, "Don't move. If you stuff your nose into your mouth and I can't find it, what if I can't take it out?" Ignoring Old Man Li, Fong Ping pondered for a moment and said, "Your injuries are too severe. I've already given you all the resurrection pills. I'm having a hard time now too. Over at the entrance, I wonder how Governor General Zhang and the rest are doing." "Hey, so what if you killed one?" "There are still 2 more, there are still 7 rank 7s. How many do we have here? Curator Zhou is dead, and I don't know how Elder Lu is doing. Before I left, I didn't think Zhang Dingnan would live long. I think Headmaster Chen is also in danger." Having said that, Fong Ping looked into the distance and said, "Maybe there's still a chance. Old Wu doesn't seem to be dead. The fight is quite lively." Old Wu was also quite useless. He was in the top 10 of the rank 9 after all. It was so difficult for him to fight a rank 9, if he had known that this would happen, he might as well have found a rank 9 number 1 to come in and let the military department's Commander Li do it. If Commander Li had come, would so many people have died? What were these experts thinking? Don't tell me they're from an evil sect, purposely sending us to our deaths? These words seemed to have angered the meatball. It grinded and grinded again, grinding out the word scram. "Scram my ass, where to scram to? I still can't scram, but you can. Scram and see." Fong Ping ridiculed and sighed, "I know you're going to say that you must have your own difficulties, or that Commander Li can't fight at all. Maybe when Commander Li comes, it will become an all-out war between the 2 worlds, right? When the 2 worlds fight, the casualties will be even more severe. That's why it's okay for us to die a little. It's for humanity, for the country." As Fong Ping said that, he shook his head and said, "At the end of the day, we're still weak. Don't worship Commander Li and the rest too much. They're also weak chickens. If they were really strong, they could have flattened the catacombs directly. There's no need to compromise." Why did he compromise? He still can't beat them. That's why he can only fight the way the catacombs tells him to. If the catacombs says us peak rank 9 powerhouses are not allowed in, he won't dare to come in. Senior Wu is ranked 9th among the rank 9. In my opinion, it's nonsense. If the rank 9 9th is so weak, our Sino nation would have been wiped out long ago. In any case, I think Senior Wu's strength is average. If it's so difficult to fight a city lord, how can he fight a catacombs? If we, the top 10 rank 9s, attack together, don't tell me we can't even flatten a catacombs? Then what's the point of fighting? That's why I'm sure there are still powerhouses. Of course, it has nothing to do with you. It does have something to do with me. When I'm going to flatten the catacombs in the future, I might have to discuss it with them." Fong Ping said to himself, "If I become the commander-in-chief of the military department, or simply the leader of humanity, then I'll definitely be stronger than Commander Li and the rest. These people can't even lift their heads in front of the catacombs. If I become the leader, then the catacombs powerhouses will have to bow down to me. I can attack whichever catacombs I want. That's what I want." After nagging for a while, Fong Ping said weakly, "All right, back to the topic. Can you still recover?" The meatball started grinding again. Very soon, 2 words appeared, vitality. "Vitality force?" Fong Ping muttered, "I've injected it into you before. In the end, you can't do it. You're weak and can't take it. That fake golden body of yours has exploded. Right now, your physique is worse than a normal person's. No, it's slightly better. This meatball of yours is not weak at all. The reason you're still breathing is probably related to the golden body. The old man still won't teach me. If he did, I might be able to do it too. An indestructible golden body. How awesome would that be? But, didn't that golden body get destroyed after you slashed it with your sword? It's useless even if it's indestructible. The key is to cherish your life. The strength of my vitality is too high. For you, you can't take it." As Fong Ping said that, he suddenly laughed. "Have you ever thought that you can't even take my vitality force? TSK, weren't you arrogant enough to not move and let me slash you? Why don't you try being so arrogant now? The meatball seemed to be so angry that it did not want to move. It did not move an inch. Fong Ping was delighted. He laughed again. Alright, you want vitality, right? I'll find some weak monsters and kill them. I'll let you drink some blood. Sigh, I don't know where Qin Fengqing and the rest have gone. Otherwise, I'd at least have someone to run errands for me. Fong Ping felt a little regretful. What a pity. Otherwise, he would not have to do hard labor now. At the same time, at the exit of the catacombs, a large number of troops sealed off the vortex. At this moment, in front of the troops, several powerhouses looked at the vortex with solemn eyes. The person at the forefront wore a golden crown on his head. After a long time, the powerhouse wearing the crown said solemnly, "The land of rebirth is very strong." The outcome of this battle was beyond his expectations. One venerable died in battle, 4 chieftains died in battle, the general powerhouses were completely annihilated, other than the 20 or so generals who stayed behind to guard gigantic Willow City. The generals who were brought along were all killed in battle. The other party's king-level powerhouse escaped. The venerable realm expert was also seriously injured, and he ran away with the other 3 commanders. According to the information from the restricted zone, this was not the other party's full strength. Very soon, the other party's second batch of reinforcements would arrive. When that time came, even if he could escape from inside and outside, what about the others in gigantic Willow City? An inaudible sigh was heard. The land of rebirth. Seed of rebirth. Without further thought, the crowned powerhouse looked at the vortex and said softly, "Fight or retreat." If they fought, then they would continue to seal off the passageway. The people from the land of rebirth would never give up. If they retreated, then they would wait for them to build the city. It would become a tug-of-war like the other regions. After the crowned powerhouse finished asking, someone beside him said in a low voice, "Gigantic Willow City's strength is insufficient. Willow King, unless we contact the other cities of the Monster Plant clan, we can only retreat. I'm afraid that, if we kill too many people, Monster Life clan will attack us." Willow King sighed. Then let the restricted zone send someone. Willow King shook his head slightly. The restricted zone refuses to show up now. The land of rebirth also has a supreme king. A supreme king. The expression of the person beside him changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "If we enter the land of rebirth, we won't be able to take it down. No, if we really kill our way into the land of rebirth, the restricted zone will attack." As Willow King spoke, he changed the topic and said in a low voice, "Was Venerable Wood really killed by a warlord?" "It was a warlord, but..." The person beside him then said in a low voice, "It doesn't feel like a warlord. It's more like a pseudo-venerable." "A pseudo-venerable?" Willow King was slightly surprised. "What do you mean?" "The indestructible body seems to be more than halfway forged, but the indestructible god seems to be broken, Willow King frowned slightly. After a moment, he said in relief, "He killed Venerable Wood, so he should be dead." "Have you found the person who escaped with his corpse?" "Not yet." After saying that, the person said in a low voice, "Willow King, maybe it's someone from Cretaceous City causing trouble." Willow King's expression changed slightly. "The person who took away the corpse doesn't have the aura of the land of rebirth. He's been hiding among our people, Cretaceous City." Willow King's eyes were cold as he said coldly, "We've suffered heavy losses this time. Cretaceous City knows about it. I'm afraid they won't just watch. Bring a few captains and keep an eye on Cretaceous City. What about this side? I'll personally guard this side. Also, send someone to Gigantic Pine City to ask for help. Say it's a restricted area order. But, no buts. I'll personally explain to the restricted area. Otherwise, Gigantic Willow City can only retreat and can no longer guard the rebirth passage." "Yes, sir." The person said no more and left quickly with a few captain-level powerhouses. On the other side, 500 or 600 miles away from the whirlpool, Qin Fengqing plucked a blade of grass and chewed it. His face was full of joy as he said, "Sure enough, there's good stuff just by picking it up." "Awesome." Wang Jinyang glanced at him and said in a low voice, I still don't know how Fang Ping and the Guardians are doing. Qin Fengqing said heartlessly, what's the use of worrying? He's useless and can't help. What's the use of worrying about these things? Only when he becomes stronger can he have the right to worry about these things. No, if he really becomes stronger, the situation will be in his own hands. This time, if we can reach rank 6 and Grandmaster overnight, then we'll have the right to care about these things. Right now, the most important thing is to control our own lives. Hiding here and sighing? Can they win, old Wang? Don't be silly. I've seen through you a long time ago. If you're not strong enough, then you can only be a grandson. Crying, and you still want milk to drink? I don't know about others, but if that be *tch Fang Ping is dead, I'll dare to kill high ranks now. What nonsense. Having said that, Qin Fengqing chewed the grass into pieces. He did not care about the soil. Looking at the indistinct buildings in front of him, he gritted his teeth and said, stop talking nonsense. Let's go check out the situation first. If they're not weak, then we'll wipe out the village, rob them and run. If they're too weak, then we won't alert them. We'll look for other places to search for treasures. Li Hansong saw his fighting spirit and could not help but say dejectedly, didn't you just suffer serious injuries? Have you recovered? I have golden bones. Why do I feel like I'm the weakest? These two fellows have the time to think about these things now. Why is he the only one who wants to recuperate first? Qin Fengqing said disdainfully, are you stupid? Why do you care about your injuries? There are countless good things in the catacombs. Maybe you've snatched some holy spring and your injuries will be healed after drinking a mouthful. Isn't recuperating just a waste of time? Li Hansong was dumbfounded. There was such a saying, since when did injuries become insignificant? As long as they could snatch something good, they could recuperate. What if they could not snatch it? Recuperating actually became a waste of time, yet, these words were actually agreed with by others. The next moment, Wang Jinyang also nodded and said, yes, recuperating is too much of a waste of time. Let's go and earn some money first. His worldview was completely destroyed. Li Hansong felt terrible all over. It's not like this. That's not what the school taught. Since he was injured, of course, he had to recuperate first. Otherwise, if the injuries acted up, it would delay things even more. Moreover, if the injuries stayed for a long time, it would hurt his foundation. Li Hansong still wanted to refute, but Qin Fengqing had already stood up with his saber on his shoulder. He said happily, let's go, let's go. This time we've made a big fortune. Do you think there are still powerhouses in the nearby cities? This time, there are a lot of them. What a pity. If we had entered the city, we might really have been able to destroy their lair. Wang Jinyang shook his head and said, it's too dangerous. We have to at least wait until we reach rank 6. We might not be able to destroy it now. We can't, but Fang Pingxing can. Qin Fengqing's eyes were red with envy. He swallowed and said, he can sneak in. The next time I meet him, I have to learn this move even if I have to call him grandpa. This is 2F** King useful. This was the biggest difference between catacombs martial artists and human martial artists, the difference in aura. If he could hide it and sneak into the city, it would be awesome. Wang Jinyang was more clear-headed than him. He said, if everyone could use it, do you think he would really hide it and not say anything? Fang Ping was stingy when he should be. However, if he really learned this kind of secret technique, it would be too beneficial for humans. Fang Ping would not hide it. Qin Fengqing understood and said, I know. It requires talent. I have enough talent. It's not a problem. Both of them were talking animatedly. They ignored Li Hansong and walked away. Li Hansong felt very tired. I'm really injured. Aren't these two fellows injured too? At this time, it's time to recuperate. Unfortunately, he did not have the final say. If Fang Ping was still here, Fang Ping would probably dissuade them, right? Others could not suppress Qin Fengqing, but Fang Ping could. It was a pity that Fang Ping was separated from them. Now that he followed these two lunatics, he felt that it was not too safe. For a moment, Li Hansong missed Fang Ping. At the same time, Fang Ping looked at the meatball inside. This is not good. It seems like there are people searching for us. Oldly, why don't I bring you into the city? I can hide my aura now. You don't have any aura. People will believe me if I say that I hunted wild animals. Why don't we go into the city together? The meatball trembled. Motherf asterisk cur, this kid wants to die. Even if I'm a meatball, I still have the desire to live. Don't be agitated. I know. There are countless benefits in the city, but they are not ours. I'm just going to see if there are any herbs or things like that can cure you. Once you're cured, I'll leave. Oldly, shall we go into the city together? If you don't say anything, it means that you have no objections. I'll take that as a yes. Having said that, Fong Ping picked up a piece of animal skin and wrapped the meatball. He carried it on his back and stepped out of the mountain. He said to himself, will there be any identification procedures in the catacomb cities? Visiting each other between cities? I'm an unfamiliar martial artist. What if I'm noticed if I go there? I wonder where the city lord's mansion is. Are the guards strong? Forget it. I'll go check out the situation first. I'll go after I figure it out. Maybe I can destroy their lair. Oldly, this time we're really going to do something big. Your sword slashing a rank 8 is really nothing. The meatball continued to tremble. You're only F asterisk king rank 4. Why do I feel like you're a rank 9 from the way you talk? Enter the city. Even a rank 9 powerhouse would not dare to do this. You must be crazy, you must be crazy. At this moment, Li Chongqing was really regretting it. I may not have tortured myself to death, but the probability of being tortured to death by this kid is not low. Fong Ping walked along the area with the highest energy density. He did not know where the nearest city was, where it was, or which one it was. In short, he just had to walk forward. When the silhouette of a gigantic city appeared in front of Fong Ping was still slightly shocked. It was majestic and spectacular. Fong Ping found it hard to describe. He had been to Hope City a few times, but Hope City was a little small. It was also a military town specially prepared for war. Catacomb cities were different. A city here was almost a kingdom. The outermost part of the silhouette was the endless, tall city wall. Fong Ping could not even see the end of the city wall. Inside the city, he could vaguely see some tall buildings, towering into the sky. It was not as he had imagined, it was not full of small, low houses. In Magic City catacombs, Fong Ping had never been close to a catacomb city. The most recent time was in the Jiao's forest. Because of the Jiao's forest, he did not see anything. This time, however, he saw it. Not only did he see the city, but he also saw the villages and the town. On the outskirts of the gigantic city, there were some small villages. At this moment, Fong Ping could see it. Less than 1,000 meters ahead, there was a small village. Perhaps it was a town. In the town, people came and went, and it was quite lively. Such a situation was definitely not seen in Magic City catacombs or other catacombs. War not only hurt humans, but the catacombs were also the same. In other catacombs, because of war, the villages near these cities had long disappeared in previous wars and hunts. When the catacombs martial artists attacked human strongholds, humans would also sneak attack them. The defensive strength of the city was too strong. The villages and towns on the outskirts became the focus of hunting. War would always hurt ordinary people. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. Humans hunted catacombs humans and slaughtered villages and towns many times. It was not wrong for some grandmasters to be called butchers in the catacombs. However, this did not mean that he was wrong. The war between races was just that cruel. The enemy of another was my hero. Fong Ping had no right to stand on the moral high ground and say that human martial artists were wrong. When the catacombs martial artists rushed to the surface, they were also slaughtering humans. Therefore, human powerhouses would not set the battlefield on Earth, regardless of life and death. As long as humans did not take the initiative to enter the catacombs, there would not be so many powerhouses dying this time. The sacrifices of these powerhouses could actually be avoided. When the catacombs passageway was completely opened and the catacombs martial artists rushed out, humans might be able to exterminate them at a lower cost. However, sometimes, people were people because they considered things that were not purely for their own benefit. Once the catacombs' powerhouses rushed out, even if all of them were annihilated. However, in a battle between experts, the slightest mistake could lead to the destruction of a city. No one could afford to pay such a price. In the Battle of the Catacombs, ordinary people might seem insignificant, but these people were the cornerstone of the existence of civilization. Zhang Dingnan and the other powerhouses had no second thoughts. They knew full well that it was dangerous, that the catacombs' powerhouses might not rush out and destroy Nanjiang, but they still chose to enter the catacombs as soon as the catacombs' passageway stabilized. Even if there was a 1 in a million possibility, Zhang Dingnan did not wish for the battlefield to be on the land of Nanjiang. His love for the place where he was born and raised was very deep. If it were Fangping, he might not be able to do it. He might choose what he thought was more cost-effective. Even if he had to relocate the people in the cities around auspicious peace to save one grandmaster's life, he thought it would be worth it. Fangping was not the only one who thought this way. However, in the end, setting the battlefield in the catacombs became the mainstream policy of Sino nation. Whether it was hypocritical or short-sighted, the sacrifice of the powerhouses in exchange for the carefree life of the weak had become the goal pursued by generations of martial artists. In the apocalypse, the cruel environment might not be able to exchange for more powerhouses. Even if it could, would these powerhouses still belong to humans? Warmth, kinship, love, and protecting the country might allow humans to explode with greater strength. If they really lived in a post-apocalyptic environment, would human martial artists really be able to shed blood for the sake of protecting their home and country? When the powerhouses gave up on the ordinary people, would the powerhouses who rose from the ordinary people still fight to protect humanity? Fangping's thoughts drifted a little. Looking at the carefree catacombs, humans who looked similar to humans walking on the streets, and the children playing outside the town, he felt a little emotional, but his expression quickly returned to indifference. No matter how warm it was still the warmth of a different species. In the war between races, he could not be soft-hearted. One day, if there was a need, he, Fangping, might become a butcher and executioner in these people's eyes. Fangping exhaled softly. He did not enter the town. He did not continue forward either. Instead, he found a small forest, sat cross-legged, and began to recuperate. The sky was getting dark. It would not be too late to enter the town when it was dark. He could at least figure out the situation before making preparations. The catacombs' night came as it pleased. The gigantic energy sun was also the main reason why the catacombs were one. However, in each catacombs, the energy sun scene was slightly different. It was temporarily difficult to determine whether each catacomb had its own energy sun or a shared sun. As soon as the sky turned dark, the town in front became much quieter. Quiet did not mean silence. The tallest building in the town emitted a faint light, still allowing people to see the town's outline clearly in the night. Fangping suddenly understood how Qin Fengqing and the others discovered the energy stones. I see. Every time they snatch, it's this kind of illumination energy stone, right? With such a wide radiation range, even if it was not a cultivationating energy stone, even if it was a basic energy stone, its size must be incomparably huge. As for whether it was or not, Fangping did not have it in his hands, so he could not judge for now. Before I leave, even if I don't get anything in the city, I'll still snatch this. Fangping made a plan in his heart. At this moment, the gigantic city in the distance also emitted a faint light. Fangping gulped. There was no need to look. There were definitely lamps made of energy stones in the city, and there were quite a few of them. Even from so far away, he could still see the light. Most likely, there was not just one energy lamp, but countless of them. Everything else aside, just these alone were an incomparably huge fortune for humans. Patting the meat lump on his back, Fangping said in a low voice, "I'll sneak in first. Old Manly, don't make any noise. This time, we're destined to be rich." The meat lump was silent. Fangping sensed it carefully, exhaled softly, and said, "Don't play dead. If you play dead like this, I'll really think you're dead." Old Manly ignored him and continued to maintain his silence. Fangping did not waste any more time either. He activated the energy barrier and sped up, treading the air soundlessly. After a while, he arrived at the outskirts of the town. In the town, there was a circle of simple and crude walls. It might have been a city wall, but it did not seem to be as tall as a person. Its main purpose was probably to prevent monsters from breaking in. To Fang Ping, this height made no difference whether it was there or not. With a slight leap, Fang Ping flipped over the wall and entered the town. At this moment, the town was not as busy as it was during the day. Other than the light emitted from the tallest building in the center of the town, there were still some faint lights in the town. Fang Ping's mentality drifted outside, mainly to sense the strength of the energy fluctuations. He could find a place with a lot of people, a place where there were people talking, to understand more. Most of the time, humans' understanding of the catacombs came from this. The cities were guarded by high ranks, so it was very difficult for human powerhouses to enter. If it was the town, it was not difficult for Grandmaster powerhouses to sneak in. Sometimes, they could also hear some useful information. After sensing for a while, Fang Ping moved his feet, quietly walking toward a slightly more crowded place. In the night, Fang Ping stood in the corner of a house. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice him. In front of him was a two-story building with an open door. The houses in the catacombs were mainly built with huge rocks and wood, looking slightly rough. The decorations were mainly animal skins, horns, and teeth. From this point of view, the catacombs humans were more like ancient tribes. However, the architecture did not mean anything. It was just that the style was different. The catacombs humans had their own literary heritage, martial arts heritage, systems, and organized armies. All these meant that the catacombs humans were not uncivilized savages, but a new civilization with a different direction of development. Opposite him might be a place similar to human bars, teahouses, clubs, and the like. At this moment, the lights were slightly dim, but there were many people inside. Almost all of them were martial artists. The catacombs had a clear hierarchy. Fang Ping did not know whether it was because of the high cost that ordinary people could not enter, or because they were not allowed to enter at all. The few catacombs humans he saw without energy fluctuations seemed to be service staff. The others, whether strong or weak, all had energy fluctuations. In Fang Ping's eyes, they were all very weak. Generally, they were about the same as human rank 1 and 2 martial artists. Rank 3 martial artists were rare. Only one person was drinking alone on the second floor. With this kind of strength, Fang Ping did not need to make a move. His mentality outburst could shock powerhouses to death. These weaklings could be killed in the blink of an eye. Of course, right now, Fang Ping was not here to kill. Fang Ping's ears twitched slightly. He had completed honing his ossicles. As long as he paid attention, he could hear ants crawling within a few hundred meters. The martial artists opposite him were drinking. Fang Ping guessed that it was alcohol. It was very similar to the way humans drank, chatted, and chatted. They were drinking and chatting at the same time. With a slightly heavy accent, Fang Ping found it difficult to distinguish the first time he heard it. After listening to it a few times, he could understand some of the meaning. When one understood some of the basic meanings of a language, he could distinguish it by combining the tone, attitude, and expression. In general, he could also determine some of the meaning. The hot topic of today's news was none other than the great battle during the day. The battle between the 20 high-ranked martial artists took place about 500 li away from here. In the later stage of the chase, there was even a battle between rank 9 martial artists that took place less than 100 li away from the crowd. The pressure of the powerhouses covered the sky and the earth. These people could feel it. At this moment, these low-ranked martial artists were excitedly discussing this super great battle that had never happened before. Brother Duanmu, you're well informed. Did King personally take action during the day? Brother Duanmu, did Cretaceous City attack here? I heard that many generals have fallen this time. Is that true? It's not Cretaceous City attacking. It's a foreign powerhouse. In the crowd, a young rank 2 martial artist smiled faintly and said, "Everyone knows that our 9 southern territory is not unique. This time, it seems that the territory has opened up. Powerhouses from neighboring territories want to invade our 9 southern territory. King and a few venerable commanders have long been prepared and ambushed the other party. Countless foreign powerhouses have been killed and injured. Although gigantic Willow City has suffered some damage, it's not serious. With King and a few venerables here, the foreign powerhouses can't stir up any trouble. I heard from my father that King has sent someone to contact gigantic Pine City to join forces to kill the foreign King Realm powerhouse. As long as we kill the foreign King Realm who broke through the boundary, the matter will be over. Do the foreign territories also have King Realm powerhouses? Of course, but even among the King Realm powerhouses, my king is the strongest. Gigantic Willow City has Divine Willow, so the foreign King Realm powerhouses dare not fight with King in gigantic Willow City. They will definitely die. Brother Duanmu, I heard that many powerhouses died this time. Then Lord Duanmu. The next time I see Brother Duanmu, maybe you'll go to the main city. Be careful with your words. In the tavern, the people on the first floor were chatting excitedly and did not panic because of the foreign King Realm's attack. As long as Willow King was here, then everything would be safe. This point had been deeply rooted in people's hearts for 100 years. Cretaceous King was so powerful, but when he fought with Willow King before, he did not gain any advantage. Everyone had already experienced the power of a King Realm powerhouse and trusted Willow King very much. Opposite the tavern, Fang Ping was still constantly deciphering the meaning of everyone's words. Listening to other people's conversations, he would gradually understand some of the words he did not understand. Brother Wu is indeed fine, but the rank 9 in this city seems to want to contact the rank 9 in another city to join forces and kill Brother Wu. Old Wu won't die, will he? The passageway's second stabilization will take at least the day after tomorrow. Moreover, it's hard to say if a rank 9 will enter during the second stabilization. After all, no one went back to report this time. According to the original plan, if they guarded the passageway entrance, then when the passageway was stabilized for the second time, someone would be sent back to report. But now, the passageway entrance could not be guarded. Naturally, the report would be nonsense. On Nanjiang's side, they might not continue to let powerhouses take risks. According to the original plan, they might send some Dare to Die members to scout for information. If there was no support, Wu Chuan might not be able to hold on for long facing the encirclement of 2 rank 9s. It's hard to say. This time, so many high ranks have entered. Maybe there will be rank 9 powerhouses in the second batch to support. Old Wu should know this. Fang Ping shook his head. Although he was the president of MCMAU Martial Arts Society, he was not a Grandmaster powerhouse after all. He had no right to know some decisions. What he knew now was only some superficial information. I still have to sneak into the upper echelons. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He carefully analyzed the words that Duanmu said. Although he did not really understand some of the words, Fang Ping still knew that this person's father seemed to be someone. Should he capture him and ask for information? But if he was captured, then he would have to kill him. If this person was killed, it would alert the enemy. It would not be beneficial for sneaking into the city later. All these years, didn't the human Grandmasters force out any information? Even if there was a language barrier, it's not difficult for Grandmasters to capture some people. On the surface, those people are not afraid of death. But in the catacombs' old nest, are they not afraid of death too? Sometimes, asking for information doesn't necessarily require a language barrier. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. He always felt that the human upper echelons were hiding a lot of things. This feeling was really unpleasant. But it was understandable. Just like Fang Ping, he also hid a lot of things that seemed like common knowledge from the public. Without reaching that level, it was useless to know. He was a rank 4 martial artist. Perhaps in the eyes of the human upper echelons, he was only active around the stronghold. If he knew too much, it would not be of much use. Instead, it would easily cause panic or despair. Forget it. When I return to the surface, I'll think of a way to understand these things. The most important thing now is to capture someone and bring him here, the kind that won't attract attention. Fang Ping's gaze was fixed on the Lone Ranger on the second floor. A rank 3 martial artist should know a lot, right? In this town, a rank 3 was not a weakling. If he suddenly disappeared for a few days, there should not be many people who would ask, right? Catacombs martial artists would also go out to hunt, explore, and hunt for treasures. He just did not know if this person had a powerful family or friend who realized that he was missing and made a connection. I don't care anymore. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He did not plan to stay for long anyway. After a few days, he might return to the surface. He would capture and ask first. Being exposed in the town was better than being exposed in the city. At least here, Fang Ping was still confident that he could kill his way out and escape. Once he reached the city, then he would not be so sure. In the dark, Fang Ping was extremely patient. He waited slowly. While listening to the others talk, he paid attention to the actions of the Lone Ranger on the second floor. After an unknown amount of time, the person on the second floor came down. When he came down, the owner of the tavern and the customers on the first floor all wore respectful expressions. They lowered their eyes and sent him off respectfully. Even that young Master Duanmu was no exception. The customers on the second floor looked straight ahead and walked out. None of them showed any dissatisfaction. When Fang Ping saw this, he had a clearer understanding of the strict hierarchy in the catacombs. In Sino Nation, although everyone respected martial artists of a higher rank, it was not to this extent. You're the one. Under the night sky, Fang Ping's mentality followed the other person all the way out. He wanted to get a feel of the situation first. If the other person went out on his own, or if there was no one else at home, then it would be easier to make a move. Maybe I should capture one more to prevent myself from being tricked. A few minutes later, in a large house in the center of the town. Compared to the normal buildings on the outskirts of the town, rank 3 martial artists were treated differently. Even the stones of the courtyard walls looked smoother. It was completely dark in the courtyard. There were no servants, and it seemed like there were no family members either. Fang Ping used his mentality to sense for a moment, confirming that there was no one else in the house. At this moment, the lone traveler had already opened the gate and entered the courtyard. He was not too vigilant. Perhaps he was used to being high and mighty, or perhaps there had not been any major wars that had broken out in the Nanjiang catacombs. Compared to the other catacombs, once they left the city, everyone was on high alert. It was completely different. It's too easy. Fang Ping shook his head slightly. However, this was good too. It was precisely because it was too comfortable that humans could make fewer sacrifices. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to make his move. He looked around. There were a few more houses near the mansion. However, there did not seem to be any powerhouses. Those who were lower than middle ranks were not considered powerhouses in Fang Ping's eyes. After making sure that his safety was guaranteed, Fang Ping leaped into the house soundlessly and without the slightest sound of the wind. The house was divided into 2 parts. In front of the house, the owner seemed to know how to enjoy life. He had planted a lot of flowers, plants, and trees. The energy was quite abundant. Fang Ping actually wanted to pluck them and stuff them into the storage space, but he decided not to. If he plucked them out, it would easily arouse the suspicion of others. In one of the rooms in the backyard, the lights were turned on. Fang Ping focused, held his breath, and slowly touched it. He did not attack immediately. Instead, he set up a layer of mentality barrier around the room. It would be difficult to block middle ranks, but it would not be a problem to block the 3 lower ranks. Only then did Fang Ping push open the door and enter casually. The door closed instantly, and a mentality shield rose. Buzz. As soon as Fang Ping stepped through the door, he was greeted by a leg. In order not to damage the environment, Fang Ping felt that it was necessary to protect the facilities in the room. His mentality surged out in a flash, suppressing the movement of the person opposite him. Calm down. Fang Ping said something in the catacombs language. He did not know if this word was correct or not, but it was fine as long as it was similar. He sat down on a chair in the room and picked up the teapot on the table. Greed flashed in his eyes, as if he wanted to take it away with him. Is this made of jade? No, it was a teapot carved out of a whole piece of jade. Motherf ****. Were these catacombs martial artists that rich? I didn't feel it before. Over at the Magic City catacombs, Fang Ping discovered that the items used by the other party seemed to be ordinary. He did not expect that here, a rank 3 martial artist would actually use a teapot made of jade. Did Magic City's catacombs not have this kind of material? Or did they have it, but it had long been snatched up by humans? Little Qian, don't mind it. Fang Ping exhaled. He did not care about these worldly possessions. The reason he came here this time was to sneak into the city. The main reason was to see if Old Man Li could be saved. The second reason was to gather intelligence and help humans understand the Nanjiang catacombs better. As for his own benefit, he would put it at the very end. Fang Ping felt that he still had a good grasp of the big picture. However, Fang Ping soon lost his composure. Next to the teapot, there was something that looked like a small stove. Its exterior was made of metal, and the inside was actually embedded with energy stones. Fang Ping placed the teapot on top and fumbled around for a while. It took him a while to figure out how to operate it. There was something like a switch. Fang Ping pressed it, and the energy stone began to release energy. Then, the water in the teapot began to heat up. So extravagant, so wasteful. After cursing a few times in his heart, Fang Ping did not use a cup. He directly used the teapot to pour a few mouthfuls of hot water into his mouth. Entering the catacombs, it was rare for him to enjoy himself like this. After enjoying himself for a while, Fang Ping looked at the rank 3 martial artist who had been subdued by him. Speak. His voice was slightly gloomy. Coupled with his blood-stained face, he looked a little scary. In reality, long before he had subdued the other party with his mentality, he had already almost scared the shit out of him. A powerhouse above the commander level, the moment Fang Ping spread out his mentality, the other party did not call for help. Instead, he immediately knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Sir, what do you want to know? At this moment, Fang Ping had not unleashed his vitality force. Moreover, even if he did, this rank 3 martial artist might not realize anything. Seeing that he was so cooperative, Fang Ping did not hesitate and said immediately, "Tell me everything about Gigantic Willow City." Gigantic Willow City was something he had heard of. He had heard this name many times. Whether he understood it or not, Fang Ping did not care. As soon as he asked this, the martial artist who was kneeling on the ground suddenly trembled. This was not a powerhouse from Gigantic Willow City. Who? Was it someone from Cretaceous City? The people from Cretaceous City would not ask a weakling like him about these things. Then who was it? A foreign powerhouse. Despite having countless guesses in his heart, faced with the threat of death, the man began to speak in detail. Fang Ping's questions were not specific, and his answers were also very messy. Sometimes, when Fang Ping did not understand, he would ask the other party to repeat a few times. This made the rank 3 martial artist even more certain that the commander-level powerhouse in front of him was most likely the foreign powerhouse who had fought with the king and the others today. In reality, Fang Ping did not expect to hide it. As the middle-aged man in front of him narrated, Fang Ping gradually understood some of the basic common sense in their eyes. Gigantic Willow City was their royal city. Around the royal city, there were many villages, towns, and even small cities. In the Magic City catacombs, Fang Ping did not see small cities, but it did not mean that they did not exist. Here, near the royal city, there were some small cities built by high-ranked powerhouses, attached to the royal city. Building a city was the right of high-ranked powerhouses. In the royal city, there must be a rank 9, which was the king in the catacombs. Where Fang Ping was now was not a small city, and there were no high-ranked powerhouses in charge. However, this place was very close to the royal city, and there was a middle-ranked powerhouse in charge in the town. In other words, this town was the other party's fiefdom. Fang Ping was not very interested in this. His main concern was still with the royal city. In the royal city, Willow King was the king of Gigantic Willow City. Under his command were 2 venerables and a commander-in-chief. The venerables and the commander-in-chief were all rank 8 powerhouses. This was the existence of a class. The venerables were similar to the honorifics that humans had for grandmasters. The commander-in-chief was a real position, similar to the royal city's military department commander. Under the commander-in-chief, Gigantic Willow City still had a number of commander-level powerhouses in the double digits. As for the exact number, the man was not sure. Further below them were rank 6 warlord powerhouses. These powerhouses were the mainstream of the royal city, the upper class. They either led the army, established sects, or established clans. The royal city was the world of the king. However, there were also many forces in the royal city. They were mainly family forces, military forces, and sect forces. Fang Ping was not sure if the sects in the catacombs were the same as those of humans. He could only listen to this guy's description and judge that it was similar to the sections. Gigantic Willow City also had exchanges with the outside world and business dealings. However, it was only for the Monster Plant clan. After Fang Ping asked carefully, he finally understood the general meaning. Monster Plant and Monster Life clans? Fang Ping murmured in his heart. Did the human higher-ups know about this? They should know, right? It turned out that the catacombs were also divided into two clans. The Monster Plant and Monster Life clans could actually be seen from the city emblem. If the city emblem was a plant, then it was the Monster Plant clan. If the city emblem was an animal, then it was the Monster Life clan. Skygate City and East Sunflower City are both considered the Monster Plant clan, so is Gigantic Willow City. The Cretaceous City that they mentioned belongs to the Monster Life clan. The martial artists on both sides are actually not much different. The biggest difference is the guardian beast. Fang Ping's eyes were burning. The city emblem was not a useless thing. The divine willow that the man mentioned was the guardian of Gigantic Willow City. In fact, according to Fang Ping's understanding, it was actually considered a monster, a plant-type monster. The catacomb cities were all guarded by high-ranked monsters. Fang Ping did not know if the monsters were willing or forced to do so. As for the plant-type monsters, when they reached the high ranks, their strength was generally extremely strong. However, their strength was not in this place, but in the fact that the plant-type monsters could gather energy and supply it to the people in the royal city for cultivation, allowing them to cultivate faster. This was difficult for the animal-type monsters to do, or rather, they were unwilling to do so. However, the Monster Plant clan also had a flaw. The guardian beast was very difficult to move and could not go out. As for the monsters of the Monster Life clan, they could go out to fight. Fang Ping shook his head, countless thoughts appearing in his mind for a moment. According to the rank 3 martial artist, in the royal city, the divine willow could also borrow celestiality for the king. In the royal city, the Willow King's strength would skyrocket. Once, the Cretaceous King rode the Cretaceous Beast King and fought with the Willow King, and in the end, it was defeated. Fang Ping did not know if the other party was bragging or telling the truth about these gossips, so he just listened. The cities of the Monster Plant clan would communicate with each other. This included commercial exchanges, joint organization of personnel to explore and open up new territories, as well as offensive and defensive alliances to resist the Monster Life clan together. The rank 3 martial artist was not very clear about the specific situation. Although there was cooperation between the Monster Plant clan, there was also competition. Sometimes, there would be war between them. For example, when an energy mine was found, both sides would also fight for it. This person had participated in such a war before. All in all, the division of sects only prevented both sides from being completely hostile. The catacomb cities, on the whole, remained independent. What's the situation behind the central mountain range in the depths? When Fang Ping asked this, the other party was at a loss. He did not know much about this. He did not even know how many cities there were in the Nanjiang catacombs. He only knew that near Gigantic Willow City, there was Gigantic Pine City and Cretaceous City. The catacombs' ordinary people and martial artists of the 3 lower ranks might only live near the royal city for the rest of their lives. They would not go too far, and it was also very dangerous outside. Then what is the foreign territory? The foreign territory. The other party understood this question and quickly gave an answer. This was also considered common sense, or perhaps a legend. According to the legend, the world they were in was not unique. At the distant border, across the sea, there was another world. However, these worlds were not connected to each other. There was the existence of the celestial barrier. Of course, this was only a legend. The people in Gigantic Willow City previously only listened to it as a legend. However, today's battle during the day made many people think of this legend, which was why the foreign territory's powerhouses spread. Facts also proved that the legend should be true. On the royal city's side, no one denied this statement. Moreover, the world they were in was called 9 Southern Territory a long time ago. This was also proof that this world was not only this one. The powerhouses might know this fact, but only the weak would treat it as a legend. 9. Southern Territory. Fang Ping thought of many things. The catacombs were indeed connected. In the past, the language expert had said that the outermost area of the catacombs might be the endless sea. The periphery of the land was a small area in the shape of a grid, which was the catacombs that humans saw. In the center, there was also a prosperous continent. In Fang Ping's opinion, these speculations had a high probability of being correct. Are the Magic City catacombs and Nanjiang catacombs far apart? What is the so-called celestial barrier? Space barrier? Since it's the same world, why is it deliberately divided? Why did the catacombs open up the space passageway with humans? If there is a central territory, then why don't the powerhouses of the central territory open the passageway there? Or is it that the space node is fixed, and they can only guide the opening of the passageway? Have Commander Li and these people been to the central territory? Fang Ping made a connection again. Had these top-notch powerhouses been there before, these people were extremely powerful. At least for many people, Fang Ping knew that Commander Li of the military department was extremely powerful. He could kill a rank 9 even when fighting 1 against 3. If Fang Ping had this kind of strength, would he not go to the central territory to explore? At least Fang Ping felt that he could not help it. Not to mention the existence of the top rank 9, even if it was a rank 7, he would dare to go to the central territory. If he went, did the higher-ups already know the inside story of the catacombs? Status. Strength. Fang Ping muttered in his heart again. He relied on guessing every time. Those powerhouses probably knew it clearly. When he returned to the surface this time, no matter what, he had to find out more information. He had to ask if the books that he and Qin Fengqing brought back last time had been translated. He could always find out something. Next, Fang Ping asked about some information about entering the royal city. Entering the city was actually not complicated. The catacomb city did not prohibit catacombs humans from communicating. Even if they cut off contact with Monster Life Clan, it was only targeted at the higher-ups. If the lower-level people encountered each other in the wild, they might not fight to the death. However, the royal city was also divided into the inner and outer city. The outer city could be entered, but the inner city was heavily guarded. As for how to enter the inner city, this rank 3 martial artist had never entered it before. Only the middle-ranked martial artist in the town had been there. Here, Fang Ping also learned an extremely important piece of information. King City was built on top of an incomparably huge energy mine. The city's guardian beast might have been the energy mine's owner in the past. Large-scale energy mines were all renewable mineral deposits. The royal city would not kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Mining would not be finished. The most important core would not be dug away. They would only take some of the energy stones on the periphery of the mineral deposit. Not only the royal city, but some small cities were also built on mineral veins. In other words, a city was actually a mine. Fang Ping's eyes were about to turn green. This piece of information was really important. Did this not mean that by destroying a catacomb city, one could obtain a large-scale energy mine? Commander Li and these people actually did not destroy the city. What a waste. Fang Ping cursed silently. Although he knew that those people had to talk about the big picture, maybe the energy mine was really important. Martial artists using energy mines to cultivate was much more effective than using pills. It's a pity that my ability is still a little weak. That divine willow is not so much the guardian beast of the city, but the guardian of the energy mine. There are people in the catacombs who could not suppress their greed and tried to steal the energy stones. They were all killed and turned into nourishment. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. He was also a little tempted. Could this energy shield of his deceive everyone? It was very dangerous. No, entering the city this time was not for the energy stones, but to inquire about information. Information about the royal city's army, information about the high ranks, these were the main things. As for the rest, they were all secondary and incidental. Fang Ping once again warned himself that he must not act recklessly, or he would die. After asking what he needed to ask, he looked at the trembling martial artist kneeling on the ground. Fang Ping's face was full of compassion. He had to pretend to be a cat crying for a mouse. After asking, since he was so cooperative, he could not make it too bloody. Mentality erupted in an instant, directly shattering the other person's brain tissue. Fang Ping did not delay. He grabbed the corpse and quickly left the town. He ran all the way, found a small forest, and drove a few low-rank monsters to swallow the corpse. As for the few energy stones on this rank 3, Fang Ping smiled and accepted them. He did not touch the things at home. Originally, he wanted to catch someone in the town to ask. Fang Ping thought about it and did not return to the town. Instead, he followed the outline of Royal City and walked to the other side. That was where gigantic Pine City was. There were exchanges between the two sides. It was more appropriate to kill a passing gigantic Pine City martial artist and pretend to be someone from gigantic Pine City. They were all outsiders anyway. When the time came, it would be more appropriate to interrogate the people from gigantic Pine City. After making up his mind, Fang Ping did not delay. Time was very precious. He turned on the energy barrier now. 10,000 wealth points per minute, 600,000 in an hour. In the vicinity of the city, Fang Ping did not dare to relax his vigilance. He had been turning it on. After a day and night, that was the expenditure of tens of millions of wealth points. If I don't make a profit this time, I'll lose a lot. And I can't stay too long. Otherwise, if I encounter a high rank, it will be troublesome. Fang Ping had a plan in his mind. It was not a big problem for him to hide from ordinary people now, but if he encountered a high-rank powerhouse, it was difficult to say whether he could deceive them. Maybe I should pretend to be an ordinary person, but the status of an ordinary person is too low. My actions in Royal City will definitely be restricted. All kinds of thoughts came to mind. Fang Ping could not help but think of other people. What were those people doing now? The next day. At dawn, Fang Ping found a group of martial artists coming from gigantic Pine City. A rank 4 martial artist led the team, plus 2 rank 3 martial artists. Fang Ping launched a surprise attack and killed 2 rank 3 martial artists in an instant. Under the awe of mentality, he seriously injured the rank 4. Skillfully destroying the corpses, Fang Ping quickly took the seriously injured rank 4 into the woods. This time, Fang Ping spent a little more effort. Perhaps it was because he knew that he would die, or perhaps it was because he had reached the middle rank and his willpower was stronger. The gigantic Pine City martial artist had been silent. After Fang Ping's mentality had been ravaged countless times, in addition to the physical torture, the other party finally spilled some information. The people of gigantic Pine City did go to gigantic Pine City to ask for help. The king of gigantic Pine City also agreed to support and brought several venerable powerhouses in the city to chase down the foreign king. In addition, Fang Ping asked a few other people, but the person of gigantic Pine City knew nothing. When he set off from gigantic Pine City, the people of gigantic Willow City had just arrived. He did not have time to hear any news. In addition to these news, Fang Ping also learned something that he did not know before. Gigantic Willow City wants to open the Fountain of Life, so we rushed over overnight. What is the Fountain of Life? If Fang Ping had asked before, the other party had not determined whether Fang Ping was a foreign visitor or not. At this moment, the middle-rank martial artist was sure that Fang Ping was 100% from the foreign territory. He did not know what he was thinking. This time, the other party was very cooperative and immediately said, under the royal city, where the life stones gather, the tutelary usually absorbs the overflowing life energy and gathers it into a pool of life essence. This time, several of gigantic Willow City's venerables and commanders were injured. According to experience, the tutelary will open the Fountain of Life. For healing? Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. The so-called Fountain of Life should be a place similar to MCMAU's energy room, right? No, the effect must be much stronger. In the core of a large energy mine, the high-ranked monster plants usually absorbed the overflowing energy, stored it, and gathered it into a pool. What was the concept of this? One must know that even cultivation-aiding energy stones were not 100% pure. The formation of energy stones was actually energy particles attached to some impurities, forming a solid. Real energy particles were not solid, and of course, they were not liquid either. Perhaps the density of the particles was very high, forming a pool of water that was similar to a liquid state was also very normal. In other words, the spring of life was actually the essence of energy released by a large number of energy stones. Fong Ping could imagine what it would be like. Just like in MCMAU's energy room, countless energy stones released energy, flooding the energy room, allowing people to swim freely in an ocean of energy particles. Fong Ping wanted to gulp, but he could not embarrass himself in front of a catacombs martial artist. This guy was up to no good. Anyone can enter the spring of life? Of course not. The other party was still honest and immediately said, "Our goal is to get closer to the spring of life the moment it opens and absorb the overflowing life energy. This will be very helpful to our cultivation. Since it's for the treatment of the commanders, why didn't it open yesterday? The opening of the fountain of life requires preparation. Unless the king or the protector forcibly opens it, it will take some time to prepare, then why not forcibly open it?" The gigantic Pine City martial artist gave Fong Ping a strange look and still replied honestly, "If it is forcibly opened, it will overflow a lot of life energy. The fountain of life belongs to the king and the protector. If the injury is not too serious, the king will not open it." Fong Ping understood. This thing was the king's private property. Healing you is doing you a favor. If it is forcibly opened and overflowed with too much energy, it will be the king's loss. It is better to let you guys hold on for one more day. You won't die anyway. Fong Ping glanced at him and said lightly, "Want to trick me? Is it that simple? There must be something you didn't say. Do you really think I don't know?" "Idiot." Fong Ping said the word idiot in Mandarin, so it sounded more energetic. The catacombs curses were very long. Under the rank 4 martial artist's unwilling gaze, Fong Ping smashed his brain with one palm. He dug out the heart and packed up the other things, including energy stones, some air-dried beast meat, and some round and translucent crystals that looked somewhat similar to energy stones. On the crystal, a lifelike pine-like plant appeared. "Is this the catacombs coin?" Fong Ping pinched it. It was very hard, but there were no energy fluctuations. In fact, he knew this thing. This was the crystal left after the energy of energy stones was exhausted, but it was rarely seen on Earth. There were not many energy stones on Earth, and it was not extravagant enough for daily use. The rarer something was, the greater its value. There were few crystals left, so naturally, it could not be used as a universal item. In the catacombs, the difficulty of obtaining energy stones was much lower. Some low-purity energy stones were used in daily life, so there were more crystals left. It was understandable to use this as a coin. However, Fong Ping had not seen it in the Magic City catacombs before. He did not know if he had not encountered it, or if the martial artists he killed were poor, or if they were simply out of the limit of coins. No matter how beautiful this thing was, it was still waste. Powerhouses preferred to use intact energy stones. Although Fong Ping had not seen it, he had seen it in class when he was in general knowledge of the catacombs. Some catacombs would also use this as a coin. Old Manly, the energy pool used to heal rank 7 and 8 powerhouses. Will it explode if you absorb it? Fong Ping mumbled. The ball of meat on his back moved a little. Fong Ping exhaled and said, "I don't know if the energy in the energy pool is gentle enough. As long as it's not as violent as the catacombs passageways, it's actually much gentler than vitality force when you absorb it. A large amount of energy should be able to help you recover, right? In the past, my biggest dream was to find an energy mine and cultivate in it. Now that I think about it, no matter how rich the energy overflowing from an energy mine is it better than an energy pool full of energy particles? This is what it means to have a mine at home. Compared to the catacombs, we're so weak. Xianxia got an energy stone the size of an egg. I thought we were really rich. How many drops of energy can an energy stone the size of an egg be condensed? What a pity. It must be very dangerous. I'm guessing that the guardian beast they mentioned is also a rank 9. If we include their city lord, that'll be 2 rank 9s. Plus those powerhouses who went in to heal. Old Manly, if we do this, we'll really poke a hornet's nest. But now, I'm a little tempted. You look like you're half dead. How many years and months will it take for you to recover if we kill some monsters to give you a blood transfusion? Even if we return to the human world, will the higher-ups really be willing to spend countless resources for a cripple like you to recover? Even if you recover, will you still have combat strength? Spending billions or even tens of billions to save a crippled old man, do you think they'll save you? Even if they will, are you not embarrassed to let others spend so many resources to save you? Maybe you'll kill yourself when you're agitated. That would be a waste of my countless pills. Sigh, forget it. Let's take it one step at a time and see how it goes. If it's too dangerous, don't blame me for not saving you. Initially, I just wanted to find out some information. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. It's a pity that I'm too weak. Fang Ping nagged for a while and changed into a set of clothes. He had just plucked the clothes off the two rank 3s. The style of clothing here was actually slightly different from that of Magic City. After changing his clothes, Fang Ping did not hang a rank 4 medal on himself. Instead, he hung a rank 3 medal. A rank 4 was a little eye-catching. He was not in a hurry to enter the city. Fang Ping wandered on the road for a while and also met a few martial artists who were rushing from gigantic Pine City. These people also noticed Fang Ping, but seeing that his face was injured and he did not look familiar, the few people who passed by ignored him. Every capital city was extremely huge, including the affiliated towns. The catacombs humans under the jurisdiction of a royal city ranged from 2 million to 5 million. There were also many martial artists. With so many martial artists, it was normal for a lower-ranked martial artist not to recognize them. Just like Fang Ping, not to mention all the martial artists in Sino Nation, even if they were MCMAU students, he might not be able to recognize them even if they changed their clothes. Seems like it's not a big problem. Fang Ping's mood relaxed a lot. When he saw a group of people pass by in front, Fang Ping also silently followed behind. Gigantic Willow City was getting closer and closer. The closer he got, the more oppressive Fang Ping felt. Above the city, the energy particles were so dense that they almost fell like raindrops. And these energies were limited to a small area. A towering tree, with its crown towering into the sky, was interspersed in these dark energy clouds, constantly swallowing and spitting out energy. The pedestrians seemed to have long been used to this, and no one went to look at this scene. Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. This tree was actually very far away from him, but he could see it from outside the city. How high was it? 50 meters, 100 meters, no wonder there were so many martial artists in the catacombs. Just the energy in the sky, even if a little leaked, was enough for countless people to cultivate. These energies came from the catacombs world and also from the underground energy mine. The energy that overflowed from the energy mine was concentrated there. Fang Ping was still looking at the towering tree. At the huge city gate, a team of fully armored soldiers walked out quickly. Next to him, someone whispered, "Gigantic Willow Divine Guards have been dispatched." Are they going to war with Cretaceous City? There were not many soldiers coming out of the city. Fang Ping glanced at them. There were about 50 people. However, their strength was indeed a little scary. They were all middle-ranked powerhouses. The armored powerhouse leading them had extremely strong energy fluctuations. He was at least middle stage rank 6 and above. Maybe he was upper stage or even peak. Fang Ping did not dare to probe carefully. Among the 50 people, there were also many rank 5s, at least 7 or 8 of them. This kind of strength, even in the catacombs, was not weak. Not to mention that gigantic Willow City had suffered heavy losses yesterday. It was already extremely difficult to mobilize so many soldiers at this moment. It's not a war with Cretaceous City. Last night, Willow Town, more than 50 li away, was destroyed. All the martial artists in the town were killed. Fang Ping listened attentively. He did not know if it was more than 50 li away. The catacombs probably did not use this unit. That was the general meaning. In a town more than 50 li away, all the martial artists in the town were killed. At dawn, the ordinary people who fled last night, while countless people were lost, many people still managed to reach Royal City with the help of the weak lights of Royal City. Upon receiving the news, gigantic Willow City immediately dispatched their trump card. A team of divine guards was dispatched. Fang Ping heard the people next to him talking. Willow Town had a rank 5 powerhouse guarding it. Compared to the surrounding towns, it was not considered weak. There were also a few rank 4 powerhouses. In the end, it was still slaughtered last night. I heard that it was 3 people who killed without batting an eye. They even took away the life stone blessed by Willow deity in the town. What? The life stone blessed by Willow deity was taken away? That was definitely not done by the people of gigantic Willow City, nor by the people of the other monster plant clan. I think it was most likely done by the people of Cretaceous City. Other than them, who would dare to take away the life stone blessed by Willow deity? The martial artists of the catacombs were also gossipy. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to enter the city. Listening to these people's gossip also gave him some small gains. For example, in the small town under gigantic Willow City, the large energy stone that glowed in their town was not only for illumination, but also to drive away monsters. Energy stones were also a fatal attraction for demon beasts. However, when the energy stone was stained with the aura of the rank 9 guardian monster plant, the monsters would not dare to attack the town. The powerhouses of the monster plant clan would not easily take away this kind of energy stone because it was easy for powerhouses to notice the difference in aura, causing the relationship to deteriorate. However, the people of the monster beast clan and the monster plant clan had always been at odds, so taking away the energy stone was common. Snatching the energy stone, killing all the martial artists, Fang Ping listened for a moment, and the corner of his mouth twitched. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed like the style of those guys. Are they starting to make a move? I hope these guys are careful. This team this time is not easy to deal with. A powerhouse above middle stage rank 6, plus 7 or 8 rank 5s and a few rank 14s, if Fang Ping was not there, the 3 of them might not be able to deal with them. Moreover, these martial artists were military martial artists. They were not comparable to those stragglers from before. No matter how weak these military martial artists were, they would not run away in the face of battle. Yesterday, many of those civilian martial artists had wanted to run away. Fang Ping's head hurt a little. These guys were really worrisome. Fortunately, he was not with them. Otherwise, would he not be chased to death now? Just now, Fang Ping saw that team of martial artists leaving the city, and they even brought a few wolf-like monsters out with them. If he was not mistaken, they must be the military dogs of the catacombs. That energy stone was attached with some of the willow tree monster's aura. These military dogs would definitely be able to smell it. This is not a small problem, but I can't help you guys anymore. Take it easy. Fang Ping shook his head, and he became more vigilant. He would be more careful next time. He did not expect the catacombs to have this kind of military dog creature. Next time, when he wanted to kill people to silence them, he would even have to deal with the aura. He did not care about those guys anymore. Entering the catacombs, everyone had to look after themselves. Everyone was in danger. They were lucky that there were no high ranks after them. If you guys are so capable, continue to make a ruckus. Lure away all the high ranks, and lure away this willow tree monster too. Then I'll consider you guys good. Fang Ping prayed in his heart. Wu Chuan would also work harder and lure away all these powerhouses. Then he could make a fortune in gigantic Willow City. It might not be impossible. In the next 2 days, if Nanjiang comes to help and the war starts, the powerhouses here will definitely join the battle. When that time comes, it will be my chance. Fang Ping calculated for a while. There was still a chance. Wu Chuan and the others would not give up on the passageway. Before the news of their deaths was confirmed, humans would not easily give up on a rank 9 Grandmaster powerhouse. If they worked together, the power of gigantic Willow City alone would not be able to withstand it. After entering the city, I'll first scout for information and then wait for an opportunity. Once the war breaks out in the outside world, gigantic Willow City's powerhouses will go to help, and I'll mess up their rear. Fang Ping decided on a plan. He was quite satisfied with his enemy's rear plan. Without thinking about Qin Fengqing and the others, Fang Ping walked toward the city gate. The city gate had a main gate and a side gate. At the main gate, martial artists were lining up. There were not many people. At the side gate, some ordinary catacombs humans were lining up. The line was quite long, and many of them came from the surrounding towns. Fang Ping had a rank 3 medal on him. He was not considered too weak at the city gate. Of course, he was not very strong either. There were 1 or 2 middle ranks here. The people in front of him entered one by one. Everything went smoothly. The soldiers guarding the gate did not speak either. When it was Fang Ping's turn, Fang Ping learned from the others. He casually threw an energy stone remnant crystal into the wicker basket beside him as an entrance fee. Just as he was about to enter, the soldier suddenly frowned and said, "Go through it again." Fang Ping was slightly stunned, but he did not show it. He took a step back and walked through it again. This time, Fang Ping also noticed something strange. When he walked past, a small sapling as tall as a person at the city gate seemed to emit a weak mentality to scan him. He had restrained his mentality just now, so he did not notice it. At this moment, Fang Ping's expression was normal, but his heart was thumping hard. *CK, the catacombs had access control. The weak mentality scanned Fang Ping again. Fang Ping was actually fine. His energy shield was activated, and his mentality gathered some energy particles to disguise them on the surface of his body. Even if the mentality scanned, unless it could penetrate his body, it would not be able to see anything. However, Old Manly, who was carrying him on his back, was a little problematic. The soldier guarding the gate also saw the animal skin backpack on his back and frowned slightly. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He opened the animal skin and said coldly in a hoarse voice, "Pray." The soldier glanced at him and exhaled softly. He did not waste any more time and said in a low voice, "That's enough." Fang Ping did not say much. He took a step and walked into the city. The meatball behind him seemed to have hit him. The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. "There's no use getting angry. You're not looking at yourself in the mirror right now. Otherwise, you'll also believe that you're a skinned piglet." Once he entered the city. The towering tree that he saw outside the city seemed even bigger now. Moreover, he did not see the tree trunk before. Right now, Fang Ping also saw the tree trunk. He could not even relate it to the ugly and rough tree trunk. It was an incomparably huge crystal-clear giant pillar. The giant pillar was crystal clear. Wisps of golden silk threads ran through the giant pillar. Fang Ping's gaze was solemn. Those were not silk threads. Those were the golden blood that only a powerhouse with an indestructible golden body would have. This giant tree had really become a monster. Did it have intelligence? It was understandable that animals had intelligence. Would plants have it too? Of course, the world was big. Anything was possible. Everything was possible. It's so big. How much energy does it store? When it explodes, I'm afraid its strength is also extremely strong. Fang Ping judged in his heart. Would rank 9s like Wu Chuan be a match for this tree monster? What kind of energy mine could support such a giant monster and the millions of catacombs humans in the city? Gigantic Willow City was very, very big. It was so big that Fang Ping could not see the end of it. The only thing he could see was that giant willow tree. After entering the city gate, what appeared in front of him were wide and flat stone roads. These roads were all inlaid with giant stones. Who knew how much manpower and material resources had been spent on them? The roads led in different directions. Fang Ping did not know which way to go. This was even more lonely than being in a foreign land. In a foreign country, even if he did not know the way, even if he did not speak the language, he could still ask without restraint and express himself with body language. Here, however, he did not dare to ask. He could not ask. Fang Ping did not act rashly. He stopped for a while and observed carefully. Normal people mostly walked to the left. Martial artists who carried goods and prey usually walked to the right. Those who had nothing in their hands mostly walked straight. Behind him was the city gate. Fang Ping no longer hesitated. He strode to the right, muttering in his heart. Could the right be the food market? He walked along the stone path on the right. Along the way, there were shops and residences on both sides of the stone path. There were all kinds of things sold in the shop. Some sold clothes, some sold weapons, some sold medicinal herbs. There were also shops that looked like horse carriages. There were monsters that looked like horses parked outside. In fact, they looked like horses to Fang Ping. However, their vitality was not strong. They might not have reached rank 1 yet. These monsters could not be considered as monsters. These carriages were only suitable for use inside the city. The willow tree monster was in the royal city. The willow tree monster did not suppress the aura emitted from inside the city, but it did suppress the aura outside the city. Therefore, the carriages could be used inside the city. Once outside the city, monsters would soon attack after sensing the vitality force of these horses. Fang Ping continued forward. The further he went, the more people there were. After walking for a few thousand meters, the buildings in front of him suddenly emptied, and a large, empty square appeared. There were no buildings, but there were many people. Fang Ping saw some people in front of him carrying goods. They found an empty space and casually threw the goods on the ground. They did not shout, and soon, buyers came forward to check. Is this a market? Fang Ping could roughly determine the purpose of this large square. He could not help but pat Oldly behind him. He had really arrived at the market. It was not a normal market. Almost all the buyers and sellers here were martial artists. There were all kinds of goods for sale. There were monster carcasses, monster hearts, and some things that looked like tree branches but were actually the roots and leaves of monster plants. They also had strong energy fluctuations. Fang Ping also saw some medicinal herbs that looked familiar. They were all rich in energy. He did not see any energy stones. In the catacombs, energy stones were the main cultivation resources of catacombs martial artists. Very few people would sell them. Even if they did, they would barter. Rare metal raw ores were not uncommon here. Fang Ping could even recognize what some of the metals were. He also knew the ratio of raw materials for alloy materials. Some of them were even metals that were necessary for A-class alloys. Just as Fang Ping was looking around, a middle-aged man who looked like a buyer walked over and asked, "What are you selling?" Fang Ping saw him staring at the animal skin bag behind him. He remained silent and ignored him. If he sold Oldly, Oldly would be stewed, right? Seeing that Fang Ping did not answer, the other party frowned slightly but did not continue to pester him. This was a trading spot for martial artists from the surrounding towns and cities. Fang Ping was not the only one here. He only asked because he saw that Fang Ping was wearing a rank 3 medal. Fang Ping did not just stand there. He looked through some of the goods along the way. He actually wanted to rob some of them. The martial artists here were not considered strong. Rank 3s were considered not weak, and middle ranks were extremely rare. However, there were still good things. Rare metals and various main ingredients for medicinal pills could be seen everywhere. As for the trading method, Fang Ping saw someone using energy stone crystals to trade. Energy stone crystals might be trash, but as currency, they would naturally be given a corresponding value. As long as the royal city approved of them, they would be valuable. However, not all of them were like that. There were also people who used energy stones that had not been used up for transactions, but they were usually only used for slightly more valuable items. Energy stones, also known as life stones by the people of the catacombs, were not only their main cultivation resource, but also the main currency for daily transactions. Fang Ping's ears were constantly trembling as he walked, paying attention to the conversations of some martial artists. As he dealt with the people of the catacombs for a longer period of time, he often listened to their conversations. After a long time, he could almost guess the meaning of some of their words. Unlike other catacombs, where martial artists met only life and death, there were very few opportunities for catacombs martial artists to talk when they met humans. The newly opened catacombs, and it was even in the royal city, these martial artists did not pay much attention to human martial artists. I heard that the royal city is recruiting troops. Recruiting troops? Are they going to war with Cretaceous City? No, it's the foreign powerhouses. I happened to overhear the conversation between the two masters in the inner city this morning. I heard that the foreign powerhouses are coming, and the war will start soon. The royal city has tens of thousands of troops and the gigantic Willow Divine Guards. Do they need to be afraid of the foreign people? You don't know, but don't tell others. I heard that the gigantic Willow Divine Guards suffered heavy losses yesterday. 3,000 gigantic Willow Divine Guards, more than 1,000 died yesterday. So many? How is that possible? The Divine Guards are at least level 4, right? There are also many warlords. It's true. Yesterday, they surrounded the foreign powerhouses. I heard that the foreign powerhouses who came were all warlords and above. the divine guards rushed at the forefront. The warlords who went, except for a few on the periphery, all died in battle. The foreign people are so powerful? I heard that they are very powerful, and they are the kind who do not care about their lives. More than 10 warlords killed dozens of the divine guards' warlords. Even some of the recruited family and sect warlords are almost all dead. Can we beat them? This was not the only place where the discussion was. Many people knew about the royal city's recruitment. Yesterday's losses were so great that the people in the surrounding towns might not know, but who in the royal city did not know? Countless warlords were killed and injured, for commanders had fallen, and even some venerables had fallen. Such a big event, even Willow King could not hide it. These powerhouses also had relatives and families. 3,000 gigantic Willow Divine Guards. This was also the core strength of gigantic Willow City, which was 3,000 middle-ranked powerhouses. They were different from Skygate City. Skygate City had been at war with humans for many years, and their army had expanded to hundreds of thousands of people. On gigantic Willow City's side, before the war, other than the core army like the gigantic Willow Divine Guards, there were less than 50,000 ordinary soldiers. Yesterday, although Old Man Li and his people were few, they killed many powerhouses. In the end, when Old Man Li killed a rank 8, sword rays shot everywhere, and almost all the middle-ranked martial artists on the periphery were killed. Even those commanders could not react in time. Fang Ping listened and gradually made a judgment in his heart. 3,000 middle-ranked martial artists, an army formed by 50,000 lower-ranked martial artists. No, maybe there are only 2,000 middle-ranked martial artists now. Even if there is one middle-ranked general among the 50,000 lower-ranked martial artists, there are probably less than 3,000 middle-ranked powerhouses in gigantic Willow City now. Many rank Sixs died in battle yesterday. Now there are only 50 people left in the army. The commanders are also rank 7, and 4 of them died in battle yesterday. Governor General Zhang and his people are really cruel. Fang Ping was still a little surprised to hear that 4 commander-level powerhouses died yesterday. Yesterday, when he rushed to the sky, he also took a glance. The other party seemed to have 7 people left. In other words, after he left, the other party had another 2 people killed in battle. One had to know that at that time, Zhou Xingyang was already dead. Zhang Dingnan and the NMAU vice-chancellor were all severely injured. Under such circumstances, 2 more people were killed, which was somewhat unexpected. Perhaps gigantic Willow City had not gotten used to the humans' method of fighting to the death. Even if they died, they would drag a few away. This was the humans' habit of fighting with the catacombs for so many years. Before this, even if gigantic Willow City had fought with Cretaceous City for many years, in Fang Ping's opinion, it was just a small fight. It was said that both sides had been fighting for 100 years, and it seemed that the commanders had not died. Was this also called a battle to the death? However, now there were more than 5 rank 7s left in gigantic Willow City. Yesterday, there were still a few who did not go to battle but stayed behind to guard gigantic Willow City. Fang Ping was not clear about the specific number, but at most it was about 10. There were really only 2 rank 8s left. 1 rank 9, 2 rank 8s, about 10 rank 7s, and the rank Sixs inside and outside the city, plus the civilians, there are about 100 people. The middle-ranked martial artists in the entire city may be more than 5,000 people. This kind of strength, compared to Skygate City before the loss, was actually much weaker. Before the 2 rank 8s died, Skygate City's high-end combat power was similar to gigantic Willow City, but Skygate City's army was 200,000, among them, there were at least 10,000 middle-ranked people. If gigantic Willow City doesn't have reinforcements, it's actually not difficult to build a stronghold. There's no need for another rank 9s. With a few more rank 8s, it's not a problem to build a stronghold. However, gigantic Pine City seems to have reinforcements. If there's no rank 9s to help, it'll be difficult to build a stronghold. As for the giant tree in the city, Fang Ping did not pay much attention to it. Looking at its huge size, it was obvious that it was not easy to move. Moreover, this giant willow had been in the city and had not left. It was probably not very suitable for attack, but its defense was quite good. Skygate City seems to have a big tree too. Is it also a tree monster? It should be, but it hasn't come out all these years. It seems that it's really not easy to move. Thinking of these in his heart, Fang Ping felt a little emotional. Although he said that gigantic Willow City's strength did not seem strong. Don't forget, this was only one catacomb and one city. How many royal cities were there in the Nanjiang catacombs? Fang Ping still did not know, but according to past experience, a catacomb had at least 10 cities, and as many as 20. In the capital city catacombs, there were 20 cities. Of course, that was before. Now, there were 2 less cities in the capital city catacombs. In the war that year, although they did not destroy the capital city catacombs, they did destroy 2 cities. The capital city catacombs destroyed 2 cities. Fang Ping suddenly realized something. A royal city, an energy mine, the government might have a lot of energy mine reserves. It was true that they suffered heavy losses that year, but how could they not gain anything after destroying 2 cities? In the past few years, so many grandmasters had appeared, and it might not be unrelated to this war. MCMAU has a long way to go. Not to mention a catacomb, even a city can't compete. More than 10 high-ranked powerhouses, MCMAU is still far behind. Rank 6, MCMAU only has about 20 people, the gap is not small. Rank 4 and 5, MCMAU has less than 400 people, gigantic Willow City has at least 10 times that of MCMAU. Fang Ping shook his head. One school to suppress one catacomb. It was easier said than done. Now that MCMAU had gathered the strength of the whole school, even if they went against Skygate City, which had already suffered heavy losses, the chances of winning were not high, and the chances of them being completely wiped out were even higher. Skygate City still had a rank 9, a rank 8, and several rank 7 powerhouses. I wonder if old Lu is still alive. If he died in battle, then MCMAU's strength will fall again. Everyone was selfish, and there was a distinction between what was close and what was close. If the other Grandmaster powerhouses who entered this time died, Fang Ping might not feel too bad, but if Lu Polu died, then it would be really bad. For example, when other rank 6 powerhouses died in battle, although Fang Ping was quite sad at the time, when it came to saving people, he only risked saving Li Chongqing. After letting his imagination run wild for a while, Fang Ping continued to wander, and at the same time, he was also distracted by the discussions of these catacombs martial artists. There were also people talking about the opening of the Fountain of Life. However, many of the martial artists here were from the surrounding towns or other royal city. They were not qualified to go near the Fountain of Life. The Fountain of Life was located in the core of the inner city. However, when the Fountain of Life opened, a large amount of energy would overflow. Even in the outer city, the energy concentration would increase a lot. Gigantic Willow City did not prohibit martial artists from entering the outer city. When the Fountain of Life opened, they could also take the opportunity to cultivate. However, the effect was average, but it was better than nothing. The inner city, huh? Fang Ping exhaled softly. It was not easy to enter. From what everyone said, it was a little difficult to enter the inner city. Not everyone could go in. With some regret, Fang Ping left the square. There were a lot of things here. Fang Ping felt that it would not be difficult to sell them for 5 or 600 million. However, if he robbed this place, it would be difficult to escape gigantic Willow City. He continued walking along the square. Fang Ping noted down the locations of some shops along the way. He did not note down the general shops, but he remembered a few places with extremely rich energy. Those places were equivalent to the human banks. The human banks stored gold and coins. And here, energy stones were stored. In the royal city, there was a service where one could choose to exchange low-concentration energy stones for energy stones that could be used for cultivation. Of course, the exchange rate was very frightening. In the catacombs, low-concentration energy stones were actually not uncommon. Some small mineral veins were almost all of these low-concentration energy stones. Monsters did not pay much attention to them, and neither did the catacombs powerhouses. And these were the energy stones that most catacombs civilians could obtain. They could mine and use this to exchange for high-concentration cultivation energy stones in the royal city. As for the low-concentration energy stones that the catacombs took away, Fang Ping did not know if they could be purified or used for other purposes. In the royal city, there were many shops that handled the exchange. Fang Ping saw a few of them. Although he did not understand the catacombs language, he saw someone enter with a lot of low-concentration energy stones and quickly exchange them for high-concentration ones. After thinking about it, he could guess the purpose of these shops. But it's not easy to rob. Almost all of them have rank 6 guarding them. Fang Ping sighed. However, there were 1 or 2 shops that did not have rank 6 guarding them, but rank 5 martial artists. Gigantic Willow City was very big. Fang Ping walked for almost an hour and had not reached the inner and outer city borders. As for the giant tree, the more he walked forward, the more he realized that he had underestimated its height. It was more than 100 meters. It was not that Fang Ping had never seen high-rise buildings in Magic City. There were even those that were 500 or 600 meters tall. Although, because there were many high-rise buildings in Magic City, it was not very conspicuous if one did not look closely. But the giant tree was so far away, it was still dazzling. Fang Ping guessed that it was probably 400 or 500 meters tall. It's so tall and so thick. How much energy has it absorbed? If I bring a tree like this back to MCMAU, I'm afraid it can suck all the energy particles in Magic City dry. But if it doesn't absorb energy but spits it out, TSK, then Magic City will also become a cultivation holy land. And it's hard to say. Plants that cultivate to become spirits may not always absorb energy. Otherwise, wouldn't gigantic Willow City have been sucked dry long ago? At a certain realm, energy won't be lost. If the realm doesn't increase, it may not need to absorb energy. Otherwise, there won't be any fountain of life left. It would have been sucked by this tree monster long ago. Fang Ping stared at the tall giant tree with a burning gaze. For a moment, Fang Ping really had the thought of chopping it down and bringing it back. Whether it was used as a weapon material or a cultivation material, that sparkling and translucent tree trunk would probably be a good thing. Could the toughness of A-class alloy really compare to the toughness of the tree trunk? No, perhaps the forging of divine weapons had something to do with these materials. Divine weapons were good stuff. The golden blood also contained endless energy. If it was used as a raw material for pills, it could probably be used to make countless pills. If I chop down this tree, MCMAU might be able to produce a few thousand middle ranks. There might even be a batch of grandmasters. However, even if he chopped it down, he might not be able to bring it back as a whole. It was too big, and the passageway might not be able to accommodate it. If my storage space was a few thousand cubic meters, then I could really bring it back. But if I chop it down, I'm afraid I won't be able to chop it down without a divine weapon. Fang Ping muttered in his heart for a while. He began to observe carefully. He would find an inn to stay in. He could not wander around like this. If he stayed, he might try digging the ground. On the surface, he dared not act rashly. However, when he was underground, he would retract his aura. He could not bring Oldly along, or else he would be easily detected. When he retracted his aura, it would be relatively safe underground as long as he did not cause a huge commotion. After searching for a while, Fang Ping saw a place that looked like an inn. He stood opposite and listened for a while. Once he had an idea, Fang Ping strode over. Very quickly, Fang Ping obtained the right to stay in a small courtyard with a relatively beautiful environment at the cost of 10 energy crystals. 2 days, halfway through, Fang Ping used his mentality to display the energy waves of a peak rank 3 martial artist. Combined with the imminent opening of the Fountain of Life, the inn owner was very understanding. Fang Ping said in a hoarse voice, "Do not disturb me," and the other party nodded hurriedly. This was a powerhouse who was preparing to break through to rank 4. He used the opening of the Fountain of Life specifically to do so. If he was interrupted because of the inn, there would be trouble. Although the person who came to the inn to break through was not someone with a powerful background, it was better to avoid trouble. Under the guidance of an ordinary catacombs human, Fang Ping entered the small courtyard, closed the courtyard door, and entered the room. "Old Manly, I've gathered enough intelligence. It's time to get down to business," Fang Ping said matter-of-factly. The intelligence had more or less been gathered. The number of ranks 7, 8, and 9, as well as the number of middle ranks, were all estimated. The gains were not small. As for the rest, Fang Ping felt that there was no need to investigate. Anyway, the most important thing was to build a stronghold. He would come back to investigate when he had time. The business was, of course, the fountain of life. Other than that, he had also grasped the locations of those energy stone exchange shops. It was enough. Any more would not be useful. Now that he was spending tens of millions of wealth points here every day, Fang Ping's heart ached. Qin Fengqing and the others have already snatched large pieces of energy stones. I still haven't gotten anything. I can't be less than them, can I? Otherwise, even if I go back, I'll be laughed at. I'll go underground to investigate for a while. I'll leave you here later. Good luck. If you're discovered when I'm not here, you can't blame me if you're taken away and roasted, Fang Ping muttered, looking a little helpless. The energy shield was only effective against him. If he brought Oldly underground, he was afraid that he would be discovered very easily. Martial artists' senses were very sharp. At high ranks, once their mentality swept past, Oldly would be discovered very quickly. This time, Li Chongqing did not act up. Going underground to investigate was not a safe thing to do. Just as Fang Ping checked into the inn, 100 miles away from gigantic Willow City, 3 figures flashed across the sky like lightning. Li Honsong gasped for breath, his face full of grief and indignation. I asked you to recuperate, but you insisted on making a fortune. Look at what happened now. Behind him, dozens of experts were chasing after him. Li Honsong was not stupid. The other party had found them so quickly and had been following them. Even if they hid, they would be discovered soon. In fact, he had already realized something. Seeing that Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengqing were both carrying huge bags, Li Honsong couldn't help but say, throw them away, or else they won't be able to escape. I won't. Qin Fengqing gave a muffled grunt. You'll die. I won't throw it away even if I die. Li Honsong had a bitter look on his face. Did he want money more than his life? If he didn't throw it away, he would really die. Wang Jinyang was slightly more reliable than Qin Fengqing. He panted and said, take out that energy stone. The 3 of us will absorb as we run. Absorb as much as we can, Li Honsong could not help but say, that energy stone's purity isn't high enough. There are too many impurities, it's fine. Just absorb more and clean up the impure energy later. Wang Jinyang appeared to be very experienced. He quickly said, although it's a waste, it's much faster than cultivating on your own. Don't worry, there won't be any side effects. Then, before Li Honsong could finish, Qin Fengqing had already taken out an energy stone and started to absorb it frantically. As for the impurities, so what, he could absorb more now and spend some time to clean it up later. At least it would be faster than cultivating on his own. Without hesitation, Wang Jinyang grabbed the energy stone and quickly absorbed it. Seeing this, Li Honsong couldn't help but say, leave a place for me. You guys are running so fast, I can't keep up. It was embarrassing to talk about it. He couldn't run as fast as Qin Fengqing. Qin Fengqing turned his head and was a little disdainful. After thinking about it, he smiled and didn't look down on him anymore. It was better if he ran slowly. If he ran fast, then Iron Headley wouldn't be of much use. Li Honsong managed to catch up with them with much difficulty. He grabbed the energy stone and started absorbing it while panting. After we lose the energy stone, let's find a place to hide for a few days. Let's see if Fang Ping will come looking for us. Come on, do you expect him to find us? Do you really think he'll come looking for us? That kid might be roaming around somewhere right now. Qin Fengqing exposed him and said, rather than waiting for him to find us, we might as well wait at the entrance of the passageway. Who knows, he might have already snuck into the city to eat and drink to his heart's content. It can't be, right? Forget it if you don't believe me. Qin Fengqing felt that if he had Fang Ping's secret skill, he would have entered the city a long time ago. Who would still be loitering in the wilderness, although Li Honsong felt that what Qin Fengqing said did not seem to be true, but when he thought about Qin Fengqing and Wang Jinyang, and then thought about Fang Ping, who was on good terms with both of them, it was not impossible. Sigh, I shouldn't have come. Li Honsong sighed in his heart. None of them were very reliable. In the inn, Fang Ping crouched under the bed, lifting up the stone floorboard under the bed. His mentality probed a little, and then his pupils contracted slightly. There are roots underground. I knew it would be like this. He scanned the area with his psychic power and found that the roots that were full of energy underground seemed to have a weak reaction. One must know that this inn was several thousand meters away from the inner city. The inner city was also very big. The willow tree monster's main root system was not here at all. It was at least 10 li away from Fangping. I can't release my mentality or vitality. If I trigger the willow tree monster's reaction, I'll definitely die. Old Manly, I can't bring you down with me. Although your vitality is weak, it's still there. You'll be easily attacked, and you'll be skewered like a kebab. There are martial artists from the catacombs who came here to mine. Most of them are dead. Not only are there willow tree monsters' roots underground, but there are also gigantic willow city guards. I'll see if I can snatch a part of the energy essence. Once I get it, we'll run. If I don't come back, you'll probably die too. Good luck. Fangping did not leave Old Manly outside the city. He was not familiar with this place. If he left him outside the city, he might not be able to find him. Moreover, he did not know if he would have the chance to find him. It was safer to bring him here. At least he would not be eaten by monsters. I'll go down first. After Fangping said that, the meatball trembled for a moment. Fangping patted him and said in a low voice, "Don't move. I won't die so easily. Even rank 7 and 8 aren't as safe as me." He could shield all auras, just like a dead object. If not for the fact that he did not want to stand out, he did not need to gather energy particles on the surface of his body at all. A lifeless, dead object, just like a rock, the probability of being discovered was extremely low. Of course, whether he could hide it from a rank 9, Fangping did not know. He did not find a chance to test it either. However, at this time, he could only trust the system to be famous. I'm going down. Fangping placed the bed board properly. He did not put Old Manly on the bed, but tossed him to a corner. The more casual he was, the fewer people would care. Old Manly could only pray for himself. At this time, Fangping did not use his saber to dig. He used his hands to dig. The soil that he dug out was stored in his storage space. After digging for a while, he sent the compacted soil back to the surface. Then, Fangping continued to dig. Along the way, he encountered some crystal-clear roots. However, these roots were like dead objects. They did not move at all. Fangping was careful. He did not dare to touch them. He tried his best to avoid contact with the roots. Humans might not care about ants crawling under their feet. At this moment, Fangping tried his best to make himself appear even more insignificant than the ants. This way, the willow tree monster would not notice him. Fortune is found in danger. Swaying under the eyes of a rank 9 will give me the right to brag in the future. The willow tree monster should be a rank 9. It might even be a powerful rank 9. Right now, he was equivalent to swaying under its feet. Exciting enough, right? Along the way, Fangping did not encounter a water source. The soil underground was dry and not moist enough. As expected, there are mineral deposits. And they're not too deep. If the energy mine was a few hundred meters underground, water should have come out by now. It should be below. Fangping dug with his bare hands. After digging for a while, when he felt his hands touching something hard, Fangping's eyes flashed with joy. As expected, the energy mine was not deep. At this moment, Fangping had become a clay figurine. However, Fangping did not care. He did not even move the soil up. He began surging forward along the periphery of the soil and stones. At this moment, Fangping felt that it was a pity that his skull was not honed properly. Otherwise, like Li Hansong, he could dig a tunnel on his head. It would be more convenient. Surging forward along the direction of the mineral vein, Fangping's gaze gradually changed. No wonder no one could enter the underground to mine. Underground, some hollow areas gradually appeared, and these areas were densely covered with crystal-clear roots. These roots weaved an incomparably huge cage, enveloping the entire mineral vein. It looked like there was no movement, but once it sensed a threat, these roots would instantly turn into killing weapons. The martial artists from the catacombs are quite daring. There are even people who dare to come and steal mines. If the monster plant city is like this, then wouldn't the monster life city be easier to steal? As Fang Ping moved forward, the underground seemed to brighten. Some mixed and impure energy ores emitted a faint light. It was not the light that was refracted by the sun. Energy ores did not rely on this to emit light, but the faint light that existed on their own. Although the purity of these ores was not high, the quantity was incalculable. This was not a problem of 1 or 2 pieces. Instead, it was like a mountain range, spreading out in all directions, everywhere. Fang Ping did not look too long. These energy ores of too low purity could not be taken away by him. He continued to dig deeper. The further he went, the more cautious Fang Ping became. The energy in front was getting richer, which meant that he was nearing the inner city. There were many powerhouses in the inner city. Although he was now 10 to 20 meters deep underground, and there were no energy fluctuations, it would be troublesome if he was heard by others if he made too much noise. Fang Ping carefully wriggled. He did not go near the energy ores, but penetrated the soil above. The mineral vein below was densely covered with roots, and they were hard enough. Fang Ping did not want to make too much noise. He continued to wriggle forward. Fang Ping did not know how long he had been crawling. Sometimes, when he felt that something was wrong, Fang Ping would stop. When he wriggled again, he felt that there was nothing in front of him. Fang Ping was shocked, and hurriedly grabbed the falling soil in front of him. A passageway appeared in front of him. At this moment, Fang Ping had already entered the mining area. Underground, it was all bright. The royal city's energy ores were also constantly being mined. They were not completely unused, or else the royal city martial artists would not have the resources to cultivate. After listening for a moment, he could vaguely hear some noises in the distance. It could be the patrolling team, or it could be the mining personnel. I've really entered the old nest. Fang Ping suppressed the palpitation in his heart and carefully descended from the hole above. The surroundings were still densely covered with roots, but there was no movement. After landing on the ground and standing in the passageway, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to check the situation. He hurriedly patched up the hole above, as if it had never appeared. After patching up the hole, Fang Ping moved forward carefully. After a few steps, Fang Ping's eyes lit up. There were irregular energy ores embedded in all directions of the passageway. That was not all. Inside the passageway, there were also large amounts of energy ores that had been mined. However, the purity was not high, and some of them seemed to have been cut. Could it be? Fang Ping seemed to think of something, and after a while, he had a vague guess. The low-purity energy ores mined by the nearby martial artists might have been put into the underground mineral vein after being exchanged. The mineral vein was rich in energy. Some of the energy released by the high-purity energy ores was used by the people of the royal city for cultivation, some was absorbed and stored by the willow tree monster, and some became the energy source for nurturing these low-purity energy ores. After a few years, these low-purity energy ores might become high-purity cultivation energy ores. Sustainable development, huh? No wonder the mineral vein in the royal city was endless. It seemed that the martial artists of the catacombs were not completely without a plan. The mineral vein outside the royal city had been found, and then it had been completely mined. The mineral vein inside the royal city only mined high-purity cultivation-aiding energy ores. Low-purity ores would not be mined. They would wait for the energy to be absorbed and nurtured. The passageway that Fang Ping had taken might have been abandoned a long time ago. Perhaps the high-purity energy ores had been mined out in the past, and now there were no signs of human habitation. Only some low-purity energy ores were scattered inside the passageway. In the past, seeing so many energy ores underground, Fang Ping would not care about the purity. He would have picked them up long ago. Now, however, Fang Ping did not move. It was not until he saw an energy ore with a high purity, possibly at the level of a cultivation-aiding energy ore, that Fang Ping squatted down and carefully checked the roots around him. Gritting his teeth, he instantly put the energy ore into his storage space. The roots were still motionless. Fang Ping breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that these roots had not reached the level of Heaven's Eye. They might be able to sense the lack of energy, but compared to the huge mineral vein, one less energy ore was nothing. No wonder there are still guards. If I rely on this unreliable willow tree monster, it might have been emptied long ago. After walking for a while, Fang Ping's ears twitched, and he carefully leaned against a depression in the passageway. He pressed his ear against the wall of the passageway. He could vaguely hear footsteps coming from the passageway next door, accompanied by the voices of the catacombs people talking. The fountain of life is about to open. After we're done with this, we'll find a good place to wait for the tide of life to erupt. This time, we might be able to take the opportunity to rush to level 5, there's not much hope, unless we can get close to the fountain of life. But in the center are a few venerables and the chieftains, and outside are the generals. We can only cultivate in the periphery. That's still better than usual. When we reach level 5, we can also enter the high-ranked life stone vein to cultivate. Then, cultivation will be much faster than now. Maybe. We don't have to reach level 5. This time, many generals have fallen. To replenish their strength, the king might let us enter the high-ranked area to cultivate in advance. Are you sure? More or less. The two people in the passageway next door were generally throwing low-ranked energy stones into the passageway as they conversed in low voices. Fang Ping listened for a while and deduced that this was probably the abandoned outer mine passageway. The real core area was probably still deeper. The fountain of life was also in the depths, and it looked like it would open soon. After waiting for a while, footsteps came from the opposite side again. The footsteps gradually faded away, and Fang Ping also walked out of the depression. He pondered for a moment, and continued walking forward. The underground was so big. Even if there were guards, they would not be everywhere. He would find an opportunity to get closer to the core area. If he could not get to the core area, he could not get close to the fountain of life. Even if he could not steal the fountain of life, if he could take away some high-purity energy stones, this trip would not be in vain. Fang Ping, who did not have the slightest energy fluctuation, seemed inconspicuous in the energy-filled passageway. Fang Ping felt a little regretful. If this had an invisibility function, he could walk to the core area openly, snatch the fountain of life, and put it in the storage space. The enemy might not be able to find him. Now, although he could not sense it, he was still here. He could still be seen with the naked eye, and it was still very dangerous. What a pity! Fang Ping muttered in his heart. He could already see the passageway's exit. He pricked up his ears and listened for a moment. When he did not hear any unusual sounds, he carefully walked out and explored his surroundings. Although he did not know where the core area was, in an energy mine, he did not have to think so much. The closer he was to the high-purity energy stone area, the denser the energy was. Fang Ping could still judge this. At the same time, deep underground. Right now, Willow King was not around. The person presiding over the opening of the Fountain of Life was a rank 8 venerable, with a few rank 7 chieftains standing behind him. In yesterday's battle, other than the few who died, the 2 rank 8s were fine, recovering from their injuries extremely quickly. However, the few rank 7s suffered from the aftermath of a few self-detonations and sustained significant injuries. Right now, the rebirth passageway was still stable. If more people from the land of rebirth came, the few injured chieftains would not be able to fight with all their might. If it were any other day, Willow King and the tutelary would not agree to open the Fountain of Life to heal their injuries. However, at this time opening the Fountain of Life was necessary. The Fountain of Life that everyone was talking about was currently in the middle of an underground hall. In the middle of the underground hall, there seemed to be a crystal-clear waterfall suspended in midair. The waterfall fell from the sky, but it did not fall, stopping abruptly in midair. Behind the rank 8 powerhouse, a rank 7 chieftain could not help but look envious, saying softly, "If we can keep cultivating in the Fountain of Life, perhaps we can forge an indestructible body in no time." As soon as he said that, the chieftains beside him showed a look of yearning. The waterfall in front was all the energy purified by the tutelary in the mining area of life for so many years. Once they were allowed to absorb it without restraint, perhaps it would not take long for them to forge a golden body and step into rank 8. With so much energy, if the tutelary did not seal it, once it came into contact with the outside world, it would quickly turn into countless high-ranked life stones. Even to them, high-ranked life stones were not dispensable. If they relied on themselves to absorb energy, even in an environment like the catacombs, to absorb so much energy might take hundreds or even thousands of years. The rank 8 powerhouse in front heard the chieftain's conversation but did not take it seriously. How could they let them cultivate without restraint? These life essences were purified by Willow deity again and again, absorbing and gathering over countless years. In fact, it was prepared for them to go one step further and become a supreme king. Both Willow deity and Willow king wanted to go one step further and had been preparing for it. Unfortunately, they were still a little short and could not enter the supreme. Otherwise, these energies would have been used for a breakthrough long ago. Now that they could open at once to heal their injuries, who knew how much life essence would be lost? If it was not for the fact that the Land of Rebirth powerhouses could walk out of the passageway at any time, they could not expect Willow King and the others to agree to open it. While they were talking, the energy waterfall floating in the air started to ripple. An invisible wave began to spread out. "It's about to start," the level 8 expert said in a low voice. In order to prevent the life essence from flowing away, the waterfall in midair had always been wrapped in a layer of sealed channel solidified by spiritual strength. The so-called opening of the spring of life was to open a door outside the solidified mental energy channel and let the energy flow out. Once the spring of life opens, everyone must absorb it and heal as quickly as possible. The rank 8 powerhouse reminded, Sir Tutelary must maintain the stability of the stronghold and prevent it from shattering. The fountain of life has dispersed. Everyone must hurry, or else Sir will close the passageway at any time. If a hole was opened in the wall of solidified mental power, other parts of the wall might also collapse. Once it shattered, a portion of the energy essence would disperse, while another portion would quickly turn into high-grade energy stones. No matter how pure an energy stone was, it could not compare to the essence of the current energy. It was easy to destroy but hard to maintain stability. Even the willow tree monster had to expend a lot of energy to maintain the stability of the outer barrier so that its energy essence only flowed out through the opening. Especially now that Willow King was not in the city. If there was an unexpected situation, it would be even more troublesome. After the rank 8 powerhouse reminded them, the few chieftains immediately said, "Thank you for the reminder, Venerable Maple. Get ready. The rest of you, disperse. When the spring of life opens later, how much you can absorb depends on your luck." No matter how rich the energy was, it depended on how much you could absorb. If you absorbed too little, the effect would not be great. If you absorbed too much, you might have indigestion and die from overeating. Over the years, the spring of life had opened 3 times, and many people had died from overeating. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone below agreed and dispersed, distributed around the hall. At this moment, the martial artists who could enter the hall were at least rank 5, and most of them were peak rank 5 martial artists. The rest were rank 6 powerhouses. As for the other rank 4 and 5 martial artists, they were guarding the passageway outside. Every time the spring of life opened, some underground monsters would attack. In order to absorb the energy, these monsters were no longer afraid of the tutelary's aura. However, the truly powerful monsters would not take risks. They were usually low-ranked and had low intelligence. Just as everyone in the hall was preparing for the opening of the spring of life. At this moment, Fong Ping had also entered the core area. In front of him, there were a few passageways. Outside each passageway, there were martial artists guarding. Although their abilities were not too strong, mostly rank 4s and a few rank 5s, it still gave Fong Ping a headache. It was not impossible for him to kill these people. However, if he killed these people, the commotion would be too big and attract the attention of the powerhouses inside. That would be troublesome. How do I get in? Fong Ping frowned. Moreover, after entering, if he really obtained the energy essence, how to escape was also a problem. At this moment, he still did not know the specific situation inside. However, there must be a high-ranked powerhouse there. If he was not careful, he would be discovered. If he was discovered, although he could conceal his aura so that the other party could not detect him, if they saw him, they would still kill him. This is not considered stealing, it's considered robbery. The more Fong Ping thought about it, the more his head hurt. However, now the arrow was knocked on the bow and had to be released. If he did not rob it at least once, Old Manly might not be able to be saved. Even if he could be saved, if he maintained this state for too long, Old Manly might not be able to hold on. Even if he was saved, he might not live for long. Hiding at the fork, Fong Ping stared at the martial artists guarding the passageway for a while. After a while, Fong Ping heard someone say loudly, "The Fountain of Life is about to open. Everyone, be on guard, in case the monsters attack." Lord Yimu, the monsters underground have long been wiped out. No monsters will attack, right? It's rare for the Fountain of Life to open. Do you think we can cultivate? Shut up. If you spoil the master's plans, you must die. After the Fountain of Life opens, there will still be life essence left. It's not too late to cultivate. That Lord Yimu left quickly. Fong Ping heard the martial artists guarding start to complain. They could not cultivate when it opened. If they cultivated after it ended, they would not even be able to get a sip of soup. The few of them discussed in low voices. Later, they would take turns to cultivate. As for the matter of guarding, they just had to pretend. Royal City had been established for so many years. Most of the low-ranked monsters nearby had been killed. The high-ranked monsters did not dare to take the risk to come here. They would lose their lives just to absorb some life essence. Those high-ranked monsters would not do such a thing. Is it going to open? Fong Ping scratched his head. Although he did not know the specific details, he could tell from the information from everyone's mouths that after it opened, it would be difficult to open it again. It might be difficult to get the Fountain of Life that was not opened. Fong Ping was not completely clueless about this. Special methods were needed to store the energy essence. It might be sealed somewhere, and he might not be able to get it. Only when it opened would he have a chance. Right, now that these guys are thinking about the opening of the Fountain of Life, will they let their guard down for the high-purity Cultivation 8 energy stone mining area? If it doesn't work, I can scoop up some high-purity energy stones and leave. It's not a loss. Also, it's not easy to deal with it opening so soon. The people from Nanjiang might not come now. It's troublesome. Fong Ping exhaled softly and looked around. After thinking for a while, he suddenly took out his chaos-vanquishing saber, found a secluded place, and started digging. This was a mining area. Even if the willow tree monster noticed the commotion, it would not care, right? It would not be to the extent that the willow tree monster would pay attention to every place every time it mined. No matter how strong its mentality was, it would not be able to maintain a 24-hour surveillance all the time. In reality, in order to open the Fountain of Life, the willow tree monster's attention was not on this place, but on the Fountain of Life. At this moment, even if Fong Ping really cut off some of its roots, the willow tree monster might not care about him. The chaos-vanquishing saber was worthy of being an A-class weapon. Even if there were energy stone mines and rocks below, Fong Ping still quickly dug a deep hole. Fong Ping quickly entered the hole and continued to cover the top of the hole with the rocks above. Then, he gritted his teeth, crouched on the ground, and started digging. A peak rank 4 martial artist, even if there were many rocks below, quickly dug a path. Fong Ping avoided the direction of the guards and followed the energy-rich area, moving forward underground. He cursed in his heart. This trip had almost turned him into a gopher. Dig a hole, dig a hole, dig a hole. Was it easy for him just for some energy stones? While he was still digging, suddenly, a strong wave of energy swept over. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly felt like he was in an ocean of energy. Countless energy particles spread in all directions. It was too strong. The catacombs passageways were actually made up of pure energy particles, but they were too violent and could not be felt after they had completely solidified. At this moment, these energy particles had not solidified, but were spreading continuously. The rocks in the soil were showing signs of energy transformation. It's open. Fong Ping's expression changed. So soon, could he still make it in time? How long would it be open this time? Just as he was thinking about this, a series of squeaks came from underground. Fong Ping heard the sound and looked around. Suddenly, he saw many creatures that looked like rats scurrying around. Mine rats. These were the catacombs creatures that Qin Fengqing said were the most delicious. Fong Ping's eyes suddenly lit up. He might have been too careful. Here, a big movement might be noticed. However, mine rats had always lived near energy mines and often moved around in the mine passageways. The catacombs martial artists did not pay much attention to them because mine rats were too small and could not be considered monsters. The energy they consumed was also very little. Unless the catacombs martial artists wanted to eat something delicious, they would only hunt for mine rats. Otherwise, they would not care too much about the existence of these little things. I'm a mine rat. Fang Ping muttered. I'm a mine rat now. No, I'm even less of a presence than a mine rat, except that I'm slightly bigger. The thick tide of energy came wave after wave, the kind that was very mellow. If this was on Earth, Fang Ping would have started cultivating long ago. Right now, however, he could not care less. He followed the source of the energy and quickly dug a hole. No one would care if a mine rat dug a hole, right? A few minutes later, Fang Ping stopped. In his hand was an energy stone that looked like a cobblestone. Fang Ping's eyes were bright. A high-purity energy ore. He had reached the core area. Without saying a word, Fang Ping immediately stored the energy stone in his storage space. Then, he continued digging forward. At this moment, there were more and more crystalline roots around him. Fang Ping did not pay much attention to them. These roots were just to scare people. Fang Ping saw some mine rats lying on the roots, breathing in and out energy, but he did not see anything wrong with the roots. If he had known that these roots were just to scare people, he would not have been so careful. Ignoring the rats and the roots, Fang Ping continued digging forward. Not long after he left, the roots seemed to be a little slow to react. They only reacted now. With a light shake, the mine rat lying on it instantly turned into a bloody pulp. The roots that had been silent all this time shook. Then, a few thick roots swept around the hole that Fang Ping had just swum past like water snakes. Perhaps they did not find anything or sense any aura, but the roots quickly stopped moving and returned to silence. 8. That's about 500 grams, right? Fang Ping had collected 8 medium-sized high-purity energy stones along the way. Although they were not big, their purity was more than 90%, so they probably weighed about 500 grams. High-purity cultivation-aiding energy stones were extremely valuable. In MCMAU, this thing cost 30 credits a gram. It was extremely expensive. Fang Ping looked up. Perhaps the mining area for high-rank energy stones was right above him, but he dared not stick his head out. He could still hear footsteps above him. Obviously, even though the fountain of life had opened, the guards did not let down their guard. They were much more diligent than the people outside. Fang Ping even sensed a few weak waves of mentality scanning below him. It was not the mentality of a high-ranked powerhouse, but it was similar to the weak mentality emitted by the sapling at the city gate. If Fang Ping had not restrained his aura, he would have been discovered long ago. No wonder there were not many people at the bottom of the mine tunnel. Even a grandmaster would find it difficult to hide from these mentality scans. Maybe a grandmaster with a strong mentality could do it, but if they were strong enough to hide from the sapling scans, they would attract the willow tree monster's attention because they were too strong. The weak could not hide. It was very difficult to hide the aura of an expert from another expert. Forget it. I'll give up on these energy stones first. The fountain of life is right in front. Waves of extremely strong energy were still spreading outwards. Some of the low-purity energy stones in front of Fang Ping were sparkling, showing signs of being converted to high ranks. It was obvious how strong this energy was. He continued forward. The further he went, the harder it was for him to move. The thick energy somewhat restricted his movements. After climbing for a while, Fang Ping suddenly felt much more relaxed. I'm afraid I'm directly below the source of the energy wave. Fang Ping sensed something. Just as he climbed to the bottom, above him, the rank 8 powerhouse was absorbing energy while opening his eyes and looking around, frowning slightly. Around him, a few rank 7 powerhouses were closing their eyes to absorb energy to heal their injuries. Outside, those rank 5 and 6 powerhouses were also doing their best to absorb energy. After watching for a while, he did not find anything unusual. Venerable Maple closed his eyes. He had worried too much. If a powerhouse or a monster really came here, they could hide from him, but they could not hide from the tutelary. And the weak could not come here either. Just as Venerable Maple closed his eyes, in the corner of the hall, a part of the ground arched slightly. A subtle sound, under the impact of the energy tide, disappeared in an instant. A pitch-black head popped out. The next moment, the head suddenly froze. So many people. Fang Ping's heart was about to jump out. He listened carefully for a while just now. He did not hear any sound, so he wanted to pop his head out to take a look. Who knew there were so many people above? Did these people's hearts not beat at all? It was not that their hearts did not beat, but the sound of the energy tide covered this. Fang Ping could only hear the sound of waves of turbulent energy impact. What is this? Making me steal under the noses of so many powerhouses? Isn't this like going to the toilet with a lantern? Fang Ping's heart was about to jump out. He suspected that if it were not for the fact that his heart had been honed and modified, just this would have scared him to death. The person at the front was shining with golden light. This was obviously a golden body powerhouse, and less than 2 meters away from Fang Ping's head, there was another person sitting cross-legged on the ground. His butt was facing him, so close that he could smell his fart clearly. He wanted to swallow, but Fang Ping did not dare. If he was heard, he would die. It was too scary. He wanted to go home. Facing a rank 8, no, there was a rank 9 tree demon above him. This was not something a rank 4 could do. That bastard Qin Fengqin was so arrogant, but he almost wet his pants when he met the Jiao. No matter how dangerous the Jiao was, it would not be as dangerous as here, right? Suppressing the throbbing in his heart, Fang Ping lifted his head slightly. At this moment, he also saw the crystal-clear energy waterfall. Waves of extremely concentrated energy were spilling out continuously. Everyone in the concourse was absorbing the overflowing energy madly. The waterfall seemed to be real. The sound of water crashing could be heard continuously. The waves were turbulent, making whistling sounds. In the concourse, there was even a light drizzle. The energy was too concentrated. It gathered into countless small raindrops and fell, turning into rice grain-sized energy stones. Fang Ping lifted his head. Many raindrops fell into his mouth, instantly turning into a strong wave of energy that began to rush into his internal organs. How much energy is there? It's too scary. MCMAU's energy room is nothing. It's too trashy. It's not the same concept at all. The refreshing feeling of the overflowing energy almost made Fang Ping lose himself in the pleasure of cultivation. He could not help but close his eyes. In the next moment, Fang Ping suddenly woke up, looking for death. Will these people be like me, addicted to this pleasure? I don't have any energy waves. As long as they don't open their eyes, they won't notice my existence. But if they open their eyes, I'll be dead. It was too dangerous. Fang Ping looked at the waterfall-like energy river in front of him again. The overflowing energy now was just a drop in the ocean compared to the waterfall. Should I do it or not? Should I do it or not? Fang Ping was burning with anxiety. He could not wait any longer. Once everyone had finished cultivating or absorbed to the limit and could not absorb any more, someone might open their eyes. Right now, it was right under the nose of a rank 8, moreover, above the waterfall, countless huge roots were entwining around the concourse. Those were the willow tree monster's roots. The willow tree monster probably uses its aura or mentality to sense its target. But I've restrained my aura, so I don't actually exist. No, clothes. Can the aura on clothes be shielded? Fang Ping was not sure. Humans might not be able to distinguish so clearly, but it was hard to say for the willow tree monster. Thinking of this, Fang Ping immediately burrowed underground. After a while, he emerged again. Other than endless soil, there were no clothes on Fang Ping's body. Now, the willow tree monster can't sense me either, right? The soil's aura is everywhere. Fang Ping did not even dare to breathe. Taking advantage of the surging energy tide, he squeezed his body upward, leaving the ground entirely. Looking at the martial artist who was emitting golden light not far away, Fang Ping shifted his gaze immediately, not daring to look at him for too long. Unfortunately, he was not strong enough. If he were a level 7 expert, he might be able to kill a level 8 expert with one strike and destroy his indestructible body. After a moment of regret, Fang Ping stopped thinking about it. As long as he was strong enough, even if he could not kill his opponent this time, he could still do it next time. Since he was already here, he might as well take the risk. As long as they did not open their eyes, they would not be able to see him. If he opened his eyes, thinking of this, Fang Ping retreated underground once more. No, he had to dig a hole under the waterfall. Once someone opened their eyes, he would escape into the hole immediately. However, the chances of him being crushed to death were not small. Even if a rank 8 powerhouse could not find him, he could still crush him to death if he released his mentality pressure. However, Fang Ping was betting that the other party would not unleash his aura recklessly. At this moment, there were many rank 5 and 6 martial artists in the hall, and Fang Ping's mentality was stronger than theirs. If he was crushed to death, none of these people would be able to live. It would depend on whether the rank 8 would let these people be buried with him. These people were the elites of gigantic Willow City. Even a rank 8 might not dare to kill them wantonly. Thinking of this, Fang Ping did not delay drilling underground and continued to dig a hole. This time, he did not penetrate. When he reached the surface, Fang Ping stopped and continued to drill back. I'll take a gamble. The bold ones will be stuffed to death, and the timid ones will starve to death. As long as it's not an instant kill, I have the confidence to escape. But do I really want to take a gamble? Why don't I wait for everyone to leave, then try again? Fang Ping looked up at the energy waterfall again. Looking carefully, Fang Ping frowned slightly. Outside the energy waterfall, a layer of ripples kept shaking. Fang Ping was not an ordinary rank 4. His mentality was also very strong. At this moment, he had a judgment in his heart. A solidified barrier created by mentality. It's similar to Old Man Chen's confinement of Qin Fengqing. However, that was temporary, and it could only confine weaklings like Qin Fengqing. Such a huge amount of energy was not something that Old Man Chen could confine. At least a rank 9 would have a chance. Moreover, if he wanted to confine it for a long time, he would probably need to spend a lot of energy. Is Willow Tree Monster stabilizing the barrier, or is gigantic Willow City's king stabilizing it? No, maybe Willow King is not in the city. Fang Ping did not know whether his judgment was right or wrong. He could only make such a judgment because there would definitely be gigantic Willow City powerhouses guarding the passageway. Gigantic Willow City currently only had 2 rank 8s. One here and one rank 8 could not guard the passageway. What Fang Ping did not know was that the rank 8 had already gone to keep an eye on Cretaceous City. Willow King was personally guarding the passageway. If only Willow Tree Monster is here, in order to stabilize the barrier, I'm afraid it won't make a move. If the barrier is broken because of a nobody like me, then this energy will overflow and disperse. With so much energy, it won't be difficult to create a few high ranks, right? At this moment, Fang Ping's heart was constantly fluctuating. It was too dangerous. It was so dangerous that he really did not want to do it, but he was somewhat unwilling. Moreover, if he did not do it, how long could Old Manly last? His mentality was destroyed, and his golden body was broken. The reason why he was still alive now was because Old Man Li's mentality was too weak and could not be released, so it was not obliterated. The remaining mentality, combined with the broken golden body, had kept him alive until now. Returning to the human world might have a way to save him. But when could he go back? If he lingered for too long, Old Man Li might really die. If he really died like this, then he might as well have died before. At least he would have died with a bang. If he died like this now, that would be too useless. With these energy essences, I can help him reconstruct his half-golden body, right? Once the golden body is restored, he won't die. Old man, do you know that you've made a fortune? That day, you used a little discount in exchange for my life. If I knew this would happen, you might as well not hang on to your last breath. If you die, I'll avenge you. Right now, you're neither alive nor dead. Am I supposed to just watch you die like this? If Li Chongqing really died, Fang Ping would just avenge him at most. But if he did not die, was he supposed to just watch him die in such a useless way? His thoughts fluctuated violently again. He would take the risk. Fang Ping's gaze regained its calmness. He did not look at the few people in front of him anymore. Instead, he turned his head sideways and swept a glance at the rank 5 and 6 martial artists. Very good, they were all cultivating with their eyes closed. That was true. Fang Ping had never seen anyone cultivating with their eyes open. Those people in front of him, if he took a peek later, none of them would open their eyes, right? Instead of walking on the ground, Fang Ping used the flight step and flew up. Although he used the flight step, there were no vitality or energy fluctuations around Fang Ping. This was the freakishness of the energy shield. Without looking with the naked eye, no one would notice that there was an extra person in the sky. Fang Ping felt that he could make a cameo appearance as an assassin in the future. The energy waterfall was still gushing out energy continuously. Fang Ping could already feel the existence of the small door. I can't rely on this to gush out. It's not enough. I have to enter, open up the storage space, and fill it up. But once I intercept it, I'll be discovered very soon. Fang Ping had already realized where the trouble lay. This was not sneaky. As long as he intercepted the energy, these people would come back to their senses very soon. Fang Ping glanced at the distance between the energy waterfall and the rank 8 martial artist at the front. Once the energy supply was cut off, the other party would sense that something was wrong in a second at most. Opening his eyes, outburst, at most 2 seconds, how far underground could he escape in 2 seconds? Escaping underground is much slower. I need time to land on the ground. I can escape up to 50 meters at most. If he unleashes his full outburst, and scrupulous, I'm dead meat. 50 meters was still within the range of a rank 8's pressure. At this moment, the only thing he could bet on was that the other party would not massacre all powerhouses below the high ranks. If he hesitated for a moment, Fang Ping could escape 100 meters away, out of his coverage range. Even if he unleashed an outburst, he would not be able to kill himself. I'll bet. With that thought in mind, Fang Ping moved. He dashed into the invisible passageway in a flash, opened up the storage space, and began to absorb rapidly. Countless energy tides pressed down on Fang Ping until he was almost flushed out. The commotion was slightly too big. At this moment, the energy supply had not been cut off yet. The rank 8 powerhouse's eyelids trembled slightly, showing signs of opening his eyes. Fang Ping roared in his heart, absorb quickly. 1 cubic meter was not big, but the energy flow was not fast either. Fang Ping had no choice but to take a step deeper, pressing his palm on the energy waterfall. With this press, the passageway suddenly trembled. The energy supply had not been cut off yet, but the willow tree monster sensed that something was wrong. Someone was stealing life essence. At this moment, the storage space was not full yet, but Fang Ping had already realized that a disaster was imminent. How would he dare to continue taking more? Without thinking, Fang Ping dashed straight to the ground, not caring about the commotion he caused, dashing into the underground entrance in the blink of an eye. He had just landed on the ground when the rank 8 powerhouse opened his eyes. Then, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, mentality enveloping the area instantly. Pfft! Fang Ping only felt that his internal organs were about to explode. His mentality was also about to explode. Enduring the pain, he drilled into the ground instantly. The moment he drilled into the ground, the rank 8 golden body powerhouse's expression changed. Without thinking, he slammed his palm on the ground. The concourse shook violently. At this moment, everyone was wide awake. Because of the turbulence, some people who were in the midst of breaking through to the next realm spat out blood instantly. Energy exploded, and a few people exploded in an instant. Venerable Maple. A few rank 7 chieftains also had blood spilling out of their mouths. They opened their eyes slightly later, and were in the midst of healing, so they did not see Fang Ping's figure. Seeing Venerable Maple's rage, they could not help but look shocked. Venerable Maple did not pay attention to them. His brows furrowed slightly, and he slammed his palm on the ground again. In the concourse, a few people exploded again. Just as Venerable Maple was about to sweep with his mentality, he saw this scene and frowned instantly. If this went on, anyone below rank 7 would be killed by him. Lifting his head to take a look at the fountain of life, Willow Deity was already sealing the passageway. A hint of anger flashed in Venerable Maple's eyes. He was afraid that he had angered Willow Deity this time. At this moment, Willow Deity was sealing the passageway, probably not in the mood to care about anything else. Someone has stolen the fountain of life and escaped underground. Everyone, arrest this person immediately. Venerable Maple let out a low roar, his voice reverberating throughout the underground. Without waiting for the others to react, Venerable Maple smashed the ground with his palm. Large amounts of rocks and soil splashed up. This time, there was no mentality mixed in. The others had also withdrawn from their cultivation, so they were not too affected. After checking for a while, a piece of soil stained with red blood flew into his hand. After sensing it slightly, Venerable Maple's expression changed greatly. He shouted, "Land of Rebirth martial artists, seal all passageways. Seal Royal City. Jiao Mu, Lu Feng, seal the city at once. Lu Yi, Mu Qing, seal the underground. The rest of you, dig underground and look for the underground passageway." At the same time that he gave the order, this rank 8 powerhouse's mentality spread out and began to check the underground passageway. Very soon, the passageway route that Fang Ping escaped was clearly detected by him. Venerable Maple chased after him at lightning speed. In the end, halfway through, the winding passageway branched into a few more forks. Venerable Maple's mentality spread out, but he discovered 2 passageways. One was the passageway that Fang Ping came from. The other was the passageway that was reopened when he escaped. Just as Venerable Maple was about to continue probing and searching, a powerful mentality surged over. "Help me seal off the fountain of life." At this moment, in the concourse far away, the energy waterfall was still surging continuously. Although a portion of the opening that was opened earlier was sealed, there was still a portion that was overflowing with energy. Forcefully sealing off the mentality barrier all of a sudden had caused the solidified barrier to become unstable. Venerable Maple's expression changed again. He shouted, "Investigate to the south. The thief is escaping to the south." Having said that, Venerable Maple flew back quickly. The fountain of life was the most important matter. The thief had stolen a portion of the life essence, but it was only a drop in the bucket. Once the barrier was broken, all the life essence would overflow. When the king returned, he could kill him, underground. Fang Ping forcefully swallowed the blood and internal organ fragments, his entire body scurried forward at lightning speed, opening up a new passageway. Ignoring the angry shouts and roars behind him, Fang Ping concealed his entire aura. However, even if he was escaping now, he could not cover up the underground passageway. Behind him, although the rank 8 powerhouses did not give chase anymore, there were still rank 7 powerhouses who began to emit mentality and chase after him rapidly along the passageway. "Old Manly is still at the inn. Although I've covered up a portion of the passageway that I came from, if they really investigate carefully, they'll find out where the inn is sooner or later. Once they find out, Old Manly will die without a doubt. I still have to go back. I'll bring him along and escape together." Fang Ping endured the pain of his internal organs shattering and surged forward at lightning speed. The mentality behind him was already getting closer and closer. This kind of trail is too obvious. The next moment, Fang Ping suddenly burrowed upward, burrowing through the passageway instantly and entering the mine cave. After entering the mine cave, he concealed his aura. There were no new traces. The other party would need to spend some effort to find him. As soon as he burrowed out, Fang Ping heard the guards' roars and the sound of sabers and swords slicing through the air. Fang Ping did not waste any time. The chaos-vanquishing saber appeared in an instant. Blood mixed with internal organ fragments spurted out from his mouth instantly. His mentality surged and the Chengdao disappeared in a flash. The 2 people in front of him were first pierced by blood arrows in their throats, then their heads were cut off by the Chengdao. Without giving the 2 of them a second look, Fang Ping stepped on the air and flew hundreds of meters forward. With a punch, he blasted open the top of the passageway, burrowed in, and continued to open up new passageways. After doing this several times, Fang Ping himself felt a little dizzy and disoriented. Am I F** King heading in the direction of the inn? Fang Ping was a little unconfident, however, at this moment, he could not care less. Behind him, a few strong auras were hot on his tail. Even if he kept opening up new passageways, he could not shake them off completely. Fang Ping felt a little regretful that he brought Old Manly along this time. Otherwise, he might not be able to escape alone. If he really wanted to hide, he could hide his aura and find a random hole to burrow into. The other party might not be able to find him quickly. However, he was a little careless before coming here, leaving behind the passageway he came here. It was not that Fang Ping was careless. At that time, he was afraid of alarming willow tree monster, so he did not dare to open up passageways recklessly. Fang Ping did not think too much about it. He opened up underground passageways one after another. Very soon, Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. He gritted his teeth and burrowed out. Boom! In the next moment, Fong Ping smashed the ground and burrowed out from underground instantly. At this moment, he happened to be on the main street. As soon as he burrowed out, the two chieftain-level powerhouses who came out earlier came walking on the air. The sound of them piercing through the air was especially sharp. Fong Ping had long expected this scene. He did not raise his head, burrowing into a shop next to him instantly. Without even looking, his Chongdao slashed out instantly, beheading a few people in the shop. Then, he smashed the ground with a punch again and burrowed in. As soon as he burrowed into the ground, the shop broke into pieces instantly. The two chieftain-level powerhouses did not care at all, smashing the shop into pieces with one palm. When they sensed that his aura had disappeared once again, the two chieftain-level powerhouses flew into a rage. At this moment, at the place where Fong Ping had burrowed out earlier, a chieftain-level powerhouse flew out too. Seeing the smashed shop, his brows furrowed slightly. Citywide martial law. Thieves have broken in. All generals, listen to the transfer order and arrest the thieves. Close the city gates. One of the chieftain-level powerhouses roared. Then, he smashed the ground with another punch. Seeing the hole in the ground, he let out a cold humph, his mentality continuing to search along the hole. The thief's ability was not strong. It was hard to determine his specific realm for now, but he was definitely not above the chieftain level. In Royal City, this bastard could not escape. In the next moment, a rank 7 powerhouse punched out, smashing a shop in the distance into pieces. The people in the shop were killed instantly. As for Fong Ping's aura, it disappeared in a flash, continuing to disappear without a trace. Bastard! A chieftain-level powerhouse roared angrily. They had already understood the thief's intention. If this went on, even if they could kill Fong Ping, it would cause a huge loss. Fong Ping, who had no aura, was very difficult to track down. They could only pursue him through the underground passageway. Naturally, their speed had slowed down. Moreover, this fellow did not keep digging holes. He darted everywhere. Once he leaped out of the ground, if no one attacked, they would lose track of him very quickly. They could only choose to attack and kill Fong Ping. Seeing that many shops had been destroyed, a chieftain-level powerhouse shouted, "Everyone, get into the houses. Don't go out. Don't make any noise." There were many people on the streets now. If the other party had blended in, it would be very difficult to find him. However, as long as there was no one on the streets, there were not many places that Fong Ping could run to. No one dared to retort when a powerhouse was angry. A large number of people began to enter the houses or the shops next to them. Many people were trembling with fear. At this moment, a chieftain-level powerhouse suddenly attacked. Without saying a word, he smashed a house next to the street into pieces. Fong Ping was only hit by the aftermath. At this moment, he felt his internal organs shattering. A mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs sprayed out. "I can't escape from this?" Fong Ping's head was a little dizzy. Underground, a powerhouse was chasing after him along the passageway. On the ground, the whole city was silent now. As soon as he popped his head, even if he did not reveal his aura, there would still be some sounds coming from underground. A high-ranked powerhouse's hearing was too strong. They could sense the slightest sound immediately. The other party did not care about death. Sensing it, he attacked with one move. Fong Ping was almost smacked to death just now. The powerhouse's aura behind him was getting clearer and clearer. At this moment, Fong Ping did not dare to show his head. Am I really going to die for my wanton actions? I've underestimated these fellows. If this was Sino Nation, he might really run away. At least Sino Nation's grandmasters would not simply smash a house into pieces with one palm. A gentleman could be deceived. Encountering these fellows in the catacombs who did not treat the lower class as humans, there was really nothing he could do. What should I do? Fong Ping suddenly thought of something. He continued to dig holes. This time, he was digging backwards. When there are more underground passageways and it's messy, let's see how those fellows can find me when they can't sense my aura. Once the passageway overlapped with the previous one, there would be many possible escape routes. Fong Ping would then have time to catch his breath. Moreover, he could also cover up the passageway he came from, delaying Old Man Li's discovery. It's not that easy to kill me. Right now, Fang Ping's biggest regret was that he did not have an iron head. Otherwise, he could dig holes even faster. He could directly dig holes under the royal city. Let's see how these fellows would find him. With the energy shield, these fellows could not find him. They could not even kill him in a second. If you're so capable, cover the whole city with your mentality and crush everyone in the city to death. It'll be worth it even if I die with them. If these rank 7 and 8 powerhouses, plus the willow tree monster, really wanted to cover the whole city inch by inch with their mentality, Fang Ping would almost have no way out. However, he would not have a way out. The whole city would have to die with him. Would these people dare to? I'm still not strong enough. Otherwise, I'll go out and provoke them now. That'll be great. Fang Ping found joy in his misery. He dug holes madly. Very soon, he opened up a passageway that was connected to the previous escape route. In the next moment, Fang Ping disappeared on the spot. Underground, a chieftain caught up with him instantly, his eyes revealing a hint of resentment. Where did that fellow run off to? On the left was the path he dug out from underground earlier. On the right was the path he had just escaped to the surface. The place he was at was the path Fang Ping had just fought his way back. If he could sense his aura, he would not even have to think about it. But now, it was really difficult to chase. After this, the underground of the royal city must be changed to life crystals. The chieftain humphed. Next time, when everything was changed to life crystals, even if they were crystals that had depleted all their energy, it would not be so easy to dig through. Unfortunately, for so many years, the royal city had not really considered enemies escaping underground. Moreover, for high ranks, even if they were underground, there was not much difference between them and the surface. Auras could not be concealed. When you dug holes, there would always be energy fluctuations. However, at this moment, Fang Ping showed them that the underground was not hard enough. That was also a big flaw in defense. You can't escape. Intense mentality fluctuations, mixed with an angry roar, echoed continuously in the underground pit. Amidst his anger, the chieftain was also slightly puzzled. Even if the other party did not have any aura, where did the fountain of life go? After all, that was the life essence that carried a huge amount of energy. Why was there no movement? The land of rebirth. At this moment, a few chieftains who were chasing after him felt a ripple in their hearts. Were all the powerhouses from the land of rebirth so difficult to deal with? Bang, a loud sound rang out, and a part of the underground tunnel collapsed. Fang Ping hid in a small hole, not moving an inch, like a lifeless rock. Buzz. Some of the stones on the ground suddenly shattered. This was a high-ranked powerhouse, using his mentality to probe inch by inch, crushing all suspicious targets. Fang Ping had still underestimated the strength of high-ranked powerhouses. These powerhouses' control of mentality had already reached the point of perfection. After having a direction, under deliberate control, they would only attack underground. It was not to the point where the entire city would die with Fang Ping. The reason he managed to escape the rank 8's mentality pressure earlier was because Fang Ping had disappeared abruptly and lost his direction. The other party was afraid of accidentally injuring others, which was why Fang Ping had the chance. Now, the few rank 7 powerhouses were not afraid of accidentally injuring anyone. Right now, the only one wandering underground was Fang Ping. Everyone else, including the middle and low-ranked guards, had already evacuated. In a situation where they could not find Fang Ping's exact whereabouts, these powerhouses adopted a sweeping search. Even if it was extremely exhausting, they did not hesitate. In King City, someone had broken in and stolen the Spring of Life. If they couldn't kill the thief in the end, the king and Willow deity wouldn't let them off easily. Fang Ping did not move an inch. A rank 7 powerhouse's coverage area was limited. The royal city was huge. The aftermath waves emitted by these mentality could not do anything to him, unless he happened to be in the center of the coverage area. At this moment, Fang Ping was not worried about these rank 7 powerhouses. Instead, it was the countless crystalline roots at his side. These roots seemed to have lost their lives and were purely decorations. However, Fang Ping could already feel that these roots were reviving. On the other side of the hall, perhaps the psychic energy solidification barrier was about to be repaired. Fang Ping did not know how powerful a rank 9 was, or how powerful these roots were, but he knew that a rank 9 was definitely stronger than he had imagined. Especially this kind of tree demon that he didn't understand at all. Who knew if these roots could track his whereabouts after the willow tree monster was revived? Even if he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to escape anymore. Even if the willow tree monster couldn't detect his breath, it would still cause vibrations when he dug a hole. These roots were equivalent to the hair of the willow tree demon. If one were to move around the hair, the vibration would definitely be sensed. When that time came, even if there was no aura, they could still quickly discover Fang Ping. There's not much time left. I need to escape from the underground before the tree demon fully awakens. Fang Ping was well aware of this. Otherwise, if the tree demon were to awaken, he would have nowhere to run. Continue to run deeper underground. It's still too shallow now. The key was that the deeper the hole, the greater the pressure. Even if Fang Ping really went deep underground, it was not impossible for him to be crushed to death. Furthermore, it was extremely difficult to move around in the depths. If one was blocked, it would be very difficult to escape. However, at this time, Fang Ping could not care less. If he continued to move around on the surface, once the tree demon awakened, he would be dead for sure. When the mentality probing nearby disappeared, Fang Ping did not hesitate. He picked up the chaos-vanquishing saber and dug deep into the ground. He had only been digging for a while when some of the rocks above him instantly shattered, and waves of spiritual pressure instantly descended. Fang Ping did not care. He used all his strength and dug deeper. They dug through the veins, dug out the rocks, dug out the water source. After digging a few dozen meters deep, Fang Ping was surprised to find a passageway underground. A ready-made passageway. This is a drainage pipe? Fang Ping was extremely surprised. Deep beneath King City, there was actually a developed city drainage system. It was not on the surface, but deep underground. Perhaps they were worried that the surface was too shallow, making it easy for people to sneak in and steal the energy stones, or perhaps willow tree monster's roots were on the surface, so King City set up the drainage system deep underground. Anyway, to the catacombs powerhouses, opening a passageway deep underground was not too difficult. Previously, Fang Ping had been moving around on the surface. He had thought that the catacomb city did not have a drainage system at all. Now, Fang Ping was really surprised. That's true. A city with millions of people, the environment is not bad. How could it not have this? Although Fang Ping was surprised, he was instantly pleasantly surprised. There was always a way out. Deep underground was a drainage passageway that extended in all directions. How could those fellows find him now? Even God doesn't want me to die. Fang Ping was wild with joy. He did not care about the unbearable stench inside the passageway. In an instant, he found a fork and rushed in. Run first, think later. Not long after he left, a few chief-level powerhouses rushed down from the passageway that had just been opened above. They entered the passageway, frowning slightly. High-ranked powerhouses had a strong sense of smell. The pungent smell made them a little uncomfortable. However, they did not care about this. One of them said in a low voice, he entered the underground passageway. Now, it was really a little troublesome. These passageways led to various places in the royal city. There were even some outside the city. When the city was built back then, because willow deity's roots covered the city's underground surface, almost no one had considered that someone would attack the city from underground. Even if there was, it would be when willow deity died. If willow deity was dead, the city might not be able to defend itself. But now, willow deity was still alive. The enemy did not attack the city from the underground passageway. Instead, he penetrated the ground from inside the city and escaped into the passageway. Now, it was difficult. The few of them looked at each other, feeling a little helpless. If they were to fight head-on, they could kill that cunning little thief with a slap, but now, the other party did not show up at all. He was even more cunning than a mine rat. No matter how powerful they were, if they could not find the person, it was useless. One of the chief level had a fiery temper. With a slap, he smashed the passageway on one side into pieces. He said angrily, then destroy all the passageways. Start attacking the passageways from the outside. Bury that thief underground. After burying Fang Ping, they would search inch by inch. If they had the ability, they could continue digging. If they dug any deeper, the squeezing pressure underground would squeeze the other party until he exploded. Even for high-ranked powerhouses, it was not that easy to dig all the way underground. The huge pressure would increase the deeper they went. In the end, it could even squeeze the high-ranked powerhouses until they exploded. As soon as he said that, the others did not say anything. It was easy to say. If these passageways were really destroyed and collapsed, a lot of the royal city would be destroyed too. The royal city did not belong to them. It belonged to Willow King and Willow Deity. To destroy the royal city for the sake of catching a thief, the mistakes outweighed the merits. Continue searching. No one followed up. Among the others, one of them said to continue searching, which also meant that they had rejected the first person's opinion. The person with the fiery temper was just saying it. If they really destroyed the royal city, when the king returned, even if he did not kill him, he would not have an easy time. The few chief levels did not utter a word. They each followed the different passageway directions and continued searching. Their hearts were filled with frustration. It was even more frustrating than fighting head-on with the Land of Rebirth powerhouses yesterday. Although it was dangerous yesterday and the outcome was cruel, for powerhouses, fighting head-on, killing others or being killed, was acceptable. Now, a mine rat-like martial artist who was much weaker than them was causing them to run around in circles. This was their humiliation. If they had the guts, come out and fight, the few powerhouses could not wait to roar. Even if they were killed when they came out, they would still feel better than now. It was too frustrating, in the passageway. Fang Ping shook his head. Right now, his injuries were not light. Or rather, extremely serious. The most serious injury was still in the underground hall earlier. Although the rank 8 did not hit him with full force, that mentality impact and the subsequent slap on the ground had shaken Fang Ping's mentality to the point of dispersing. His vital organs were severely damaged, and he almost exploded. Later, when a few rank 7s chased after him, his injuries had worsened. I almost tortured myself to death. Fang Ping swallowed a resurrection pill. After saving Old Manly, he had more than 10 resurrection pills left. He had purposely kept them to save his life. After swallowing one, his injuries did not seem to improve at all. Fang Ping felt a little helpless. His injuries were too serious, even more serious than when he fought with Wang Jinyang last time. In desperation, he swallowed the remaining 2 pills. Only then did he feel that his internal organs were no longer exploding. If I knew this would happen, I would have taken the pills from Xianxia. Fang Ping was regretting it now. It was just a few pills. He should have just accepted them. Now, he was so seriously injured. He had even used up the healing pills. If he was injured again, he would really be at the mercy of others. But I still have energy essence. Fang Ping was overjoyed. Although he did not fill up his storage space earlier, it was now more than half full. This was energy essence. Its effect was stronger than high-purity energy stones. Healing was a piece of cake. But I can't use it now. The energy is too strong. It'll be easily sensed. Fang Ping dared not use energy essence to heal now. After recovering slightly, Fang Ping had a headache again. What about Old Manly? Right now, if he really wanted to leave, he could rush forward along the passageway. He would eventually walk out of Royal City's boundary. But if he left, Old Manly would probably die. Royal City was now sealed. They were still trying to capture him. They probably did not have time to care about others. But if they could not find him, they would find Old Manly sooner or later. If I knew this would happen, I would have left him outside the city. Being eaten by monsters is better than staying in the city. I still have to go back. Fang Ping looked above his head. Where was the inn? If he could dig a tunnel straight to the inn, that would be fine. If he could escape to the underground drainage pipe in time, he might be able to escape. But now he was dizzy from running. Who would remember where the inn was? The inn is in the south. The energy concentration in the south is lower. Forget it. It's hard to judge from underground now. Also, the difference isn't big. The inn belongs to the outer city. There are more ordinary people in the outer city. More polluted water is produced. Maybe I can judge from this. Fang Ping walked along the drainage pipe and began to observe carefully. Fortunately, the inner city of Royal City was not like the central city. The inner city was not in the center of the city. Otherwise, it would be hard to find. The inner city of Royal City was considered the North City. The other directions were the outer city. There was no reason for the underground drainage pipe to drain into the city. It must be flowing outward. Following the direction of the drainage, he should be able to distinguish the inner and outer city. 10 minutes later. Fang Ping carefully poked his head out from the ground. If there was an underground drainage pipe, there would naturally be an outlet. This saved him the trouble of digging a tunnel himself. At this moment, the city no longer prohibited residents from going out. In a city with millions of people, if people were not allowed to go out, it would interfere with the operation of the entire royal city. After Fang Ping entered the underground tunnel, the chieftains felt that the probability of capturing him was not high. Although there were still high ranks patrolling in the sky, they were not as strict as before. In the city, a large number of martial artists were investigating and searching. The probability of them pretending was higher. At this moment, the people of Royal City had not considered that Fang Ping would bring someone in. Under normal circumstances, if there were accomplices to do such a big thing, they would have created chaos when Fang Ping was arrested. When he was arrested earlier, there was no big chaos. The possibility of accomplices was not high. Fang Ping turned his head gently. Right now, there were many people in the city. The sound of footsteps was chaotic. A little noise like this would not be noticed. He looked around. It seemed like he had been here before when he entered the city, but he was not familiar with it. However, Fang Ping was familiar with it very soon, a shop that exchanged energy stones. Before entering the city, Fang Ping had the deepest impression of these few shops. It's here. The inn is about 1,500 meters northeast. Fang Ping had an idea in his mind immediately. With a landmark building, it would be much easier to find the place. With an idea, Fang Ping continued to dive. Very soon, he returned to the underground tunnel and walked along the pipe in the northeast direction. Not long after Fang Ping left, countless crystal-clear roots began to wander along the tunnel he went up earlier. In the city, the giant willow tree's treetop moved slightly. At this moment, the fountain of life was already sealed. The treetop moved slightly. In the blink of an eye, the chieftains, including the rank 8 powerhouse, seemed to have received a message. They appeared at the place where Fang Ping's had emerged earlier. He came up. Venerable Maple checked. There were traces of someone passing through the underground drainage. Venerable Maple's expression was cold and stern. Very quickly, he asked, why didn't he escape? In the depths of the underground, the chieftains had already given up on capturing him. Why did he not escape? Following the drainage pipe, he ran all the way out of the city. The world was vast. A guy without any aura was almost impossible to be discovered. As he spoke, Venerable Maple did not care about the dirty and messy passageway. He quickly passed through the passageway. The others followed one after another. Entering the underground, Venerable Maple looked around and frowned. He didn't leave. This means that there's still something he wants in the city. Send out the gigantic Willow Divine Guards immediately and investigate. Lord Tutelary has already awakened. However, he's in the outer city. Lord Tutelary's power can't extend here. He might not be able to kill him. Pay attention to his movements. Once he's discovered, kill him without mercy. Although the willow tree monster was powerful, its trunk was at least 10 li away from here. Although its roots had spread here, it was too far away from the trunk. The roots might still have some power. It could kill some weaklings, but it might not be able to kill powerhouses. Although the thief did not have the strength of a chieftain, judging from his digging speed, he was not too weak either. Venerable Maple felt that the possibility of him being killed was not high. The chieftains received the order and spread out, listening carefully for any movements. It's here. It should be about time. Fang Ping raised his head and looked. Above him was almost the location of the inn. As for whether it was the location of the small courtyard he stayed in, it was too precise. He could not estimate it. Let's go up first. There was a drainage outlet here. The probability of entering the inn directly was not high. Maybe it was outside the inn. However, Fang Ping did not care anymore. It was better than digging himself. Moreover, Fang Ping was not stupid. It had been so long. The willow tree monster might have already been free. Digging a hole was so loud. What if it sensed it? Fang Ping climbed up quickly along the drainage pipe. After climbing for a while, Fang Ping seemed to feel something. His expression changed instantly. There seemed to be something wriggling around the drainage pipe. Fang Ping stopped climbing immediately. Instead, he consumed his vitality and floated in the air. Is it a tree root? Why is it so sensitive? The sound of his crawling was not loud. The reason why he did not rise was because the drainage pipe was too narrow. It was more difficult to rise in the air. It was easier to climb. Some sweat seeped out of Fang Ping's forehead. He did not care anymore. He would go up first. Thinking of this, Fang Ping floated up with difficulty. He was only a rank 4. Without leverage, it was still difficult to rise in the air. Soon, Fang Ping floated up to the drainage outlet above. At this moment, the aura of many martial artists appeared above. There were more orderly footsteps. Have I been discovered? They're on lockdown again. Fang Ping felt helpless. What should he do now? As long as he entered the inn, he would definitely be discovered. Although Old Man Li's injuries were extremely serious, he still had a weak vitality. It was not obvious in the city, but once he went underground, he would be extremely conspicuous. If he brought Old Man Li along, it would be much more dangerous. The energy shield could not cover Old Man Li. I wonder if I can stuff him into the storage space? I don't think so. Fang Ping had tried before. He stuffed a living creature in, but it did not work. Killing it was not a problem, though. If he wanted to stuff Old Man Li in, he would have to kill him first. However, if he did not bring him away now, with the current situation, he might be discovered very soon. Facing a few rank 7 and 8, maybe even a rank 9. I've really gone overboard this time. A ruthless glint flashed in Fang Ping's eyes. He could not care so much anymore. In the next moment, Fang Ping opened the drainage outlet and appeared on the street in an instant. The inn was right opposite him. His sudden appearance was still somewhat conspicuous. However, Fang Ping dared not open the passageway again. It would be too easy to be discovered. A clay figurine appearing on the streets all of a sudden was still extremely eye-catching. Just as Fang Ping appeared, someone shouted loudly. Very quickly, some armored warriors beside him rushed over. In the sky, a powerful aura was also flying over rapidly. Fang Ping did not delay. He leaped up and entered the inn by midair step. At a glance, he saw the small courtyard he was staying in. He rushed into the small courtyard. At the corner of the wall, the meat lump was still there. Fang Ping grabbed the meat lump. Outside, the rank 7 aura was already approaching. Fang Ping could not care less about going back the way he came. He grabbed the meat lump directly and drilled into the passageway under the bed. This time, the tree roots, which had not moved at all before, shot towards him at high speed as soon as he got down from the tree. Fang Ping had expected this. He punched out with a punch. Without looking, he continued to sneak down. The tree root was repelled. In the next moment, countless root hairs continued to shoot toward him. Fang Ping blocked a few of them, but the others were like divine weapons, piercing countless bloody holes in Fang Ping's back in an instant. Even his bones were penetrated, his honed bones were now like tofu cubes. The attack power of the roots was not too strong. However, their sharpness was beyond imagination. Large amounts of blood spurted out. Fang Ping's face turned pale instantly. Old Man Li, we're done for this time. I can only take a gamble. Can you do it or not? Having said that, a large amount of energy essence appeared out of thin air, enveloping the meat lump directly. Even if you're stuffed to death, it's still better than both of us being skewered into meat skewers. Recover some of your strength and at least kill a few of them. Fang Ping growled. He did not care how many holes appeared on his body. At least he would not die now. He would think about it after entering the underground drainage. The meatball was absorbing the energy essence madly. Fang Ping could feel Old Man Li's madness. Some parts of the meatball were exploding. So be it. It's better than dying a useless death. Fang Ping growled. Normally, he would have cursed Old Manly for being so crazy and wasteful. However, at this moment, death was imminent. He did not care about this. Beside him, the roots were going crazy. The willow tree monster seemed to feel that the thief was consuming its accumulated life essence. Countless roots penetrated the soil, attacking Fang Ping madly. He was about 10 li away from the center of the roots. However, these roots were still very powerful. Every hit could kill a rank 4. Combined with its toughness and sharpness, a normal rank 5 powerhouse might be killed. The power of a rank 9 was obvious. If it was in the inner city, a rank 6 might be killed by these roots. If it was closer, even a high rank might not be able to escape. Even if a normal rank 9 powerhouse wanted to kill a rank 7, it would not be that fast. The willow tree monster might be stronger than a normal rank 9. Below, the roots were killing Fang Ping. Above, the rank 7 aura was approaching. Below, the rank 7 aura appeared too. Fang Ping's eyes showed a hint of despair. He was really done for. There was no road to heaven and no door to hell. I won't let you have it easy even if I die. Fang Ping drank a large amount of energy essence in one gulp. He felt like he was about to explode. The next moment, Fang Ping slashed. This slash had an even more powerful force. Boom, with a loud bang, the passageway collapsed. The crystal-like color of the roots that were slashed dimmed a little. However, Fang Ping, who had slashed with all his might, could not even cut off the outer roots. An A-class divine weapon combined with a slash that was comparable to a middle stage rank 5's full force attack only dimmed the roots a little. Divine weapon. Fang Ping did not feel greedy at this moment. Instead, he felt despair. This willow tree monster was too powerful. Roots like this almost covered the entire city. There were probably hundreds of thousands of them. Each one was stronger than an A-class weapon. What kind of concept was this? Could hundreds of thousands of middle-ranked martial artists kill such a powerful willow tree monster? Hold on for a while more. Just as Fang Ping was in despair, the meatball began to change. A dull sound was heard. Old Manly's voice came. Hold on a little longer. Give me more energy essence, quick. At this moment, the ball of meat that was enveloped by the energy essence showed a slight change. It was as if it had grown arms and legs. In other words, the limbs had always been there, but without the support of the skeleton, they had fused with the body. At this moment, with sufficient energy, even though the bones had yet to regenerate, they had the support of power, and these limbs were propped up. You're still F***king alive. Fang Ping was overjoyed. He immediately took out more energy essence and covered the meatball. At this moment, he also began to dig his way down. Even before he reached the drainage pipe, someone had already sent a palm strike at him. Inside the pit, Fang Ping was almost deformed by the pressure from the surrounding rocks. Large amounts of blood gushed out. It'll be fine once you get used to it. With such an erratic thought popping up in his mind, Fang Ping stopped diving and opened up a new passageway to the side. Below, there were continuous attacks. From this side, there were also roots shooting over. Fang Ping did not even have to look to know that right now, he was probably like a honeycomb briquette. He was not dead because he was constantly using his wealth to replenish his vitality and mentality. Large amounts of vitality and mentality emerged continuously to form a defensive shield. Right now, if it were a normal rank 6 martial artist, they might have died. Fang Ping, whose endurance was depressing, now displayed his great tenacity. You guys can't kill me. Without being attacked head-on, it was not that easy for the aftershocks to shock him to death. High-ranked powerhouses were very strong, but to shock him to death through the many meters of mud and rocks was not that easy. However, after many shocks, Fang Ping felt that he really could not take it anymore. Is it done? It's done. The meatball gradually returned to its human form. However, when Fang Ping glanced at it, his gaze changed. At this moment, the human form was still a bloody mess. Although it was much bigger than before, it was not much different from a skinned piglet. Also, the head was a little strange, flat and caved in. The crooked and shapeless head made it difficult for Fang Ping to recognize that this was Old Manly. The skull is gone? No way. A strange thought arose in Fang Ping's mind. This was 2F** King Ugly. If Old Manly could only return to this bird form, he might as well just die. He would really scare people to death if he went out. Stop looking. I haven't fully recovered. Give me the saber. Old Manly roared, flustered and exasperated. What was there to look at? Even without Fang Ping telling him, he knew what he looked like right now. He was already the luckiest that he was still alive. Fang Ping hurriedly handed the saber over. Energy surged in Old Manly's body, slashing a path with one slash. He said quickly, "You bastard, you really know how to cause trouble. A rank 8 powerhouse is almost here. Go behind me and continue to pour energy essence into me." Fang Ping immediately went behind him and continued to pour energy essence into his body. Old Manly waved his saber continuously, slashing a deep path. "Can I kill these people?" Fang Ping could not help but ask. "Get lost." Old Manly's voice sounded a little anxious. He scolded in a low voice, "Don't be too optimistic. My bones haven't recovered. I look like a human, but I'm still a pile of rotten meat. Let's get out of the city first. If someone chases after us, I'll slash him again. Remember, after that, I'm afraid I'll still be broken. Do you still have energy essence?" "Not much, Mother****. Let's talk about it later. You've caused so much trouble and brought me back to life. I won't be satisfied even if I die." At this moment, Old Manly really would not be satisfied even if he died. This kid Fang Ping was too crazy. In order to steal these energy essences, he provoked the whole city to hunt him down. He, a rank 4 martial artist, did something that even a rank 9 would not dare to do. If he died now, it would really be a waste of Fang Ping's risk this time. As he spoke, a figure in front of him broke through the underground soil layer, piercing through in an instant. Old Manly did not even think. With a roar, the chaos-vanquishing saber unleashed an extremely intense blood-red glow. With one slash, the ground shook, and the path collapsed directly. In the next moment, Old Manly pierced downward without thinking. He could not go above ground. Once he went above ground, he would definitely die. He knew the crisis better than Fang Ping. The guardian monster plant of the catacomb city was incomparably powerful. At this moment, they were underground, far away from the other party. The other party could not move easily. Mentality intimidation could penetrate tens of meters underground, and its power was limited. However, once it soared into the air, the other party could unleash a part of its strength. No matter how far the distance was, under its unparalleled pressure, even Xianxia would have to kneel. Entering the underground drainage, Old Manly dashed out rapidly. In front of him, another figure flashed. "Kill!" Old Manly roared furiously. Changdao's blood-red glow pierced through hundreds of meters. The person opposite him also growled, slapping out a palm, hitting Old Manly until his figure trembled continuously. "Fill me with energy." "Okay." At this time, Fang Ping grabbed his shoulder, not letting himself be shaken down. He kept pouring out the energy essences in his storage space. Huge amounts of energy essences seeped into his body. Old Manly's body was showing signs of energization. "Kill!" Old Manly roared continuously. Changdao was no longer emitting blood-red saber glow. Instead, it was a saber glow formed by the convergence of countless energies. The passageway continued to collapse. Old Manly slashed wildly while dashing out. "Damn it!" Seeing the passageway collapsing, countless cries of alarm seemed to come from above the city. The high-ranked powerhouse blocking in front was also furious. Fighting underground, both of their strengths were extremely strong. If this went on, the underground passageway might collapse. At this moment, Willow Tree Root no longer attacked. Instead, it began to stabilize the underground passageway. If the city was destroyed, it would not be a big deal. However, there were still mineral veins underground. If the mineral veins were destroyed, it would be a big deal. "The rank 8 is here." Fang Ping growled. Behind him, the rank 8 powerhouse's aura was rushing over. "I know." Old Manly cursed, saying furiously, "It's a pity the longevity sword is gone." After the longevity sword killed the rank 8, it had been completely shattered. Otherwise, with the longevity sword that had been nurtured for decades in his hand, his combat strength would be even stronger than now. However, even with the longevity sword, the current him could not kill a rank 8. That slash earlier was the result of his many years of nurturing the sword. What rank are you now? Fang Ping asked again. I don't know. Old Manly replied while scurrying in another direction. Who knew what rank he was? Right now, his entire body was filled with energy essences. His bones were all shattered. He did not conform to the characteristics of any rank. However, a large amount of energy essences filled his body. When he erupted, he was not weak either. As he spoke, Old Manly slashed wildly again, destroying the passageway and causing the top to collapse. Bastard! The few powerhouses who were chasing after him were furious. Was he trying to destroy the mineral vein? A powerful mentality suppression came over instantly. The mentality barrier that Fang Ping set up shattered instantly. His mind went blank. Blood gushed out of his 7 orifices. I'm going to die. Old Manly did not react much. Right now, he could not even be considered a living person. His entire body was filled with energy essences. Sensing Fang Ping's condition, Old Manly shouted, "Detonate the energy essences." How do I do that? Fang Ping asked, slightly delirious. Channeling mentality is the same as detonating vitality. In the next moment, a large amount of energy essences appeared. Fang Ping endured the pain. His mentality surged again, and then he detonated the energy essences instantly. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion blasted a deep crater within a radius of a few hundred meters. Let them out of the city. Surround and kill them. Someone bellowed furiously at the back. They could not fight underground anymore. If this went on, the mineral vein would be destroyed. As soon as he said that, a commander-level powerhouse who was about to intercept in front flashed with anger, but he made way for them. If this went on, the underground would collapse. It was a pity that Willow King was not here. Willow Deity could not leave the inner city easily. Otherwise, these two would not have run so far. Despicable. An angry roar was heard. Old Manly did not say a word. If they stayed in the city, they would die sooner or later. The other party was afraid of a life-and-death struggle. Old Manly was even afraid that the other party would not let them go. Even if they really destroyed the underground, they would still die without a doubt. Now that they were prepared to surround and kill him outside the city, at least there was a chance of survival. The other party made way for him. Old Manly did not hold back anymore, dashing out quickly. After running wildly for a while, the drainage pipe came to an end. Without thinking, Old Manly leaped into the air, penetrating the ground directly. At this moment, he was already outside the city. However, in the sky above, 2 rank 7 powerhouses attacked at high speed. Behind them, a rank 8 and a rank 7 were also chasing after them. At this moment, they had no more reservations. At this moment, no matter how big the commotion was, no matter how destructive it would not affect the royal city much. Energy. Fang Ping did not waste any time. Once again, he poured out a large amount of energy essences. Kill. The chaos vanquishing saber erupted with an extremely intense energy glow. The 2 rank 7 powerhouses in the sky changed their expression slightly. Although this slash would not kill them, these few people were actually injured. Now that the other party was risking his life for an attack, it would be troublesome later on. Such a thought flashed past their minds. In the next moment, something that made them speechless happened. The Chengdao erupted with an extremely intense energy glow, but an even more intense glow erupted from under Old Man Li's feet, almost at the same time. Before the Chengdao slashed, Old Man Li's feet pierced through the void, his body already a few hundred meters away. Continue to pour energy into me. Old Man Li growled. Fang Ping felt like his cheeks were scraped by a knife. The speed was too fast. Right now, he could not even speak. All he could do was hold on to Old Man Li tightly. As for Old Man Li running away, he was not too surprised. He definitely could not win. If he did not run, he would be waiting for death. 1 rank 8, 3 rank 7s. It was hard to say what rank Old Man Li was now, but he was definitely not as strong as a rank 7. At least, he was not a match for them in the previous clash. Now, the only thing he could do was run. Large amounts of energy essences were poured out again. Fang Ping did not know how much he had wasted, nor did he know how much he had left. He did not even have the time to investigate. The sound of sonic booms kept getting further away. Right now, Old Man Li's speed had really surpassed the speed of sound. Even for high-ranked powerhouses, it was not that easy to break through the speed of sound. Usually, when Fang Ping and the others were escaping, their speed of 100 meters per second was already considered the fastest they could get. This was achieved after breaking through to peak rank 4. This kind of speed was not much slower than the average rank 5 or 6 martial artist. Naturally, a high rank could be faster. However, breaking through the speed of sound and increasing their speed by a few times was not just a matter of increasing their ability by a few times. At such a fast speed, Fang Ping only felt that his blood was about to run out, gushing out wildly through the countless punctured wounds on his body. In desperation, Fang Ping did not care anymore. He began to pour energy essences into himself. It was better to die from overeating than to bleed to death. Behind him, a few strong auras were hot on his heels. Old Man Li's liver was also bursting. Perhaps he did not even have a liver to burst. His speed was extremely fast. His flesh had also started to show signs of cracking. Continue pouring it into me, Old Man Li's voice sounded a little weak. Fang Ping had no choice but to continue pouring energy essences. He took the opportunity to use his mentality to scan the storage space. His face was extremely purple. Almost out, moreover, he had been chased all this while. He did not even calculate his wealth. Mother of Ker, did the consumed amount count as wealth? He did not have this experience. If it did not count, he would really suffer a huge loss this time. Continue pouring. Almost out. Fang Ping's voice sounded like he was about to cry. The old man only knew how to say pour. How much did you pour me, risking the risk of being chased by a rank 9, and a bunch of rank 7 and 8? Mother of Ker, I'm almost finished by you. You're still half dead. How can you reason with me? Old Man Li's voice faltered. Then, he roared, pour it one more time. Otherwise, it'll all be gone if I die. Fang Ping did not delay. He poured out more than half of the remaining energy essences. Old Man Li's bloodied feet once again erupted with extremely intense energy fluctuations. It was as if he was piercing through the void. In the blink of an eye, he had run thousands of meters away. The pursuers behind him were gradually pulling away. One more time. There's really no more. Old Man Li did not utter a word. He erupted again. The flesh on his body began to shrink, showing signs of returning to a meatball. Fang Ping was helpless. He could only pour a little more. After a few eruptions, the few people behind him were left far behind. A forest appeared in front of him. Old Man Li landed on the ground. He did not stop. He scurried quickly, escaping out of the forest as fast as he could. Then, he drilled into a small valley. He did not stop at the small valley. When he reached the back of the small valley, Old Man Li saw a small river. Without a second word, he jumped into the river and fled hundreds of meters along the river. Then, he began to dig a hole at the bottom of the river. Fang Ping felt that this familiar operation was extraordinarily familiar. After digging a hole in the mud, Old Man Li quickly drilled into it. Fang Ping did not waste any time either. He drilled in immediately and covered the mud above him. Both of them still did not stay. Following the hole at the bottom of the river, they continued to drill down. Whether they could escape or not depended on this. Being chased by so many rank 7 and 8, if they encountered each other, they would definitely not survive. At this moment, Fang Ping did not have any aura. Old Man Li's aura was also rapidly weakening. Seeing that he seemed to have turned into mud, Fang Ping felt a slight headache. There was only a little bit of energy essence left. Could the old man still recover? Both of them did not make any sound. They were not breathing either. At Fang Ping's stage, although he could not stop breathing forever, under the circulation of vitality, not breathing for a few days was not a problem. As for how Old Man Li did it, Fang Ping did not care about this. A powerful aura swept across the sky. Even though Fang Ping was more than 10 meters underground, he could still feel the rage in his voice. Waves of mental energy rampaged in all directions. Some experts were furious and kept attacking the ground. Those two fellows definitely couldn't have gone far. Moreover, Fang Ping digging a hole to escape was deeply ingrained in people's hearts. The powerhouses of gigantic Willow City could guess that they were underground. But where was it? The surrounding area was very large. If someone went deep underground, they might not be able to find anything even if they searched inch by inch. Could it be that they had to dig the entire place up? After venting for a long time, there was no movement outside. Both of them remained motionless, maintaining this position for 5 to 6 hours. Even though their auras had long since disappeared, the two of them did not move. It was as if they had no intention of getting up at all. Fang Ping felt that these people would not continue the search. Wu Chuan and the rest were still alive. The catacombs passageway also needed people. Gigantic Willow City had been destroyed to such an extent. Weren't these guys afraid that someone would take advantage of the situation and rob gigantic Willow City? After about 7 to 8 hours, Fang Ping moved slightly and patted Oldly beside him. However, Oldly ignored him and continued to dig downwards. Seeing this, Fang Ping also understood what it meant. He started digging, and the two of them dug all the way down. After digging more than 10 meters deep, the two of them didn't stop and continued to dig horizontally. They couldn't leave this way because there might be someone waiting for them nearby. Now that they were deep underground, the two of them didn't care which direction they were heading in. They just kept digging like crazy. Both of them were considered powerhouses. They dug the pit with all their might. After digging for 4 to 5 hours, Fang Ping panted heavily. He said in a muffled voice, "Is this enough? It's almost time." Old Man Li's head swayed a little. Fang Ping jumped in fright and hurriedly held on to the old man's head. He asked unconfidently, "It won't fall off, right?" Old Man Li gave him a look. Fang Ping immediately said in disdain, "Don't look at me. Your eyes are crooked. It's disgusting. Little bastard, do you believe that I won't kick you to death?" Old Man Li cursed. Panting, he said, "Stop talking nonsense. Dig a hole and go up. I can't hold on any longer. I'm tired too. Are you coming?" Fang Ping had no choice but to dig upward with all his might. A few minutes later, the ground. At this moment, the sky was pitch black. It had been dark for a long time. Who? Both of them collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After catching his breath, Fang Ping checked his injuries and said dejectedly, "Half of my internal organs are shattered, many of my bones are broken, and my mentality has been shattered countless times. Old man, I've really suffered a great loss this time." Not only that, but he had lost too much wealth. From start to finish, Fang Ping could not remember exactly how much he had spent, but 1 or 200 million was the least. As for the energy essence, Fang Ping scanned the storage space. There was still about a small bowl of it left. Perhaps it was because he was out of danger that Fang Ping's wealth began to change. Wealth, 1, 92 billion vitality, 1,200 calories, 3,399 calories, mentality, 189 Hz, 699 Hz, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 6 bones, 90%, 23 bones, 30% plus, storage space, 1 cubic meter energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute. I've gained more than 1 billion in wealth. Fang Ping did not know how much it was exactly, but it was about 1.2 billion. And 1.2 billion was actually only 40,000 credits. 30 credits for a gram of cultivation-aiding energy stones, that was more than 1,300 grams, not even 3 caddies, this was still energy stones. If it was changed to energy essence, 1 gram of energy essence would be equivalent to at least 5 grams of cultivation-aiding energy stones. This was calculated in terms of the total amount. In other words, more than 200 grams of energy essence would be worth 1.2 billion. 1 gram of energy essence would be worth at least 4 million. This was the least. Fang Ping did not fill up his storage space, but he still had half of it. 1 cubic meter of water had 1,000 kilograms, that was 1 million grams. Even if the energy essence and water were the same weight, 1 square meter would be worth 4 trillion. Half, that was 2 trillion, of course, at this point, money could no longer be measured. However, according to this calculation, Fang Ping might have 2 trillion wealth in his account. But now, 2 billion, Fang Ping had a mental breakdown. Suddenly, he turned around and pinched Old Li, shouting, "A few trillion gone. A few trillion. It's enough to support a few thousand MCMAU students to cultivate for 20 years. You only know how to fill and fill. You've swallowed a few trillion from me. Old man, I'm going to kill you." The system was 2F** king unfair, it actually did not count those. What he had swallowed and what Old Li had consumed were not counted, moreover, a lot had been wasted along the way. A large amount of energy essence had been scattered. He and Old Man Li might not have even used 1/3 of it. Old Man Li ignored him. After panting for a while, he said, "Is there more?" "No more." "Stop talking nonsense. Protect me. I'll see if I can fix the bones." "Your bones are all broken, idiot, the bones are still in my body. It's just that they were shattered into powder earlier. Let's see if we can fuse them now." As Old Man Li spoke, his body exuded a faint glow. The grass underneath grew wildly, turning into medicinal herbs in an instant. Fang Ping saw this and wanted to pull it up. Suddenly, a look of disgust appeared on his face. Disgusting. Old Man Li was not even wearing clothes. His butt was sitting on it. Thinking of this, Fang Ping looked down. Other than a pile of mud on the surface of his body, he was not wearing any clothes. He could not care less about the dirt on his body. Fang Ping took out a set of clothes and put them on instantly. This time, Old Man Li really stared at him for a long time. The clothes came out of thin air. It was the same with the energy essence earlier. This kid had too many secrets. Storage ring, he did not see him wearing a ring. Did that mean that it was some other storage equipment? So, storage equipment really existed. Long before this, Fang Ping had asked about storage equipment. Old Man Li even analyzed it with him and said that the sect might have it. Now, Fang Ping had it. He stared at Fang Ping. Fang Ping said warily, "Don't look at me like that, old man. Don't tell me you're getting greedy at the sight of money. Let me tell you, this isn't storage equipment. This is a space opened up in my head after my brain mutated. Even if you kill me, there's a high chance you won't have it. Get lost." Old Man Li scolded. He said in a slightly depressed tone, "Don't talk nonsense. Don't show off in front of others. Take it easy." He was not the kind of person who would get greedy at the sight of money. Moreover, Fang Ping had really risked his life to save him this time. If he even wanted to steal Fang Ping's things, then he was looking down on Li Chongqing too much. That's good. Don't even think about it. Also, can you put on some clothes? We'll talk about it later. Old Man Li was not in the mood. He said immediately, "I'll gather my bones first, so that I don't lose all my energy essence." At this moment, his body still contained a large amount of energy essence. Although it was not much compared to the amount that Willow Tree Monster had gathered over the years, not even 1/10 of it, Willow Tree Monster had prepared it for a breakthrough to the Peak King realm. For powerhouses of that realm, the resources needed for a breakthrough were simply terrifying. It was no longer something that could be measured with money. If the energy essence that Fang Ping had taken away were all preserved, it would be enough for 5 to 6 rank 6 powerhouses to break through to Grandmaster. Maybe 7 to 8 would also have a chance. Old Man Li absorbed half of it alone. Although a lot of it had leaked out, at this moment, his body still contained a large amount of energy. Seeing that he wanted to cultivate, Fang Ping did not say anything more. He looked around and began to defend the surroundings. This night, Old Man Li's body flashed with light from time to time. The plants underground grew wildly, containing a large amount of energy. Until dawn, Old Man Li's head began to move continuously. The shattered bones began to gather together. Countless energy lights appeared. Some monsters nearby quickly gathered. Fang Ping, with his injured body, fought for a long time before he finally repelled these monsters. Boom! A booming sound rang in Old Man Li's body. His skin was no longer blood red, but gold. Golden body? Fang Ping's gaze changed slightly. When he looked again, Old Man Li's head was also turning gold. Is he going to forge a real golden body? Previously, Old Manly was only a fake golden body. His skull could not be honed. However, at this moment, a large amount of energy filled his body, constantly honing those shattered bones. Even his skull seemed to be honing. A strong aura rose. The monsters no longer attacked. The monsters in the distance were also trembling. Many monsters fled quickly, leaving this place. Fang Ping also felt the pressure. His eyes kept flickering. Was Oldly going to become a golden body powerhouse? At this moment, the aura that was still rising suddenly stopped. Pfft! Old Manly spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood. He opened his eyes and frowned, looking like he was deep in thought. What's wrong? Fang Ping hurried forward to ask. This won't do. Old Manly frowned. In a low voice, he said, although my mentality wasn't completely shattered before, it was almost completely shattered. To achieve a golden body, I need mentality-vitality fusion. This won't do, but, as Old Manly spoke, he suddenly beamed with joy. I think I can feel my mentality. What do you mean? Idiot! Old Manly scolded. This means that I can heal my injuries now? Do you understand? Before this, I couldn't feel the existence of my mentality. My shattered mentality made me unable to sense it, and I couldn't strengthen it. It was like a pool of stagnant water. Now, this pool of stagnant water has been poured away. New living water has been born from this source. Fang Ping's eyes moved. He asked quickly, in other words, your mentality can grow again? Yes. Old Manly said excitedly, moreover, I can be considered to have completely forged half a golden body now. The reason why it's not a golden body yet is because my bone marrow still can't transform. This time, my skull has been honed too. If I said it was half a golden body before, that would be a slight compliment. At most, it was considered a quarter golden body. Now, it can be considered as 2/3. Fang Ping was a little confused. He said impatiently, tell me directly. Can you beat a rank 8? I can't. F***ck. You've swallowed a few trillion from me. Previously, you could even beat a rank 8. Now, you still can't. Old Manly was speechless. Earlier, it was a desperate attack. Not only was it a desperate attack, but everything for the past 10 years had been integrated into the longevity sword. That was why he had the madness to kill a rank 8. Moreover, even if he killed a rank 8, it was under the situation where other people were holding him back. If he really had to fight alone, even if he risked his life, it would be hopeless. Fang Ping scratched his head. He asked again, what about a rank 7? This time, Old Manly pondered for a moment. It's hard to say. What do you mean it's hard to say? My golden body is strong, but my mentality is weak. When I meet a rank 7, the other party has mentality-vitality fusion and can use celestiality. I can't. I can only use vitality force. The nature of vitality force is not as good as celestiality. Of course, my golden body is strong. His mentality deterrence won't have a strong effect on me. My skull has been honed. The other party's mentality attack won't have much effect on me in the future. Let's put it this way. I can only fight in close combat. If I fight in close combat, I don't know if a rank 7 is my opponent. I haven't fought before. You can only fight in close combat? Fang Ping was slightly stunned. You can't say that. Old Manly regained his smile. Compared to other rank 7s, their mentality can intimidate some weaklings from tens or even hundreds of meters away. Within the range of their mentality territory, they can kill martial artists who are weaker than them directly. I don't have this ability. I have to fight. Do you understand? Fang Ping nodded. In other words, if you can't outrun them, you can't hit them. If you can outrun them, go up and give them a good beating. They probably won't be your opponents? Unlike other rank 7s, even if they did not run and stood still, they could kill you directly from tens of meters away. That's only relatively speaking. If it's a typical rank 6 martial artist, I can kill him with a punch through the air with vitality force. Having said that, Old Manly smiled and stood up. Moreover, my physique is strong. It can nurture mentality faster. There's still a lot of energy essence in my body. Once my mentality catches up, maybe I can step into rank 8 in no time. You're considered a half-baked rank 8 now? Not really. I'm considered a half-baked peak rank 7. Fang Ping frowned and looked at him. Seeing that, Old Manly laughed. Actually, I'm already very satisfied. I didn't expect that. Not only did I not die this time, but I also benefited from a disaster. Nobody said that. Fang Ping said impatiently, the mud on your body is gone. You've kept your bird. Also, why didn't you grow any feathers? Old Manly was stunned for a moment. I'm talking about my half-golden body. What are you looking at? In the next second, Fang Ping was pinned down by him. Under Fang Ping's horrified gaze, Old Manly took off his clothes, leaving only a pair of underpants for him. Then, he changed into these clothes himself. In the wilderness, Old Manly was wearing clothes that did not fit him. With a bald head, he looked particularly strange. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was wearing underpants, looking annoyed. If you want clothes, just say it. I still have a set of clothes. Without saying a word, you came up and took off my clothes. Don't you know that it will cause misunderstandings? Old Manly ignored him. He patted his shoulder, frowning slightly. Heal your wounds. Your injuries are not light. See if you can take the opportunity to hone your 5 viscera and enter rank 5. Fang Ping exhaled, gritting his teeth. This time, you owe me 2 trillion. Remember this first. Even if you achieve rank 8, I think it will be a long time before you can repay your debt. Don't play dumb with me. Don't think that you can get away with it. Remember to pay me back anyway. I'll try to break through. Let's not go to the passageway anymore. When our reinforcements arrive, we'll continue to gigantic Willow City. This time, I was beaten worse than a dog. I had to dig a hole and hide for a day and a night. This humiliation is simply unbearable. When have I ever suffered such a loss? Fang Ping felt ashamed just thinking about it. This stain must never be revealed. Taking off his clothes and digging a hole, he was worse than a rat underground. He was chased for a day. His body was beaten into a hornet's nest. This was too shameful. Go back? Old Manly was speechless. This kid, his guts were really fat. This time, he was lucky. The other party's rank 9 was not in the city. As for the giant tree in the city, because both of them were underground and extremely far away, it almost did not make a move. If that tree monster was really provoked to the point of disregarding everything, although its movement speed was slow, it was only relatively speaking. If it went out of the city to pursue and kill, most rank 7 and 8 martial artists would be hung up and beaten. It was not that Old Manly had never seen these guardian monster plants in action. When he was young, he saw it once from afar. Its strength was extremely powerful. However, under normal circumstances, these monster plants would not make a move. They could also be treated as if they did not exist. However, it was obviously not possible now. Fang Ping had snatched the monster plant's things. These energy essences were extremely precious even to the monster plant. Go back. Fang Ping nodded fiercely. He did not care that his body was still bleeding. He humphed. Wait for me. I'll try to break through. When Nanjiang's second batch of powerhouses comes to help, that will be our chance. Even if they don't come today, they'll come tomorrow. I'll turn them upside down and let these bastards know the consequences of offending me. At the same time, hundreds of li away from both of them, Li Hansong panted heavily, saying softly, I think they left. Qin Fengqing rubbed his chin, panting. That's weird. They left just like that? I was planning to walk them for a few more days. Wang Jinyang muttered, it seems like something urgent happened. Our people are here? If more people were coming from the Nanjiang passageway, it would be reasonable for them to retreat. So fast? Qin Fengqing asked suspiciously, the passageway hasn't been restored today, right? Then maybe Guardian Wu and the rest are pressuring them. Qin Fengqing continued to be suspicious, mumbling, I think they might be going after Fang Ping. Both Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengqing glanced at him at the same time. What did he think? Qin Fengqing mumbled, don't doubt it. Instinct. that brat must have snuck into the city. Maybe he stole the mansion of the city lord. Now they're going back. Li Hongzong could not help but defend Fang Ping. Nonsense. No matter how stupid Fang Ping is, he wouldn't do something like that. He's more likely to scout for information. Even if he could sneak into the city, he did not think Fang Ping would do something so stupid. Steal the mansion of the city lord? Did he have a death wish? Forget it if you don't believe me. Anyway, I think Fang Ping must have done something bad and is being hunted. Having said that, Qin Fengqing exhaled. Don't care so much. Since they're gone, let's continue. Continue? Li Hongzong was stunned. Yeah, they're gone. Of course, we'll continue. While they're in trouble, we'll continue robbing and killing. Killing a middle-ranked will save countless humans. We're the heroes of humanity. Robbing an energy stone will weaken the enemy's strength, tilting the scales of victory toward humanity. We're the great pioneers. Qin Fengqing boasted for a while. Li Hongzong could not help but say, I'm really hurt quite badly. It's okay. Just absorb more energy stones. Let's go. Hurry up. I want to heal, aren't you delaying things? Let's go. Hurry up. We have time to heal. Speed is everything. If we wait for them to react, we won't have a chance. Li Hongzong looked at Wang Jingyang for help. I really want to heal. Wang Jingyang said thoughtfully, can you still hold on? I can, but, that's good. Let's go. When I was running, I saw a town about 40 li to the south. Now, they won't expect us to kill our way back. Same old rules, kill the martial artists, and leave immediately after taking the items. All right. The two of you, Li Hongzong was about to cry. Did you really not feel it? These two fellows were also injured. Qin Fengqing's buttocks were even shot by an arrow. His buttocks were about to explode. How could they tolerate this? Weak chicken. Qin Fengqing glanced at him and said disdainfully, CCMAU is getting weaker and weaker. If someone like you goes to MCMAU, you'll be a burden even if you're the vice president. I just want to heal myself. Li Hongzong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. I'm not afraid of battle, I'm not avoiding battle, and I'm not saying that I won't kill. I just want to heal. It had been 48 hours since he came in yesterday, and the day before yesterday, he had been running away all this time, being chased, being killed, being robbed, escaping, being chased. I'm really tired and sleepy. I want to rest and heal my wounds. Wang Jingyang frowned slightly and said, hold on a little longer. It's okay. You'll get used to it. In the catacombs, of course, one had to get used to being chased. Killing was rare. Most of the time, one had to get used to being chased. Being chased meant that there would be gains. If one did not find trouble with powerhouses and provoke powerhouses to chase after one, there would be no gains to speak of. A martial artist who was not being chased was not a good martial artist. When one was being chased, the stronger the person was, the greater one's gains would be. If one kept killing the weak, they would only become weaker and weaker. You'll get used to it, Li Hongzong mumbled. He really did not have this awareness. In the capital city catacombs, humans actually had the upper hand. In the war that year, although capital city suffered heavy losses, they also killed a large number of capital city catacombs powerhouses and even destroyed 2 cities. This also made the capital city catacombs far away from their enemy cities, thousands of miles away. In the middle area, the capital city humans also had the upper hand, forcing the other side into a defensive position. Moreover, the capital city catacombs had rank 9 powerhouses guarding it. It was safer. Li Hongzong had stayed in the capital city catacombs for a long time. He was rarely chased after, or rather, almost never. Over there, it was common for humans to hunt down catacombs martial artists. Li Hongzong was still talking, but Qin Fengqing was already twisting his butt and running forward. As he ran, he said, we can't be left behind. That kid has robbed God knows how many good things now. We can't do it on a small scale. I think we should rob this town. While Nanjiang's second batch of people comes to help, we'll go and destroy the other party's lair. It's too dangerous. If there's a high rank guarding, then we'll just wait for death. Wang Jinyang's voice came, saying, but Nanjiang's second batch is coming. When the fight starts, we can ambush in the middle and see if we can kill some rank 5 and 6 martial artists. Killing them is also beneficial. Why don't we go around this city and sneak to the back? The further we go, the richer it gets. I have experience. The towns at the back have more energy, more powerhouses, and more energy stones. We'll see. Let's go to the town in front first. Alright, let's do this first. Both of them chatted as if there was no one else around. Li Hansong followed them with a sad face. It was too exciting, so exciting that he could not stand it. Were the other martial arts universities all this crazy, at the same time? At the catacombs passageway entrance, Zhou Dingwu killed all the soldiers around him with one palm. He raised his eyebrows slightly, saying, that's strange. It's not a trap. That rank 9 suddenly left early in the morning. He thought it was a trap, but there was not even a high rank left here. However, the passageway was a place that must be fought for. Zhou Dingwu could not care so much. The other party actually left so much bait. He would eat it then. At most, he would continue running and meet up with Guardian Wu. But now, after killing these soldiers, the other party still had not returned. This time, Zhou Dingwu was puzzled. He did not think too much. After killing everyone, a rank 6 martial artist ran over from afar. Seeing this, Zhou Dingwu said immediately, you go in first. When the passageway is stable, go back and report immediately. Having said that, Zhou Dingwu exhaled softly, saying, there are 2 cities here. 2 rank 9s, 5 to 6 rank 8s, and about 20 rank 7s. However, the other city did not go all out. Only the city lord led a few rank 8s to chase after Guardian Wu. When the passageway is stable, you guys go in tomorrow morning. I'll go find Guardian Wu. We'll coordinate from the inside and outside, break through the defense, and build a stronghold here. Alright. This rank 6 was not an indecisive person. As he said that, he said with a hint of sadness, Commander Zhou, be careful. There are only a few of us left now. You be careful too. The passageway is not stable. Once people from the catacombs enter, you'll be discovered. When that time comes, take a risk and see if you can go back. The catacombs passageway was not stable. It was easy to be smashed into pieces by the violent energy flow if one rushed in recklessly. Only when the energy was no longer violent could one pass through. Entering the passageway now was also a huge risk. Whether one could return to the surface when the energy was stable depended on luck. It was also a mission with a slim chance of survival. However, this rank 6 martial artist did not complain. At this moment, he was the only rank 6 powerhouse left. The other person did not manage to escape last time. After escaping, he was still caught up by the furious rank 7 powerhouse. When a rank 6 encountered a rank 7, very few people could escape. Today, the few young people's whereabouts were unknown. Whether they were alive or not was unknown. Among the rank 6 martial artists, he was the only one alive. Rank 9 Wu Chuan was currently being besieged. Right now, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Until now, rank 8 Zhou Dingwu's injuries had not healed. Among the rank 7 powerhouses, 2 died in battle, 2 were seriously injured, and the remaining one was taking care of them. He dared not act rashly. Right now, he was the only one who could go back and report. I'm going, then. Be careful. After waiting for this person to enter the passageway, Zhou Dingwu sighed softly in his heart. Whether he could go back alive depended on his luck. Once the energy inside the passageway erupted, the probability of shattering the other party was very high. Once again, he tilted his head to look behind him. What was happening behind him? It actually made that rank 9 powerhouse disregard everything and give up guarding the passageway. Was it Guardian Wu? Zhou Dingwu did not know. He did not stay here for long either. Right now, he still had to go meet up with Guardian Wu and strive to coordinate with them from the inside and outside. Then, he would think about it after taking down the passageway. In the wilderness, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to break through. Instead, he was healing his injuries. His injuries were not light. He looked like he was alive and kicking. If it were someone else, they might have died long ago. Previously, he had been relying on vitality recovery to nourish his internal organs. Later, he swallowed a large amount of energy essence. These essences damaged his internal organs while also healing his internal injuries. Right now, as Fang Ping healed his injuries, the plants under his buttocks also began to grow wildly. Large amounts of energy essence began to overflow, causing the surrounding energy concentration to rise continuously. Old Manly did not have any mentality pressure, but his aura was extremely strong. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, not a single monster dared to cross the boundary. After suppressing these monsters, Old Manly swept his gaze over Fang Ping for a moment. This kid was really lucky. Even now, Old Manly still had some lingering fear. He had almost died there. Fang Ping had been entangled with people in the city for half a day, yet he did not die. He even snatched away the energy essence that was guarded by a rank 9. Not only was his life extremely tough, but his luck was also extremely good. He asked himself, could he do it now? Not necessarily. Even if he snatched the energy essence, there was a 99% chance that he could not escape. He did not have as many trump cards as Fang Ping did. Other things aside, with large amounts of energy essence overflowing with energy, he was like a beacon. Those rank 7 and 8 powerhouses would not let him go no matter how fast he was. When the rank 9 returned and followed the energy source to find him, he would definitely die. Could Wu Chuan do it, let alone him? Wu Chuan had just entered the city when he was discovered by the willow tree monster. Once he entered the inner city, he would be entangled. If a few rank 9s were attracted, he would probably be surrounded and killed. Those who could really do it were people like Commander Li, who could use their powerful strength to suppress everything. Those who did not have this strength, perhaps only Fang Ping could do it. In other words, if Fang Ping did not save him this time, he would have been dead long ago. Old Man Li's emotions were complicated. He owed this kid a few lives already. Once at the passageway entrance, saving him counted as one, helping him to regain his strength and even curing his chronic illness counted as one too. For martial artists, stagnating in strength and being unable to improve was a fate worse than death. He could endure for 10 years. This time, he risked his life to slash. That was with the conviction that he would die. Now, he did not die. His strength had advanced further, and his mentality could also be nurtured. Old Man Li's emotions were extremely complicated. That day, when he saw this kid for the first time in the logistics department, he did not think that this day would come. At that time, he also had the thought of cultivating a genius for MCMAU, so he took care of Fang Ping a little. Fang Ping's talent was shocking. He was thrice honed and came from an ordinary background. Hence, Old Man Li did not mind that he took a little advantage. He had no use for it anyway. All these years, after he cultivated to peak rank 6, he almost never used MCMAU's resources. Those resources were actually subsidized by him to the students, but most of the students did not know that. Unexpectedly, he would benefit from this in the end. This was not something that a little subsidy could compare to. With so much energy essence, even rank 9 powerhouses would be tempted. Human martial artists were actually poorer than the catacombs martial artists. The average rank 9 was not as free as those peerless powerhouses, and their gains were far from theirs. If Fang Ping did not return to the inn at that time, could he have escaped with these energy essences? With this kid's shrewdness, the probability of him running away was still very high. With so much energy essence, he could cultivate to rank 5, rank 6 quickly. The barrier of Grandmaster did not exist for him. Rank 7 and rank 8 would not be difficult either. Perhaps there would be some barriers for rank 9, but he would at least be peak rank 8. And the time he would spend might only be 2 or 3 years. Giving up the opportunity to become a peak rank 8 powerhouse to achieve his own success, this kid was probably bleeding from the heartache now, right? Old Man Li smiled, exhaled softly, and did not think anymore. Some things did not need to be said verbally. Just like Fang Ping, he never said anything like, "You subsidize me, I am grateful, I will repay you sooner or later." He did not even say this. Just as Old Man Li was thinking about these, Fang Ping coughed out a mouthful of dirty blood. The blood seeped into the ground, causing the plants to grow wildly again. This is too extravagant. Fang Ping still had the leisure to say this. Right now, even his fart carried energy. This was really too extravagant. Old Manly was a little speechless. He said, "How is it? The 5 viscera have been completely remodeled." Fang Ping said, and then said, "This energy is not right." Uh-huh. Old Manly was not surprised. He nodded and said, "This energy is not just pure celestial energy, it is mixed with a lot of, how should I put it, vitality." Big willow tree. Fang Ping had seen the way the willow tree monster collected energy before. Energy was gathered in the sky, and after the big willow tree absorbed it, it was converted and stored. This was not a simple collection, but it was converted once. No wonder it can heal high-ranked people. As Fang Ping said this, his eyes moved slightly. He said, "Old Manly, this big willow tree is really good stuff. Let's not talk about the conversion of energy, its roots are extremely tough. Its trunk can probably be forged into a divine weapon. Its muscles, bones, and skin are all good stuff. I don't know if it's a willow tree. If it can bear fruit, then it will be amazing, a holy fruit. This is even more awesome than having a mine at home. After all, energy mines are consumables, but this one is alive. Also, Royal City's energy mines are renewable, maybe this is also thanks to it. If we catch it alive and put it in MCMAU, then MCMAU will be a martial artist's paradise. Commander Lee and the others have never caught one before? I don't know, but it's so big. Even if we catch it, we won't be able to bring it back." Old Manly was a little envious when he heard this, but he quickly recovered and shouted, "What are you thinking about instead of thinking about breaking through? There's no hurry." Fang Ping was unhurried. He said calmly, "Willow trees can live by cutting branches, you say, you have to have a mine at home." Old Manly said. It was not that humans did not have this idea. They did not pay attention to guardian monster plants, but some monster plants that could gather energy, and some were not too strong, so they still had ideas. The key was that these monster plants did not have energy to support them. On Earth, they would die and wither very quickly. Unlike the catacombs, energy was abundant. Forget about the energy mines, even the energy sun in the sky was emitting energy all the time. The main source of energy in the catacombs was this big sun. Unless, this sun was brought to Earth as well. Just as Old Manly had this idea, Fang Ping also thought of this. He could not help but look up. The sky was already bright. The sun that he thought was ugly in the past now looked exceptionally cute. One day, sooner or later, Fang Ping did not continue. Old Manly was speechless. One day, what were you going to do? Were you going to pluck this sun? It was hard to say where this sun was. There were rank 9 powerhouses who used flight step tens of thousands of meters. In the end, the sun was still the same, unchanged, and the same size. Fang Ping said no more. He took a deep breath. 5 crystal-clear celestial bridges appeared on the surface of his body. Above his head, 3 doors floated in the air. At this moment, in the celestial bridges, a large amount of energy appeared. It was not like the last time when Yao Qingjun and the others had to rely on grandmasters to gather energy for them to break through. Celestial bridges as one. As one, I will be rank 5. At this moment, it was the end of December 9th, not even 10 years had passed. In April 8th, Fang Ping had come into contact with martial arts. 20 months later, Fang Ping had stepped into rank 5. In this world, who else but him could do it? In the second semester of sophomore year, maybe I will step into rank 6. Junior year, Grandmaster. I will become a human legend. Since ancient times, who has broken through faster than me? Fang Ping mumbled to himself. Old Manly said lightly, ancient records say that some people become immortal in a day. They can be regarded as grandmasters in a day. Bullsh*t ancient books. Fang Ping cursed. You believe in ancient books? Why don't you believe in those myths? Panga can even open up a universe. Ignoring Old Manly, Fang Ping let out a roar. The 5 celestial bridges began to merge instantly. When others merged, they formed a circle. Fang Ping merged. Old Manly watched for a while and could not help but yell, "Don't mess around. You can't change the path of martial arts." Fong Ping still had the energy to speak. Looking at the big flatbread in front of him, he said with a broken expression, "I didn't change it. There's too much energy. The celestial bridges are flattened." Old Manly's face was blank. There was such a situation. If the celestial bridges were flattened into a flatbread, what would happen? There were no records in the ancient books. People today also cultivated step by step. Even if someone used energy stones to cultivate, it would not reach the point where the energy would flatten the celestial bridges. After all, there was a limit to the human body's absorption. Fong Ping. What was going on? Old Manly, stop watching. Help me suppress it. I can't suppress it anymore. If I can't suppress it, it'll explode. Flattened into a flatbread? Old Manly gulped. I've lived for so long, but I've never done this before. On the wasteland. Old Manly's vitality force erupted, forcefully suppressing the celestial bridge. If he did not suppress it, Fong Ping would explode soon. When others broke through rank 5, the 5 celestial bridges connected end to end, forming a ring shape. It also meant to grow and multiply endlessly. When the energy entered the body, the 5 celestial bridges absorbed and converted it, supplying it to the body instead of leaking out. However, Fong Ping, the energy was too rich right now, squashing the long celestial bridges. The celestial bridge was also the name of an energy channel. Under normal circumstances, when there was too much energy, the celestial bridge would only explode, not be squashed. Fong Ping's celestial bridge, on the other hand, had been used by Fong Ping to convert celestiality during his competition. Celestiality was much stronger than pure particle energy and vitality force. During the championship, Fong Ping used the celestial bridge to convert celestiality. After that, he used a large amount of vitality force and mentality to nourish it, making the celestial bridge extraordinarily tough. Right now, the absorbed energy essence should be replaced by what the catacombs martial artists called life essence. This was not pure energy essence. After being converted by the rank 9 tree monster, it carried a lot of vitality force. Right now, this energy was expanding the celestial bridge while mending the cracks, making the celestial bridge more and more bloated, flatter and flatter. Fong Ping was still conscious. Looking at the 5 bridges becoming flatter and flatter, he had the urge to cry. Is this still the celestial bridge? Can I keep it in my body later? The celestial bridge was not considered a physical entity. Similar to the Xianxia gate, it was also an intangible existence. However, right now, it did not look intangible at all. It was almost a physical entity. How could he keep such a big pie in his body? While Fong Ping was thinking about this problem, Old Manly was thinking too. While suppressing the celestial bridge, he mumbled, "It's too big. I might not be able to keep it back." If he could not keep it back, Fong Ping would become a cripple. He would not be considered a cripple. If he could not keep it in his body, he could only let the celestial bridge float outside his body in the future. With such a big target, if a person fought with him, they would hit this target. If it exploded, Fong Ping might be seriously injured and drop his rank. Try and see if you can retract it. Old Manly exclaimed softly. Hearing that, Fong Ping started trying. Halfway through, Fong Ping stuck his tongue out, as if he had eaten too much. He said with difficulty, "I can't do it. I feel like I'm going to explode." Old Manly felt helpless. After a while, he said, "Then try pressing it a little more. Try a little smaller." Fong Ping did not waste any time. He began to compress himself, and Old Manly began to cooperate. The pancake, which was originally the size of a wash basin, gradually began to shrink. It became smaller and smaller, but the energy became denser and denser. Old Manly mumbled, "Your self-destruction is even more destructive than others." Fong Ping's expression darkened. What was the old man thinking? Why would he think of doing something as cruel as self-detonation? Ignoring him, Fong Ping looked at the celestial bridge that was being compressed continuously, muttering, "Will it be compressed into a golden core? I'm going to open up the path of cultivation." "Stop talking nonsense." Old Manly scolded exasperatedly. He yelled, "Don't think about those ridiculous things. Cultivation has existed since ancient times. Whether it's true or not, it has already been proven that it's a heretical way. Immortal cultivation cultivates qi, martial arts cultivates the body. The inside and outside are one, the golden body is indestructible, and the mentality is everlasting. This is the right path. Don't think that gods and immortals are stronger than martial arts. Martial artists of our generation annihilate immortals and slay gods. Our own strength is the foundation. Fang Ping saw that he had said so much and was speechless. He said, I'm just saying. Why do you take it so seriously? I'm just reminding you not to go astray. Even if there are immortals in this world, if they encounter us, we'll destroy them with one punch. Old Man Li was extraordinarily confident, extraordinarily savage. Even if there were immortals, if they encountered them, they would also die, a rank 8 golden body, an indestructible golden body, and the mentality was everlasting. Other than martial artists, who could kill them? Alright, no wonder the names of Governor General Zhang's cultivation methods are so Chinibu. Cultivation was something that had existed since ancient times. The everlasting existence of martial arts also proved which cultivation path was the right path, which was the universal path. Martial artists were also extraordinarily confident. They did not think that there were other external paths that could surpass martial arts. The reason why the catacombs were so powerful was because they also cultivated martial arts. They cultivated themselves, not external objects. When Fang Ping said that he wanted to open up a new path, from Old Man Li's point of view, that meant that he did not want to walk the path that led to the heavens, but walked the narrow path instead. This was a battle of paths. Fang Ping made it sound like a joke, but from Old Man Li's point of view, it was a serious matter that could not be treated as a joke. Both of them did not speak anymore, continuing to compress the celestial bridge. Gradually, the flatbread was compressed until it was only the size of a bowl. At this moment, it could no longer be compressed. Seeing this, Old Man Li panted slightly and said, "Try it, see if you can take it back." Fang Ping did not delay, and hurriedly tried. This time, it was much smoother than before. He could take it back into his body. The next second after it was taken back into his body, Fang Ping's body suddenly swelled up, scaring Fang Ping into a panic. Mother ***, I'm going to explode. Old Man Li frowned and shouted, "Start honing your internal organs immediately. Use up the excess energy." Fang Ping did not delay, nor did he sit cross-legged. Instead, he cultivated his pole standing. Ever since he cultivated flight step, Fang Ping rarely stood in a stance. It was not just him, there were not many martial artists who cultivated pole standing when they reached the middle ranks. However, at this moment, as Fang Ping cultivated his stance, all the cells in his body were trembling, beginning to absorb the energy in the flatbread in a frenzy. His internal organs. At this moment, his internal organs looked especially crystal clear. His flesh was beginning to turn into energy. However, it was different from the catacombs martial artists. The catacombs martial artists, from the beginning of their cultivation, were turning into energy. Humans, in fact, still maintained certain human characteristics. What was produced in the body was still vitality force. Although the internal organs had turned into energy, the core was still the body of flesh and blood. This was the biggest difference between humans and the catacombs martial artists. When the catacombs martial artists reached a certain stage, their organs would completely turn into energy. The internal organs began to become crystal clear, and the other internal organs began to change too. Rank 4 honed the internal organs, while Rank 5 honed the 6 internal organs. The 6 internal organs were just a figurative reference. Rank 5 actually referred to the honing of all the human organs that had not been honed, other than the skull. Rank 5 was also a complicated process. At this stage, martial artists must hone all the organs that had not been honed, including the flesh and meridians, in preparation for forging a golden body in the future. Only when the internal organs such as the gallbladder, stomach, and large and small intestines had been honed would they be considered middle stage rank 5. Only when the meridians had been remodeled would they be upper stage rank 5. According to the division of martial arts, the human body had 14 main meridians and 206 minor meridians. Only when all 220 meridians had been remodeled would they be considered upper stage rank 5. Peak rank 5, on the other hand, was only peak rank 5 after the flesh and blood had been remodeled. When human martial artists reached peak rank 5, other than the brain, they had already been reborn. At rank 6, the Xianxia gate was sealed and mentality was cultivated. At this stage, the cultivation was more virtual. Rank 5 martial artists sounded like the honing process was very troublesome. There were many places to hone, but the difficulty of honing was not too high. When the human body was highly honed, the local honing became easier. Some martial artists might be stuck at early stage rank 4 for the rest of their lives, unable to reform their hearts. However, under normal circumstances, rank 5 martial artists could cultivate to peak rank 5 sooner or later as long as they were willing to put in the time. For the breakthrough from peak rank 5 to rank 6, materializing the virtual Xianxia gate was difficult. Rank 6 was not so easy to enter. At this moment, Fang Ping had combined the 5 celestial bridges into one. He was considered to have entered early stage rank 5. At this time, if he wanted to enter middle stage rank 5, then he had to hone the 6 organs. Large amounts of energy gushed out from the compressed celestial bridge and began to hone his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Organs such as gallbladder and stomach began to show signs of jade-like texture. This process was very fast. Seeing that, Old Manly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that other than the celestial bridge being a little ugly, there were no other problems. Other people's celestial bridges were all beautiful rings at rank 5. Fang Ping's, on the other hand, was an extremely ugly lump of dung. It was still considered a big flat cake before. Now that the flat cake was squeezed together, it had become a lump of dung. Seeing that Fang Ping was still digesting the energy and honing his internal organs, Old Manly thought for a while and said, "Take it easy. Honing the 6 organs will expel impurities." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of noises suddenly rang out in the wilderness. Fang Ping's expression was one of ease and satisfaction. He moaned in extreme comfort, "This feels so good. I haven't taken a dump for a few months. I didn't even fart." Old Manly's expression was pitch black. "Can you not f*** king look like that? It's just a fart. Those who don't know would think that you did something." The 6 organs and the digestive system were related. Before middle stage rank 5, martial artists rarely took a dump. Sometimes, they would do it once every few months. However, after achieving middle stage rank 5, they could almost say goodbye to the toilet. At this time, when they ate something, it would be digested quickly and converted into energy and vitality. There were very few impurities left, and they would be quickly excreted along with their sweat. In reality, when martial artists reached rank 5 and 6, unless it was to satisfy their gluttonous cravings, there was no difference whether they ate normal food or not. After letting out an extremely long and loud fart, Fang Ping stopped. He exhaled and left the spot. It was very smelly, although there seemed to be some energy mixed in it, it was not much. He had no intention of recycling it. With the unification of the celestial bridge, the energy leakage of the current him was already extremely small. When the Xianxia gate was closed, martial artists would almost never experience vitality energy leakage unless they were seriously injured. After stopping, the first thing Fang Ping did was to uproot the plants that had grown wildly because of the energy leakage. Old Manly raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw that. Fang Ping said while uprooting, "Although it grew from the energy I excreted, it's still good stuff. If I don't eat it, it's the same if I sell it to others." Plants that grew under the essence of life were sacred medicines for many people. If Fang Ping took it back to MCMAU and tossed it on the ground, countless people would probably fight for it. He was not interested in it, and he would not eat the stuff that grew from his buttocks. Other people did not know. Even if they knew, they might not care. Many of the fruits and vegetables that they ate grew from being watered with feces. Old Manly was speechless. He ignored him and asked, "How do you feel?" "Not bad." "Not bad." As soon as he said that, Fang Ping's expression suddenly changed. He quickly sat cross-legged and said with difficulty, "Mentality is starting to transform. Stay away from me." As soon as he said that, a ripple appeared around Fang Ping, a large amount of mentality erupted from Fang Ping's body. Beside him, Old Manly was not affected, but his body glowed with a golden light. "Good job, kid." Old Manly's expression changed. This mentality was not weak. A typical rank 5 martial artist's mentality was more than 400 Hz. Many people were stuck at 499 Hz when they reached peak rank 6. However, Fang Ping's mentality had exceeded 700 Hz. In the void, ripples appeared slightly. The surrounding plants were torn apart and the soil was lifted up. Old Manly did not move an inch. If it were him in the past, he might have taken a few steps back. However, the current him, although his mentality was still weak, his vitality force was extremely strong. When his vitality force was incomparably strong, Fang Ping's bit of mentality could not affect him at all. As soon as the mentality ripples got close to him, they were shattered by his vitality force. If he was not afraid of hurting Fang Ping, Old Man Li's full vitality outburst was enough to tear his entire mentality apart. The breakthrough lasted for 7 to 8 minutes. When Fang Ping opened his eyes again, there were some changes. His gaze was deeper. His eyes were brighter and more radiant. If one did not look at his style and the scars on his face, Fang Ping at this moment was extremely handsome. However, looking at his whole body, he looked like a mud man. Until now, he was still wearing underpants. Fang Ping did not care so much. His body shook slightly, and all the soil on his body fell off. His skin showed a bronze color, showing signs of turning into a pale gold. Kid, the strength of your body is almost close to the strength of a half-golden body, right? How much vitality force can you hold now? Old Manly could not help but ask. Normal rank 3, 1000 calories limit. Rank 4, 2000 calories limit. Rank 5, about 4000 calories. Rank 6, the limit was 10,000 cal. Of course, at that stage, the vitality limit did not mean anything. There were few times when one was exhausted. 10 rank 3 martial artists with 1000 calories vitality would also have 10,000 cal vitality. If they encountered a peak rank 6, it would not be surprising if they were all killed with one slap. At this stage, the upper limit of vitality determined the strength of the physique, the degree of honing of the flesh, and the power of combat techniques. From the outside, Fang Ping's physique was not weak. A typical peak rank 5 might not be stronger than him. Fang Ping did not reply. He took a closer look at the new data. Wealth, 1, 92 billion vitality, 1,800 calories, 3,999 calories, mentality, 560 Hz, 725 Hz plus, bones honed, 177 bones, 100%, 6 bones, 90%, 23 bones, 30% plus, storage space, 1 cubic meter energy shield, 10,000 wealth/minute vitality close to 4,000 cal. His mentality had also broken through the 699 Hz barrier and exceeded 700 Hz. A vitality of 3,999 calories meant that Fang Ping's physique was now almost the same as a typical peak rank 5. As for him, his 6 organs had not been honed yet. His meridians and flesh had not been reshaped. These few stages were all stages of being reborn. Behind his mentality, a plus sign appeared again. This also meant that he could continue to improve. Of course, Fang Ping was not interested in improving at this time. If he lost control in the catacombs, it would be too dangerous. It would not be too late to go back and try. I might become the strongest rank 5, the strongest rank 6 in history. At this moment, Fang Ping's confidence had simply swelled to an unparalleled level. Yao Qingjun and the others had also broken through a few days ago. Wang Jinyang had broken through after returning to Nanjiang. It had been less than a week since then. Fang Ping, on the other hand, followed closely behind. The gap was almost negligible. Moreover, a large amount of life essence had honed his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Those fellows might not have honed as deeply as he did. From this point alone, his progress in early stage rank 5 should have surpassed these 3 people. I didn't expect this. Not only have I surpassed these people's combat strength, but now even their ranks have been left behind by me. Fang Ping sighed. 20 months. 20 months. He had surpassed those people who he had looked up to in the past. He could not help but glance sideways at Old Manly as if to say, if you don't work hard, I will surpass you soon. Old Manly's expression darkened. He ignored him. What was so great about it? He was only rank 5. I have half a golden body now. If I nourish my mentality for a few months, I might achieve true rank 7. If I nourish it for a year or two, I might achieve true rank 8. No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than me? Although he thought so, when he remembered that Fang Ping was rank 4 in mid-August and rank 5 in late December. At the same time. Nanjiang, auspicious peace. December 21st, Fang Ping and the others entered the catacombs. At this moment, it was already the afternoon of December 23rd. Although only 2 days had passed, to many people, 2 days passed in a flash. However, to many people in auspicious peace, these 2 days were too torturous. How was the situation in the catacombs? Did they build a stronghold and guard the passageway? Did anyone sacrifice? Those who went in, who lived and who died? It had been 2 days. The passageway was about to be stabilized for the second time. Would anyone from the other side come back to report? At the vortex mouth, an alloy house had already been built. Outside the alloy house, a few Grandmaster powerhouses were like clay statues. They had been standing here for a long time, motionless, as if they had been petrified. 7 high Grandmasters entered the catacombs, followed by more than 10 rank 6 powerhouses. A few prodigies of the current generation also entered together. It was hard to tell whether they were alive or dead. After an unknown amount of time, a white-haired old man suddenly soared into the sky, shouting angrily, just in time. As soon as he finished speaking, a sky-piercing saber gleam flashed past. 1,000 meters away, a mountaintop exploded instantly, turning into dust. Amidst the explosion, there was a muffled groan so low that it could not be heard. Humph! The white-haired old man snorted heavily. Without even looking, he stepped on the air and landed on the ground, saying coldly, "Clown. Old Zhao is getting stronger and stronger." Among the few Grandmasters, someone exclaimed. From 1,000 meters away, he killed a rank 7 with 1 slash. Yes, rank 7, unbelievable, rank 7s were not cabbages. Especially to the evil sect, rank 7s were definitely the higher-ups of the higher-ups. Now, the other party did not come close but hid nearby. He was probably trying to find out information. A rank 7 powerhouse coming to find out information was enough to show the other party's cautiousness. Even if he was discovered, the other party had the confidence to escape. Perhaps the evil sect did not expect Zhao Xingwu's ability to be stronger than before. He discovered the other party from 1,000 meters away and killed the rank 7 powerhouse on the spot with 1 slash. This time, the evil sect's higher-ups would probably be heartbroken. This death was too useless. Recently, many high ranks were killed one after another. It even exceeded the number of powerhouses who had fallen in the past years. Has old Zhao achieved rank 9 paragon? The Grandmasters were shocked and envious. A rank 9 killing a rank 7 like slaughtering a chicken. This was enough to show how strong Zhao Xingwu was. At the very least, when the rank 9 Skygate City Lord killed people like Wu Quishan, he was far from being able to kill them instantly. Rank 9 and rank 9 were also entirely different. Zhao Xingwu shook his head slightly and said softly, "It's not that simple. I'm still far from it." Even though the old man said so, they knew he was being modest. Even if it was Wu Chuan, if he wanted to kill a rank 7, even if he had to deploy a divine weapon, he would need to expend at least some effort. However, Zhao Xingwu's single slash had destroyed the entire mountain peak. Even if he had not reached rank 9 paragon, he was not far from it. It was precisely because of Zhao Xingwu's existence that the sects were able to maintain a certain status in the era of the rise of martial arts universities. This rank 9 powerhouse ranked 8th was only 1 rank higher than Wu Chuan, but his ability was obviously much stronger. In the crowd, a man in military uniform, who was also the commander of the Nanjiang military department, said with a straight face, "It's Nanjiang's honor that Elder Zhao could come to Nanjiang this time. I have a presumptuous request." "Please speak, Commander Bai." If things don't work out, I hope Elder Zhao can bring the governor back," the man in military uniform said with some difficulty. Zhang Dingnan entering the catacombs this time, his ability was not the strongest, neither was his status the highest. However, Zhang Dingnan was the spiritual faith of many people in Nanjiang. Once the situation in Nanjiang worsened and Zhang Dingnan died in the catacombs, it would be one disaster after another. Many people disapproved of Zhang Dingnan entering the catacombs. Even the central government did not approve of it. However, Zhang Dingnan insisted on going, and they could not stop him. It would be fine if he built a stronghold in the catacombs. If he did not, Nanjiang's situation would deteriorate. Without Zhang Dingnan holding the fort, Nanjiang's future would be very uncertain. Zhao Xingwu said in a low voice, "I will definitely do my best." Nanjiang was not too far from Chengzhou. If Nanjiang's situation worsened, Chengzhou would also be affected. This time, Zhao Xingwu did not hold the fort in Chengzhou's catacombs. Instead, he rushed to Nanjiang to help Nanjiang stabilize the situation, build a stronghold in the catacombs, and not let the battlefield spread to the surface. As for the other grandmasters, to put it bluntly, it was not easy for Wu Chuan to die in battle. If the others died in battle, it would only affect a small area. However, if Zhang Dingnan died in battle, the impact would be huge. Zhao Xingwu had just finished speaking when someone behind him said worriedly, "Grandpa Zhao, can you bring Fang Ping back together?" Zhao Xingwu turned his head to look. There were still many people behind him. These people had been guarding here since the first batch of martial artists entered. Zhao Xingwu knew Chen Yaoting's granddaughter. Both parties had been in contact before. Hearing her words, Zhao Xingwu sighed softly in his heart. He had also heard about the few young prodigies entering. His grandson had even lost to Yao Qingjun before, and Yao Qingjun had lost to Fang Ping. The old master also valued these prodigy martial artists very much. However, this time, the few of them entering was indeed a little risky. Even the fate of the Grandmaster powerhouses was unknown. Were these rank 4 and 5 prodigies still alive? The old master was actually a little pessimistic. However, facing these young people now, the old master still smiled and said, "Don't worry, there won't be any big problems." With Guardian Wu leading the team, unless the catacombs turns out in full force, they won't be able to do anything to them. Just as the old master finished speaking, the vortex in the alloy house suddenly shook. Everyone's expression changed. Very soon, Zhao Xingwu said in a low voice, "The passageway has stabilized for the second time. Will anyone come back? Wait. The rest of you, fall back. Prepare for battle." The grandmasters shouted one after another. At this moment, the ones who came out might be the messenger, or they might be the catacombs people. No one knew who exactly it would be. Of course, it was also possible that no one would appear. If no one appeared, that meant that the first batch of people who entered could not come back to report the news. The situation would not be too good. If the catacombs martial artists did not appear, perhaps they were waiting. The middle and low-ranked martial artists at the back retreated one after another. In front, the grandmasters surrounded the alloy house so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. In the distance, a large number of military equipment was aimed at this place. Once the situation went out of control, this place would be razed to the ground. Time passed bit by bit. Everyone who had retreated to a distance was nervous and expectant. They all looked uneasy. What happened to the first batch of people who entered? The grandmasters in front also looked solemn, fully on guard. A dull and lusterless broadsword appeared in Zhao Xingwu's hand out of thin air. Although he was powerful, if a rank 9 paragon powerhouse really broke out, he could not defend either. As for those rank 9 paragon powerhouses in Sino Nation, they all had important matters to attend to. Some of them were currently deep in the catacombs, while others were responsible for guarding important places. Even if they came to help, they might not be able to arrive in time. The old master sighed in his heart. His strength was not as good as others. Otherwise, this would not have happened. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, the vortex started shaking slightly. "They're out." Feeling the vortex shaking, the old master's expression changed. The Chongdao in his hand emitted a faint golden glow, ready to attack at any time. The next moment, an aura appeared. Zhao Xingwu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said immediately, "They're on our side." "It's old Jing." Among the grandmasters, some of them felt the aura. Their faces lit up with joy. Their people had returned. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed. The martial artist they called Old Jing had a weak aura. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. This was not a good situation. Nanjiang's commander Bai was not in a hurry to open the alloy house's door. Instead, he waited for a moment before saying, "Open the door." Outside the alloy house, 2 rank 6 martial artists only opened the alloy door from the outside when they heard this. As soon as the door opened, an old man covered in blood walked out with trembling steps. 2 rank 9s, 5 to 6 rank 8s, and about 20 rank 7s. At dawn tomorrow, Guardian Wu and Commander Zhou will restrain the enemy. We'll coordinate from the inside and the outside to build a stronghold. The old man reported the news as soon as he went out. Then, blood kept flowing out of his mouth. He had been in the passageway for a while. Previously, the passageway's energy was unstable, and he almost died in the passageway. He barely held on until the energy was stable before he rushed out of the passageway and returned to the surface. As soon as he said this, many people's expressions changed slightly. 2 rank 9s, the strength of 2 cities, the worst-case scenario had happened. For so many years, when the passageway was opened, it was usually one city that was mobilized. Furthermore, it was rare for the entire nest to be mobilized. Zhao Xingwu took a deep breath and said immediately, "Heal your injuries first. You'll tell us the details later." The others wanted to say something but hesitated. They wanted to ask about the situation, but they were afraid of hearing news they did not want to hear. At least the current situation was not at its worst. At least Wu Chuan and Zhou Dingwu were still alive. But what about the others? Old Jing was not in a hurry to heal his injuries. Seeing the young people walking toward him from behind, he said in a low voice, "Let them leave first." Everyone's expressions changed again. Commander Bai turned around and shouted, "The others are not allowed to come near." As soon as he said that, a large number of military powerhouses blocked the way. On the periphery, many people looked anxious. The situation did not seem too good. "Old Jing, what's going on?" "As soon as we got out of the passageway, we were besieged by a rank 9, 3 rank 8s, and 9 rank 7s. Director Zhou self-destructed his divine weapon. In the end, he self-destructed too and died on the spot. In the end, Li Chongqing shattered his half-golden body and slashed his longevity sword. He cooperated with Governor-General Zhang and the rest to kill a rank 8, but he died too. Vice-Chancellor Chen died on the spot to save Governor-General Zhang. Half of Governor-General Zhang's mentality was obliterated, and he suffered serious injuries. I'm afraid he won't be able to recover his Grandmaster combat strength. Vice-Chancellor Liu was also seriously injured and can no longer fight. Minister Hu also suffered serious injuries. Now, he's hiding with Governor-General Zhang and Vice-Chancellor Liu. The others, other than me, all the rank SIXS died in battle. A few young people, after breaking out of the encirclement, their whereabouts are also unknown, maybe." Following Old Jing's words, a look of grief flashed across everyone's faces. Among the 5 high grandmasters in Nanjiang, 3 entered the catacombs. 2 died in battle. Zhang Dingnan's mentality was also obliterated by half. This was Nanjiang's tragedy. 18 rank SIXS, 17 died in battle. This was probably the highest number of people who died in battle since the opening of the catacombs in all these years. After going through this battle, Nanjiang's local strength was greatly damaged. Could they still defend Nanjiang's catacombs? Vice-Chancellor Chen and Director Zhou, both died in battle? Commander Bai murmured. NMAU's Vice-Chancellor died in battle. The director of the martial arts dojo with the most number of Nanjiang died in battle. Nanjiang's Governor-General was seriously injured and might not be able to recover his Grandmaster combat strength. Now, other than him, only the president of Nanjiang's Chamber of Commerce was still a Grandmaster powerhouse. However, that president's combat strength was average. Nanjiang's catacombs. What should they do in the future? They had only just entered. There was still a lot of fighting in the future. Nanjiang's losses in this battle were too heavy, everyone's hearts were heavy. They could not care less about grief. The situation now was very bad. According to Old Jing, the other party had at least the full strength of a city. This was rarely seen in the past. Zhao Xingwu took a deep breath and asked immediately, "How is Guardian Wu?" Guardian Wu is fighting with another rank 9. There was originally another rank 9 outside the passageway, but he left in a hurry this morning. That's why I had the chance to enter. Did he go to surround and kill Guardian Wu? Zhao Xingwu's expression changed slightly. He said immediately, "The situation is not too good. Everyone, let's discuss." Should we follow the plan and enter tomorrow or go to the rescue now? Let's enter now. Commander Bai said immediately, no matter what, whether that rank 9 has returned or not, entering now can reduce the pressure on the others. If we wait another night, who knows how the situation will worsen. What I'm afraid of is not entering at the scheduled time. The other party has given up on hunting down Guardian Wu. Right now, there are 2 rank 9s guarding outside the passageway, someone said worriedly. If there were 2 rank 9s guarding outside, although Zhao Xingwu was strong, he might not be able to hold both of them back. If that was the case, the others would be in danger. Although a rank 9 would not be able to kill a rank 7 or 8 instantly, if the fight dragged on, the other party could definitely be killed. If they entered at the scheduled time, then Wu Chuan would definitely think of a way to hold the other party back and cooperate with Zhao Xingwu to open up the situation. However, if they dragged on for a night, what if Wu Chuan was surrounded and killed? Now, enough powerhouses had died. If another rank 9 died, it would be too much. Not to mention, there were still a few heavily injured grandmasters who were still in hiding. Once they were discovered, it would be extremely dangerous. Everyone pondered. Zhao Xingwu suddenly said, everyone else, don't go in. This time, I'll go alone. Even if there are 2 rank 9s on the other side and I can't kill the other party, I can still escape and fight back with Guardian Wu. Elder Zhao, this is too dangerous. There might not only be 2 rank 9s, if they were held back by 2 rank 9s, those rank 7 and 8 martial artists would also be a threat to rank 9. If Zhao Xingwu could not escape and was unlucky, it would not be surprising if he was surrounded and killed. Commander Bai said in a low voice, Elder Zhao, is the passageway enough to support 2 rank 9s entering now? Zhao Xingwu shook his head slightly, then said, even if it's possible, it's not necessary. When we enter more rank 9s, the number of opponents will increase too. The battle that was originally only between 2 cities may spread. Even if we win this time, Nanjiang will not be easy to defend in the future. Right now, it was the strength of 2 cities. If Nanjiang entered another 2 rank 9s, there would be another city joining the battle in the catacombs very soon. When that time came, Nanjiang's catacombs would have to face the strength of 3 cities. In a battle in the catacombs could bully the few with numbers, but humans could not. This was the tragedy of the week. They could only wait passively, waiting for the other party to send out a corresponding number of powerhouses. Only then could humans increase the corresponding number of powerhouses to respond. As soon as Zhao Xingwu's voice fell, everyone's face showed resentment. Someone gritted his teeth and said, at most, we'll fight to the death. This time, the few old seniors are ready. We're ready too. When Nanjiang's catacombs opened, many old grandmasters were ready to fight to the death. That day, MCMAU's old vice-chancellor was one of them. Unfortunately, Magic City's catacombs was the first to riot. Helpless, a few old grandmasters joined the battle in Magic City's catacombs first. However, there were still many old grandmasters who were ready to fight to the death. However, the government stopped them. It was understandable that the old grandmasters felt this way before it was time to fight to the death. However, if the killing was too intense, a war similar to the one in capital city's catacombs would break out. Right now, Sino Nation could not fight such a war. Dozens of grandmasters would die in battle, maybe even more. It might even incite Monster Life Clan to retaliate, which would be detrimental to the overall situation. Back then, they did not know much about the catacombs, which led to the capital city's war. In the end, Monster Life Clan and Monster Plant Clan joined forces. The higher-ups were worried that if such changes continued to be triggered, humans would be in an even more difficult situation. Everyone present was a grandmaster. They knew more about these situations. Although they were full of unwillingness, they also knew that if a large-scale battle was triggered, it might be more troublesome and worsen the situation. Zhao Xingwu did not say much. After a while, he said, I'll go in alone. Unless someone else comes back, everyone else will continue to wait. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Everyone had no choice but to agree. This was also the best solution at the moment. Zhao Xingwu did not delay. Very soon, he stepped into the alloy house and stepped into the vortex. As soon as he left, the security around the passageway was no longer maintained. The people outside rushed in hurriedly. Everyone surrounded the grandmasters. Xianxia asked hurriedly, "How is Fang Ping?" Commander Bai and the others' expressions did not change. They said in a low voice, "Everything is fine. Don't worry." At this moment, this news could not be spread. If they knew that in the catacombs, almost everyone below rank 7 had been annihilated, the people's hearts would be shaken. Despite Commander Bai's words, everyone still felt uneasy. They all looked at old Jing. However, at this moment, old Jing's injuries were too severe. He was already in a semi-conscious state. The military doctor had carried him to the military camp. They could not ask him even if they wanted to. After Commander Bai and the others sent these people away, they looked at each other with some bitterness. Nanjiang's catacombs was a little dangerous. Inside the catacombs, Fang Ping changed into a new set of clothes. He said confidently, "This time, Nanjiang's catacombs will be safe with me around." Old Manly did not utter a word. "Old Li, let's join forces. 2 of us can destroy a city. Let everyone see our strength." Old Manly glanced at him and said lightly, "I don't have that ability." "I do." Fang Ping grinned. "Now that you're not a burden, watch how I infiltrate the enemy's rear and kill them." "You really want to go?" "Of course." Fang Ping said with a strong sense of righteousness, "At the very least, we have to disrupt their headquarters so that their powerhouses can't continue to seal off the passageway. At least let our people come in safely." Old Manly said no more. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "However, if we can lure that willow tree monster away, that would be the best." "Old Li, why don't you give it a try?" Old Manly did not say anything. He did not want to die so quickly. What a pity. Outside gigantic Willow City, Old Manly asked softly, "Do you really want to go in now?" "This is called the darkest place under the lamp." Fang Ping chuckled. "They probably didn't expect me to have the guts to come back at this time. If you can't believe it, do they? It's too dangerous." Old Manly shook his head slightly. Did he really think that gigantic Willow City was his home? If he was discovered this time, it would be even more serious than the last time. He had heard about what had happened from Fang Ping. The rank 9 willow tree monster was actually held up by other matters, which gave him a chance. In addition, the people of gigantic Willow City were not prepared the first time. Now, if Fang Ping escaped underground again, he would be discovered very quickly. The willow tree monster would sense the slightest vibration when he dug a hole. "So, you have to cooperate with me." Fang Ping chuckled. "I'm not planning to act now. I still don't know if that rank 9 has returned. I'm planning to wait for reinforcements." The reinforcements had arrived and lured the rank 9 away. When the time comes, you can also put in some effort and create some commotion. Then, you can lure away the remaining experts in the city. As for the willow tree monster, I'll just not go to the inner city. As long as I hide my aura and find a place to hide, I'll be fine. Old Manly was still a little hesitant. Fang Ping whispered, "If you're brave enough, then lure the willow tree monster out too. I'll think of a way to blow up their energy mine." Old Man Li's face turned pale. Motherf *Ker, he was really courting death. After blowing up the energy mine, even if the 2 rank 9s had to die, they would still hunt Fang Ping down. They would not stop until he was dead. More importantly, if he lured the willow tree monster out, it was very likely that he would be torn to pieces by the enraged willow tree monster. Did this brat Fang Ping save him just to be torn to pieces? Of course, you might not be able to lure it out. It's too weak. Old Man Li's face darkened. Provoking me on purpose? Fang Ping said with a serious face, "It's better not to be too reckless. You're a rank 8 now, not a rank 7, not a rank 7. It's better to be safe. How about this, when you're free, wipe out a few towns and lure away a few rank 7 and 8 martial artists from gigantic Willow City. Give me some opportunities." "What do you want?" Old Manly looked suspicious. Did this kid really want to destroy gigantic Willow City? Fang Ping laughed dryly. "Nothing." After saying that, Fang Ping whispered, "Say, how much do you think a ton of cultivationating energy stones is worth?" 1 ton. 1 million grams. The standard price is 900 million per gram. 900 billion. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. He gritted his teeth and said, I want to bring a ton back. Are you sick? You are the one who is sick. Alright, even if it's not a cultivation-aiding energy stone, it's just a basic one. Even if it's the worst kind, it's still worth 31,000 grams. 1 ton is worth 30 billion. There were actually very few cultivation-aiding energy stones. Moreover, the high-ranked ones were all in the core of the underground mineral veins. But basic energy stones could be found everywhere. It shouldn't be too difficult to pick up a ton, right? Fang Ping said in high spirits. If we bring so many energy stones back with us, MCMAU's energy room will be fully supplied to the students. Think about it, how fast will our cultivation progress be? Our students aren't as strong as us, and they can cultivate wherever they want. No matter how good a pill is, it still requires them to convert it multiple times. With the opening of the energy chamber, their cultivation will be much faster. Old Manly said in surprise, you want to supply it to the students? Was Fang Ping so selfless? Fang Ping grinned. I'll be in charge of MCMAU sooner or later. If the students are strong, then MCMAU is strong. Also, I've thought it through. It's not free, but an IOU. If they're strong, they'll have to stay in school to pay off their debts after graduation. They can only leave when they're done paying off. I can't not do that kind of thing. When they're strong, they'll leave. I'll give them loans first. When they're strong and can afford it, I'll get some better things to loan to them. TSK, they'll stay in MCMAU and work for the rest of their lives to pay off their debts. As for those who dared to not pay their debts, Fang Ping would let them know that ungrateful people would meet a tragic end. If they ate mine, they would have to work for me. If he brought back a ton of energy stones and burned them freely, it would not be difficult to cultivate a few hundred rank 3 and rank 4 martial artists. Sometimes, energy stones could not be bought with money. Even if they could be bought, there would not be that many. As for Fang Ping himself, he did not need much now, but he still needed wealth. Now that he was in the catacombs, he had plenty of energy. When he returned to the surface, he would have to burn wealth for cultivation. At rank 5, honing the internal organs, flesh, and meridians was energy-consuming. At rank 6, it was even more difficult. Sealing the Sanjiao gate would consume a lot of energy. Many people in the middle ranks could cultivate for decades at one rank because Earth's energy was too weak. Old Manly understood this time. He concluded, in other words, your goal is to rob a bunch of energy stones, right? As for the so-called disrupting the rear and destroying gigantic Willow City, those were all official words. Just say it directly, kid, Fang Ping chuckled. It's also contributing to mankind. Hearing that he was not going to die, Old Manly felt much more at ease. He thought for a while and said, it's extremely dangerous to go underground now. It's okay. There are many energy stone exchange points in the city. Fang Ping had everything under control. He said softly, I'll wait for the right time. When the rank 9s are fighting, there won't be many people left in the city. You should seize the opportunity. Once the rank 9s start fighting, you can make a move and lure them out. As for me, I'll take advantage of the chaos and rob a few shops. As for the willow tree monster, it's lucky this time. Next time, I'll definitely rob it. Other things aside, Fang Ping was still extremely greedy for so much life essence. Old Manly did not say much this time. He nodded and said, okay, you should also seize the opportunity. Don't mess around. Don't worry. As they were talking, a group of armored martial artists rushed toward them. Fang Ping glanced at them and asked curiously, gigantic willow divine guards? What are they going to do? Having said that, Fang Ping did not think much about it. He looked at Old Manly and said, I'll leave first. You can destroy them later. When I'm close to the city gate, less attention will be paid this way. As he said that, Fang Ping turned and walked toward gigantic Willow City. As for being recognized, that was not to the extent of it. Previously, his face had been in a state of rupture. After breaking through rank 5, Fang Ping did not maintain it and let the injury heal. Life essence was a panacea for healing. The scabs on his face had already fallen off. Not long after Fang Ping left, Old Manly saw that he was near the city gate. Without looking, he caught up with the group of gigantic willow divine guards in front of him. Without thinking, he unleashed all his vitality and threw a punch. A loud rumbling sound rang out. A large piece of land in front of him turned into powder in an instant. In the next moment, in gigantic Willow City, a monstrous aura rose. "You're asking for it." A roar filled with monstrous rage was heard. In the blink of an eye, a ray of light flashed across the sky. Old Man Li's face turned green. Why did he come back? A rank 9 was actually in the city. Mother of Kerr, weren't you outside the passageway? Without thinking, Old Man Li unleashed all his strength and fled frantically. He knew that he could not be with that little bastard Feng Ping. He had gotten himself into big trouble again, outside the city gate. Feng Ping's jaw dropped. Why was the Willow King in the city? Also, Old Man Li could kill him if he wanted, but why did he use so much force? I won't be caught, right? Feng Ping gulped. The distance between both parties was about a few kilometers. A rank 9 chasing a rank 8 would be very easy to catch. Would Old Man Li be beaten to death? This was not a joke. Feng Ping's head was as big as a cow's. He was being reckless. They said to wait for the passageway war and then make some noise. Now, he had made a big noise. If no one came to rescue him, the probability of this old man being killed was not small. Just as Feng Ping was thinking about this, a rank 8 golden ray flashed in front of him and quickly joined up with Old Man Li. In the city, a ray of light also rose at this moment. A rank 8 powerhouse chased after him. It was not over yet. At this moment, 2 extremely strong auras rose in the distance. Wu Chuan and gigantic Pine City's king were fighting. Chaos. Feng Ping was dumbfounded. I didn't want to start a big fight. Old Man Li probably didn't want this either. When he attacked, he probably wanted to create a commotion so that Feng Ping wouldn't be noticed. He probably didn't expect that he would attract everyone at once. On the human side, 1 rank 9, 1 rank 8, and 1 fake rank 8. On the catacombs side, 2 rank 9s and 4 rank 8s. However, at this moment, fortunately, they were not in the situation of being surrounded. A few of them did not meet up either. They each revealed their auras, then quickly scattered and fled. In the next moment, all of them disappeared without a trace. Feng Ping was still in a daze. It was so lively. Old Li would be okay, right? He exhaled softly. At this moment, the rank 9s and rank 8s in the city had all left. Probably no one would notice that someone would sneak in. Feng Ping had the experience from last time. This time, he was relaxed and at ease. Soon, he blended into the city. Gigantic Willow City. For a while, they probably did not expect Feng Ping to come back. The inspection at the city gate was not too strict. In fact, it was difficult to be strict. Nearby martial artists entered the royal city in large numbers every day. The catacombs identification system was not that strict. At the same time, outside a town outside the city, Qin Fengqing and the other 2 were also sweating. After a while, Qin Fengqing said blankly, "What happened?" They started fighting just like that. Moreover, it was right above their heads. It was too scary, Li Hansong murmured. Are the reinforcements here? On the human side, it seemed like there were 2 golden rays. However, when they came in, there was only 1 rank 8. As he said that, Li Hansong said with a face full of cold sweat, "Let's go. It's too dangerous. It's only a few dozen li away from the city. If we're caught by a rank 7 or 8, we'll definitely die. Go my *SS. Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up. Our people are here. Now that these high-ranked powerhouses have left, it's our chance to do something big. Let's go. Let's go closer to the city and rob again. Find out the situation. If there are no powerhouses guarding the city, let's enter the city and rob again." Crazy. Wang Jinyang muttered, "It's too dangerous to enter the city. It's best not to. However, we can try robbing the surrounding towns. The catacombs here have just opened. They're very rich. As you can see, robbing a small village will give us a lot of energy stones. Alright. Don't waste time. Let's go." Having said that, Qin Fengqing took the lead and ran in the direction of gigantic Willow City. Li Hansong had resigned himself to his fate. He would follow them. If he was with these two fellows, then he should not treat his life as his own. But then again, he had only robbed 2 small towns. He had robbed more than 10 cultivation-aiding energy stones and hundreds of ordinary ones. The catacombs had just opened. Sure enough, there was a lot of profit. Unlike in capital cities' catacombs, sometimes not even a basic energy stone could be seen. Maybe I can also bring people from CCMAU to try in the future, Li Hansong thought in his heart. The feeling of robbing was quite wonderful. Just as Li Hansong and the others went to rob the next small town, Fang Ping stood at the entrance of the Energy Stone Exchange shop, quietly investigating the situation. This was a little troublesome. The place where the energy stones were stored had an alarm device. Fang Ping had suffered from this last time. He was also very vigilant now. Moreover, there was a rank 6 keeping watch. It was also very troublesome. However, this shop was the one where he sensed the strongest energy source. At least worth close to 10 billion energy stones. Digging holes is also difficult. There are too many willow roots underground. It's easy to be discovered. Right now, Willow Tree Monster is not busy sealing off the Fountain of Life. Rank 6 is not easy to kill either, and I might not even be able to kill them. Then I can only rob a few small shops guarded by rank 5. Now that my mentality is more than 700 Hz, coupled with a physique comparable to a peak rank 5 and an A-class weapon, under a surprise attack, killing the other party should not be too difficult. But if I rob one shop, the second one will probably be much more vigilant. Fang Ping muttered to himself as he walked. At this moment, Royal City was still a little chaotic. Many shops were destroyed after Fang Ping caused a ruckus previously. Now, they were being rebuilt. It's not chaotic enough. Fang Ping looked at the sky and saw that there were still high ranks patrolling. He felt a little helpless. No, it was not chaotic enough. It had to be a little more chaotic. These high ranks probably did not usually patrol, but now, they were probably stimulated. How can I make it more chaotic? When will the people from Nanjiang come? If I can lure Willow Tree Monster away, I can do whatever I want. Just as Fang Ping was thinking about this, Royal City suddenly shook. Over at the inner city, the huge treetops were shaking. On the streets, many people were crouching on the ground. Fang Ping also hurriedly squatted down, but his heart was perturbed. Discovered me? Very soon, Fang Ping knew that he was thinking too much. A few powerful auras rose into the sky. Not long after, these powerful auras instantly headed south. Willow Tree Monster sensed the powerhouse's aura. Even at a distance of 500 li, Willow Tree Monster could feel the energy vibration. Another powerhouse appeared, very strong. Willow King and the other party were fighting. Over at gigantic Willow City, when all the high ranks were mobilized. Outside the passageway, Zhao Xingwu looked surprised. Did Li Changxing not die? Li Changxing, he had just shouted. Before he had time to ask anything, Old Man Li ran faster than when he came, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. He was leaving first. He would not get involved in the battle between 2 rank 9s. He would cooperate with Fang Ping to snatch the energy stones. With Zhao Xingwu here, things would be much easier this time. Willow King was probably not a match. If Willow Tree Monster was lured out, maybe, he could really destroy the other party's lair. Zhao Xingwu was speechless. I haven't even asked anything. Why are you running? If you want to run, then run. I've just come out, and you sent me a rank 9. So polite? Also, didn't they say that the situation here is very cruel? Why does it look like the other party is even more flustered and exasperated? The rank 9 powerhouse who came chasing felt like he was going crazy. Willow King was indeed going crazy. He could feel the life essence aura from that bastard. It was him. It was this bastard who stole the life essence and almost destroyed gigantic Willow City. He did not even care about killing Wu Chuan. Willow King had been chasing Li Changxing until now. When he saw that the other party took a hit from his palm and the life essence quickly healed his injuries, Willow King was really going crazy. Since gigantic Willow City was built until now, he and Divine Willow had started hoarding life essence in preparation for the future. It had been more than 100 years. In these 100 years, this was the worst loss. Close to 1/10 of the amount was stolen. Fang Ping felt that he did not take much. In reality, Fang Ping did not know that the energy waterfall looked huge and there was a lot of life essence. In fact, a part of it was not life essence. It was just pure energy aggregation that had not been converted in time. What he had stolen was the true converted energy essence. Although Willow King still wanted to continue chasing after Li Chongqing, he was not a fool. Now, the Land of Rebirth had another king-level powerhouse, and his aura was extremely strong. He dared not be careless. The restricted area had really dug a hole for him this time. Did they not say that even if the Land of Rebirth powerhouses had the upper hand, they would still stick to their original spot? Why was it completely different? How could the other party stick to their original spot? They had already touched his old nest. Were those bastards from the restricted area deliberately deceiving him? According to the restricted area powerhouse, even if they fought with the Land of Rebirth people, it was fine even if they lost. At most, the other party would just occupy a piece of territory here. In the future, when both parties fought, it would be a matter of middle and low ranks, treating it as training. If they won, then there would be many benefits. The restricted area would not be stingy with their rewards. In the end, not only did they not see the rewards, but they also suffered a huge loss. With the anger of being deceived, before Willow King could make a move, Zhao Xingwu had already slashed with his machete. That violent aura made Willow King even more resentful. The restricted area had deceived him. End of chapter 380. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.